Welcome to the behind the scenes of the time travel film. This post-production segment involves the shooting and editing process of the time travel film and plenty of raw discussion, including Star Trek The Next Generation, custom voice command, lucid dreaming from a rational perspective, and tying the film production with several shows, modern AI, and quite a few other things too. It shows how just about everything is connected to everything else in ways I didn't even think were the case until after talking about it, so enjoy the post-production behind the scenes of the film. How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today we're finally going to do another vocal vlog, so let's just jump right in. So I think it would be fair for us to start with the post-production side of the time travel, do the commentary for that, because production has officially started. It's not complete yet, but it's a majority of the way there, actually, at least from a shooting standpoint. So far at this point, I've shot the whole tutorial from start to finish. I've also shot the first moment in time that I'm time traveling to. That's all shot now. So now I just have to do the second and third one. What I decided is, since I ended up getting to a point where I'm on the verge of getting a haircut, I decided it's fine if I have a haircut for the second and third moment I go to. It's not like there's any rules where I have to do all three of the time travel on the same day, right? And who knows, I could have literally just taken a break from the first one, got a haircut, then resumed. Like, that's totally fine. It just made a lot more sense for my schedule. So now I think I'll real quickly overview what it was like to shoot the tutorial portion of it, which is basically the part where I get the time travel device ready. So first of all, I cannot believe how the time travel device actually turned out. I think it looks really fancy and cool, and I can't believe how it turned out. I wasn't really sure how the link cable for the calculator wire, essentially, I wasn't sure how that was going to hook up to common ground, especially when I did the electrical tape and stuff. But it fits in perfectly, and I think it's held down just right. So, pretty excited about how the time travel device actually turned out. One of the uncertainties I had was how I'm going to actually hold the prongs on the TV remote, because I sort of tried doing that in the past, but I wasn't having very much luck with the electrical tape. There's not much surface area to hold the electrical tape in. But then I discovered I could use duct tape to hold the prongs themselves into place, and then as long as that's held in place, then we should maintain contact, which is great. I also wasn't really sure how the electrical tape job was going to go either, but if you saw the film, it did actually go pretty well. I just wrapped around it until everything looked like it was sealed off, especially around the wires. And I just kind of guessed my way there, if I'm being perfectly honest. So yeah, regarding the way I filmed it, I actually ended up using my computer and just used OBS with my webcam for the tutorial portion of it. I figured because then I can hook up my mic directly, and my mic is automatically synced up, and I don't have to worry about memory cards or anything like that. Because in my opinion, memory cards are kind of a thing of the past. Now, of course, that depends on what you're doing and everything like that. Like, obviously, if you have a professional camera that you're using to shoot or something like that, like one of those fancy black magic ones or something, then yeah, it's perfectly understandable that you continue using memory cards or SSD drives. But yeah, for my setup, I like to try to get rid of it if I can. I don't usually use it for shooting videos nowadays, but I do still kind of have to do that for some of the film. I just decided to avoid it for the tutorial bit of it. Then of course I was very hyper vigilant about backing everything up too. So like the moment I shot it, I pretty much backed everything up on multiple devices, because I spent all this time on it. I would really rather not have to reshoot that, of course. I did go a little bit overboard with that. Something else that's kind of noteworthy is when I tried importing my footage into DaVinci Resolve, my video editor, it would have trouble opening up the video, but actually it opened up the video just fine, but it glitched out. See, when OBS remuxes a video, which I was using So first of all, I tend to record MKVs primarily because if for some reason the filming process gets interrupted, like if the power goes out or OBS crashes or something like that, then you would normally end up with corrupted video. But with an MP4, and no matter what you do, you can't really get it back from my understanding. But MKVs, on the other hand, they're a lot like MP4s, but if the file is corrupted, yeah, it won't work right away, but it still has the potential to be rebuilt and recovered. MP4s don't have as much recovery as MKV file containers do, so that's why I typically record with MKV. But yeah, when I remux it and import that into the editor, the glitches out. There's a bit of data moshing, and when I try to use AVI demux to remux it, AVI demux can't even import it properly if I'm not mistaken, or else it has a hard time saving the MP4. So yeah, if you want to remux your videos, which is converting from MKV to MP4, which I would like to use, then yeah, I remux it, because otherwise, if I edit it MKV, it works for the most part, but it can glitch out in the editor sometimes, so I typically like to convert them to MP4 before doing anything with them. So I'm basically doing MKVs to minimize the chance of corruption should something go wrong with the recording or encoding process. And then yeah, demuxing it is essentially converting it back to an MP4 once it's been recorded, and the risk is no longer there as far as corruption goes. So yeah, to work around the problem, I process it in Handbrake, and then that makes it so I can import it without any glitches. So unfortunately, every bit of footage I had to process it in Handbrake first, and standard demuxing doesn't work. I will mention also that I shot the tutorial over the course of several days. It was not continuous one after the other like that. I just didn't have a whole lot of time in each day, so I had to set aside a little bit of time and do what I could in a given day for the tutorial. I eventually broke it up into scenes, so maybe one day I'd record scene 1, which I believe is how it happened. So the intro was all I recorded, I believe, on the first day. And then when I continued the tutorial, where I talk about how the multimeter is going to work and stuff, that was on a different day. I did that and the ionization scene tutorial on the same day. And then I believe I did the scene where basically the scene after the ionization. I did that the next day, I think. And the calculator where I showed how the program works and stuff. I did that on the same day as well. Then I came back and did, I think, the rest of it on a different day. And then I shot pretty much all of the first time travel moments, including the moments before I started time traveling, where you can see my TV and stuff. That was all done on the same day. This next one, the second time travel moment, that one is probably going to be the hardest of all of them. So I'm literally going to dedicate the whole day to that alone. I may not even get it all in one day, because it is going to be very difficult to film. But I really want to see how it turns out, so I'm going to be putting in all the effort, even though it's going to cost a lot of time. I have all these ideas, and I really like to see them come into action. So I will also point out that for pretty much every jump cut that you see, those were probably recorded in separate recordings, because after practically every statement I said, I watched it again before doing the next one. Because I was using my computer to record it in the first place, I was able to do it relatively easily. So I looked at how things turned out before I continued. So yeah, after practically every statement, I watched the footage to make sure it turned out okay. I'm glad I had, because there was some where I just felt like I needed to re-record it. That is kind of an interesting style of making videos, because yeah, I think most people, they'll shoot everything and then they'll start editing afterward. But I heard the other day on a podcast, Michael Reeves apparently records and then checks the footage before continuing the recording. Actually, I think he even said he starts editing that footage and then he continues recording. Then he starts editing that, and he goes back and forth. That is kind of an interesting style, and I kind of did that for the most part for the tutorial bit of the time travel film. It also kept my mind nice and fresh as well, so that was pretty handy as well. It seems like it would cost more time to do that than to just record everything at once, but, well, when mistakes are bound, it's nice to catch them as early as possible during the shooting scene so you can take care of it, make everything a lot easier down the line. Like, that is worth doing if you ask me. It's kind of hard to say which method is more efficient, where you record everything first or you record like one scene at a time and then edit that, then continue the recording. It really depends on the setup, I think. But it is kind of an interesting thought experiment. I feel like for me, that was the way to go for the tutorial bit of it. So I wanted to make sure I got those right as much as I could. Even though it didn't really help me prevent every single error, it did help me prevent a lot, where I could just reshoot and make my life easier. Then I was making sure that the microphone quality was good as well. So I used this microphone, and there were some moments where I would maybe set something down and it made this really loud noise, and it made it very difficult to hear me. So I was able to catch those kind of things with the way I recorded early on, and then I could redo stuff. And then, yeah, since I was literally recording directly on the computer itself, that was pretty easy to do, actually. I don't have my tripods in Studio B, so that worked handy for that as well. I literally made like this portable setup, which looks somewhat complex, and I made that each day I shot the video. And yeah, I wore the same shirt to make it look like it was continuous, but I specifically only wore the shirt during the filming, and I actually wore a different shirt each day that I shot film when I wasn't shooting. And I specifically would switch to this one every day that I shot. Also, I'm in a very rare moment right now that I may only witness once in my entire lifetime. So here in Minnesota, we usually get a fair bit of snow this time of year, and the weather tends to be pretty cold, but we haven't seen hardly any snow all year. Like literally the middle of February and now the first weekend of March, I don't see any snow anywhere. I don't recall seeing snow anywhere all day long. Like, if you're in Minnesota, at least around the area I am, this is like pretty much unheard of. Like, there's usually a bunch of snow, and I would be having to drive very carefully, but right now, if I had to guess, I'd almost say it's summer, but it's winter. Very odd. So, normally this time of year, I bring this up because normally this time of year I'd be wearing warm clothes, and I kind of wanted to do that in the film because, yeah, I would actually have a reason to normally. However, because of how warm the weather's been, like 50 Fahrenheit, literally in February or March in Minnesota, if you're from around that area, like, you're probably shocked that that's even a thing. But basically, I time traveled allegedly to essentially when the weather was warm, like September, October, and I kind of figured my current self would be wearing warm clothes, and then the past self would be wearing cool clothes, right, for warm weather. But we've had warm weather recently, so I'm like pretty much constantly sweating in that warm outfits. But normally at this time of year, that would not be a thing because it is normally a lot colder. Like, think about this. So we're in Minnesota, first week of March, and the air conditioner is practically needed. In fact, the air conditioner is welcome with the kind of weather we've been having recently. Yeah, if you're from around this area, this is just absolutely bonkers to think about. I mean, sometimes it's like negative 20 Fahrenheit this time of year, but now it's like 30 or 40 Fahrenheit. Is it even winter right now? I have a hard time believing that. But normally this time of year, it definitely is. Last year we had a record for like coldness and snowfall. So I wonder if that's why this year we're getting virtually nothing. Which, this is the first time I've ever experienced this my entire life, living in Minnesota. So yeah, I've actually been sweating quite miserably recently. If you look at the very first moment that I time traveled to, I was sweating miserably on there, of course, because I was wearing warm clothes and I allegedly time traveled to a time when it's very warm outside. Well, here in a moment when it's supposed to be cold, it actually was pretty much as warm as it normally is at the time I actually time traveled to. I don't have air conditioning in that place, so yeah. Like, I was actually sweating in that video, and I really did need to turn on the fans. I mean, maybe some of it was a little bit exaggerated. Like, I did some exercise, which did cause me to sweat for real, but it was almost warm enough to be able to sweat without doing any of that in a non-air conditioned environment. But yeah, when I said that I was sweating and stuff on that part of the film, I really was. But because I'd done a little bit of exercise, I honestly didn't do much. It just took a little bit. Suddenly I was sweating. This time of year, it takes a lot more than it took, though. I will say that much. This is probably the kind of weather we get around here once every 100 years or something like that. I have never, in my entire 20 plus years, witnessed that around this area. So I'm not sure, so there was a moment when I filmed outside the patio, and obviously the moment I time traveled to, there would be no snow in September, but there would be this time of year. Well, there actually was no snow this time of year, so it really did make it look like I went to the past for that reason. Although there actually was a little bit of snow on there, but because of the exposure, it's nearly impossible to see. So yeah, now regarding the scenes that I filmed, I actually made somewhat of a rather spontaneous decision. So the scene after the intro, I actually picked that was gonna be the outlet location originally, but I thought it'd be kind of funny to do it somewhere else. And then suddenly I'm at a different place when I actually use the outlet. Mainly because I just kind of figured it'd be funny if I lacked a little bit of persistence in the film. So where you can see the microwave and the kitchen sink and stuff, I purposely used that location just so that I lacked consistency throughout the film. And then also, electrical tape in the sink, I mean, come on. I was also contemplating putting it in the microwave. Hey, can you imagine if I was not to worry, we can use this electrical tape by wrapping what I captured or whatever it was, and I literally grab it out of the microwave. I was thinking of doing that, but I kind of felt like things would have been a little bit exaggerated and overly ridiculous. I want it to be ridiculous, but I didn't want to overdo it. I felt like the microwave would have been overdoing it, so yeah, that sink thing is nice and subtle too, because some people might not even notice the strangeness of that anyway. Some people might appreciate it, I don't know. But I also thought it would be cool to get the microwave in at least one part of the video as well. Especially since I was originally gonna use microwaves in the first place, if you heard the previous recording for the pre-production commentary. Also, I've been hiding my microphone throughout the entire film. I just wanted to make it look like I really knew what I was doing with the audio to make it kind of appear professional, so I've been clipping the microphone on my chest and stuff like that. So yeah, I try my best to make it hidden. So with the computer setup, I have the script right on the computer as well, which is pretty helpful. Of course, I wasn't looking at it while talking, but it was kind of more of an outline for the most part. There was some stuff that I changed on the spot. I kind of experimented with things until I liked the way it turned out. So there is a little bit of a hidden Easter egg that I didn't even think I would do. So when I'm doing the tutorial for ionization, we can see the alarm clock in the frame, but you'll notice eventually it actually shuts off. The reason I did that is because when I ionize a tape, the tape really doesn't heat up very much, even after several minutes. So what I decided to do was, I didn't really want to show how long I ionized the tape for, because you'd be able to infer that based on looking at the alarm clock. Like, I would have had no problem showing the amount of time if it matched reality a little bit more, but, like, obviously I could have adjusted it and stuff like that, but I didn't because, obviously, if it took like 15 minutes, that would probably be a bit unbelievable, so I'm kind of leaving the amount of time up to interpretation and stuff. So, yeah, you'll actually notice if you look closely, the alarm shuts off in the middle of me talking. I try to make it really subtle, but yeah, that's a bit of a hidden Easter egg. I was not planning on doing that originally, but yeah, since it was in the frame, I did not really want to show how long I've done the ionization for. Besides, it would be different for everybody as well. Don't think that my amount of time is gospel, especially if you're using completely different UV lights and stuff, or you're using a different method altogether like x-rays. And of course, to make it look like time elapsed, I did a couple things to make it look like I did it over somewhat of a long period of time. I did whatever was needed to give that effect. Kind of hard to think of all the tidbits off the top of my head, but unfortunately I put on quite a bit of weight recently, so that unfortunately happened around the start of production, so I'm hoping to get back to normal by the time I resume production again. But yeah, like since that Zoom prank call, like there's a pretty big difference between that and the next video after that, or a couple videos after that rather. Like the casual video, I was at my baseline, but now I got a little bit of work to get there again. I keep fluctuating all over the place. Hopefully I'll get there in a healthy way. I will say that when I shot the tutorial portion of it, that actually did go quite a bit faster than I thought it would. Here's a fun fact about the multimeter. It's dead now. Like, it's toast. I can't use it anymore. Well, I mean, maybe I could if I fixed it, but very slim chance. So, unfortunately, one of the cords for the multimeter prong completely broke off now. So, unless I resolder it, that's not going to be usable anymore. The actual prongs and the whatever pieces you call it, that's plastic or something like that. There's a very slim chance that I'm going to even bother trying to cut into it and resoldering the wire. At that point, I'm better off just getting a new multimeter, but I'll continue using it for the film. So, unfortunately, a multimeter was harmed in the making of the film, and so was a calculator. Wow. Yeah, so the TI-85 calculator that you see in the film, that was the secondary one that I got. I have two of them now. But yeah, my primary one is pretty much toast, I think, as I mentioned before. It started smoking, probably because the same end met. However, I will still be able to put it to a good use later on. So, by the way, I would prefer that you've already watched the film before you listen to this post-production, by the way. So, and maybe even the pre-production as well. But there's going to be a scene later on where I think I dropped the calculator on the floor because of what's going to happen, which probably already happened by the time you watch this. When I drop the calculator, I'm going to use my old one that's basically dead anyway, especially if it breaks or something, because I don't want to damage the one that works. So there's a somewhat of a strong possibility that I will damage my old calculator even further because I'm going to drop it on the hardwood floor. So there's a good use for the dead calculator, especially since it's the same kind anyway. So yeah, even though the multimeter is technically dead, it'll be very difficult to tell on the film. So right now, since I paused production, the TV remote is now back to normal. So I could use the TV remote right now. But when I start or resume production, I'm going to put it back in its state when I was time traveling before. And I will end up putting more tape on it so that the multimeter wire that tore out will stay in place due to the duct tape. Yeah, I don't think it's worth fixing. You might also be interested to know that when I was turning off the multimeter to suspend the current, I couldn't actually tell if it was turned off or not, so I changed the harness program so that it didn't look like it was harnessing any energy, of course. But as it turns out, I did actually turn it off successfully upon looking at it later. That was something that I also did spontaneously, by the way. Obviously, that was not part of the original plan, but it worked out pretty well. Something that's also worth noting, obviously, when we look at the calculator screen, I had my phone on top of the refrigerator. That's how I filmed the screen. You might be interested to know that there was so I zoomed into the calculator to make it as easy to see as possible, of course. There was a moment when I actually slid the calculator on the counter, and of course that moved it, so I had to reframe it. But what I actually ended up doing was motion tracking and then stabilizing it based on the motion track. So it doesn't even look like it moved at all, but I can assure you that it actually did. So that's an interesting use for motion tracking. That helped keep the calculator in focus, and it didn't even look like it slid across the counter if you look at the phone footage. Oh yeah, something else that was really bizarre is when I was running my calculator program, obviously there's a number on the screen that increments to 1.21 for the gigawatts. And what's really odd is it should continue to run from 0 all the way up to 1.21. As you know, there's scientific notation, but when it gets to 1.21 within the scientific notation, then it stops running, even though it's not all the way up to 1.21. I have it set to do 1.21, not 0.00000121 or whatever it is, but it treats it like it is that way, which is really odd. I think the TI-85 calculator may have a little glitch where it does that wrong. It mixes up scientific notation for the actual number. So I kind of have to make it look like that's not a problem on film, of course. And then as I mentioned before, there's actually no send command on the TI-85 calculator, but there is on the TI-84. But you'd have to kind of know about the calculators to know that that's actually a thing. But I made it look like it's possible on the TI-85 anyway. I mean, like, who cares at that point? Oh, actually, there was one moment that I did film with my phone during the tutorial. When I recorded how the program works on the calculator, that was recorded from my phone because it looks so much clearer than the webcam. Like, a lot. It is also worth noting that to get my phone to face downward without things obstructing the view, that was really tricky to do. I actually ended up using a 10-pound dumbbell to hold my phone in place. And I extended it out using a surface that extends beyond the original surface so that I minimize how much of the surface is actually on the frame and stuff like that, because I have it on my desk. And you could normally see that, so I had to do a lot of stuff to make the framing work out right. Originally, I didn't want to spend so much effort doing that, but I think it's worth having a much clearer calculator screen, so I spent the extra time doing that. Also, I recorded with both my microphone and my phone's camera. I thought it sounded so much better on my phone's camera, so I just used that audio. So I guess, I don't know if you really care about this too much, but the order that I filmed things in, when I showed like the whiteboard math to calculate the number that we punch in the TV remote, I filmed those scenes out of order. So the part where obviously I talk about that before doing the whiteboard, and then I eventually come back after the 1.21 gigawatts is complete. Well, I did the whiteboard scene after I harnessed all the energy, allegedly. I actually did the whiteboard scene after. It just made sense to film that way, because every time I move the camera, I have to set everything up again on the desk, hook up all the adapters and power and everything like that. I literally had a power strip hanging off the wall and didn't quite reach the floor. So that's just to give you an idea of what the setup was like. Yeah. So I thought that was all going to be part of scene 6, so I did scene 6, and then whiteboard is considered scene 6.69. So that's kind of how I did things. And then, unfortunately, some of the work that I had on the whiteboard ended up being incorrect. I mean, the number of seconds since the Big Bang, I did originally calculate that correctly since I calculated that way ahead of time. But yeah, the work that I showed to arrive at the answer, that I kind of screwed up on because I did that spontaneously. I basically took notes on all the important numbers, like the number of seconds since the Big Bang and the actual remote number. And then I tried to kind of fill in my work spontaneously, which is why I made some mistakes on there. The answers were technically still correct, though. I even addressed that within the video itself. Like before I went to the first moment, I explained that I double-checked my math and everything like that, and tried to explain what I did wrong and stuff to the best of my ability. There was a couple important details that I never actually got to on the video, but I suppose if one was desperate enough, they would still have enough to be able to figure things out themselves if they needed to. Like when I showed the calculation, you don't multiply to get the number of seconds since the Big Bang, you don't multiply by the Big Bang year. If you convert the year into seconds, and then you add on the number of seconds since the beginning of the year, that's how you get to that point within the year that started but not finished yet. And then, of course, I mentioned that I changed the remote number as well at a later point. I changed it for all 3 of them, by the way. I'd actually taken notes for both numbers, depending on whether I wanted to factor in leap year or not. And I originally had leap year on there, but then I realized 2023 is not a leap year, so I figured doing the non-leap year answer was probably going to be more accurate, especially since the number of seconds since the Big Bang was actually based on the non-leap year. Then all of a sudden, the remote number was based on the leap year, which that math would not have followed at all. So I got rid of the leap year at a later point and then corrected it. So those remote numbers that I showed right before I did the time travel, those are the correct numbers as far as I know. I just kind of failed to show my work correctly as I explained in the film. That's the problem with doing those kind of things spontaneously, but it still worked for the most part. What I also like is the fact that you could see some of the math that was done too. Like when I showed how I arrived at 1.21 gigawatts, you could see some of the math on the frame. Not all of it, but what you could see. What I really love about that is it actually follows logic from one step to the next. So if you actually try to follow the logic, it will make sense. And it does look legit mathematically. That's what's so cool about that. I did not think I would be able to accomplish that. Like the way I arrived at E, if you look at the previous steps, it does logically lead to that answer, which is so cool. I was not expecting that. I still haven't done the infrared effect at this point, but I'm sure I will have done it later in this very recording because this commentary will be over the course of several recordings. But as of right now, I haven't done it yet. I think that's pretty much everything I can think of regarding the tutorial side of things. Now, recording the first time travel moment, first thing I'm going to say is that was not very fun to record at all. In fact, it felt kind of rushed, and my mind kind of felt like it was overloaded and could barely even think at all. Because there was so much to think about, and I kind of felt the lack of preparedness. I honestly thought that filming that would be a lot of fun, but it really wasn't. Everything was very rushed, and it felt like I hadn't done much planning ahead, which would have been very nice if I had. My GPS has the wrong destination. I should fix that. Okay, Google, navigate home. Yeah, I have Studio A marked as home, but not Studio B. But yeah, actually, after looking at the end result, I am pretty proud of how it ended up turning out, but I will say it was a very janky mess to get there. And a lot of stuff that I wanted to do, as far as like techniques for filming, things just felt so rushed that I didn't bother with a lot of it at that point and just kind of hoped for the best. And I think it turned out okay regarding that. But I would have liked to have prepared for it mentally before I even started, because I actually forgot what I was originally going to do, so I had to figure that out on the spot and make sure that I was factoring in all the important stuff. But after watching it, I think it's fun to watch. It was not fun to film at all, though, but it was fun to watch. If I had been more prepared, then I think I would have enjoyed the filming process a lot more. And of course, the stuff that you see me working on the computer, I tried to make some of the stuff match the kind of stuff I would have worked on at the time in real life. Like, I kind of base it off of stuff that actually cost several hours for me, and I'm allegedly doing things to help save me time so that I avoid certain mistakes, etc. But for the most part, I kind of just made it look like I was doing stuff that I did before, but I don't think all of it was 100% accurate. I did stuff that I felt would work for the film specifically. But yeah, if I'd been more mentally prepared for it, then I would have enjoyed it so much more. So I want to be sure to do that before I start recording the second and third time-saving moment. Oh, come on. Whoops. The GPS misled me right there. It's all good now, though. I know how to get to Studio A from here. This turn is always really confusing for me. That's really the only reason I needed the GPS pretty much altogether. Yeah, so I'm going to do a lot more preparation before I actually start filming again. That will make it a lot more fun to film, I think. Because, yeah, the next moment in time that I travel to, that is going to be ridiculously difficult to film. But I think it's going to almost be the heart of the entire video. Like, I wanted to toy around with not running into my past self, and, well, this is pretty much exactly what I originally wanted to make the film for in the first place. So I'm hoping that if I mentally prepare enough, then I'll actually enjoy the filming process unlike before. But honestly, I'm so excited to see everything come into fruition, because I honestly, with the way time was panning out for the longest time, I started production a lot later than I thought it would, to be honest. I was dealing with certain issues that I just had to postpone it for a while, but everything's good now. But yeah, I'm just excited to see everything come into fruition. There is unfortunately a moment where the alarm clock didn't really correlate with the correct amount of time that would have passed. And of course, that's because production takes way longer than what you're actually watching. And my alarm clock is normally 10 minutes ahead of the actual time. Well, I lacked consistency with that. Literally within one particular segment of the scene, it was actually on time rather than 10 minutes ahead. And then later on, it was suddenly 10 minutes ahead because I didn't realize that I had it on time rather than 10 minutes ahead initially. So I lacked a little bit of consistency there. And if I would have had a less overwhelmed mind, I probably would have been able to catch that and prevent it. But fortunately, I have multiple camera angles, and I might be able to do some trickery to deal with it. Otherwise, the time will suddenly jump 10 minutes ahead. Honestly, at that point, I'll just treat it as a hidden Easter egg, because realistically, people should be paying attention anyway. And it would be great if they did notice it. Yeah, I mean, even though it's a mistake, I'd treat it as a hidden Easter egg. But yeah, so far, recording that first scene, it was like an absolute storm where I could barely even think. And being the only person working on that, it's very difficult as well. I'm literally the cameraman, the director, the actor, everybody. And I remember hearing that in Back to the Future, they also said that production was absolutely chaotic. And it's kind of a miracle that it worked out the way it did at all. I totally get that, because I was definitely experiencing that with this. Well, mine's probably a lot more basic compared to a lot of that. Mind you, a lot more people were working on Back to the Future, much less professionals too. But for me, it was just me that worked on it. So yeah, I'm literally 15 seconds away from Studio A, so I think I'm just going to end it there. I want to maybe think about anything I might have actually missed, and then I'll continue it in the next part of this recording. So for now, hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. Otherwise, thanks for listening. Have a good one. Peace. Right, so now we're going to continue the vocal vlog on the time travel post-production stuff. So let's just get to it. So I haven't done any more production since last time, of course, because now I'm going from Studio A back to B. But there were a couple things that I wanted to bring up to get all caught up from this point. So first of all, we need to have a serious talk right now. I've been making a massive mistake that I discovered while I was here at Studio A. I want to talk about that and how I'm getting around it. So this has to do with misinformation that I didn't realize I was having until... Basically, this has to do with multimeters, and I used a couple multimeters here at Studio A, and then I noticed that something was a little bit different. I did some research into that, and as it turns out, I was possibly doing things wrong this whole time. And if I don't figure out something about this will just end up being a mortifying video. I don't know if I'd be able to live with that. So I want to talk about how I'm dealing with that issue, maybe go over a little lesson here. So if you know anything about multimeters, you know that the wires or the probes need to be connected to specific plugs, and are also called leads, I think is another term for them. They need to be plugged into specific plugs depending on what you're testing, because of course multimeters are normally designed to test things like voltage, or I think amperage to some degree as well. That's what they actually do at its core. No, in reality, multimeters would not be able to capture electricity, even with electrical tape. But I think it'll still work well enough within the realms of the film. Obviously, some of that's still fiction, because we wouldn't be able to just be able to do this kind of time travel, but it'll work for the film, as I said before. So anyway, let's have some real talk about multimeters for a moment. So basically, I think when you're testing batteries, so there's like 3 different plugs, at least on mine. Some of them, like one of the ones I used while in Studio A, it's a different one that's actually got 4 different plugs for different things. The multimeter I got is kind of a basic one that handles a certain amount of stuff. But when you get into higher realms, then you need to have basically more sophisticated multimeters, essentially. So I think when you're testing batteries and stuff, then, well, for a lot of things, you'd put it in the COM port is basically a common ground port. That's used for ground. And obviously, I should have been using that at least for batteries. I don't quite remember what the configurations are off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that the plugs that I had the leads in for testing stuff, I'm pretty sure those were the wrong plugs, most likely. I'm going to have to double check all that, but there's a good chance that I had it hooked up wrong, and thus I have embarrassing misinformation on the video, throughout the video. So what am I going to do about that? Well, I think I'll leave in an editor's note basically correcting myself. I'm pretty sure that how I have it configured does actually work with an outlet, but it might not be the correct way to use it. I can probably have the red and black mixed up at the very least, the red and black leads. So I'll probably do like a quick editor's note explaining it. Like, I don't want to just do text, because I mean, if you're doing a correction, you want people to take it seriously. Just slapping in text with a correction is not going to be good enough, especially for stuff like this. Like, you want to go all out. Either re-record part of the video so it simply doesn't have the incorrect information, or you use a correction that goes through all mediums, including audio, video. Make it blatantly obvious. If you just do text on the screen, a lot of people are going to miss that. And it kind of shows you don't care in some ways. It's kind of insensitive to do things that way. So I want to have like an editor's note where I'm on the webcam acting like I'm doing post-production, and I'm going to indicate, like, while I'm editing this, I made this mistake. You probably already seen it at this point, but literally like 15 minutes ago in this recording you're listening to now, I did not know this yet. I've been at Studio A for a while, now I'm going back to B, and since then I discovered this mistake. So yeah, I think I'll do like a webcam POV editor's notes, literally saying how it's supposed to be, and I'll maybe give us a tiny little lesson on how it's supposed to be as well, because I feel bad about having the misinformation, obviously. So yeah, by doing it that style, can't really miss it. Can't miss the correction, if that makes sense. Of course you would if you like fast forward the video, don't watch all the way through. I totally get that, but this will mitigate that by a lot because it's like blatantly in the video. So all this, I don't remember what the configurations are. I'll probably have it by the time I do the editor's note. But yeah, this is definitely a lesson that you have to be careful how you share information, and you want to verify things and make sure you're actually doing it correctly. I'm pretty sure I did test the outlet with the current configuration. That's very wrong, and it still worked. But just because it works doesn't necessarily mean it's the correct way to do it. It may just happen to work in this configuration by pure coincidence. So yeah, you kind of want to test that. Obviously, if I used it a lot more and had a little more experience with it, I probably would have been able to avoid that mistake. But, I mean, I got to make use out of this lesson. Some people can maybe learn a thing or two from this anyway. May as well make it a learning experience, get something out of it. So yeah, I think I was supposed to have the red lead in the 10 volt ADC or whatever it says. I forget what the exact number is, but I'll have the correct thing in the video. And then common ground is like where the ground is actually supposed to be. And I'll probably indicate that even with the configuration I had, things should still work the same, whether it's the correct way or not. Like, for example, having a spare port and how you can pick up, so if you have a spare port, you can pick up, like, basically EMI radiation, which is how the voltage readings can get interpreted by the calculator. EMI would just kind of make it left over. Whatever port's left, there's allegedly EMI there too. So I'll try to cleverly word it so that it looks like things will still be correct even with the incorrect configuration, etc. And yeah, I thought I'll want something little like this, literally killing the film, right? And I don't want to re-record the whole thing either, just to have the plugs correct, because I like how things turned out. The other thing is, I'm not so sure that the multimeter is completely dead. I know I said that it was, but technically it's just the leads that are broken. The multimeter itself is still most likely just fine. The leads probably broke because I was a little rough on the cable when I had the duct tape on it before. I'm sure one thing led to another with that. But you could get new cables for it. So as I tried looking for new cables, it was kind of hard to figure out what to go with. But, so the label says Cat 2, so I assume it's like a Cat 2 cable, which is different from Ethernet standards, of course. But it's meant to handle certain voltages and basically current going through it. Probably amperage, those kind of things. Cat 3 is a little bit different. I forget exactly what the specs are, but those are like different types of cables than Cat 4. Some of them are more expensive than others. There's apparently a whole science with them. Like, you want to get alligator clip leads instead, you can do that. You can go with an entire kit. It was also weird because I couldn't really find any Cat 2 cables. Yeah, but the ones I could find, like Cat 3, from the research I've done, might work on my multimeter. I just have to be mindful of like what I'm testing. But they are a bit more expensive than what I would have expected just to get cables. Because that might be cheaper than getting a whole new multimeter. Besides, it's still working. I think I got some spare ones in Studio A, but I don't have them with me, and I've already ordered some new cables anyway, so yeah, we might have some lying around in Studio A though. But anyway, so I was thinking, so I guess some cables may not be built well, and that's kind of a risk that I'm taking if I got new cables like this. But then I decided to try to find it from the store I originally got it from rather than just Amazon or somewhere online. And searching for Cat 2 cables is actually not the way to find it, by the way. So I look online. I discovered that their lead cables is another term for that. So I decided to just look at lead cables, and I found one that does not look like the correct model at all. But when I look at the picture, it's identical to the cables I currently have, including the plug into the multimeter. That's something else you have to pay attention to. Will it actually hook up to your multimeter? Like, is it a banana plug, or if it's something else that it doesn't work with? You have to make sure that's all the same, everything like that. So I found cables that I believe is identical to what I just had, but it's hard to tell, right? But looking at images, there's literally text on it and textures on the actual leads, and it matches what I got. I got another identical multimeter in Studio A, and I was able to use that for reference. So yeah, I just kind of looked at the store originally I got it, and when I found that match, I looked at the reviews. The bad reviews are because they're not compatible with the multimeter that others were trying to use it with. But I'm pretty confident that it's compatible with mine, especially looking at the images. There's absolutely no way that a different brand would have these exact same distinct characteristics. I mean, looking at what the plugs look like and having that Studio A reference, but the plugs look exactly the same. Everything about it really is the same. It's not mistakable, if you ask me. So yeah, once I got that matched up, the price made a lot more sense. Like, some of the other ones had a ridiculous price, especially just for replacement cables. Then I was putting a risk with them not working exactly the same, etc. So yeah, the brand wasn't what I expected either. I thought it'd be like a smart electrician, just like the multimeter is, but I believe what I'm getting is a Gardner Bender RTL 108. So if you have a multimeter that looks just like mine, you're looking for a replacement, that's probably the right model replacement if you are looking for replacements. I'll let you know later in this recording after I've tested it, but I'm not going to test it until after the whole film is complete, because I'll be using it throughout the rest of the film, of course, and I don't want to retape the multimeter up. That also prompts me to get the film done sooner, because I don't want to wait super long. I might need to use it again. I also don't want to use it until after the film is finished recording. So yeah, the multimeter may not be completely dead, because I never thought of the fact you could replace the cables, but you most likely can. That'd be pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that the Gardner Bender RTL 108 is the right model. I'm actually quite confident of that. So yeah, now that I have those new cables on their way, actually they probably arrived at Studio B already, but once I get the film actually filmed, then I can check it, because I'm not going to be doing the editing until much later after that. So I can test it before it obviously gets released. I don't have any reason to do it beforehand, because it kind of is what it is right now. So I will be testing it to make sure that works out with the wrong configuration. As far as the battery goes, it doesn't really matter that much, because it's allegedly converting AC to DC. I mean, it does seem like you should change it to DC if that's the case, but it's AC source as far as I'm concerned, so that's why I keep it on the same thing. Besides, what I'm doing is fictional anyway, so does it really matter that much? No. I've also got a fuse ready too, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I may blow out a fuse if my configuration turns out to be wrong. Well, actually, if it is, I will have already blown it out, because I used it in the video, and because I taped it, I don't know if the fuses are blown out yet, but that happens too sometimes. Multimeters can be a fair bit of maintenance, but yeah, I'll get that tested then. I'll keep using my current cables because I don't want to replace them, so I have to replace electrical tape. I could use duct tape to hold the broken cable in place too. Nobody would care or anything like that. So yeah, I'll get back to you later in this recording on a different date. This is a compilation of several dates, of course, because I go based on how long I drive. Studio A and Studio B are about an hour and a half apart, roughly. So yeah, before I do that editor's note, I'll be doing some testing and research, of course, to make sure I get everything right to the best of my ability. But it is actually kind of funny to think about because I did have it hooked up wrong this whole time, and somehow, despite common ground being the wrong port for collecting voltage, it'd be funny if it still works anyway because obviously it's fictional. And just the fact that misinformation works successfully in the film, it's just kind of funny to think about and look at. Like common ground to collect voltage due to electromagnetic interference on the calculator, like the fact that common ground isn't even the right port and it works anyway, that's kind of funny. It will be funnier, especially if my configuration did technically give me the same results as the correct hookup would give me. I guess time will tell with that. After I'm done for today, then I'll time travel into the future and then give you a report. You're probably already in the future with it, so yeah. But you have to go later in this recording to get that. So yeah, I guess there's a little multimeter lesson. I'm sure there's plenty more lessons to be taught regarding those things, but that's the main one that's actually relevant at the moment. Something else that I forgot to mention, I think, was my mouse that I'm using on there. Why do I feel like I did actually mention it before? I want to mention it again relatively quickly in case I did mention it before, but one of the little details I was going to have when we went into the past is I would still have my old mouse before I switched to the ergonomic trackball. Unfortunately, I had it in Studio A, so I just went with it and forgot about that detail. It wasn't worth going to Studio A just to get my old mouse on there and then having to think about bringing my current mouse when I go back to the past so I could use that one. And I literally have multiple receivers, even though they're the same receiver, but at different points in time. So not only do I effectively clone myself, but also my mouse receiver. That would have been kind of an interesting tidbit, but since I forgot my backup mouse in Studio A, it wasn't worth doing that detail. And I'm not going to do it at all now. It's a bit late for that, unless I want to re-record the first scene, which I think things turned out well enough to work. So yeah, I have an ergonomic trackball. I'm going to have a video excerpt coming out on my second channel about that soon. The channel's called Joseph Zinn's Test. Got a pink J icon. That's what YouTube picked by default, but that's my test channel, and on the home page there's a playlist called Video Excerpts. I'm gonna have a video there soon talking about basically my thoughts on ergonomics, and it'll talk about that new mouse that I have to basically deal with the RSI symptoms that I get, that kind of thing. That wasn't my only reason for getting the mouse, of course, but basically that's where there'll be more information once that excerpt comes out. Not sure if it'll be out before the time travel film, but it's not out right now, of course. I finished editing it, I just gotta get it ready for YouTube. It's part of my casual video series, which I basically do a bunch of stuff all in the same video, then I later make excerpts out of it. So I'll be having an ergonomic excerpt, which goes over that mouse. And I guess speaking of that mouse, there was a day like about a month ago where I discovered someone else had that exact same mouse, the same ergonomic trackball I did. So I literally showed them mine, and then we did like a cheers type thing. Like, that was unbelievable. I didn't think that many people would have that mouse. I mean, I didn't think I'd encounter somebody in person with just using that mouse. Then I happen to be using it in that same setting. That's crazy. But yeah, that would have been such a cool detail if I had done that original detail and not forgotten to bring it back to Studio B. I have my old mouse just right there, then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I had my old mouse at this time, didn't I? Great. Now I'm going to have to be ergonomically unfriendly to my wrists. And then in a future time travel, I'm like, all right, I'm going to bring my mouse with me this time so I can use it in the past. But that would have been kind of a cool detail. Like, I literally pair up, well, I'd bring my receiver as well, then we literally have two identical receivers in the same scene from different points in time. That would be pretty wild. I would not temporarily pair the ergonomic mouse with the other receiver. So it's kind of weird because there's two identical receivers from different points in time. One of them has the ergonomic mouse on it, the other doesn't. And how wild would that be? I could even do like a Bluetooth pairing, because this is a Bluetooth mouse as well. It doesn't need a USB receiver technically, but I use it with that because I use it between multiple computers, and yeah, how am I going to do that conveniently with Bluetooth, especially if I have a 4x4 USB switcher, which is kind of like a KVM switch, but only with USB and 4 devices. I'll maybe put a link in the description if I remember to, in case you want one of those, because they are cheaper than a KVM switch, and you don't want like the whole works, then it might actually make more sense to get this. I use it a lot. I'll have a video on my main channel soon about that too, or at least it'll mention it. Basically my video talking about my janky but highly functional setup, which of course that's my Studio A setup. Very different from my Studio B setup, where I only have one monitor and I use Alt-Tab and shortcuts all the time, where it's actually probably better to have one monitor. An additional monitor is just going to create more overhead and effort that's unnecessary. Besides, I wanted to have a separate standing desk that's not as expensive, because my Studio A standing desk is ridiculously expensive for a standing desk converter. So I got a much cheaper one for Studio B, and it's only going to work with two monitors unless I have a monitor stand I can like raise and lower pretty high. And I use like Visa mounting. That'll solve that problem, but I don't have any of that right now. And that might just create more of a hassle for my monitors, because I do move them around a fair bit. If it were like a more permanent setup, then yeah, I might consider a Visa mount for the monitors. So yeah, it's a little bit of a bummer that that detail didn't happen, but oh well. So now let's talk about something that's going to be at my second moment that I traveled to. So I have a custom voice assistant called Mycroft, which I don't know if I talked about that in this behind the scenes that you're listening to right now. No idea if I even talked about that yet. But essentially, it's a custom voice assistant that can run on their device that they've actually made themselves, or you can just run the software on a Raspberry Pi or pretty much any system. It's not compatible with Windows or Mac, but you could use Linux emulation, or I don't know if emulation is the right term in this context, but basically you run Linux as a compatibility layer on top of your existing OS, like WSL and Windows, or I think Mac uses multipass. Never actually used it, but I actually finished a course today that features multipass, and I think that's what it was used for, if I'm not mistaken, to create Linux instances on Mac, which is basically like a Windows subsystem for Linux. And so you could run Mycroft on that if you want to run it on Windows. And that's what I do for making a remote SSH connection, because most of my voice commands, actually all of them that I ever used, are SSH compliant. I don't know if that's the right word, but basically they all use SSH because my custom commands involve my other computers, and the Raspberry Pi is like a central hub to control the voice assistant side of things. So basically Mycroft is a custom voice assistant that allows you to create custom voice commands using Python programming. So essentially anything you can do with Python programming, you can make a custom voice assistant driven using Mycroft. I have some videos on that test channel as well in the video excerpt playlist. I have another status update coming out, but it's actually out of date massively already because, well, I'll be explaining that a little bit here. I'll explain why it's out of date. So yeah, the custom voice assistant, the kind of commands that I run, if you need a quick little summary, you don't want to check out those videos. Basically, I can open up pretty much anything I want on any of my computers. I can basically, just like Star Trek, I can route commands to whatever computer I want and then tell it to open something on that computer. And it does it via SSH. It's pretty cool. I've been copying a lot of stuff from Star Trek The Next Generation. So like my trigger phrase is computer, just like in Star Trek. So I can open up stuff. I can have it pull up search results on Google or YouTube. It basically just opens up a web browser with those results. And then I can do whatever I want with it on the computer as if I pull it up normally. I can also type pretty much anywhere on the computer as well. Have it remotely type. And if I'm in like a password field or something, it can type on that too. So I guess I can also use it to type passwords if I really wanted to. But I probably wouldn't. It just shows like why the typing is significant, because it even works in password fields. I just tell it to type something and the text suddenly appears whether I want it to or not. There's also other oddball commands too, like controlling the computer's volume, turning that up or down, putting the computer to sleep by saying lay down. It's pretty funny because if I want to put my computer to sleep, then I just go, computer, lay down. And then just like that, it goes to sleep. Pretty neat. And then if I want to wake it up, then I just go, computer, wake up. What that does is it sends a magic packet behind the scenes. So you might be familiar with Ethernet can basically send what's called a magic packet, which if the computer was in S3 sleep, it tells it to wake up once you run that or send that magic packet. So of course you have to have an active Ethernet connection even if the computer is in S3 sleep, which is a typical sleep that I think you'd use most of the time. I don't use it too often on my main systems, but this is a computer I have hooked up to the TV, and you can imagine how neat that is, especially with HDMI CEC, which is a technology that can basically shut off the computer or the TV when the computer goes into S3 sleep. It's pretty awesome. So anytime the computer goes to sleep, the TV shuts off all by itself. When the computer wakes up, the TV turns itself on as well. There are some times when it glitches out, TV doesn't actually receive the signal, but it does work for the most part. So let me actually clarify something real quick. If you watch the film, what you see with the custom voice commands in the second moment that I time travel to is what I'm talking about right now. That's not fake. I really was doing that. So that's kind of a neat little addition. But there are some caveats that are going on at the moment that I wanted to talk about here, since I'm not going to be able to talk about it anywhere else. At least it's going to matter the most in this recording. It's not going to matter anywhere else probably nearly as much as it does here. There's probably some other commands I could do too that I'm forgetting, but yeah, so basically the route command, that pretty much works exactly the same as you would route commands on Star Trek. Except the only difference is it doesn't have to do with where it accepts commands from. It has to do with what computer the command actually runs on. So like if I want to search Google on that computer hooked up to the couch, if the command is routed to that computer, then that's where the search results will come up. But I also have it so I can do the same thing on the Mac. So if I want to search something on the Mac, then I would start off by saying, computer, route search commands to my Mac or my laptop or wherever. It has multiple phrases that mean the same device. Like, I'm not kidding. This is, unlike the time travel, this is actually real. Like, I'm really able to do that, which is pretty exciting. So I'll probably have some other content coming out on it in the future. I actually have some other voice recordings that I haven't released at this time, but I was basically making some major changes to that voice assistant, and I decided to make some Star Trek references, act like I'm in engineering at Star Trek The Next Generation, working on the computer control protocols, which of course is the voice assistant. I mean, I even started out by saying stuff like engineer's log, stardate 12704.6 or something like that, which is exactly Star Trek style. So I just kind of logged basically how things went working on it, and then any problems I ran into, I explained them, and I explained my plans for overcoming them. later on I explain what ended up happening and basically lessons learned and that kind of thing. I think it's really neat. I guess a very random concept, but I think it's kind of a cool way to document stuff. That's actually the other place that the voice assisted shenanigans matter too, besides here. So yeah, if you look at that Joseph Zinn's test channel, there is a fair bit of content on it so far. In the future, I'll probably release a course on that to try to make it so that almost anyone who wants to have this kind of system can set it up. But I try to make it so it's not too technical, because it is kind of difficult. You do kind of have to have technical know-how to get these things set up right now, or at least a drive to figure things out. Like, even my own personal setup is absolutely janky, but I did what's required to make that work, essentially. Yeah. But if I do a course on it, I'm going to try to make it tidy and concise and that kind of thing. And to be clear, it'll be freely available on YouTube, so there shouldn't be any fees behind it. Everything should be free. The only thing that may cost money is if you want to like use a Raspberry Pi or something to run the voice assistant, which is not required, by the way. There's that cost. But I'm not going to be charging anything as far as stuff that goes to me and what I'm serving. Everything is like free and open source, privacy focused. Yeah, pretty neat. But yeah, like if you have a Windows computer, you can just run it right on there using a Linux compatibility layer, for example. All that stuff will be in the course. But yeah, you kind of have to figure out your way around just getting things working. I've spent a ridiculous amount of time getting this set up, but I'd like to try to make a course that can condense days or years worth of stuff down to just hour, maybe less, depending on how deep you want to get into it. So that'll be coming out in the future. I have another channel that I plan on making that may already exist at this time, and I kind of like to wait till that becomes a little more popular. Maybe wait till I get like 1,000 subscribers before I do that. I don't know. We'll see what happens, I guess. I may do it with less, but like right now, my time commitments, I just don't have time to make a course on that stuff. Besides, I also have a lot of stuff I need to learn about it yet myself, despite using it for like 2 years. So that's why I'd like to get it down, condensed into that course so you can kind of get that all at once. And hopefully with good practices and everything too, because I'm not doing very good practices, but it still works anyway. Anyway, that's not really relevant to the... Well, it is on the time travel film, but I thought I'd fill you in on some information just with a raw discussion. But yeah, anyway, so what are the shenanigans with it right now? That's what I wanted to go over. So, Mycroft, which is the voice assistant, has recently been taken over by other people. And like Mycroft actually signed it over to, I think, another company or just people passionate working on the project actively. So there's other projects that exist that are based on Mycroft that are simply forks of it, maintained by other people who actually have time to actively work on it. And other people could become contributors to it as well. Like, I'm actually going to be submitting a pull request probably in the next week related to the new voice assistant, because there's a mistake that I noticed on it, and I talked with one of the developers, and they would like me to submit a pull request to get this fixed on GitHub. So, like, this is a project that I'm kind of contributing to. I don't know, I guess we'll see. This is like a small thing, though. Like, I'm just fixing errors, really. The things that may not be, like, correctly documented, etc. Let me fill you in on the context first, actually, because this is not going to make sense right now, otherwise. So, yeah, so since Mycroft is no longer maintained, basically what happens if you run it nowadays is it won't work because Mycroft actually uses an online server to transcribe your voice commands into basically something that Mycroft can work with. It's essentially a speech to text. It converts your speech into actual text. And Mycroft servers were previously used for that sort of thing. But now that it got signed over to somebody else, the website no longer exists, and thus the transcription services no longer work either. So, yeah, and There's also a pairing service that's used to like basically pair your device with a Minecraft account. But now that Minecraft is no longer being maintained and truly dead at this point, you can't do that anymore either. So I was able to change some of the source code so that it loaded all the skills successfully. So basically a skill is a command or a series of voice commands designed to give it some ability, like my ability to open up specific programs or files or YouTube channels or shows on like Peacock or YouTube or Hulu or other streaming services. Those are all in a skill. So I have a skill that I call an open skill, which is specifically designed for opening things. And my ability to search YouTube or Google, that's a searching skill, which is also why if I want to run those commands on a different system, I classify the type of command that I want to reroute. I can reroute everything. So I just say like, computer, reroute all commands to my laptop, or reroute all commands to this location, which is like basically the default computer that it uses, which is the one that's hooked up to my TV. The shortest command that I can say to reroute all commands to the TV computer, I literally just say, computer, route commands here, and it'll route everything. But if I only want to route search commands and leave everything else alone, then I say route search commands here, or whatever. So yeah, skills are basically types of commands. I like to break them down into skills. I could just have one skill for every single custom voice command, which is like hundreds of them. But that's not very neat. People would not consider that a best practice. So I break things down into skills based on what I think is appropriate, an appropriate way to break it down, right? But yeah, I have some videos on my test channel under video excerpts. You'll find it, anything with the word Minecraft, and it is basically a video about that voice assistant. I have another one coming out yet. It's recorded, I just have to finish editing it. But yeah, so Minecraft essentially doesn't work anymore because it links to your account, which now there's no accounts anymore because the website is completely different. I was able to change some of the source code so that it doesn't depend on linking to an account anymore. I stripped all that out. So now all the commands load, but the speech to text still does not work. So I basically can't transcribe what I'm saying into a command anymore. I could probably change some of the back end to get it to work, but I'm probably better off using one of the forks of Minecraft at this point, which is like another project that's based on it. It's a fork of it. That's the term they use if you're not familiar with like GitHub and version control and all those things. Oh, and a status update on CM the Primogen. So I mentioned about how I might get to see the Primogen this week, because he'll be flying into my region and he'll be within driving distance. I'm not going to get to see him in person because all the seats are taken. But if a seat should suddenly open up, then I could technically go see him this Thursday if I wanted to in person. But I'm not going to count on that. That's going to be a long day if it does end up happening. But he's teaching Git fundamentals essentially. And I'd get to learn all that stuff in person. I'd even probably get to have lunch with him and everything. Just casually chat with everybody else and him. But yeah, I think I'll probably just watch it live. Because we can ask questions live still, especially if we can't make it in person. But yeah, if somebody does change their plans, then there's a slight chance I might get a seat this week. So I'll be doing one of those recordings on the drive, because it's slightly long drive, but it's still within a fairly short driving distance. Anyway, I bring that up because he teaches Git fundamentals, which is essentially what I'm talking about, GitHub, and then forking. I think he actually will have like a 10 or 20 minute lesson on forks and basically how all that works and branching and all the GitHub fundamentals essentially, which you could technically learn from other sources, but I feel like he'll be an effective teacher. The Primogen he's an interesting character to say the least, but Yeah, so learning it from him would probably be a good thing. I know some of the thing, but not a lot. That's where learning the course that he's going to be teaching this week would be really beneficial. If a seat does open up, then yeah, it's technically within driving distance. I mean, it's crazy to think that he's just an hour away from Studio A. That's crazy. But then there's probably going to be like rush hour and those kind of things on the way there. And I think we'll be getting a bunch of snow that day too, so that'll hinder driving even further. But he will also be having future workshops, so even if I don't go to this one, then maybe I'll get to go to one in the future. That'd be kind of neat. But yeah, it's basically the lectures being live broadcasted, and I think you have to have a subscription to be able to watch it. I do have a subscription right now, but yeah, that's also the place that he taught his BIM fundamentals course, which I already talked about in my pre-production thing, I believe. Anyway, that really only relates to GitHub. There are other resources online for learning that kind of stuff too. But yeah, so basically there's projects, open source projects that are based on Minecraft. In fact, it is Minecraft, just modified a bit. Like for example, now it's designed to run on Docker containers, which is now the preferred method to running it instead of Python environment, which is what was used before this. Of course, now that this major change has happened, I'm going to want to design the course around it. And by the way, if it is highly requested by you guys, that will make it happen sooner. But I just want to make sure it's like justifiable given the time and request and all that stuff before I actually start doing it. And I'd like to have like a big enough audience where several people will encounter it, and we could possibly even build a community around this. Like I can see some people using these kind of voice commands that I use, and they're probably going to want certain things to be different. Maybe they'll even have tips for me as well, because I kind of consider this like two-way learning, to be honest. They could probably teach me stuff that I never knew, and that would be absolutely fantastic, learning from the audience. Sadly, I don't have a big enough audience where I can really do that for the most part. Can't do that. But yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. So yeah, anyway, so if I could figure out how to get that speech to text working, then technically Minecraft would still be usable. But yeah, for now, I'm just gonna switch to one of the other projects. So the main project that exists right now, one of them is called Open Voice Operating System. Another one is like a slight variation of that. And then Neon AI is the other one that exists. In fact, if you go to the Minecraft.ai website, it'll redirect to Neon AI basically, because Neon are the people that actually own. Well, basically Minecraft got transferred to them, and now they support the actual Minecraft devices that you can buy. Sort of like a Google Home or Amazon Alexa. The only difference is there's no alleged spying. I guess privacy focused, everything is open source. You could literally modify the backend if you really wanted to. Make it exactly how you want. You can even use like a different speech to text engine if you have the capability of doing that. If you want to learn programming, that might not be a bad way to do it. Try to make it exactly how you want. You'll have to modify a fair bit of the back end and probably spend a fair bit of time understanding how the project works in the first place. So yeah, so basically what I've been doing recently, I haven't been able to use this custom voice assistant for the past 3 weeks or so. Probably like a month actually, because of that website being taken down. I decided to take a break from it. I was very frustrated when this happened, obviously, but I decided to take a break from it, and because I spent so much time getting like the routing command to work, and now that I can run virtually all my commands on Mac as well as Windows, like I'm trying to get stuff to actually work on Mac in the first place, because most of it doesn't. The things that I do in Windows, like searching Google or YouTube and even typing, the mechanism behind the scenes in Mac is completely different. So a lot of the time is spent figuring out how do I accomplish these commands in Mac via the command line, or even like Python coding. So a lot of time was spent on that. The routing itself didn't take super long. But yeah, I now have a routing mechanism, which is, I love using it. My other favorite part is if I executed a command but it happened on the wrong computer, being able to say like reroute my commands here and repeat. Basically it repeats the last command once it's been rerouted. That is so cool. Oh man. There's definitely some major dopamine, endorphin releases and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Feels like the future. I love it. But yeah, so I will still say, like, even with those commands that I have, like, it's still very much an ongoing project of mine. Like, I'm constantly refining commands. Maybe not constantly, but, you know, like, I'm not at a point where I can be like, I've created all the commands I want to create. No, this might take several years before I get to that point. Plus, my needs and wants are probably going to change over time anyway, so I'll be adapting constantly. Dial in on exactly how you want stuff. There's going to be a lot of time spent on that. That's another reason I want to do the course, because I really do think that people should know about this and have the privilege to be able to do it if they want to. Like, one of the reasons I wanted to do this project in the first place is because, like, 5 or 10 years ago, I discovered how to create custom commands on Siri, and I was able to make it say custom stuff. And I was like, man, if I could do that on the computer in general, that'd be really cool. Then I discovered Minecraft, which has been a very long journey, but I've learned a lot from this. I've learned a lot about Python as well. Honestly, if I wanted to teach how to use Python, I could literally develop the course around this custom voice assistant. And you could practically learn the whole Python language from this alone, especially if we apply stuff correctly. That'd be pretty awesome. I may end up doing it in that way, but at the same time, I also want to make it friendly because some people might want to use it who are not super familiar with programming. So I want to that's actually going to be my priority for the course, but I will show programming for those who want to take it to the next level kind of thing. So that's how the free course will be. And yes, like I said, it'll be freely available on YouTube. I want to do everything I can to not charge anything for it. I don't want to put any of this behind a paywall. Yes, it will cost a lot of extra time for me, but I do really want to make this accessible to other people who might find it kind of difficult to set it up or may not even have awareness of this in the first place. I want to just kind of have everything right there, like a nice crash course 101. Sorry about rambling about that so much. As you can tell, I love talking about this. It is such a cool project. However, yeah, now there's other projects like Neon and Open Voice Operating System. In my mind, those are the two main other projects. And just so you know, Neon does have a partnership with OVOS, which is, again, the Open Voice Operating System. That's what I'm going to call it. So Neon actually has a partnership with them and utilize some of OVOS to accomplish what they're accomplishing. So yeah, I'm still in the process of getting Neon working successfully. I started out with OVOS, but as I'm trying to figure out how to do certain things, it started to look like maybe Neon will have exactly what I need regarding that, so I may want to use Neon instead. I don't know. I mean, either one of them could probably get the job done, for being perfectly honest, but Neon is the one that I'm currently trying to get working. Also, fun fact, some of the time-saving moments with the time travel film has to do with costly mistakes that I've made with this voice assistant. There has been stuff that I worked on for 3 or 4 hours where I did something wrong, and if I had known about that, I could have done it in 5 or 10 minutes instead of hours. So those are some of the alleged moments that I'm trying to save time with in the time travel film. a lot of it actually revolves around this voice assistant project, so actually this is kind of relevant to the time travel behind the scenes, we're being perfectly honest. So yeah, I'm basically at a point right now where I'm trying to, obviously, so basically I have custom voice commands that I created with Minecraft. I have a custom trigger phrase computer, which I trained my own machine learning model for using Precise, which is a Python library. I think I'm using Minecraft Precise, which is specifically adapted for the voice assistant. And then, what else? Basically, those are the main things that it has. So I'm trying to figure out how to accomplish those same things with Neon. So that's kind of more or less what I'm doing. And it's been kind of a long process because the documentation, for being quite frank, it's kind of hard to figure out how to do these things. So I've been getting some help from the developers, getting some advice on basically making the transition and adapting Minecraft to this new system. I do think it's ridiculous that open source software should have to go through a phase like this. I mean, when does that happen with open source software? I suddenly lose the ability to use it. That should never happen with open source software, but hopefully once I make this transition, nothing like that will happen again. Also, this is a lot more actively maintained as well. So anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up is because there's a chance that by the time I want to film the next time travel scenes, I may not actually get this all worked out yet. So how am I going to use the voice assistant for the film if this unexpected obstacle came into place? Well, technically, the only thing that doesn't work with Minecraft right now is that speech to text. But everything else works just fine. I can manually execute a command on the Minecraft CLI, and I can also have it recognize a trigger phrase because Precise doesn't rely on these online services to recognize the trigger phrase. So I can recognize the trigger phrase and also run commands. I just can't transcribe what I actually say, except for the word computer, of course, for the trigger phrase. So what I'm gonna do if I can't get things working is utilize that. And then, so basically, if you want to interact with Minecraft in any external ways, you use something called the messenger service, which is basically how Minecraft can communicate with the rest of the system. And you can technically have events trigger based on that. And when I say events, it could be pretty much anything from when I start issuing a command to when I stop issuing a command to when the trigger phrase gets recognized to you name it. Pretty much anything. Those events happen. And you can write a Python script that actually utilizes this messenger service and then have it actually do stuff. So I have a live stream on that test channel, one of the very few public ones, where I wire up a breadboard for my custom voice assistant. And I show all about that in that live stream. So I use a breadboard for status LEDs and then also restarting and stopping the Minecraft. But how do I actually make all those things happen? Well, this messenger service is more or less how I accomplish that. So anytime I start issuing a command, the green light comes on, and I'm able to do that because I have it detect the event when I start talking. The light comes on when I do that, right? So because I can detect when I start and stop talking, technically I can manually create a list of commands to execute and then have it execute one after the other. And I can make it look like it works when it actually doesn't. Because I can tell it, like, the first time it stops listening to my command, do this. I basically manually hardcode what to actually run. But I can make it look like I'm actually using commands. I know I just said that what I'm doing is for real, but now I'm making it sound fake, aren't I? Well, that's because of this unfortunate circumstance, though. It's only because Minecraft can't be used at the moment. That's the only reason why. It's just very unfortunate timing. This obviously did not happen during the time that I time traveled to in the past. But yeah, since I can detect when I stop talking. I can also have it basically execute commands manually as well. So basically, when I stop talking, execute this first command. Am I going to get this exit correct this time? You don't have context. Every time I go to Studio B, I've always been taking the wrong exits. Then I have to use a GPS to get back on track. That's been happening the past 2 or 3 times in a row. First time I ever did this, I actually did it right, then I've done it wrong ever since. Oh, I think this is where I'm supposed to go. This looks right. Did I get it right this time? I think so. Yeah, it's so ridiculous because I've been getting it wrong multiple times in a row. First time I tried it, I just happened to get it right by pure coincidence. I've been getting it wrong ever since. Now I think I took the right exit. Also, yeah, that's why if the sound sounds weird at any point, that's because I'm driving. I'm trying to use AI to remove the driving noise, which is not perfect, but man, so much better than having the driving noise in there. It's probably not better than not driving at all and having perfectly clear sound, but whatever. I did the right exit this time. That's exciting. I thought I'd probably get that wrong. I don't know why, but I have extra good feelings right now because I got the right exit this time. There's something really exciting about that. But of course, that doesn't mean I'm not going to screw up in the future. Because as I said, I got it right the first time, but I had beginner's luck there. Anyway, so basically, if I can't get the voice assistant working, then I have an alternative. I can make it do pseudo utterances is what it's called. That's how it does the fake commands. Well, not fake commands, but I can basically manually issue a voice command and have it function like I really verbally said it, even though I never verbally said it. That's what a pseudo utterance is. So it actually runs as if I said it, but I never did. And I can just have it do one and then increment to another one and make it look like it really worked. So that's an option if I can't get the new voice assistant working in time or it works way too differently. So I have that plan in place. I feel really good about that now. I had that feeling of genius when I came up with that idea, of course, but yeah. So hopefully this week I can get the custom commands working so that I can have it working for the film. But if I don't get that, then I'll do that pseudo utterance method. You won't really even be able to tell at the surface, but I just have to do it because of these unfortunate circumstances with them switching over the project to Neon and open voice operating system, because I have to do a lot of adaptation to get it working again. So honestly, with the switch that was recently made between the voice assistant projects, I would say I went through the 5 stages of grief, if I'm being perfectly honest. Mainly because of all the time commitment to getting it fixed, right? But if I'm being perfectly honest, I would say I pretty much went through all 5 of those stages, hilariously. I'm now in the acceptance stage, accepting that there's going to be time commitment to get things switched over, but for a while, I was like, how could this even happen for an open source project where I just lose all this freedom? Like, that is one of the most ridiculous things I've heard of. But I might actually gain some freedom with the latest version of it. I think they have made some improvements to stuff like the voice recognition response time and those kind of things. I got it to recognize voice commands now, and I'm able to do some basic commands with this new project, like asking it for a joke and that kind of thing. That does work. It's actually a little more responsive than Minecraft used to be, so hopefully that means I'll be able to use my commands a little bit faster than I used to. That's always exciting. Probably won't be quite as fast as it is on Star Trek, but as soon as we can get this technology to recognize basically all the nuances of human speech, then we can get it to minimize all the falsies that we get and improve how fast it responds to stuff. Because right now, one of the problems we have is getting it to properly recognize when we're done talking. Sometimes it does it too soon, other times it does it too late. It's a tricky thing that we don't have mastered yet. But obviously it's mastered in the Star Trek world because it can actively recognize intent and phrases. So like if we pause talking and we haven't finished issuing a command yet, it can recognize that as it's listening. Us humans generally have the ability to do that as we listen to other people. In fact, I just did a pause just now. Not sure if you heard it with the AI stuff, but we can still recognize when that happens. If we can get the voice assistant to recognize that stuff, that'll be a next big leap in being able to issue voice commands a lot quicker. Actually, Google is a really good example of this right now because if you use Google Voice Search, one thing I've noticed with that recently is I'll start talking and then it pulls up the search result before I'm even finished talking. It does it too quickly and aggressively. And I find that's the case most of the time, so I have to talk really fast to minimize that happening. Like, I bet you they've tried to take a leap at recognizing the end of commands, but it's actually not that good at it, to be honest. So hopefully in the future we'll get a really nice balance of all that, like it is on Star Trek, or like it is in my dreams where I also often use voice commands in basically that way, except so I'm using a computer, then I'll use computer for the trigger phrase in the dream. But if I'm using a voice command in general, like for example, if I want to turn on my ceiling fan, then I'll use dream as a trigger phrase, but there's no hard and fast rules with that given the nature of dreams. So I could be like, dream, turn my fan on high, and it'll respond like instantly because obviously this all has to do with mental programming. If I can expect something to happen, then it'll work along with those expectations. It's honestly, the dream world is probably where the commands work best. It can be even more responsive than it is in Star Trek. And I don't technically have to say them out loud. Like in dreams, I can also use internal monologue to make it work as well, because that's connected to my dreaming mind as well, because it's all in the mind, really. It looks like there's external projections of a world, but technically it's all in the mind. Of course, I've had dreams where I'll issue a command and then the thing starts happening even before I finish, but it did happen correctly because my dreaming mind obviously knew my intent and everything like that. Yeah, so as you can see, the whole voice assistant thing is a fascinating concept. At least I think it is. It still has a lot of work, but it's kind of amazing how far we are. Devices like a Google Home or Amazon Alexa, I think those are actually a lot quicker and do a better job with the whole intent recognition, where it recognizes when you start and stop saying commands. Then it's also got this technology where it can detect things from even far away, right? So if you're on the other side of the room, it still does a pretty good job without shouting. My voice assistant's not necessarily like that. If I had a better microphone that was designed for that, then I could accomplish something similar with that too. But see, that's an example where you have a lot of control and flexibility over it. If you're willing to get one of those decent omnidirectional mics that can just do a really good job picking things up from a distance, etc., then you'd be pretty set for that side of things. So yeah, I'll keep you up to date on that as I find out more when I go back to Studio A again pretty soon, or if I do end up seeing the Primogen. But for now, I'll move on to the next topic. Wait, what just happened? The traffic light went yellow and red, and then all of a sudden it went green instantly. What? I've never seen that. Oh, there's a cop over there. I wonder if they had any influence on what just happened with the traffic lights. It literally turned yellow and then red, and then within a second it went to green. I think cop cars can have effects on it like that. That is the weirdest thing. I want to check if I'm dreaming real quick. Yeah, that was the most bizarre thing ever. I don't appear to be dreaming, but if you're into lucid dreaming and stuff, then don't take my word for that. You're in charge of questioning your own reality. Don't trust what anybody else tells you for IT stuff. Oh, speaking of which, to come back to the time travel discussion, last week I did some IT work for the place where I would get my will written. I haven't got my will written yet, of course, as I allude to on the time travel film, but I was doing some IT work at the place where it would happen. I should have got my will written for the time travel film while I was doing that, but no, the schedule would not have worked out. Things were pretty rushed as it was, and yeah. But I was at that place where the will would have got written, and that would have been funny if I could have actually made it happen for the film. But yeah, we support the IT infrastructure and stuff like that. And then they give us the lawyer and that kind of thing. Small world. Before we proceed, I want you to know that the audio quality for the next 40 minutes or so will be a bit worse than usual. Unfortunately, it's too late to do anything about it now, but it will return back to normal in about 40 minutes. My apologies. Back to the next recording. Alright, let's continue the time travel discussion for a bit. So there's not a whole lot of news since I haven't actually done any more production. I was planning to before, but my schedule got absolutely hectic and I just didn't have time for it. So within the next week, I'm going to try to do the rest of the filming. So regarding the multimeter stuff, I never got a chance to try out the cord yet because I'm going to wait until after I'm done shooting before I try it out, as I mentioned before. I'm very confident that I picked the wrong cord. I compared the cord because I can still do that without actually testing it directly. The cord that I got for the multimeter jumpers. You should have context if you're listening to this from minutes ago. The wire is really thin compared to what came with the multimeter. Some of the labels are a little bit different as well, but I'm relatively certain on the branding and stuff. Now that I'm going back to Studio A, I'm going to do a closer comparison with the cord. I am going to end up returning this one because it's really thin. I would not trust that with my life. With how thin it is compared to the original cord, yeah, it's going to heat up and possibly start on fire. Or if it can't even contain an arc that could expel. I don't know exactly how that would work, but yeah, I would not trust it because it's really thin compared to the original wire. The leads are also a lot smaller than normal too. So I would probably go with the larger model. I'm going to actually verify before I get it, but I am going to be returning it pretty quickly because I know it's the wrong one just looking at it without even trying it. At this point, I still haven't tried to see if my incorrect hookup still does work the way I expected. I mean, wouldn't that be embarrassing if it was like amps instead of volts? But it did still do something. Now, I don't, without the, well, actually, I'm starting to think that I might have actually had the correct configuration. It would be incorrect if I were testing a battery. You need a common ground for that. But since I was using an outlet, I'm actually now realizing I may have been doing it correctly to begin with because I was using an outlet. That literally just occurred to me now. I'm not even kidding. See, that's why I like to self-reflect. Instead of indulging in social media, I try to think for myself as much as possible. I mean, I have had social media before. I hate how much time I wasted on it, so I pretty much got rid of it myself. Well, I still have Discord, but I tend to go months at a time without being on it. It was probably like a month or two ago since I was last on it, and it was literally just to see if someone I consult with contacts me through there. It was literally to see if they reached out to me recently. That's about it. And I have gone like almost a whole month where it took me about a month to get their message because I wasn't on it for so long. And I obviously felt terrible about that. But yeah, but I do have YouTube, as you know. You know what's interesting? I haven't been using YouTube a lot recently. Well, I take that back. I've been watching some Star Trek The Next Generation, and YouTube is where I watch that. I basically wanted to watch certain episodes from there. I haven't watched the entire series, and I don't plan on watching the whole series, but I watched a few select episodes from there.
YouTube is where I like to do it once I have the episodes purchased. I might have already elaborated on this in the pre-production, but I can't quite remember. I suppose for those of you who are wondering about that a little bit, having never seen Star Trek, I've heard people talk about the holodeck, the computer voice commands. As I kind of alluded to before, yes, that was a Star Trek Next Generation reference. Since I started watching it, I've recently grown fond of Commander Data. I think he's probably one of the coolest characters I've ever seen. I've been recently watching a little more Star Trek to basically watch some data-centric episodes so I can learn more about him. He's a really interesting character, and he's also hilarious too. In fact, one of the most recent clips I found on YouTube that you can watch for free is his Life Form song. Oh man, that was hilarious. The way he basically just says, I just love scanning for life forms. I'm not going to sing it right here, even though I will admit I've sang it too many times, way more than I care to admit. I just keep singing that like almost every day, but I'm not going to do it here, even though I'm really tempted to. I'm not good at singing, so I don't want to do it in front of anyone. But yeah, that's just the tip of the iceberg. But yeah, so a little bit of context. Data is not human. He is what's considered an android, which is basically a machine meant to represent or look like a human. And yeah, it's really fascinating stuff. I will give some episode recommendations real quick, I guess, since I literally slid into the conversation when I least expected. But yeah, the holodeck, first of all, is kind of a cool concept. It's basically a computer generated virtual reality, except it's in a physical space. So you can generate like a fantasy world that's kind of like dreams, except takes place in the physical world and it's computer holographically generated. So I initially started watching The Next Generation because I wanted to learn about that technology from the show. I keep hearing it referenced over and over. It drove me crazy not knowing what it actually was. They've also talked about the computer voice control system, which is why I use computer for the trigger phrase that you see on the film. And then, of course, I stumbled across Data while watching all this. And yeah, he is such a cool character. I've been wanting to learn about him as much as I can. So I'll give some recommendations that I've seen that I do think is worth sharing based on all that. I might have a hard time remembering some of the episode names and stuff off the top of my head, but I'll do my best. I don't know the season and episode numbers, so I'll just do the name to the best of my ability. So if you want to get started with the holodeck, I would recommend watching, well, I would say Elementary Dear Data. Actually, that is probably the best episode to start with if you're learning about the holodeck. But the first time it's ever introduced is in Encounter at Farpoint Part 2. That's where we first see it. And there's really only one scene in that whole episode with the holodeck. And actually, Commander Data gets introduced in that same scene. So that would be a good scene. You can probably find it on YouTube. Probably search something like Encounter at Farpoint Holodeck, and it might show the whole scene. And then if you've watched The Big Bang Theory and noticed Will Wheaton's in The Next Generation as well, and he technically gets introduced in that same scene as well. But yeah, I'm otherwise not someone familiar with the whole Star Trek because it gets technical in a lot of areas, and I mean, like, where do I even begin with that, and do I even care about it that much? Well, like I said, I'm coming from the perspective of just wanting to learn about the holodeck, computer voice commands, and Commander Data because he's such a cool character in my opinion. Probably one of the best I've ever seen from like any show. I might just be saying that because I've been watching a lot of them recently, so I might be biased in that direction, but I think he is a really cool character. If you watch The Big Bang Theory, he's a lot like Sheldon, except without the arrogance and everything like that. He's actually kind of the opposite of Sheldon in a lot of ways. He has the intelligence, like he's very intelligent because he's basically, actually this also relates to the recent rise of artificial intelligence too, because Data is an artificial life form. Someday this artificial intelligence that we hear about might become so advanced that it could look like humans, sort of like Data. Data is like a 90s forecast of artificial intelligence, still considerably more advanced than where we are today. And then, of course, the holodeck worlds are artificially generated as well. I'm not sure of the best places to watch Star Trek. I know you can watch it on Pluto TV completely free. I think Paramount Plus, if you have that, you can watch the episodes on there. Otherwise, I use either Google Play Movies or YouTube. Actually, both those are kind of connected together. If you buy something on Google Play Movies, you can usually find it on YouTube as well by going to your videos library. I apologize about rambling, but as Daniel Love says, rambling is where the magic happens. Daniel Love is a resource where you can learn about something called lucid dreaming. Actually, he's the one that primarily referenced the holodeck stuff and computer voice commands because all the concepts you could use in your dreams. We learn how to control your dreams and stuff. But if you want to learn all about that kind of stuff, I would recommend Daniel Love's resources. His website's called thelucidguide.com. His channel is called The Lucid Dreaming Guide at the moment. And he also has some best-selling books as well. But I've heard him mention this Star Trek stuff like a million times, and eventually I just cracked and I was like, all right, I gotta check this out. So that's exactly what I did. So yeah, Data kind of relates to the recent rise of artificial intelligence. I'll give an episode recommendation in a little bit that also relates to that, like pretty much as you can ask for, actually. So yeah, elementary dear Data is probably where I would start for holodeck stuff. There's a scene in Encounter at Farpoint Part 2 that introduces Data and the holodeck. And then if you want a follow-up to Elementary Dear Data, because there's a plot that just kind of leaves off somewhere, it picks up again in an episode called Ship in a Bottle. It's basically a part 2 of that episode, several seasons later, if you will. And of course, Data is the reason that whole plot even exists. And then another holodeck episode I enjoyed was A Fistful of Datas, which that's also data-centric. Good place to learn about him and the holodeck as well. There's a bunch of shenanigans on there, and that's also caused by Commander Data, believe it or not. I think my favorite Star Trek episode, at least of the Next Generation, is called Phantasms, which, as someone who's passionate about dreaming and lucid dreaming, Phantasms really tickles my fancy, if you will, and it's data-centric as well. Pretty much every scene is amazing. As someone just kind of getting into Star Trek for those very specific reasons, there's a lot of scenes that I could easily skip because it's not what I'm after. But in Phantasms, I don't think there's any I would skip in that episode because it's completely centric around data and all that stuff. And it relates to dreams big time. I mainly found these episodes, by the way, by doing some research and trying to get some recommendations from AI. Not all of which are very accurate, but I'll tell you what is accurate. I haven't actually seen them myself. So yeah, Phantasms, very data-centric if you want to learn more about them. And also, there's an interesting use case of the holodeck on there too. Yeah, originally I wasn't going to watch it, but once I did, I was like, man, I'm really glad I watched that episode. Honestly, if there's one episode I'd recommend from the entire series, probably Phantasms, if I'm being perfectly honest. At least that's from where I'm coming from. If I were to recommend it to myself 5 years ago, Phantasms is absolutely what I would recommend. I also, if you want to learn more about Data specifically, as you can see, I'm going to talk about Data a lot because he, again, is one of my favorite characters. He does also make an appearance on The Big Bang Theory. You could look that up if you want to, but I would wait till you become familiar with Data so you can get the full appreciation. So yeah, I may as well give all my recommendations just because I'm on this tangent here. And I've checked out quite a few episodes, not all of which I would necessarily recommend out of everything I've seen, but again, I'll give what I do recommend. Anyway, If you want to also, yeah, so Data is so advanced that he's capable of having dreams and nightmares, which is just crazy to think about. A robot can essentially have dreams. I don't know if robot's actually the correct term to call him, but not everybody's going to know what android means. I think robot is kind of a plain English term that makes a lot of sense to me. So, well, maybe I could call him a machine that looks like a human. Maybe that'll be more accurate. That's fairly plain English as well. He's not human, but he's a machine that looks like a human and has sentience and everything like that. But yeah, so Data is capable of having dreams. Where we first get introduced to that is in Birthright Part 1. That's another episode I'd recommend because that's where we first learn that he's capable of dreaming. And we also learned quite a bit about his origins as well. This creator is Dr. Unintentional. He's also in that episode. I don't want to spoil too much, of course, but one thing we learn about Data is that he can grow his hair at will. However, he has yet to have a reason to modify the length of his hair, of course. But yeah, I mean, that's just one of many things in that episode. As far as I know, there's no more references to Data in Birthright Part 2. So if you're just here for learning about Data, I would stick with Birthright Part 1. The only reason I would watch Part 2 is if you want to continue the other subplot that involves Lieutenant Worf. But if you don't really care about that too much, which I personally don't at the moment, I would just stick with Birthright Part 1. Because I don't think any of the Data stuff continues in the Part 2. And then I guess if you want a continuation of that episode, I would recommend the episode Inheritance, which I believe is in season 7. In my opinion, that's kind of a part 2 to Birthright Part 1 from a Data perspective. But we learned quite a lot about Data in the Inheritance episode and more about his creator, Nudie and Soon, as well. And then I guess there's another episode with Nudie and Soon that I would recommend, but there's an episode I recommend before that one, which will fill in a lot of confusing context. It's from season 1 called Data Lore. We learn a fair bit about Data, and it turns out that he has a brother. Not to spoil too much, but he's basically Data's evil brother, and he gets introduced in the Data Lore episode. That one I thought was pretty interesting, so I'd recommend that one. And then after you watch Data Lore, I would recommend the episode called Brothers, which is pretty much all about Data. And that's, in my opinion, kind of a part 2 to Data Lore. And Nudie and Soon is in there as well. And fun fact, the Nudie and Soon that we see in the Brothers episode is played by the same actor that plays Data and Lore. So in the scene where all three of them are there, they're all the same actor, Brent Spiner, which is wild because you see them interacting with each other. That would take a lot of production to achieve that sort of thing. There's probably stand-ins in certain angles, of course, because how else would you achieve like the physical touching and stuff where it clearly looks like them? Even Nudie and Soon on that episode is also played by Brent Spiner. I know that episode is earlier than Birthright Part 1 and Inheritance, but I personally think it might make a little more sense if you watch it in that order instead. But I would definitely watch Data Lore before watching Brothers. Then it makes so much more sense, especially the parts involving lore. Oh, and also, if you want to see a lot of computer voice commands, Brothers is a good episode for that too. There's a ton of them. I think it's the most out of every episode I've seen. Like, it's concentrated and packed with computer voice commands. Like, you wouldn't believe it. And then you could see why, like, having my custom voice assistant use computer as a trigger phrase. And also why I like using my routing commands. By the way, I still haven't got that all figured out yet. I still haven't migrated to the new system. But I have come up with a workaround so that in the film it looks like it works when it actually isn't working. I may have a little bit of time to get it working, but possibly not. When I do get it working, I may briefly describe the migration process because a lot of the struggle is figuring out how do I convert my existing system into this one with the voice commands, where I control a computer, etc. But yeah, after you watch a lot of those Star Trek episodes, if you can find my resources where I act like I'm a Star Trek character with the engineer's log, whatever, that'll make a lot more sense as well. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird because I honestly did not think I would become a Star Trek fan, but for the holodeck, computer voice commands, and commander data, that's what made me become that way. Specifically for that type of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that still goes over my head, but I still try to get what I can, right? Mainly the parts I'm focusing on. Yeah, honestly, I personally wish that I had a personal data in my life. I think a lot of people would probably agree with that. For now, data only exists in my dreams, and I can interact with them directly there. A lot of my current dream goals involve data, getting philosophical with him and teaching him how to use like our computers in the 21st century, teaching him how to use BIM, which has a very steep learning curve. According to some AI chatbots, they think that data might actually struggle learning film. And I'd be curious to see what that looks like. So that's why one of my dream goals is teaching him how to use film. See how easily he picks up on it or difficult. And then, of course, one of my other dream goals is to, if you see in the Brothers episode, you know that he's supposed to get an emotional or a chip that allows him to experience emotions for the first time. Because Data normally doesn't feel emotions like his brother Lord does. There are some later episodes that touch on it again, like, what is it called? Well, it's the last episode of season 6, first episode of season 7. I can't think of the name right now, but it is the last episode of season 6, the first season 7. I just can't think of why I can't think of a name. But the emotion chip is involved on there. There's also a continuation for a movie called Star Trek Generations. In fact, that's where the life form song is. Data tries the emotion chip there. I could also have a dream goal where Data actually gets the emotion chip installed the way it was originally meant to. See how that turns out. But I'm not going to do it till after I do the experiments, because the experiments involve Data as he originally was. And in case you're wondering how I set up the scenario in my dreams, once I realize I'm dreaming and try to become present and clear-minded in the moment, then I'll kind of pretend that my dream world is a holodeck where I can use those voice commands and also create holographic images, if you will. But technically, everything in the dream world is like holographic anyway. So yeah, if I want to like quickly summon Data, then I'll sort of trigger the mental schemas of him so that my mind, because sometimes memory can be repressed in our dreams, and it's a good idea to refresh my memory on the schemas of Data so that my mind remembers who Data is and everything like that. So I'll trigger some schemas, and then once I do that, then I'll use a voice command like dream, load my Data program, something like that. Then Data should just manifest like a holographic image would in the holodeck. That's why I like learning about the holodeck, because a lot of those concepts can be used in the dream world. In fact, I would say our dream world is basically our own personal holodeck, essentially, because if you learn anything about the holodeck, you know that matter can't exist outside of it. And of course, Data can't say the word can't. He would say cannot. We can't use contractions. I can. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, so that's a useful way to kind of get straight to the point and not beat around the bush and waste time, because time in dreams is valuable, let's be honest. And if it doesn't work for some reason, then I usually tell myself it's because my mind doesn't have the proper schemas triggered. So I'll go ahead and do that, then try again. But yeah, I guess more recommendations. I apologize about rambling again. I honestly did not think I'd become a fan. There's still a lot that I'm not familiar with, like Captain Kirk is often referenced, but I have no idea who that is. Same with Spock and all those other characters that I always hear about, not only from like Daniel Love, but also The Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon. So I guess another interesting data episode is, I think it's called In Theory. And in that episode, he tries to pursue a human relationship, which is pretty fascinating on there. That was pretty centered around him as well. I also kind of enjoyed Time's Arrow, mainly because it shows Data playing poker, and there's a shocking discovery about him in there too. And I would say watch both parts for that. But if you only watch one of them, I'd say go with part one if you're gonna watch that one. Another one involving the holodeck would be Hollow Pursuits. I also enjoyed that one quite a bit too, from a holodeck perspective. And there were some interesting data scenes in there as well. Will Wheaton was on there too, or Wesley Crusher is his name. Oh, actually, here's one that I didn't think of, but I would actually recommend this one before a few of my other recommendations, although the order doesn't matter for this particular one. But if you are limiting how much you watch, if at all, I would definitely put this as a higher priority than some of the other ones. The Offspring. Data creates basically a child, and there's a lot of interesting tidbits in there from like a psychological, philosophical, and ethical standpoints. But we learned quite a bit about Data as well. He creates a robot, or basically a machine like himself, except they're quite a bit more advanced. That was a pretty cool episode. Kind of embarrassed to say I've watched so many at this point that I am forgetting some of them. But yeah, like Hollow Pursuits, the good holodeck one. There's quite a few computer voice commands incorporated throughout all this. As you want that's Will Wheaton centric, I'd recommend The Game. Basically, there's a virtual reality addiction. Will Wheaton's basically their only hope for whether or not they have any chance to overcome it. And then Night Terrors is kind of an interesting one too. If you want to learn where Counselor Troy first brings up the directed dreaming concept, which is oddly similar to what we consider lucid dreaming in this world. But as far as I'm concerned, directed dreaming is basically lucid dreaming, probably with an approach for utilizing it. That one's pretty dream centric as well. Cost of Living is another episode, kind of involves Data in it and some holodeck stuff as well. Another episode that I enjoyed with Data was, I think, Hotel Royale. I mean, the episode itself was all right. The scenes with Data, I really enjoyed. I also thought Cause and Effect was a pretty cool episode too, where they get basically caught in a time loop. Data plays poker in that episode as well. From a holodeck perspective, there's an episode in season 1. Basically, binary digits are the title. I forgot what the actual digits are. It was like 10011001 or something like that. That one has some interesting holodeck stuff. So yeah, those are some episodes I would recommend if you want to get a taste for Star Trek. I did try to describe them a little bit. Basically, you can pick what sounds interesting to you, I guess. There was an episode from Star Trek. It's a different series. I can't even think of what it is. I think it's like Star Trek Voyager or something that follows up Lieutenant Barclay's holodeck addiction from Hollow Pursuits. There's a lot of stuff that's not very familiar at all compared to the Next Generation. What's kind of weird is when I watch the Next Generation series, I feel like I'm at home watching it. Like, the Enterprise almost feels like my home in a sense. Like, that's how much I've grown accustomed to it, but obviously don't really get that feeling with pretty much anything else. including that Voyager or whatever it's called. I feel like there's probably some episodes I'm forgetting. I can't remember what the episode was called, but it basically follows up on the addiction. You can probably look up like Star Trek Voyager, Barclay, Addiction or something like that. Maybe it'll come up. And of course, there's some obscure episodes that include some cool data things as well. Like Cost of Living. I mean, that one mainly had a scene toward the end. And there's some holograph or holodeck stuff too from Cost of Living. I'm sure I'm missing some important episodes, but I think that covers a fair amount. Like, you want to be able to say that you've become at least familiar with Star Trek when you hear people reference it. Those are episodes I would recommend for accomplishing that. I know that in an episode called A Matter of Time, there's a cool data scene on there too that just shows about him, of course, and his usual self. I think this is a scene you can probably find online. You also see computer voice commands on that particular scene as well. Oh, I thought of another episode, Thine Own Self. That's a really good one. That involves Data basically gets amnesia and he's stranded somewhere. And it's really fascinating, I think. Also, if you've seen the Waltons, then you'll recognize Corbeth Gotzi on there, the one that played them. Also, I will also mention if you watch Encounter at Farpoint, one thing you'll notice is Data actually can use contractions in that episode, but I believe he can no longer use it beyond that one because, of course, that would be a plot hole. But yeah, Data is able to use contractions in that Encounter at Farpoint, I think part 2, if I'm not mistaken. If I am not mistaken. Anyway, if I think of anything else, I guess I'll mention it, but I definitely think that's a good starting point. Certainly just take what sounds interesting if you want to get familiar with any of that yourself. I guess another episode that I thought was kind of interesting was Deja Q. There's a character called Q who's also not human. There's some interesting data scenes in there because, well, Data's not human either, so you can imagine that's got some interesting scenes. Also, there's a scene from there where Data is able to laugh for a brief moment, and that was pretty interesting as well. Another episode that I thought was rather interesting is called The Nth Degree. A very interesting episode about Lieutenant Barclay. He becomes possibly the smartest person that ever existed just for a brief moment. And there's some interesting holodeck stuff on there too. I think I'll move on to the next topic, but if I think of anything else, I'll probably interject. Hopefully you've been listening to enough where you'll get the context. So yeah, if you want to see Will Wheaton and Star Trek, he's in quite a few of those recommendations too, by the way. Anyway, one thing I wanted to mention is, even though I've never really got much of a chance to work on it, I realized so there's a scene where I put my phone down and everything like that. My phone on there that you see in the video isn't my actual phone. It's the phone I used to have before that. And I'm doing that because I'm filming with my actual phone. And since I want them to have a phone to set down, I could use that phone to film instead because actually the camera on that one looks better in certain ways than my current Samsung one does. But another reason I'm picking that one instead of my actual phone is because I like to use something called SCRC Pi. I don't know how you pronounce it, but it basically allows you to broadcast your phone screen to the computer. Have you seen any of my live streams on the second channel? The way I actually show my phone screen on those live streams, live and wirelessly, is using that SCRC Pi utility. And since I put my phone camera in places where I can't really see my screen, I could use a front-facing camera, but it's probably not quite as good, so I prefer to use the rear one. And SCRC Pi is quite handy for controlling the phone camera from my computer because I could see a live feed wirelessly and also start and stop the recording too, which is also very handy. So yeah, the way I actually accomplish that is I have to use this ADB utility, and on that Macintosh computer that you see in the video. That's what I actually use to start and stop the recordings as well. It's pretty nice. But when I use it on that LG phone, the other phone, the experience kind of sucks with that SCRC Pi utility. So that's one of the main reasons why I'm recording with my current phone. Not necessarily because of the camera quality, but the SCRC Pi experience is so much better. I can actually click and it'll be properly calibrated with the computer cursor and also see what's on the camera easily. And it's just a lot more power efficient overall compared to that older phone. Although I did use it for filming some angles too. So like for example, when I record the scene where my current and past self interact with each other, you'll notice there's a point when we kind of switch places. I actually switched angles to the camera on the old phone because I can make it kind of look like we're interacting right there. Yeah, so I can make it look like we're interacting. But also, obviously, I can't make them overlap each other in the film. So I just switch to that angle. We swap places. Then I switch back to the original angle where we're no longer overlapping. Then I don't have to do any like pauses to accomplish that. I can do it continuously, just switch between those two angles, which is a nice use case for that, by the way. So I can, even though we're swapping places, I can still record continuously despite being two separate clones. So yeah. And then related to the clones, I like to, for each sequence I record, I actually bring it to the computer and verify that I can even use the footage, make sure they're in sync enough. And obviously, since I'm doing close calls, make sure the close calls are actually pretty close and not way off with the timing. And then just make sure that, because obviously I can't get them to overlap each other unless I do some manual masking on one of them. And I have to do a pretty good job. Otherwise, it's kind of a pain. That's why, if you look at some of the Star Trek scenes, you can clearly tell that there's a stand-in for Data in certain angles when him and Nudie and Soon are interacting with each other. You can clearly tell that they have a stand-in. And then also in that encounter at Farpoint when Data jumps very rapidly, that's a stunt actor. That's not actually Brent Spiner doing that. You can clearly tell if you look closely. So, yeah, the way they accomplish a lot of that in film is stand-ins at clever angles and timing so that they can minimize how much you're likely to notice it. If you watch The Matrix and see all the Agent Smiths fighting and everything in The Matrix Reloaded, you can clearly tell there's stand-ins for that too. But they make it so that they don't put the stand-ins where you're likely going to be looking. There's a whole psychology behind that. If you ever watched Gilligan's Island and watched Will the Real Mr. Howell Please Stand Up, that episode also has clones, and you can clearly tell they're the stand-in when they're physically interacting with each other. Obviously, when they're not, then you can kind of split the frame and stuff like that. So, obviously, because shows have so many different angles they shoot from, you can be clever with those angles, and if you have to use trickery like stand-ins, you can use psychological tricks to minimize the chances of it being noticed. Actually, on the Data Lore episode, you can clearly tell there was a stand-in at certain points on there, too. Same with that episode where the one that's at the end of Season 6 and Part 2 is the beginning of Season 7, whichever that's called. You can clearly tell that there's a stand-in at certain points when Data's fighting the Borg. Like, sometimes it is Data, but other times it's a stand-in, too. They try to make it look as close to Data as possible, obviously, but you can only do so much with that. So there's some stunt actors standing in sometimes, and yeah, so obviously that's kind of how you work around clones physically interacting with each other. Or you could try to trace it and do like an excellent job, but a lot of times you're not going to get very decent results, and that can take a lot of effort. So a lot of times that's a no-go. So yeah, but the genius part about what I was filming is even though we're swapping places, I'm using 2 camera angles and I can do it continuously without having to pause in between, which is pretty neat. I don't have to use like any stand-in trickery, although I won't lie, having an identical twin would be kind of nice for this, especially if we do literally look identical. But at the same time, it's in some ways that almost degrades it. Like it feels true and genuine if I am actually cloning myself and they are both me. But there is one scene where I'm likely gonna have them overlap each other, and I'm doing a masking job for that. But yeah, obviously if you have the angles bad, then split frame won't really work. So I'm at Studio A now, so that's gonna be it for now. So see you later. Right, so I'm back now. I kind of interrupted myself at the end because I needed to get going, but the last point that I was trying to make was sometimes when I record the clones, you know that the strategy I use for that is splitting the frame between 2 different videos and trying to make it look like one. That's how there's able to be 2 of me. Technically time travel in the format of video, all in the same frame, at least once it's edited. But the point I'm trying to make is sometimes, depending on the angle and just how I do it, there's a possibility of overlap. And if that ever happens, then that's not going to work unless I do some very manual and excellent tracing. If I don't manage to achieve that, that's going to be a failed video. So I need to make sure I can do a quick trace and actually get good results to begin with. Because if I don't, then I'm kind of screwed. So I would re-record again while I'm at it until I get something that will work. Then I make sure that within that, the timings are all good at a very abstract level. Because I don't want to go to later edit it and find out that the timings were never good to begin with, right? So that's the point I was trying to make. I kind of do a quick verification to make sure that those will definitely be good. Or at the very least that I'm very confident that I'll be able to work around anything that's slightly screwed up, but not entirely as well. I'm sure that in the movie and studio world where they actually make movies and TV shows, they probably have producers double check that kind of stuff on the spot to make sure it'll work. Or they'll have something that where they can clearly tell this will work or it won't, basically ahead of time before it even goes into post-production. At least for most things. Hopefully it isn't one of those things where they screw up and they're like, just fix it in post. That's a post-producer's worst nightmare, because some things just cannot be fixed in post very well. You want to try to take care of those kind of things up front as soon as possible and to the best of your ability. Because obviously if I don't pay attention to this and I later find out that it wasn't that good to work with, I might be wasting like 20 hours just to get this one thing to work when I could reshoot it in 20-30 minutes or something. Which one am I going to want to go with? So if I'm going to reshoot, I want to do it when I have everything set up, obviously. Hopefully that's common sense stuff. But yeah, that's the last thing I was trying to say. That's pretty much all I know at this point, but I do want to continue touching on the Star Trek stuff that I was talking about before, because I had a little bit of a chance to review stuff, including the Star Trek bits, and I have a few more things I want to add to it. So first of all, when I was talking about where you could watch Star Trek, which was either Pluto TV, Paramount Plus, or Google Play / YouTube, well, regarding the Pluto TV, that one I should have clarified is kind of a mixed bag. They have like a live television type thing where there's commercial breaks and you don't really get to choose what's on, just like with normal television. Like maybe at this time season 7 episode 6 is producing or airing, on Pluto TV, so you're kind of stuck watching that if that's the case. I think there is an on-demand thing too, but last I checked since I last spoke, not all seasons are even available. At the moment, you can only watch season 3 on demand with Pluto TV. I should have made that clear. It's possible you might not get to see everything you want on there, at least not right away. So I would stick with Paramount Plus if you have that. Otherwise, you can get the specific recommendations that sound interesting through Google Play or YouTube. I should have also clarified that Google Play and YouTube are tied together, so if you purchase an episode on one of those, it'll show up on the other. Sometimes YouTube glitches out and I'll watch it on Google Play when that happens, and vice versa. Doesn't matter where you get it, it should show up in both places. I would maybe get it through Google Play Movies just because it's easier to find compared to YouTube. But once you get it, then on YouTube you can go to your video library or whatever it's called. I forget the exact name, but it should be listed under there. That's usually what I do. I actually have a bookmark for the Star Trek stuff so I can get right to it. And I personally find that standard definition is definitely adequate. In fact, it's still a lot better than some of the video clips you'll find on YouTube, even the standard definition. So yeah, another good data episode that I watched recently and forgot to mention is called Measure of a Man. We learned some interesting tidbits about data on there, and there's ethical things in question as well, which I thought was kind of interesting. Data demonstrates his physical strength, and we learn a few tidbits about him as well. Another interesting episode I watched with Data is called Mask. There's some very interesting scenes about him on there, and that's actually an episode where he plays like 5 different characters. He basically he's a machine that essentially has or dissociative identity disorder, and yeah, it's pretty interesting just how it switches between all the characters. That would take a fair amount of skill, especially if you're studying the script literally the night before, and that's all the time you have to study the whole thing. All of a sudden you're told you have to play 5 separate characters. I recently learned this on a Brent Spiner podcast, which you could probably find online. I will admit I got a little bit lost at certain points in that episode, but there are definitely some interesting tidbits there too. I'd maybe consider that if you want to take it to the next level kind of thing. There's plenty of episodes I'd probably watch before watching that one, but I would still recommend that one too. It's not just a multiple personality thing. There's other stuff too that I should have also, when I was talking about the Royale episode, it's called The Royale, not Hotel Royale. Just wanted to clarify that real quick as well. And then the episode that I was thinking of on Star Trek Voyager, first of all, I should have also maybe clarified Hollow Pursuits is the episode where Lieutenant Barclay has holodeck addictions or holoddiction. And there's also some pretty interesting troubleshooting throughout that episode too. I can't help but think about when the writers came up with some of the stuff shown in that episode, especially the troubleshooting stuff and just how they go about solving it in a realistic way. It feels so similar to me writing the time travel film. I bet you the writers got real tickled when they came up with some of that stuff, or basically the problem you see throughout the episode and then the way they actually go about troubleshooting it. That sounds so realistic, yet it's in a fictional world. I bet you the writers were real pleased when they came up with the stuff shown on that. Anyway, so the follow-up episode to that, where Lieutenant Barclay continues to have holodeck addictions, is in Star Trek Voyager, which is different than Star Trek The Next Generation. But the episode is called Pathfinder. That's what I was thinking of. Counselor Troy makes an appearance on that completely different series. There's references to stuff that is on The Next Generation, so some stuff will be familiar. Although I'm not going to lie, me personally being used to Star Trek The Next Generation, I like that series better, but I did enjoy the Pathfinder episode. As someone whose career is very similar to what Barclay does, I was very pleased to see that, because that could totally be me right there. So yeah, Pathfinder is what I was thinking of. And then the episode that I could remember the title to, that's at the end of Season 6, and Part 2 is the beginning of Season 7. That episode was called Descent. Descent Part 1 and 2. I would probably watch both parts, but yeah, actually, Part 1 is interesting for a whole set of reasons. We learn about Data wanting to seek human emotions, and basically the process that he goes through to attempt getting that. And then it continues a fair bit in Part 2. But I guess if you only pick one of them, I'd maybe do Part 1. And then as far as the cost of living, I think that unless you also want to see some of the holodeck stuff, I would maybe just look for the clip on YouTube where basically data saves the Enterprise, or how data protects the Enterprise. I forget what it's called, but it's from the cost of living episode. And I think the stuff that's worth watching can pretty much be found on YouTube. I don't know about the holodeck stuff, but I think there's plenty of other holodeck stuff shown in the other episodes I recommended, so I'd personally say you can probably get away without it. Although it's a slightly different type of world than what you see in the other episodes. But the other episodes have a few different types of worlds too, so. And there's some interesting troubleshooting stuff as well in that episode, but honestly, you probably could get away just looking up a clip on YouTube about data saving the Enterprise. If it involves the rest of the crew being unconscious for a bit, then you know you found the right one. And then as far as the classic data scene that where I recommended A Matter of Time, I don't know if I would entirely recommend the entire episode, mainly from the perspective that I mentioned that I was coming from. But I think the one scene worth watching can be found on YouTube, and it's called Star Trek, You Did Ask Me to Be Thorough. Like, in my opinion, that's probably the only scene worth watching, at least from the perspective that I'm coming from. And that can be right on YouTube for free, so I'd maybe stick with that. That was actually the first episode I ever watched altogether. It shows computer voice commands. That's pretty much all I got out of the entire thing, if I'm being perfectly honest. And then something I also wanted to mention is there's actually some really cool Star Trek stuff that you can do on the computers. So, like in the modern 21st century computers I'm talking about here. So they're the screensaver that you can get on Windows, I believe, called System 47. And if you're a fan of Star Trek, especially within the episodes that I recommended, then you'll enjoy this screensaver, I think. I think it's really cool. It basically shows the LCAR's computer interface that we usually see on Star Trek, basically as a screensaver. And it does work with multiple monitors, which is also really neat. So you can make your computers look like Enterprise computers. It's got some pretty cool sound effects as well, so if you found that you've suddenly become a fan with these recommendations, and, well, even if you only partially did, I think you'll like this screensaver. And then there's also an entire operating system around this too, which is also pretty cool. It's called LCARS WM, I believe. It's basically a tiling window manager that's in Linux. And yeah, you could literally act like you're on a Star Trek computer. It's got a Linux terminal, as you can imagine. I think Chris Titus Tech on YouTube made a video all about that. Just look up Star Trek operating system. You'll probably find it there. I do have a video on my second channel, technically, but if I'm being perfectly honest, it probably doesn't offer quite as much information as the Chris Titus video. Well, Chris's video definitely overviews it a fair bit, but I would actually recommend, probably that resource. And then you do have to know a little bit about computers and be mindful of where you're installing it. I guess if you want to see the process from start to finish, I do show that in my excerpts, which I think is at the very end of the playlist right now on my video excerpts second channel, Joseph Zinn's tests. But yeah, I've actually also combined it with my custom voice assistant, which makes it even better yet. Because then I can be like, computer, open this website or whatever, and then comes right up on the LCARS interface. I've never actually done it with that trigger phrase yet, but so yeah, it's kind of cool to be able to combine the computer voice commands with all that. You can basically take some of the concepts that I show in the Mycroft videos, although Mycroft is kind of obsolete at this point because now the website's been migrated, as I've explained before. However, I think you can do a custom speech-to-text engine. Basically, just strip away some of the code that requires the internet. I think it's under, in the Mycroft core folders, you go under Mycroft skills, the _ main whatever .py, there's a line that clearly requires the internet. I think it's around line 69 or so. Of course, you can remove that, and then it actually will start loading all your skills properly. You can basically strip out anything that looks like it would require the internet, which I think is just a function call. And then the other thing that's preventing it from working is the fact that you need a speech-to-text engine. So there's actually a video on YouTube by DigiKey that shows how to set up a custom speech-to-text engine. And I think if that works the way I think it does, you could technically get Minecraft up and running again if you can get that working. However, at that point, I need another computer that acts as a server, most likely, if I don't want the Raspberry Pi to be real slow with the speech-to-text processing. I would follow that DigiKey video. Then you might have to host your own server for that specifically. It might also speed things up a little bit too, especially if you have somewhat slow internet, because the speech-to-text is actually what takes most of the time when executing a command. So if you have a faster server yourself, and you might be able to speed things up a bit in terms of how quickly it responds to command. But yeah, otherwise, I will at some point have content about the Minecraft alternatives. I will try to have a video excerpt about that someday. And I think I will make a Minecraft playlist that shows on the second channel page as well for Joseph Zinn's test. And I should eventually have some content about using the new system. I just haven't adapted it myself yet. I've been not using Minecraft for about an entire month. But if I had to do so much tinkering around, there's also some log output that doesn't really look super great. All it does is it reminds me that Minecraft is broken. So that's also another reason why I'm switching to an official system that would be a more proper way of doing things. Because you're kind of working around things in janky ways, just getting it to work again, which I'm sure is possible. Stripping away the stuff that prevents skill loading due to requiring the internet, but also having to convert the text to or speech to text so it understands what you're saying. So yeah, those are my thoughts on that. Now let's get back to the Star Trek stuff. So there's a screensaver, I think, called System 47, and then there's an LCARS desktop environment or window manager. It technically is. And as you can see on there, you can go between different modes because obviously the LCARS interface takes up a fair amount of screen real estate, which might be valuable to some people. You can switch the mode so that you have more screen real estate, even putting your own windows in full screen so you don't see any of the Star Trek stuff. That's all possible with the LCARS window manager. If you're not used to window managers on Linux, it might take a little getting used to, but once you get used to it, then it's really not that bad. I kind of enjoyed it the time I was on it. Would I use it as a daily driver? No, probably not. It doesn't really allow the kind of configurations that I personally want on a tiling window manager. For those of you who are curious about that, I prefer to use BSPWM with Polybar for the top bar. I know that it's a little more resource intensive than, let's say, DWM, but I have a configuration with BSPWM. I'm good with it. I'm going to keep using it for a while. I like how it looks as well, but that's what I would daily drive rather than the LCARS window manager, just because the configuration with the BSPWM is just more like what I want for my custom Linux configuration. Anyway, let's get back to the Star Trek stuff now, for real. So another episode that I would recommend is called The Naked Now. And there's some pretty interesting data scenes on there. He essentially acts like he's intoxicated, which is kind of interesting to see. And it's actually kind of interesting in the whole episode just because everybody acts intoxicated. On one hand, it is a bit scary. You hope that it doesn't happen to you, but I think that one might be worth watching as well. So I want to get back to my point about like Sheldon for the Big Bang Theory and how he's the opposite of Data. I kind of started getting into that conversation, but I realized I never finished yet. So what I mean by that is Sheldon basically wishes he could transfer his consciousness to a machine, as you know. he wishes he was a machine instead of a human, sort of. You kind of hear him allude to that on multiple occasions. Whereas Data is a machine that wishes to be human and seek emotions and stuff like that. Sheldon wishes he was emotionless. So, for that reason, they're quite similar, yet the opposites. That's kind of what I was trying to say before. But yeah, I would say that Data is a little bit like Sheldon, except without the arrogance and annoyance. By the way, I had a dream a couple days ago. Data showed up in the dream, and I don't really remember much about what happened, but we were on some sort of mission. I was on a mission with a couple friends, and Data tagged along with us. And other people knew who Data is, and they think he's such a cool character as well. And then they also talked about Q, the character that's on Star Trek 2, which is shown on Encounter at Farpoint, as well as that Deja Q recommendation I made. And then I mentioned the Deja Q episode to those characters in the dream because it shows both of them, since it seemed like we were talking about both of them anyway. I guess I'll let you know if I manage to accomplish any of those other Data dream goals. Haven't had any lucid dreams since we last spoke in the past few days. My schedule's been absolutely crazy, so I haven't really had much time to even think about that sort of stuff, but I think things should settle down this week, so hopefully by the next recording I'll have some stories to share regarding that. I suppose I could real quickly share what I've done so far. I haven't made a lot of progress, but I've got them to show up in 2 different lucid dreams so far, with basically no progress, because the dreams were really short. So in the first one, that's when I actually struggled to summon Data at first, and I went in this hallway within the dream scene. I was in Studio B, and there's a hallway with yellowish orangish paint, and the lights are basically the color of Data's skin. So I was able to use the wall and the lights in that hallway to trigger the Data schemas, because the wall is basically very similar to Data's outfit color, and then the light is his skin color with the UV lights. And I guess that was enough to trigger the schemas, and suddenly summoning him worked perfectly fine. To make him sort of come out of the wall, just pop right out of the light in the wall with matching colors and everything. So I got him in the Studio B, and I talked a little bit about the dream itself and how the dream is making this experience possible, that sort of thing. And then I alluded to the Phantasms episode and kind of compared my experience with some of his experiences on that particular episode. So we talked about that for a bit. And then when we got over to the computer, which is a computer that you see on the short film, the apartment was like really dark, and sometimes the light switch doesn't work for me in a dream, which is actually quite common. You hear a lot of people mention that the light switch doesn't work in a dream. What's kind of interesting is it actually does work for me most of the time, but that was a time that it did not. So I had this feeling it wasn't going to work when I flipped it, but I decided to have Data flip the light switch instead of me, and I figured maybe that'll change things up and make it work. And I think one of the most fascinating parts about that experience is I mentioned how it's really dark, of course, and then I asked him to flip the switch for me, and I just naturally assumed he would know what switch I was talking about. It seemed like a really common sense thing. But then he started asking for confirmation on, do I flip this switch right here? And I'm not going to lie, I got a little annoyed for a split second, the fact that he didn't know it, and it kind of felt like we were wasting just a little bit of time on that, because time in a dream is valuable, as you know. But anyway, the reason I'm so fascinated by that is because I just assumed he would know what switch to flip. And even if he did, I assumed that his mind would sort of be connected to my mind, and I sort of send a signal to him telling him which switch to flip. But despite all that, he still asked me which switch to flip. And the reason I find that really fascinating is because if I were to imagine this scenario, he would have known the switch in my imagination. But what actually ended up happening is way more realistic. Because in real life, if this were to happen, he would also probably ask which switch to flip as well. That just shows that the dreaming mind is clearly on a whole nother level. It's operating on a whole separate level from our conscious mind. And of course, when Data flipped it, the switch didn't work for him either, strangely enough. Now, I kind of wish he could have maybe electrocuted it or something with his energy. What I have noticed regarding the whole light switch thing is when I expect it to not work, that's when it tends to work. But when I expect it to work, then it tends to not work. That's what I generally notice. In fact, I had a different dream where I flipped the light switch. I noticed that it didn't work, so I immediately figured out that I was dreaming. And then I decided to pretend that I never even flipped it to begin with and flip it again, expecting it to not work. Suddenly it worked that time. If I had expected it to work, I bet it wouldn't have. And in that scenario, because I had Data flip it and expected it to work when he flipped it, that could have played a role in why it didn't work. Dreams are so complex, it's hard to know exactly why it didn't work, but it is a common phenomenon, like whether you know you're dreaming or not. In fact, when you don't know you're dreaming, you're probably very likely to expect it to work, and then it will not work, which is very consistent with what I experienced yet. And I think we talked for probably like 30 more seconds. Can't quite remember what about yet, which kind of shows that I probably wasn't fully present. However, actually, I think my memory was just not serving me very well. I kind of forgot what happened because of my memory, actually. But that does also remind me, like, if I want to be able to remember what's happening, I need to go out of my way to commit the stuff that's happening to my memory so I don't forget it when I wake up. Because I know I'm dreaming, I can set an intention to do that. I'm like, all right, I need to make sure I'm remembering this so that when I wake up, which I'm not awake yet, I'll remember. So that was that dream. And the second dream I had was in Studio A. And I summoned him twice throughout that dream. First time, it didn't work right away once again, but then he eventually came in my room, but he was like 8 feet tall, so he couldn't even fit through my door. So I had to do a little bit of dream control to shrink him back to his normal size. I mean, that also shows that the dreaming mind is on another level, because I can assure you, I was not thinking anything even close to him being too tall. Pretty sure that he's actually like 5'11". He's like 4 or 5 inches shorter than Lieutenant Worf. But yeah, anyway, we talked for a bit, but I kind of forget what we're originally trying to do with that dream, which is why it's so important to get your goal down. Because by the time a dream comes, you're probably going to sort of forget and possibly do the wrong thing. And it might seem like wasted time. Although, usually, even during those wasted time experiences, you're probably going to get some cool insights, like that light switch thing that I talked about before. Even though we didn't accomplish much, we were able to talk a little bit about dreams, get a little philosophical, compare it with phantasms, and then, yeah, the light switch. But then, yeah, so anyway, I got him to normal size, which worked, and we weren't really that focused on the goal. But then eventually he was gone, and I decided to summon him again to continue the goal once again. So that's where I decided to trigger the schema by sort of thinking about basically what he looks like and stuff, not necessarily visualizing what he looks like. You don't really want to do visualization during a dream, because the process of visualization is completely different from how we actually see dreams. The reason you don't really want to imagine too much is because that could interfere with the natural dreaming process. The way I like to think of that in particular is, imagine you were on a vacation and all you really did was use your electronic devices or read instead of actually enjoying the scenery and all the places you're visiting. Can you really say you got a lot out of the vacation if that's how you did things? Well, in my opinion, using your imagination during a dream can feel very similar to that. You don't really even feel like you got to experience it, even though it happened. So your dreaming mind, which is completely separate from your conscious, voluntary imagination, is literally doing all the heavy lifting for you so that all you have to do is experience. You don't even have to imagine. You can just experience because the dreaming mind's doing all the heavy lifting for you. So just do that. So anyway, I bring that up because obviously when I think about what Commander Data looks like, I don't really want to visualize him because, as I just mentioned, the process is completely different. So instead, I just kind of trigger mental schemas. I mean, you could visualize a little bit. It's not guaranteed to really cause any problems, but you don't want to like do it so much that it's replacing the entire dream itself. A lot of my dream control issues back in the day were for that reason, so I just kind of remind myself of what he entails without directly visualizing necessarily, or I visualize it very passively or something like that. If the dream does end up fading as a result, then I tend to just focus on my eyelids and move on like that never happened, and then next thing I know, I'll be able to see in the dream again. Anyway, so once I triggered the schemas of data, I summoned them again. It worked way better. That's when I started doing it sort of like a holodeck program. I was like, dream, load my data program, and then he just kind of appeared. And of course, it's more likely to work when you do that, triggering the schemas, because memory is somewhat repressed in dreams, and if you just kind of offload things to the dreaming mind, there's definitely a good chance it'll work, but it'll certainly work better if the memories are all triggered and active in the dream. Anyway, I didn't mean to go on that ramble about dreaming, but technically dreams are a holodeck that actually exists in the real world. And I mean, I'm literally talking about holodeck related stuff, sue me. Anyway, yeah, that's basically that's what I've accomplished so far. Then I've had him show up in a few non-lucid dreams, and not a whole lot of noteworthy stuff in those, other than he's simply there, more or less. But I'll let you know any future progress I make that's actually worth noting. If I get good sleep this week, then I could probably have some lucid dreams where I get a chance to do that. Anyway, so there's also a scene on Young Sheldon I saw the other day. This was like a clip where they actually did some Star Trek special effects on there, and it really caught me off guard. But you can find it by looking up Young Sheldon's Star Trek cassettes. I thought that was a really cool scene. Now that I know how the transporter actually works, they did a transporter effect. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the same guys that did the transporter effect in Star Trek also consulted for Young Sheldon to do that. That wouldn't surprise me. There's also kind of an interesting scene on The Big Bang Theory where the four main characters dressed up as Star Trek characters. Basically, if you look up The Big Bang Theory Star Trek costumes on YouTube, you'll probably find that scene. So basically, Sheldon dresses up as Commander Data, which makes perfect sense. Leonard dresses up as Picard, Captain Picard. Raj dresses up as Lieutenant Worf, and Howard is a Borg. So I'd recommend becoming at least somewhat familiar with those characters from Star Trek before you watch that scene, then you can fully appreciate it. I remember when I first saw Picard, I was like, that's who Leonard played. And then I completely forgot about the data side of things. And of course, when I saw Worf, I recognized that was Raj. And I didn't know what a Borg was at the time, of course. But if you watch Descent, for example, there's Borg shown on there. And probably something else too, I can't remember. There are quite a few Star Trek character appearances on The Big Bang Theory, by the way, so you could definitely look that up too. So like LeVar Burton, who played Geordi LaForge, he shows up in quite a few scenes on The Big Bang Theory. You could probably find that online. And then, of course, there's that Brent Spiner scene at Will Wheaton's party, which you can look up as well, who played Data. And then William Shatner makes an appearance. I think he's the one that played Captain Kirk. I'm not sure, because I haven't seen that character on Star Trek, so I can't appreciate that appearance yet. Maybe someday. Obviously, Will Wheaton shows up throughout the entire show. That's who played Wesley Crusher, who's in quite a few of the episode recommendations I made here, especially in the game. That one's pretty much centric around Wesley Crusher. I thought it was a really good episode. I forget who else makes an appearance, but those are the main ones that I know of. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of Star Trek clips on YouTube, which include data scene, such as that lifeform song that I mentioned before. But something that stood out to me was Data executing a small talk protocol. There were some intakes that apparently were kept in the show, where a lot of the characters could not maintain their character when Data was being absolutely hilarious. And then watching Data how to dance, which I think was in either the same scene or a very similar one. But there's two parts on YouTube. Data learns how to dance. Another cool clip that I saw on YouTube was Riker and Data discussing time. And then another interesting Data scene is when Data was talking out loud and he realized he was essentially talking to himself and the computer pointed it out and everything. Data was about as embarrassed as you can get for an entity that can't feel emotion. There's another interesting scene where Data's head was able to sustain some of the computer control systems on the Enterprise. A lot of the computer systems were down, but they were able to hook up Data's head and essentially save the Enterprise. I think you could just look up Star Trek Data's head or something like that. If you see his head not even attached to a body, then you probably found the right scene. There's another hilarious scene, which you can find on YouTube by searching Data Takes It Literally. Somebody's talking about the expression burning the midnight oil, and Data doesn't know that it's a human expression. So he takes it very literally. It's hilarious. Another scene that I remember seeing was called Spot Has Data Trained. Data was trying to train Spot, but of course Data's training was coming along just fine apparently. And then there's another cool scene called Ode to Spots, or at least a poem that's about spots. I think it's a really cool poem that accurately represents cats. You can either watch the video where he recites it or just look up the poem online so you could read it for yourself and appreciate the very poetic nature of it. So yeah, there's some other Star Trek stuff I wanted to mention. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to mention for a while. So there you go. We'll catch up on a different day regarding the post-production stuff with the time travel film. Alright, I'm back several weeks later with more post-production notes for you guys, so let's just jump right in. So first of all, everything is now recorded at this point, so all I have to do is edit and publish the video yet. So that's kind of exciting. The proof of concept is definitely there now. So as far as editing goes, I technically have a watchable product from start to finish, but there are still quite a few things I have to do yet. Like, for example, I still have to do the infrared effect. Not even sure how I'm going to accomplish that yet. I have a rough idea, but I'll go over more information about that once I get that all figured out. And then I basically have some audio mixing yet, too, so I have to add some external audio that I haven't done yet, which should hopefully make it sound better. It might be a little bit dicey in some areas, so I'm just going to go with whatever sounds best because I am not going to be reshooting anything. So I need to work with what I have, no matter what. And then because I'm filming from different angles, the camera audio between each one sounds a little bit different, and you can clearly tell when the angles are switching up because of the sounds that suddenly change as a result. So I need to do the best job I can to blend those differences. I'm not sure if I'm going to have the background noise that comes from the internal camera. I mean, if I have music, that'll probably help blend some of those differences, but I don't even know if I want to bother with music. It kind of depends on how things go and how quickly I want to get it out there. I might have some music in some areas. I'm not really sure where I don't have it everywhere, just some areas. But yeah, I need to blend the audio as well in specific areas. Of course, I need to do the thumbnail as well, which I'll be able to do as soon as I figure out the infrared effect. I'm hoping to have a cool thumbnail that incorporates that in there. Those of you who are listening to this in the future, please tell me that I ended up coming up with a cool thumbnail like I was kind of hoping to. I can kind of visualize what I want it to look like, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to accomplish that how I want to. It requires a bit of fancy photo editing to achieve, I think. But if I can pull it off, I think it'll look really neat. So for now, I did a very rough pass, and I'm kind of doing a dip to white transition to fill in the infrared effect until I actually get around to it. Then I can get a rough idea on what things will look like. And I still have to do some voiceover stuff yet. I decided I would do some voiceover primarily because, well, it just kind of, I think it makes more sense anyway, where I can kind of convey what I'm thinking, because in reality, I'm probably not going to be speaking out loud. Just going to kind of go over my thoughts, especially since that's not even the primary focus. The primary focus is running into my past self, or trying not to rather. So I think voiceover would be a more applicable option for that. I still got to get that down too. As far as I'm concerned, that goes under the audio mixing category. But yeah, based on what it looks like so far, I'm quite pleased with how it turned out. So I actually managed to film the second and third moment that I time traveled to, the October 19th and 21st. I managed to film that all in a single weekend. I honestly can't believe I managed to be able to squeeze that all in. So actually, before I touch on that, let's talk about the multimeter real quick. So obviously, now that I got it all filmed, I've been able to test out the multimeter with the new lead wires. So obviously, you probably already know what the verdict is if you watch the video, but I did start talking about that here. So essentially, I did have it hooked up in the incorrect configuration, but it still works. So I got 3 plugs on the out, or the multimeter, and which one you use kind of depends on what you're testing. Because of course, multimeter is actually meant to test current rather than capture it. So the way I have it hooked up as shown in the video is basically the red lead was hooked up to the one that's relevant for voltage, and then the black lead was hooked up to the one for amperage. And yeah, that's not exactly correct. What I should have had was the red lead to the voltage like I did, but the black one should have been going to that COM port, the common ground. That's what the proper configuration is. I discovered that I'm able to properly test voltage in both configurations. Doesn't matter which one I do, testing voltage properly works with both of them. But technically only one of them is a proper hookup. And from my understanding, it has to do with, so there's some different characteristics depending on what you're testing. So I think if you're testing voltage, there's like high resistance. It could actually be low resistance, and I could be mixing it up. But when you're testing voltage, it's got one level of resistance, and when you're testing amperage, it's got the opposite. And if you're testing like ohms and stuff, there might be other properties besides those. But when I'm testing voltage, I can have it in either configuration, and the characteristics that matter between them just happen to be the same. There are certain circumstances where that would end up breaking with my incorrect configuration versus that VAC port where I have the red lead and then the common ground. There are some slight differences, but when I'm testing voltage the way I was in the video, none of those differences even matter for that context. It matters in other contexts though, of course. I just kind of naturally assume that one of them was meant to represent hot, the other is neutral, and then ground. That's kind of how I assumed it was hooked up. So naturally I assumed that if it was, I would use the COM port, the ground port, if I was testing ground and hot or something like that. That's kind of what I assumed, which could be partially why it was hooked up wrong. I don't even know how that happened exactly. It was just hooked up wrong ever since I used it, as far as I can remember. And I think it also tests batteries in the same way, if I'm not mistaken, too. But yeah, I think the main difference is I wanna have that red lead where it currently is, and then the black lead on common ground when I'm testing voltage like I was in the video. But then I want to move the red lead to the one above that says 1080C if I'm testing amperage instead. I think the main difference has to do with the resistance levels involved, if I'm not mistaken. Now, as I mentioned in the video, you definitely do not want to, you don't want to have it hooked up for one when you're testing the other, because otherwise you could cause a huge arc and potentially blow out the breaker. Yeah, don't ask me how I know that. Yeah, that was really weird. I literally hooked up the brand new lead wires. I did that, and then yeah, I blew out a breaker. There was a big arc, and I slightly felt it. Not very fun. But even that still wasn't quite as bad as when I accidentally electrocuted myself back in 2018 with the wall outlets. That essentially happened when I was sleepwalking. So yeah, that definitely shocked me awake. So basically, I don't know exactly what I was doing. My hand was just kind of randomly touching the wall, and then I accidentally hit the prong of something that was plugged in. But fortunately, it just kind of came right out of the wall, and so I only got electrocuted for like a split second, but still, if I remember correctly, my arm sort of had a little bit of tingling, and I almost had that feeling of complete loss of control, which is not fun. But yeah, fortunately the plug was actually loose, and I was going to squeeze the prongs together when plugging it back in so that it had a more secure connection, but I'm glad that I've been procrastinating on that, because if I hadn't and it was loose, then it wouldn't have come out of the wall, like literally on impact. Yeah, that was pretty wild. So I get electrocuted, it just falls right out of the wall outlets. And I could tell that I got very lucky. I think I've already explained enough about the multimeter at this point. Yeah, basically when I had the incorrect configuration with the amps and common ground while testing voltage, yeah, it kicked the breaker out, created a huge arc, and now there's a big burn mark on the lead wire. I just can't get over the fact that it literally happened the first time I tried brand new lead wires that have never been used before. Poor thing, huh? The first usage it ever gets, it literally has to experience a huge arc which causes a huge burn mark. And shockingly, I never blew out a fuse in the multimeter itself. It still seems to work perfectly fine. It just kicked out the breaker instead. But I think it's mostly because I had the wrong amount of resistance. But yeah, lesson learned. Now it explains a lot more. Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. So, as you know, my cloning involves a lot of very precise timing. If I want to get the best effects, I try to make things as close as humanly possible. I feel like I could have made some stuff even closer than it was. I wish I could have made it even closer yet, but I'm still pretty pleased with how it is overall. Well, anyway, one thing that I did not realize until I started doing it is that I don't actually have to be super precise with the timing when I'm switching between different angles. Because every time I make an angle switch, I can adjust the timing between the split screen of both clones. I can adjust those timings. So I do try to be a little bit precise, but if I know I'm going to be switching angles, then I can worry about it less. Because I was overthinking so much. Because like the sequence on the second moment that I time travel to when I'm watching myself turn on the TV and stuff, that I had no idea how I was going to pull that off, especially the couch part too. Like when I'm behind the couch and then I jump over, I had no idea how I was going to precisely time all that stuff. But I switched between like 3 or 4 different angles that you probably saw. And because I'm switching between angles, I have a lot of flexibility with the timing in post-production. So I only have to think about certain portions at one time. Because I can do things very roughly, and if the timing is way off, then I can correct it as I switch between the different angles, which I did a fair bit of, by the way. That helped me get as close as I got. And I'm now realizing as I watch movies and stuff that have similar things like Back to the Future or the various Star Trek scenes that involve multiple Brent Spiners for like Data or Lore or Nudie and Sue or his other brother B4. I'm now realizing that they They switch angles very frequently. You have no idea how much easier it makes the timings of the clones and stuff. I mean, you still have to do a fair bit of coordination with that, both beforehand and after, to make sure you get everything, but man, I tell you, it's a lot easier than trying to do it in a single continuous take, especially if you have no reference. Because you literally can't see your clone in real life. That's all done in the video. So, yeah, that can make things very tricky. But when you're switching between angles, man, I have to tell you, it makes things so much easier. I didn't even know that until I started employing that myself. As I was producing the video, I just randomly had that realization. And I was like, you know what? We only have to worry about this much at a time. There were certain things I thought I would have to film within the same footage, but actually I didn't necessarily have to, because I could stitch it together in clever ways later on. But yeah, let me tell you, it made things so much easier. Now I'm watching all these different shows, like even the Gilligan's Island, between all the different episodes that involve like dual roles, such as the Gilligan versus Gilligan, Will the Real Mr. Howell Please Stand Up, and then the one that involves Eva Grubbs, that has a dual role as well. And they do a lot of angle switching, just like general television and movies have, as you know. And yeah, you have no idea how much easier it makes things until you actually do it yourself. When I'm watching all these shows again, just kind of briefly looking at all the different scenes that involve multiple roles from the same actor, as I see all the angle switch, I'm now like, man, that makes things so much easier. In some ways, it might take a little more effort than if you were able to do it continuously. It'll be a lot more effort on the production team, but it makes things infinitely easier for the actor by comparison. I mean, probably depends on the circumstance, but sure made things a lot easier for me. Even the directing side of things was actually easier too, because I felt like I had to nail a whole scene at one time, and I didn't even have it mentally down very good. But I could literally remember what I have to do in chunks, and then just do those chunks, and then I'm good. Now, as far as that, probably the trickiest thing to film was when I went behind the couch and then jumped over. That whole scene right there, that was really difficult to plan. But then I had this idea that made things infinitely easier. I decided to film that whole thing, the whole portion, from like 4 different angles. So I record both clones from 4 completely different angles, because then in post-production I have a lot of different angles to choose from, and I can figure out what combo goes best together out of all 4 angles. Because yeah, like once I get this recorded, you better believe that I do not want to have to reshoot any of the video. So yeah, I recorded the same thing 4 completely different times from 4 different angles. Obviously, if I had 4 different cameras, then I would have only had to record once. That's the other thing. I'm sure that television studios and stuff that do this, they probably have multiple cameras. They make things work with all the different cameras potentially. I mean, I'm sure they have to do some stuff multiple times potentially, but yeah, once you get it, then you get so much down that pretty much no matter what, you can figure something out with post-production without having to re-record anything, which can be very expensive otherwise. And then of course, because I'm switching angles, once again, I have a lot of flexibility with the timing. I can get it pretty much as close as I want. Now, there are some moments when I couldn't get the timing exact, but I got it as close as I could. So like, for example, when I'm grabbing the stool as I jump over the couch, when my past self is grabbing that stool, dragging it, you'll notice that when they grab the food tray, there's a little bit of a jump ahead. Like the tray is on the table, and then when they switch camera angles, it's already on the stool by the time the angle is switched. That's obviously not possible in real life for things to just, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it practically teleported, but that was as close as I could get that detail, unless I reshot it, which is not worth the effort. Most people aren't really going to notice that anyway, most likely. And even if they do, This is one of those things where the mind can still kind of fill in the blanks and still figure out what happened, and then it's pleased enough with that it's not really a big deal. So yeah, it wasn't particularly easy, but yeah, having the luxury of multiple angles, it's literally a luxury because it gives you a lot of control in post-production. And trust me, you want to have that, especially if you don't want to have to reshoot stuff. It might actually be less expensive to do that multiple angle thing and have a lot of flexibility in post-production than it is to have like one angle and potentially have to reshoot certain things. But yeah, it worked out quite well. I'm very pleased with how it turned out. Even though I had to do the split screen effect so many different times, it's worth it. Also, you may or may not be surprised, but I had to switch my clothes every time I did a separate clone and a separate angle. So basically every angle you see with two clones, you can pretty much guarantee that's at least two clothes changes right there. Practically every angle you see pretty much equals two clothes changes. And then if I had a messed up take and had to do both clones again, two more. Because I need to see how it turned out before I move on to the next scene. I don't want to find out something screwed up last minute and then have to reshoot it again. I want to do that all up front if I can. It's more expensive with time otherwise, and just everything's more expensive in every way you can imagine. I need to make sure it all works. But yeah, so when I recorded that first scene, the September 22nd at 3:45 p.m., I was kind of miserable when I shot that particular scene because I didn't feel all that prepared for it, and I felt like I had to figure out a lot of stuff on the spot, including the cloning parts, and trying to get the timings really precise. So, not sure if you know this, but between the last two scenes, the October 19th and October 21st ones, I use auditory cues to help time things. So you might not realize this, but obviously, usually I record the past self first and then the current self second because I'm effectively reacting to the past self. And I could use auditory cues for that. And so I record the past self, then I transfer the audio to the computer so I can listen to it. I can't play it on the voice recorder because I need it again, most likely. And trying to go to a specific point in time on the voice recorder is a pain. Also, having hearing aids, not gonna lie, is quite nice for this as well because I can just have audio go right through them. And my auditory cues literally go right through that. But yeah, anyway, I transfer the audio to my computer and then I play it in the background so that I can use my current self to time everything according to what the past self is doing. So as I wrote the script, I basically determined all the cues that are necessary, the cues that I actually respond to in the first place, like when the door opens and I walk in, of course. When you see me react to that, I was actually listening to the audio of that very thing happening. And then all the sounds that they make, they act as additional cues. So like maybe when I set the tray down, that'll make a particular sound, and then maybe I want to react like 4 seconds after that occurs, for example. And I can kind of time things relative to the auditory cues. I did a lot of that in the second and third clone. The reason why I felt kind of miserable trying to do the first clone, or the first moment in time, rather, is because I didn't use any of those auditory cues. I originally planned to, but there was only so much time in the day and I wanted to get it all done like as soon as possible. So I literally felt like I was in kind of a rush at that point. So I didn't even bother with the auditory cues, which made me feel way less confident about what I was doing. But I still managed to make it work out, especially since I could do things one angle at a time. Remember, when I switch between angles, I can be a lot more precise with the timing and adjust anything that's not timed properly before switching back to that angle again. And I'm able to test things out ahead of time, so if it's not like a very close call, for example, then I can reshoot that particular scene again, which I think I did have to do multiple times now that I think about it. But anyway, regarding the auditory cues, I did have that playing on the computer. And I was originally going to use VLC, but then you guys will be able to tell if you're able to see the computer screen. You'd be able to tell that I have VLC open. So what I ended up doing instead was, so on Mac OS, you can actually hit the spacebar on an audio file, and Finder will be able to play it directly. Finder is open at all times, so it doesn't even look like I'm using another program. But I actually had that hidden right behind the terminal that I was using. And so I was able to play the audio that way. So the audio was literally playing right behind the terminal when I had auditory cues. And yeah, getting the timing exact can be a little bit tricky because I have to go back like 30 seconds before the first audio cue comes in. And I have to know like roughly how much time I have before it'll kick in, where I can just do whatever I want, like I have no idea it's even going to happen. Because obviously at the time I have no idea that my past self is going to come in because I lose track of time. So I have to act like it's not going to happen at all, and then it suddenly does. How do I pull that off? Now, when I think about old television shows like Star Trek, which utilizes it, I'm not actually sure how they do it, but if I had to guess, I'd say they probably don't have auditory cues the way I do. But they have directors and camera operators that could potentially give them cues, which probably helps, I'm sure, if that's even a thing. See, I don't know if it is. So yeah, typically when I listen to audio, I did so through the computer that I was on, because that just seemed like the easiest option at the time. So I didn't use my recorder for anything on the video itself other than the cues for timing the clone. That's like the only use case I had for a lot of that. So yes, the only real exception with that is when I recorded the third moment where the clones are actually talking to each other, I had my cues pulled up on the computer that's hooked up to the TV instead. So I guess you could say I used Mac for the cues in my second moment and Windows and the cues for my third moment. It's also kind of interesting to just see that overall dynamic, just the fact that it shows both operating systems on the same scene as well. It looks like my current self is using Mac and my past self is using Windows. I love how that's on the same scene as well. That's just kind of a subtle detail that's kind of there, isn't it? But yeah, I used the computer by the TV. There was also a take that I accidentally left the TV on, so I kind of had to do things again in order to shut the TV off. So regarding that third scene where the clones are talking to each other, that was actually a bit more difficult than I thought, because I talked about the whole space repetition strategy, but I hadn't actually done it for months, and suddenly now I need to practice the script again. It kind of felt like relearning it to some extent, but I also kind of had it down at the same time. So relearning it was certainly a lot faster than it took the first time I learned that script. So yeah, pretty much everything I say from that third scene was pretty much said word for word. There were actually some words that I had slightly different, but it still worked as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, when I did like the second moment in time, I pretty much forgot most of the script at that time. And then literally last minute before I started recording that scene, I practiced again. I practically learned that whole thing in like maybe 10 or 20 minutes. And no, I did not reference the script at all when I actually did it. I pretty much did it all from memory. When you do stuff like that, you want to try to make it go with the flow as much as possible. And like I said, I really only memorized the script to get honed into the mindset of the nature of what was going on rather than memorizing it. But yeah, when I went to do the actual scene, it was so much more difficult than I thought it would be, especially for the current self. The current self struggled a lot. The past self was able to get theirs done in like 2 takes, I believe. Maybe 3, I'm not sure. For the current self, it probably took about 20 takes, maybe 15, before I got that one down successfully. My mind blanked on multiple occasions, and then do you ever talk and then suddenly you almost kind of choke on your drool or something while you're talking? Well, I ran into that quite a lot with the current self, so I was essentially choking on myself in a few instances just because I was saying a whole bunch of stuff at once. And obviously there were no breaks between those two clones at all. It was almost 4 minutes long. There were no breaks between them at all whatsoever. Even when I switched angles or switched places and I switched the camera angle, that was still continuous. I mean, the clock may have looked like it changed and maybe went back about 30 seconds or so, but that's because I'm doing the split screen, and then the clock is on one of the split screens, then it switches to the clock on the other split screen, but it's still continuous within each individual clone. But yeah, I had to clear my throat several times when doing the current clone. Like, not only did I lose my train of thought on occasion and maybe slightly said the wrong thing, but I also occasionally had to clear my throat as well, which meant I had to do that take over again. But yeah, when I did the past self, I only had to do that like 2 or 3 times before I had a successful take, which is why they probably had slightly more natural acting. The acting of the past clone I thought was a bit more natural than the current self. I mean, it's a weird one because when the current self had to do another take, there were even sometimes when I started over because I felt like my acting for a particular thing was too unnatural. And I was like, alright, I'm starting over. Oh yeah, then you should also know that I was controlling my phone's camera with SERC Pi. So I was actually using my Steam controller to control my phone for that scene. So essentially, whenever I had a successful take, I would obviously transfer the audio to the computer that's hooked up to the TV. But then I also ended up having to... So actually getting the timings was a lot more difficult than I thought it would be because, well, I had to coordinate the start of the audio cues perfectly. When there's a lot of room for transitioning to things in the beginning, it's very difficult to get that down. But on that particular scene, the current self was recorded first. Then the past self reacted to them, which is why there were a couple moments where the current self's timing was not that good. Obviously, the past self tried to correct along with it as much as they could. I'm sure I'll have a couple bloopers of that particular scene, which will kind of illustrate what it was like recording it, probably. But yeah, getting the audio cues set up for that was actually way more difficult than I anticipated. So for the current self, I tried to use the audio that I used for practicing the clone. By the way, I lost a lot of my timings because over time I hadn't practiced for months at a time, and when I started practicing again, my timings and intonation slightly changed over time. So yeah, I spent several of my first takes trying to get the current self to respond to the practice recording of the past self. So I kind of talked about the concept of practice recordings in the pre-production audio raw discussion of this time travel film. So I recorded the current and past self, just literally saying the script, and then I used video editing software to isolate the past and current self into separate audio tracks, and then I practiced the script simply by listening and responding to those audio recordings one at a time until I was able to go through the whole thing with virtually no mistakes. And that made things very easy to practice.
Now to clarify, when I'm doing these initial rehearsals, I might just focus on getting like 80% of the way there rather than completely to the point where I can make no mistakes whatsoever. Remember the 80-20 rule here. I think this provides a nice balance.
I didn't even have to read the script as I was going through it in my head. It's not nearly as effective doing things that way. So I tried to line it up. I kind of almost felt like I was compromising my natural acting abilities as a result. Getting the timings, it just had to be so precise that you wouldn't believe it. Because I'm effectively walking, and then I stop walking once the past self walks through the door. Having to get the start of that to line up perfectly with that, man, that is so difficult because I have to be like, okay, so when I walk from here to here, it takes about 10 seconds. I need to make sure that my walking lines up perfectly with that. And then that started becoming so much of a pain that I decided to just do the past self in my head directly rather than referencing an audio recording with the current self. So the current self references an audio recording of the practice rehearsal for the past self, if that even makes sense. Yeah, it got a little complicated, but yeah, trying to get the recording to line up perfectly and have things natural at the same time when I don't entirely feel prepared. Very difficult combo. But yeah, so the current self was actually not responding to any audio at all. Even though the original plan was to respond to the rehearsal audio, I just didn't respond to any audio because I had full control over when I started running through it in my head. I had complete control, so that was kind of nice. I mean, the thing that made this so hard was the fact that the script was very structured. If there was a lot more spontaneity involved that could achieve a similar effect, that would have been significantly better, but I didn't really have that luxury that time. So yeah, the current self did not actually react to any audio at all. I went through the whole thing in my head, and it actually turned out somewhat decent, I thought. But obviously the past self did react to audio through the hearing aid.
Unfortunately, I dropped my mic for these last 10 minutes before realizing it, so I tried my best to re-record it based on what I could hear, which was extremely difficult. I care about this segment, so enjoy. And yeah, getting the audio set up for the past self was a lot more important than I thought it would be because I have to get that started somewhat precise, and I had to get it started the moment I walked through the door. So the door is typically locked, and I need an electronic lock to unlock the key. It has an electronic box when I walk in. I actually had to unlock it ahead so that I could walk in and be precise. So the way I set up the audio was actually, I ended up using my video editor to get the past self's audio added because I wanted to get cues leading up to the very start because I need time to start the audio recording to get out of my apartment and then be able to walk back in right when I start. I probably made it look a lot easier than it was. But yeah, so I made a lot of challenges getting the current self audio so the past self could respond. And so what I did is it took about 30 seconds for me to go out of my apartment and then have time to come back in about 30 to 40 seconds later. So what I did was I set up auditory, basically telling me in my own voice how much time I have before it officially started, aka around the time I start walking through the door. I want to be in sync with that reference. So yeah, by the time I got out of the apartment, I probably hear my cue about 20 seconds later. Then it was kind of tricky because the actual keys that I used, I had to have that was in my pocket. And that wasn't even showing on camera because I was holding stuff too. Like getting my voice recorder set up, because trying to use the voice recorder for the actual audio event. So there's a slight possibility that the voice recorder audio sounds bad. If that's the case, I'm going to have to use my camera instead, which will have a lot more echo. But if my voice recorder's audio is bad enough, then I'm going to end up using the camera audio, which might have a lot of echo, but it still sounds better than the alternative. So if the audio sounds like it's cam audio, that's because it's literally the best option I'm given, so I'm not going to try to fix it. I mean, I'll do as much as I can to make the voice sound natural, but if it doesn't sound great, I'm sorry, but I'm still going to be using the camera audio still. It's a better alternative at that point, and I haven't even edited that, so I don't know how good that's going to be. So I'm trying to get rid of some of the background noise, but if I can't do a good job, then I'm just going to have to use the in-camera audio. There's things I could do to make it sound a bit more natural, but I can only do so much. It might actually be decent. But I feel like my audio quality could sound a bit better if I had a microphone with a pop filter. Yeah, having a good pop filter, like a hardware-based filter that my microphone can have for better quality. But then also don't forget, right now, for example, I'm driving. Well, not on this re-recording, but ordinarily I am driving during this recording. So I'm using artificial intelligence for better audio quality while driving. And I'm having about 10-second pauses pretty much every sentence, FYI. But yeah, then getting the audio lined up for the past self was very difficult because I not only created the audio cues, but I had to line up the clones, which would have been difficult because I had to use my Steam controller instead of the keyboard and mouse. The keyboard and mouse would have made things quite a bit easier, but having my computer hooked up to the TV, it just made sense to use the Steam controller then. So I made my jump cuts, and it was definitely a pain. It almost took 15 minutes just to get the audio prepped for the current self so that the past self could react. Yeah, what a pain. Not only that, but I ran into some technical difficulties as well. The audio that I used with that setup while listening to the clone audio was actually coming from optical audio that comes from the TV itself. The audio from the computer is HDMI, which goes to the TV's HDMI inputs, and then it goes from there to a third-party accessory that streams directly to my hearing aids. And that's typically how I did my audio. The problem with that is whenever my TV is off though, suddenly I'm no longer getting my cues from the computer, so I won't be hearing my cues without having the TV on. So I ended up hooking up the audio to the 3.5 millimeter audio jack and then had the audio go through that even with the TV turned off. And then that device that goes to my hearing aids is actually powered by the USB port that's built into the TV. And what I like about that setup is when I turn off my TV, it automatically turns off that accessory as well. Then the accessory comes on when I turn on the TV. But the problem is when I have my TV off, guess what's also going to be off? That third-party accessory, so I still can't hear myself. And you can see how difficult that would have been to troubleshoot, because I'm constantly bouncing the TV on and off. It works for like 20 seconds, and then all of a sudden it no longer works anymore, because that's how long it takes for the USB port to lose power. That was difficult to troubleshoot, as you could imagine. So the fact that turning the TV off caused the audio to not work for literally multiple reasons, and then having to do everything again as a result, including lining up my cues once again, because every retake I had to line up the cues again, then turn off the TV. Once I got it lined up, I had to turn it on to line it up first, and then I could finally turn it off. And that was before I managed to figure out what the issue was, on top of the messed up takes. So yeah, to fix it I ended up switching to the 3.5 millimeter jack built into the computer instead of going over HDMI. And then I switched the USB power elsewhere too so that it wasn't affected by the TV's state. It was a bit of a hassle, but I eventually got things switched over so that it continued working regardless. I think another difficulty I might have ran into, if I'm remembering correctly, is since the HDMI input no longer technically works with the TV off, that changed the audio output device, even though I may have had the 3.5 millimeter jack hooked up. So I had to get it to stay on there no matter what. I think I did some fumbling around with that as well, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, I troubleshooted that for like a half hour straight, constantly going in and out of the apartment and resetting up my cues and everything else. So that became very complicated. But once I got those issues figured out, then I was able to get it working. So when I started first doing my past self's timings with the current self, what I actually did was I stopped recording for a moment, then I practiced the current self off camera multiple times. Then I could kind of mentally get the timings down. So I didn't try to remember those rehearsals, I just did it multiple times until I had better timings within those rehearsals. Same with the intonations and every other little thing as well. I can't just go back and change the timings unless I redo the current self as a whole from the very start and its timings beforehand. So they're almost an hour apart between the current and past self. Almost a whole hour. But because I was very careful about my camera positioning and having the lighting pretty constant, it looks like it was pretty close to each other when it was actually an hour apart. So technically in real life, the past self was about an hour ahead of the current self, which sounds contradictory, but that is what was required to make it work. So yeah, then I practiced the timings off camera because I only have so much space that I could work with. I only have enough memory to record. About an hour and a half is what I had total, and I didn't want to waste footage, so I never stored everything. But honestly, the deleted probably wasn't worth watching for anyway, except for what I happened to keep. So yeah, basically out of my apartment, I have cues of me saying 20 seconds left. So those are my auditory cues in my voice. It's like 20 seconds left, 10 seconds left, 5 seconds left. And then the moment I hear the word go, That's the exact moment the door starts opening. So I actually turned the doorknob seconds in advance so that I could open up the door instantly on go. But you could imagine that also created a lot of pressure doing a continuous take for like 4 minutes. So not only do I have to have good timing with the door and go through all the lines continuously, but trying to make it as natural as I can. Also, when I could barely think on camera on top of that. Speaking of which, I felt like there were some points where my acting was a little unnatural, but that was something that I'm accepting. And what's really weird about that is after I did my final takes, I felt like there's a lot of areas where my acting could have been a lot better. But when I watch it again several weeks later, it feels like it doesn't bother me anymore like it did at first. It's not at all like I originally thought it would turn out based on what I remember while recording it. So I'm accepting what happened. In the original voice recording here, I mentioned there's a sign on the freeway that electronically displays how many parking spaces are available in the rest area. Yeah, it was a live feed and everything. I've never seen a sign like that. And then I also mentioned that I'm not going to Studio A then, and I'm going on site for work, which is about a 2-hour drive to there. So that's why I've been having a lot of time to talk. But yeah, I'm not going to Studio A at all. There were some points when I feel like my acting could have been better, but as far as I'm concerned, what happened is what's out of my control. But actually when I look at it now, the little details that used to bother me don't really bother me now. Hopefully the same is true when everyone else is watching. But I imagine you guys are probably in reality a very forgiving audience. So thanks, I appreciate that even though I didn't ask you to. I'm not an actor to be clear. Like I'd probably be terrible if I had somebody edit the stuff out of my control. But when it's under my own control, then I think I do better with acting or whatever. There's definitely some moments when I thought they were unnatural, and also other moments when I felt like they were not unnatural. I also felt like with both clones on at the same time, it'll probably be harder to notice when a specific one was slightly unnatural, because, well, there's 2 clones to pay attention to, so it'll be slightly harder to notice. That actually helps quite a lot, because we have 2 clones trying to act naturally at the same time, and the odds of looking at one of them acting unnaturally is much lower. But yeah, I believe the time after I practiced the final rehearsal for the past self, I think that was a successful take. So I'm like less than a mile away from my on-site destination now, so I think I'm going to stop talking now. Well, not now, because I'm re-recording, but you get the idea. Then I said, we'll pick up when I go back to Studio B again. See you then.
Right, so now let's talk about some of the other things that made that particular scene tricky. So, regarding the clock, if you look at the third moment, you'll realize that the starting time is about 5:45 when you look at the starting time. And on that day, it allegedly took about 35 minutes for my past self to come in. So during the third moment I time traveled to, I allegedly had about 35 minutes. And then, of course, I lost track of time again, like it seemed like I always do. But anyway, so that means that by the time they come, it's roughly 6:20. So what I ended up doing to basically accomplish that is, since the analog clock is in the video, I had to address that and try to make that as consistent as I could. So that was something that actually made things quite a bit more difficult as well, dealing with the analog clock. By the way, I apologize if the audio sounds any different now. That's because I have the microphone clipped on a different place, and I'm not going to change that. But yeah, so as I did both of the clones, I needed the time to be as consistent as I could. I was thinking of taking the analog clock off the wall so I didn't have to deal with that detail, but then you'd be able to tell that, like, there's something there where you can tell that a clock or something else is supposed to be there, but it's not. Like, you'd be able to know that something's out of place, basically, if I didn't have the clock there. So I decided I had to deal with that detail. And obviously, I kept setting it backwards. For each failed take, I kept setting the clock backwards. So that's right. Not only did I have to start my next attempt again if I had a failed take, but I also had to set the clock backward accordingly. But I decided rather than doing it for every single mistake, I just did it for every few. Because that 620 time that I would allegedly be back, it's more of a ballpark estimate. So yeah, it's fine if it takes a few times. But setting the clock back, that's really not that big of a deal on its own. But where it got really complicated is the fact that the clones eventually switched sides. I need to have continuity with the clock despite having different clones. Since I'm doing a split screen between them, the clock is on one side and then eventually the clock is suddenly on the other side. So if it constantly switches between the sides, that makes it a little bit difficult. And then just a little side note, what also made it difficult is the fact that I set the tray down on the table. And as you think about the way I recorded the video, basically the current self is on one side, right? The current self starts out on the right side, then by the end of the video, they're on the left side. Then the past self starts out on the left side. By the end of the video, they're on the right side. That's just how the video flows, right? Well, because of that, what about the tray? Because if the current self is recorded before the past self and then they suddenly switch sides, well, the tray is not going to be there by the time they switch by the time the current clone is on the left side. The tray will not have happened yet. Because obviously I did not record one and then the other. No, I recorded the current clone on the right side, then the left side. Then I recorded the past clone on the left side and the right side. The problem is the past clone, not only are they recorded second, but they're the one that sets down the tray, which means that chronologically the current clone would not even have a tray set down yet. But if the current clone eventually switches to the left side before the tray actually gets set down, well, how do we maintain continuity with the position of the tray? Well, the way that gets accomplished is I had to approximate where it's going to be positioned and have it set there ahead of time. So when I did the current clone, even though the past clone had not technically been recorded yet, the tray was already in its position ahead of time. So yeah, because the tray technically gets set down twice for continuity, I had to approximate the rough position of where the tray was going to get set down as the current self, so that when the clones swap positions later on, the tray doesn't really move. And I actually managed to get it almost precisely placed down to the millimeter, despite the past clone placing it down after the current clone did. The past clone had to spontaneously place it down on camera, and they had to match the current clone as much as possible. But if you look at them side by side, it's almost placed down in the exact same position and angle and everything. I got really lucky with that. It could have been off a ways, but honestly, because I switched camera angles, most people probably wouldn't even notice since it's not continuously going from one to the other. No, we got an angle that we switched to that breaks that up before it happens. So yeah, that actually is one of the things that made it as difficult as it was. Not just doing the clone, but also having continuity with all the other little details that are in the background. That, I didn't even think I'd have to deal with that problem, but yeah, so the current self placed it down ahead of time so that when they were in the left side of the screen, whereas they started out on the right side, then the tray would not appear to move when it swapped positions. Because the tray could have very well randomly disappeared had I not been thinking about that detail. When the clone swapped positions, the tray would have suddenly disappeared out of nowhere if I hadn't paid attention to that detail. So, you're welcome. Although it would have been kind of a neat hidden Easter egg had I made that mistake. But trust me, I had to put a lot of thought into how I was going to accomplish that. The way my mind was thinking while all that was happening, that's the kind of stuff that can cause me to have those parasomnias at night. Because I had to think very deeply about how I was going to address that issue, for example. That required a lot of mental processing for me. Oh, and another thing, because I'm hard of hearing, I usually require more mental processing than the average person for just things in general because of how different hearing is for me compared to the average person. So that also makes me require more mental processing, and probably why I have a higher requirement for REM sleep as well. So yeah, anyway, in order to minimize the inconsistencies with stuff like that, I had to really put a lot of thought into this. I remember I was a one-man show for this. I did the directing, the camera work, the acting, every single role. Where with TV shows, there's gonna be tons of people working on it. But yeah, let me tell you, having to do it as a one-man show, it's very exhausting. But yeah, after I recorded those last 2 scenes within a single weekend, that made me realize literally anything is possible. It's a matter of having the gumption to do it, but literally anything is possible. You're just gonna make it work one way or another. But after all that stuff I went through, and honestly, after all the stuff I went through today with the IT migration stuff, oh man, that was such a pain. But so I'm literally not going to be at Studio B until almost midnight. So I ended up having a very late supper. Yeah, what a long day. And then later on, I guess, even in today's recording, I'll update you on my Commander Data dream goals. So I started talking about Data from Star Trek and how I have those dream goals involving him. I've had some experiences since last time, so I'll update you on that as well later on. I want to get the time travel stuff first, though. Yeah, the IT migration stuff had a lot of technical difficulties. It's very difficult to transfer an exact network configuration, for example, from one location to the next. Well, it kind of depends on what you're trying to do, but anyway, not relevant here. But yeah, so regarding the tray, yeah, it does move a little bit when the clone goes from one side to the next, but it's so minute that you're probably not really going to notice it. But if I had done a worse job, then yeah, the tray would suddenly move when going from one side to the other because of the chronological order that everything was recorded in. So obviously, you know that when I switch from one angle to the next, or when I switch from one side to the next, I switch the camera angle as we move around in order to get around the problem with us overlaying each other and everything like that. It kind of helped deal with that problem. But earlier, I think in the pre-production, I mentioned that I was going to use my secondary phone, the secondary camera. I could just switch to that angle and sync it all up. But I never ended up doing that. Everything was recorded with the same camera. So when we switched sides, that was all recorded with the same camera. I was hoping to do it continuously, but it didn't work out for multiple reasons. So first of all, you probably know that the past clone on that particular scene wears that I void warranty shirt, which by the way was a last minute idea. I'll get into that more in a little bit, but basically I actually had my camera set on my hamper. I used my hamper as a surface for that particular camera, and I never really got a chance to wash the shirt beforehand, so I basically forgot it in the hamper. I was just going to use it for this one thing and then put it back in. Honestly, I don't even think I originally wore it for the whole day. But yeah, anyway, so that meant that I had to move the camera, and that also meant that I would be re-recording the successful take of the current clone if I wanted to be able to do that, where I record both angles simultaneously. I would have liked to do that, but yeah, because I moved the camera, I would not be able to live with that movement. So for that reason, yeah. So since the camera angle was already screwed up, I decided I would just record that secondary angle after the fact. And besides, the secondary camera, even though I have a lot of manual controls on it, it doesn't do nearly as good of a job as my current phone does with that. So for that reason, I decided it'd be better to use my current phone anyway. I was very angry when I made that mistake, but because I wouldn't be able to use that camera, but I worked around it by deciding to record that after the fact rather than doing a whole nother take with that angle. Yeah, it just would not have worked out in my favor otherwise. So yeah, at that point I decided to just stop recording that camera altogether because I was going to record it later on with the same camera I recorded the original angle. Besides, that actually worked out better because it took multiple takes for me to get myself walking from one side to the other done successfully. It took multiple takes for me to do it the way I wanted to. So it probably would have been screwed up had I been able to do it continuously anyway. So in some ways it's a good thing that I recorded it in that way instead. But yeah, so regarding that tray detail, I was able to mitigate how much that randomly changed things up. And then as far as the clock goes, you will notice that the second hand is not continuous in the way you would expect. It goes backwards, but I decided not to worry about that because the minute was practically identical between both of the clones. I happened to time that very nicely. But the second was, of course, off. So the second hand randomly goes backwards when we move from one side to the other. And that's again because the clock is connected to one clone, but when we swap sides, then the clock is connected to the opposite clone all of a sudden. So therefore, the time will change accordingly. But yeah, because I kept setting the time backwards, the minute is virtually the same. It doesn't really change at all. The second is what's way off and inconsistent. But yeah, that's not a big deal, but it's kind of a nice hidden Easter egg as well. The fact that the second hand goes back despite everything being continuous, that's a nice hidden Easter egg. But yeah, with those little details that made things rather difficult, I'm pretty pleased with how it turned out. Like anything that I screwed up with regarding that at this point, as far as I'm concerned, those are hidden Easter eggs. There's quite a few other hidden Easter eggs that I'll go over in a little bit. But yeah, so you know that the past self wore the I Void Warranty shirt. Of course, I'm not sure if I actually wore it on that day, but I figured I could do like this really funny little tidbit right there. So it was kind of a last minute idea. Doing that idea with the I Void Warranty shirt was a last minute idea. Basically, one day I simply got out the shirt and I was like, you know what? Since we're literally talking about returning a product, that would be perfect to wear, given the context. And actually, it isn't just this willy-nilly idea that I made up. I think on the day that I actually returned the product for real, because of course, that SSD thing is based on a true story. The only difference is in real life, I didn't actually save myself a whole bunch of time. But on the bright side, my setup did not change because of my past self. Like my setup did not suddenly change because of them. Now my setup is still intact. So if you were worried all night about that thing, don't be, because my setup did not change one bit. They did it right. So I'm very pleased about that. But yeah, in real life, when I actually returned the product for real, I think I was originally wearing the I Void Warranty shirt on that day, and then I realized what I did. I think I did end up changing it for real before I went to return it at the UPS store. So yeah, that little tidbit about the I Void Warranty shirt, that did technically really happen. I really did wear it on the day that I returned it, but I changed it before I went to return it. If I remember correctly, that really did happen, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, because of that last minute decision, I did have to modify my script a little bit, of course, to adapt for that, because actually originally I was just gonna simply wear that shirt and not even do anything about it, but then I decided not everybody's gonna naturally notice that little tidbit. I want to make it so that it's addressed so that people know about it. Like I was like literally considering doing a community post someday where I mention that irony. But then I decided, you know what, I don't even have to do that. I could literally embarrass myself over this situation, and then it's addressed right on the video itself. So that's exactly what I did. And then deciding to wear the raincoat was also a last minute idea as well. I wasn't originally going to, but I decided to wear a raincoat because, well, it's just a random idea that I had initially because it was actually raining the day I recorded that. And I actually had to wear it on that day for real. And I decided, you know what? That would actually be kind of a nice change of pace because, I mean, I don't want to be doing exactly the same thing all the time. And sometimes I am wearing that instead of normal one. The other reason I decided to do that is because I normally set my sunglasses on the counter thing. And because I'm cloning myself, there's really not a lot of room to be able to set my sunglasses where I normally would. And I sure wasn't going to keep it on the whole time, so if I wore my raincoat, that would naturally mean I don't wear sunglasses. Although that doesn't necessarily match reality either. I actually wear sunglasses on rainy days, believe it or not. The reason why is because it prevents rain from getting in my eyes. And then, yeah, most people would be squinting, barely being able to see, but because I have my sunglasses, it's literally protecting my eyes and I can keep them open all the time even when it rains. Of course, I don't use an umbrella, but if I did, that might be a better option. But yeah, sunglasses actually help prevent rain from getting in the eyes. So actually, if it was raining, I would still be wearing my sunglasses for that reason. And then when it's snowing, it's also handy for not getting snow in the eyes as well. So yeah, in reality, I probably would have still been wearing my sunglasses, but then I figured if I wore my raincoat, that means I wouldn't have to toss my sunglasses on the counter where I normally do, which would kind of overcomplicate things. Besides, it also provided a nice opportunity for me to take it off while we're literally talking. I feel like it kind of makes things feel a little bit more natural and casual because I'm literally taking off my raincoat while I'm having a discussion with myself, my clone. So I feel like that I like the dynamic that adds. It adds kind of a neat dynamic. So that's another reason why I went with that idea. And then what I also did not really plan on was when I first tell myself that I should return the SSD drives, that's literally when my iVoid warranty shirt first gets revealed, right when I talk about returning a product. Like, that timing could not have been better. I mean, if you didn't notice that initially, watch what happens when I unzip my coat. I literally talk about returning a product for the first time, and it literally came out of nowhere. Like, why would I ever talk to myself about returning a product while I wear the iVoid warranty shirt, right? Literally happened when that shirt got revealed for the first time, as I take off that raincoat. That was not part of my original plan, but the timing just happened to work out very nicely with that. So I guess you could say that's an intake, because that was not part of my original script or plan, but it worked out nicely. So some people are probably going to notice it right when it gets revealed, and then absolutely lose it probably just because of the irony. But then if they don't notice it, I later address it verbally, and then you start noticing the irony. It'll work fine either way. And then honestly, if you notice it, then you might anticipate, like, am I going to end up saying anything about it? Then I don't for a while, so then maybe you're going to now think I'm not going to mention it at all. But then all of a sudden I start mentioning it out of nowhere. And it's like, oh my gosh, are you serious? But yeah, I thought that was a neat little tidbit that wasn't part of my original plan. I feel like the best humor tends to generally happen when these unplanned things happen like that. So yeah, I'm kind of pleased with how that turned out. So I guess to touch back on the whole hidden Easter eggs concept. Speaking of which, the hidden Easter egg about where the year was derived from, I think I'll do a reveal toward the end of this recording. Like, I'm going to actually reveal what the hidden Easter egg is. I kind of talked about that in the pre-production. So, like, we don't have the exact year since the Big Bang, but I decided to derive an exact year based on 3 hidden Easter eggs. That's where the exact year actually came from. I think I will do a reveal toward the end of this recording. Like, the end of the whole post-production recording. So yeah, that's where the answer will be revealed. So if you don't want to hear it, then obviously be careful, but I won't reveal it until toward the very end. But in the meantime, let's talk about some other hidden Easter eggs that resulted in basically forgetting certain details as I produced the video. So if you watch the second moment in time that I go to, basically when I went to October 19th at 6:20 p.m., you'll notice a couple oddities right there. So first of all, you'll notice that I have the fan turned on, and then when I run from the couch back to the computer, suddenly the fan is off. Like, it just turns off out of nowhere. It's literally on when I'm running back to my desk, and then suddenly it's off. Well, the reason why is because when I get back to my desk, that was actually recorded the next day. So that second moment in time was actually recorded over the course of 2 days. So like when I jump over the couch, that's basically the last thing I did in one day. And then everything else after that was recorded the next day, which is why the fan is suddenly turned on. That's why. I literally forgot that detail. I should have turned it back on, but I forgot, so now it's a hidden Easter egg. Maybe a rather concerning one, too. And then another little discrepancy is that when I walk out the door in that same moment, when I actually end up walking out the door on the October 19th day, so when I close the door, you'll notice that the curtain, so there's a curtain attached to the door as you see on the video, but you'll notice that while I'm closing the door, the curtain is right behind the doorknob. But then when my past self suddenly notices that the door is unlocked and everything, well, suddenly that curtain's in front of the doorknob instead of behind it. That's a plot hole that I did not even catch until after I recorded it. I mean, how can a curtain suddenly go from being behind to being in front? I noticed that pretty much just after I recorded it, and I decided it wasn't worth trying to fix. I decided I would use post-production to make it the least noticeable I could, but I was actually going to show that particular angle for longer than I did, but I decided to stop showing it so soon for that reason. So yeah, the curtain suddenly goes from being behind the doorknob to being in front of it and covering it up. Obviously, that's because my current self came back in to record the past self, and I literally forgot that detail. Oh well. Did I mention that I changed clothes for pretty much every single angle you see of each clone? So I probably changed my clothes a good 30 or even 50 times throughout all those scenes. I have never changed my clothes so many times at once in my entire lifetime, especially between the same clothes. That's probably the most that's ever going to happen in my whole life. I just had this random thought. Technically, I don't play one person in that video. I played two different people, my current self and my past self. Those are technically two different characters if you really think about it. Kind of weird to think about. I don't know, I just randomly had that thought. I'm sure there's some other hidden Easter eggs as well that I just forgot. See, when you're the only one that's running literally every detail, yeah, it's kind of hard to prevent all these issues from happening. So like my alarm clock, for example, there's a moment when it suddenly jumps ahead 10 minutes when it should have been on the same minute, or maybe 1 minute ahead rather than 10. That's because my alarm clock is normally 10 minutes ahead of the actual time. That's a strategy I've always done to try not being late, but it doesn't work very well. But I still do it anyway. But anyway, because of that 10-minute gap, I actually got confused. And for one moment, I thought I was in the 10-minute gap like I should have been. For another moment, I thought I wasn't. So that's why the clock suddenly seems to jump between 10 minutes. Because I just lost track of where I was with the 10-minute gap. That's why. And then obviously, I think I already mentioned the one where the alarm clock randomly shuts off in the first moment I time traveled to. I did that because you could see the alarm clock from the very start, and I didn't really want to show how long it took for me to ionize the tape, because there's no way I could realistically convince people that it took this long to ionize. It's just, the realism with that is pretty much, in my mind, impossible to achieve. So I figured it'd be better to have it not show the time at all, so you couldn't even tell how long I'd been doing it for. And obviously I didn't really wait at all. In fact, sometimes I even moved the hearing aid dryer a little bit on purpose to make it look like a bunch of time-heady laps, and that I opened and closed it multiple times to check up on it. Basically give the illusion that a bunch of time passed, when in reality maybe only seconds have passed. So yeah, I tried to get as many details straight as I could. Also, there's a moment when the clock suddenly on the stove suddenly jumps from 6:52 to 6:55, like literally within a second. And it's meant to be continuous. Of course, that was a detail that I couldn't keep very straight either. Yeah, you wonder why there's so many plot holes and impossible things in movies and shows. Well, this is why. It's just difficult to keep track of all these different things. So like one scene that comes to mind is Elf. So on Elf, there's a scene where Miles Finch kicks a picture off the wall. A few seconds later, the picture's suddenly back on the wall again. It is really hard to get all these details straight. And then, I know you might be thinking, well, if you have a whole bunch of people working on the project, you can minimize that sort of effect. But you also have to remember how much more difficult projects become because of the collaboration aspects. So does it really make you that much more likely to be able to notice those kind of errors and prevent them from happening? No, not really. There's also a scene in Seinfeld where the alarm clock says 2:30, or maybe it says 3:30, I can't remember. Then suddenly it jumps back a minute or two at a later point in time. Those are details that are hard to get straight, as you can imagine. I was also thinking of a scene on Gilligan's Island where there's a guy that comes on the island who wants to do a production of Hamlet, and when he closes the door that's essentially made out of the hut material and I think bamboo, well, when he closes the door, it suddenly falls off. And then when it switches angles, the door is suddenly back on like it never fell off to begin with. If you notice real closely, you'll notice that detail on that particular scene where the guy doing the Hamlet production is singing, I believe. The door falls off and then suddenly it's back on like nothing happened. And the audience is watching him like nothing happened at all. Yeah, those are details that are very hard to keep track of. Let me see if I can think of any other weird ones like that. I've noticed plenty of details on like television shows and movies like that. But yeah, it's hard to avoid those. You'd be surprised, like, do a production yourself and you'll realize just how easy it is to make those kind of mistakes. You try to prevent as many as you can, but yeah. Actually, I can think of a few more from Gilligan's Island in particular. So, on the allergy episode, the episode where Skipper is essentially allergic to Gilligan, you'll notice that there's a particular moment where Gilligan uses a plank. So, Skipper is obviously sneezing a whole bunch, right? He keeps blowing out a candle with his sneeze, so Gilligan tries to cover the candle with a plank to prevent his sneeze from blowing out the candle. Well, if you look at the right side of the screen, you'll actually notice someone's head randomly pops in and blows out that candle. So someone else did blow it out. They accidentally got themselves in the frame. I think there's also a scene on Leave It to Beaver where they accidentally got an overhead microphone in the frame. And there were also some angles where you could actually tell that the house was clearly on a set. Then I'm sure there's also plenty of shows where green screen has very similar issues. Because in order to get green screen to look realistic, you have to match all these different attributes at once. And it's very difficult to accomplish that. It's very difficult to get all these attributes to match reality. Like, you have to get the right shutter speed, the focal distance, the aperture, the focus itself, the lighting. The lighting has to match, the foreground and background have to have matching lighting, or else it's going to look really weird. There's a lot of different things you have to match up when you're doing green screen, and there's probably plenty of incidents where movie and television studios get that wrong, and they get one or more of those details wrong, and the things just look really weird for whatever reason. It'll make you be like, oh yeah, obviously that was an $800 budget. Yeah, no doubt about that. And then on the Gilligan's Island episode, where the one with the radioactive vegetables, where they would end up being the healthiest dead people in existence, the scene where they're blowing bubbles, you can see there's a bubble hose behind some people. You can see a little hose that's clearly producing the bubble. And as you look at the mouth, you can also kind of tell that, if you look real closely at the angle, you can tell that it's clearly not coming from the mouth directly, but somewhere next to it. Oh yeah, another minor detail that I just recalled. I'll leave it to Beaver. I think it's on the silent treatment episode, season 6, episode 25, I think. I don't know why I just remembered that off the top of my head. Some of these numbers are off the top of my head, and I don't even know where they came from. But anyway, so they're the scene where the beaver gets stung by a bee, and you can clearly tell that the bee was attached to a string. Like, if you look closely, you can clearly see the string. So that was a little minor production thing that they couldn't entirely hide. Oh yeah, then another one is on Leave It to Beaver. There's a license plates that Ward owns. So on Ward's vehicle, there's a license plate that you'll see on the intro of season 6. And you'll also notice every once in a while, Fred Rutherford's vehicle has that exact same license plate. I think it's like WGJ865 or something along those lines, or WJG865. I'm probably remembering that wrong, but it's very close to that number right there. Pretty sure it's an 865. WGJ865 probably. I'm not entirely certain. I'm driving, so I can't be entirely certain I'm recalling that correctly. But yeah, you'll notice that sometimes it's on Ward's vehicle, other times it's on Fred's vehicle. But I also have a theory about that particular thing. So there's a particular episode where Ward gets a new vehicle, and we don't know what happened to the old one. You could make the argument that he gave it to Fred Rutherford, and therefore Fred was supposed to have that license plate. Like, that's actually a strong possibility. When Ward got a brand new vehicle, or a newer vehicle anyway, he could have given the old one to Fred, and that would explain why he had that license plate. But I think there's one particular scene that might prove that argument wrong. I think there's even a later scene where Ward suddenly has that license plate again. Like in an actual episode, not just the intro. So it's like Ward has it most of the time. Suddenly Fred has it for a while. And then suddenly Ward has it again. Maybe Fred decided to give it back to Ward. Maybe Ward decided he didn't like a new vehicle after all. He likes the old one. Who knows? I remember somebody the other day mentioned this young Sheldon detail that was inconsistent. You look at so this had to do with when George Cooper and Billy's dad were talking at the table. There's a bunch of beer cans or bottles on the table, and when it switches between camera angles, suddenly the number is wrong. I think there's like one point when there's 2 cans or bottles here, 4 over here, but at this other angle, suddenly the number changes in those corresponding positions. And then I think there's also a scene in The Big Bang Theory where this is the one where Leonard and Leslie Winkle were playing, I think the cello or the violin, I can't remember. I think the cello is what goes all the way down to the ground. Anyway, so there's a music stand that falls down, and then I think when they switch camera angles, suddenly it's no longer on the ground. Then when they switch back, suddenly it's on the ground again. Or there's also a slight possibility that I'm remembering that wrong, and it looks that way initially, but when you look at where things are actually positioned, it was actually positioned right after all, and not a plot hole. There's that possibility too. That's not even a plot hole to begin with. But yeah, there's plenty of them throughout pretty much any show, I think. Yes, even Seinfeld, the classic, has a few of those too. I know that if you look at certain time travel scenes from various movies like Harry Potter and even Back to the Future between the first and second movie, you'll notice that the time is actually not 100% linear. Like, you would expect all the events to be the full events, and then they would line up perfectly. Like, if you were to try to stitch all the commonalities together in split screen to see how going back in time, just how much it splits up and how much things line up overall, well, you'll notice that it's not actually parallel with each other most of the time. But then again, you also have to understand that's why they're able to pull it off, because of it not being exactly parallel. They get it pretty close, but it won't be exact. So that's true of Harry Potter. That's also true of Back to the Future. And I think even some of the Bill and Ted ones where they run into each other like that, I think even that one has something very similar, where the timings could be slightly off, not exactly parallel. But yeah, when you're not watching them next to each other and you're watching it like it's supposed to be in the context of a movie, you're not going to care or notice those differences. So I certainly wouldn't make a big deal about that. I mean, even my own film, obviously the moments that I time travel don't actually match reality in those exact moments. I did record enough detail to even be able to do that, but I tried to replicate as realistic as I could, because obviously when I'm like sitting down to watch TV, that does match reality. I use a voice command to wake up the TV. I also use it to pull up whatever show I'm watching. Yeah, that does match reality. However, where it doesn't match reality is the fact that I usually like to do my exercises right before I eat supper. That was not included in the film, of course. But I actually do some high intensity and cardio exercise before I have supper typically. Of course, I did within the context of the film. You might also find it interesting to know that I actually got a new couch in Studio B like 4 or 5 months ago, so the couch that you see in the video, that is my current couch, but that is not the couch I had back in October or September where I allegedly time traveled to. The couch was not the couch I actually had at the time. I had a completely different couch. It was a bit longer and maybe a little bit more comfortable, if I'm being perfectly honest. But yeah, so the couch shown on there is not actually what I had in the past. That would have been kind of neat if I would have been able to do that detail as well. Yeah, speaking of matching details from the past, the whiteboard that you see on the door, the stuff that you see from the very first moment I time traveled to, September 22nd at 3:45 p.m., that is the kind of stuff that I had on the whiteboard at the time. In fact, it could have been exact, potentially. I wouldn't be surprised when I read that stuff. I was pretty convinced that the past could have easily had those exact items on the whiteboard the way it did. I'm pretty convinced that that would have matched up pretty accurately. So usually when I write stuff on that whiteboard, it's stuff that I need to write down, but it's not convenient to write it in digital format at that time. Like, I have to get it in some digital document, but it's not convenient at the moment, but I need to get it down. Well, I'll get it down on that whiteboard, and eventually I'll transfer that to my digital notes. So I do have a video on my second channel, Joseph Zen's Test. If you look at the video excerpts playlist, there's a video called My Awesome To-Do List System. That's also where I keep all my notes. So basically anything you see on the whiteboard eventually gets added to my awesome to-do list system. Basically, I'm using Obsidian software to accomplish that, which I still use, by the way. And I have some content coming out on that in the video excerpt playlist in the future. It might already be out by the time you're listening to this, but there's a slight chance it might not be. But yeah, anything you see on the whiteboard, at some point it would have gotten added to my Obsidian note-taking system. So I basically took notes that were not convenient to do in digital format at the time. Now the stuff that I had in October, both October 19th and 21st, by the way, the October 21st, obviously October 21st is a special date in Back to the Future, because I think one of the dates was October 21st, 2015. Speaking of which, I think there's a YouTube video or video by Jimmy Kimmel, if I'm not mistaken, for Back to the Future, which I think was taken on October 21st, 2015. And that's a special date reference in Back to the Future. When I reference October 21st, I swear I was not referencing Back to the Future at all. That was a pure coincidence that October 21st just happened to be one of my days. The reason I picked October 21st is a whole different special reason. So, back in 2017, I made a video where I did some what I consider really interesting stuff for a really big project I was working on. I would consider this time travel film maybe like my second biggest project I've ever worked on, but October 21st is actually special in the context of the biggest project I've ever worked on, which is not curated for the public, unfortunately. But so basically, I was working on that project, and I decided to record myself doing that for a while. And I happened to record myself on October 21st, 2017. And I was kind of passively working on the project, basically weekends that I had opportunities to. And then in 2018, I happened to be able to follow up on that video and do some more. And that actually happened to be recorded on October 21st, 2018, exactly 1 year later. That was not planned at all. Both videos just happened to be recorded on October 21st by pure coincidence. And then I think in 2019, something special happened on October 21st as well. I can't quite remember. In 2020, I don't think it did either. But in 2021, I had started a different video series, which is not available to the public either. But I think I started that on October 21st, 2021, maybe. It might have actually been October 20th, potentially, I'm not sure. Or it was recorded October 20th at like 11 at night, and then I didn't finish until after midnight, aka October 21st that year. And then I didn't get to that project for a little while. And the time I got to resume that project again just happened to be October 21st, 2022. So I happened to be able to resume it again 1 year later on that exact same date. And then I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was also able to resume again October 21st, 2023. That very same project. I picked up on it several months later, October 21st, multiple years in a row, I think. Or maybe it was October 20th, multiple years in a row, but it was around that time nonetheless. So for me, October 21st is kind of a special date. No, actually, I take that back. 2023 was not a year that... No, maybe it was. Or at the very least, I worked on a sub-project that contributes to this original project on that day. But every year since 2017, it seems like October 21st has been special for one reason or another. Oh, actually the 2023 special day was the time travel film itself. That's a moment that I went to. I might have actually done something pretty special on that day, but I can't quite remember what. So yeah, the point is, October 21st is kind of has a special place in my heart because it always seems like some random, rare, special thing ends up happening on that day. So that's why That's why that date appears in the time travel film. Not because of the reference in Back to the Future, but rather it actually holds a special place in my heart for a completely different reason and has since 2017. Not even related to Back to the Future at all. But when I realized Back to the Future had that date as well, I was like, I could not believe it. Back to the Future effectively started that tradition, and in some ways I continued it myself without even knowing that I did that. Like, that's pretty neat. That was very much unintentional. Anyway, so regarding the whiteboard, yeah, the stuff that you see on there, obviously that changes from the current moment to the past moment. I try my best to replicate what I likely had on the whiteboard at the moments that I time traveled to, but I'm sure it didn't match reality exactly. I kind of went through my notes and thought about what I likely worked on at the time and therefore what I likely would have had on the board. But some of it probably did not match reality though, because I don't remember what I had there. So yeah. So what you see on the whiteboard, I tried to base it off of what I had. It usually has minor little notes that I need to get added to my note-taking system, usually related to projects that I'm working on. So like the tube clog up stuff that you see on the whiteboard in my second or third moment that I time traveled to, that's related to the project I'm working on, where I'm eventually going to make a video talking about my hearing loss journey. And basically what I had on the whiteboard were things that I don't want to forget to mention in that video. So I have like a bulleted list of everything I want to talk about, of course. And what you see on the whiteboard are actually some of the bulleted items. And I probably minimize how much I wrote on the whiteboard just to write just enough information for what I actually need to write down by the time I get it added in the digital notes. I wrote down just enough for that. But what I like about what I did there is the fact that if you don't have the full context of everything on the whiteboard, it might be really weird to look at, especially when you're trying to figure out like what it is. But yeah, usually it's notes for projects I'm working on. If you don't have any context, it might be rather strange. So there's some nice little tidbits there as well. And fun fact, when I went to my first moment in time and actually did the time travel for the very first time, I was able to get myself to look pretty genuinely excited. And part of the reason why I was able to get myself as excited as I looked on that video is actually the things that I changed to make it look like the past. When I was noticing all those differences, I was actually kind of proud of myself for the attention to detail that I had. So when I looked excited about the time travel, I was actually excited about the attention to detail I had with making it look like it was really the past. So that smile was actually me being proud of myself for making it actually look like the past. I personally thought the acting looked pretty genuine right there. I'm like genuinely excited about the time travel. A huge part of it is the fact that I made it look very different and look like I really did travel to the past. It actually made me feel like I really did travel to the past for a brief moment. I was able to literally put myself in that position like it really happened because I made it look like the past. Then I started to pretend, and because it looked like the past, I didn't feel like I had to do very much pretending at all. I was able to just kind of snap into character and live out the parts. Quite proud of how that turned out. I don't think I'd be able to replicate that so naturally a second time. So yeah, I looked genuinely excited, or at least I thought I did, because of the details that I changed to make it actually look like the past. I was genuinely excited about how it looked like the past. So I was able to almost convince myself that I really was in the past as a result. It made it very easy to put myself into character because it really felt like I was in the past due to the attention to detail that I had. So yeah. So I guess to come back to that first moment of time travel, the angle where I'm hiding behind my desk and everything like that. So basically the angle where I'm hiding behind my desk, you might notice that my head overlays where my past self's feet were at one point. There was actually some overlap between the clones, not at the same time, but at different points in time where you see the past self existing, the current self intersects with some of those points. Basically what I did was I kind of changed the split screen over time, but because of how consistent I had the lighting, it's very difficult to notice when I actually make that change with the split screen. I was able to kind of animate it into something else. And then obviously when I did the angle where I run the bathroom door, you'll notice that my current self directly overlays a past self. That's because I did a masking job, and I was able to get them to overlay. So yeah, that was a masking job that I did right there. I used the rotoscope tool for that. I did quite a decent job overall. I didn't have to spend a whole lot of time getting my current self to overlay my past self like that, because the rotoscope tool did a fairly good job overall. I did have to make some corrections over time, but yeah, so I didn't really do, and when I say rotoscope, I actually meant magic mask. Magic mask is what you'd use in DaVinci Resolve Fusion, but in After Effects, part of the Adobe suite, you would use the rotoscope tool. In my mind, the magic mask is basically the rotoscope tool, but with actual artificial intelligence incorporated into it. I didn't have to do a whole lot to get it to overlay nicely, but yeah. Both clones are directly overlaying each other in the frame on that video. They really are. So now you might be wondering about those moments where I fell or injured myself. So basically when I travel to my second moment, you notice that I suddenly fall. Well, I don't know if I explained that yet, but basically I have this ottoman that's in the living room area right there. And in the present moment, I was not standing where the ottoman was positioned. But in the past moment, suddenly I was, because the ottoman was positioned differently in the past. And it just happened to be right where I was standing. Hence the reason why I lost control and suddenly fell. Because the ottoman was suddenly positioned exactly where I was standing. So I fell as a result. That's what happened there, if that didn't make sense. And you might be interested to know that when I fell, I never injured myself that time, but I decided to do a practice rehearsal like a few months before I actually did the real take. And when I did the practice rehearsal, I injured my leg pretty badly during the rehearsal. I don't even know what I did differently, but I happened to hurt myself, and yeah, now I got some scars on my legs. They're still present several months later. It was all because of one practice rehearsal of falling right by the couch. Yeah, I don't know what happened there at all. I didn't do it any differently during the final take, but it never hurt for whatever reason. It could even have to do with the different couches, because when I did my practice rehearsal, I still had the old couch at the time. I don't know. You might also be interested to know that, like, obviously I dropped my time travel device when that happened. And you might also know from the pre-production recording that I talked about having to get a different calculator because the original one smoked, probably because the same charges were directly facing each other instead of completing a circuit. Well, anyway, because of that, I now have two TI-85s, but one of them is not functional at all. Although it's probably still functional enough to smoke again if I really wanted it to. But anyway, so when I dropped the calculator and stuff, I did the broken calculator rather than the functional one. That's the one I dropped. I did not drop the calculator that works because I do feel like it could literally break. I don't know, it just feels like it's made out of material that's not very strong. So I used the broken calculator rather than the real one. But every other moment that I didn't drop them, I used a real calculator. So essentially I used a stand-in calculator while I dropped it. Not even the real one that works. I think that's kind of a weird concept to think about. A stand-in calculator. I feel like because I've been thinking a lot about the time travel film and stuff, it's kind of influenced my dreams in kind of interesting ways. So, like, I've had quite a few dreams referencing stand-ins in some way. Like, for example, I had this dream where I cloned myself. Obviously, it's probably a reference to the time travel film, except I did that in a very different film. But yeah, anyway, I was recording a video for a while, and then I watched the video, and I noticed that one of my clones was actively talking in front of the camera like they were being interviewed. The other clone was literally sitting at a desk in a swiveling chair. Not only that, but the camera actually moved. Like a very professional camera. It literally panned around the scene. And so naturally I assumed perhaps the clone that's sitting in the chair was a stand-in to myself. But I looked closer, it definitely wasn't a stand-in at all. And I was literally watching this and I'm like, how the hell am I accomplishing this? Like, they're both clearly me, but the camera was able to move and still do the split screen effectively. How? How did I even do that? I have a lot of dreams where I managed to figure that out in one way or another, and I'm questioning how I even did that. I also have a few dreams where I clone myself, like in the physical world, and then I could just film our clones without even having to do any special effects. Like, that often happens, and that's happened over the years occasionally. Like, the clones are literally right there in person. Those dreams are very weird sometimes, but very interesting as well. Anyway, I had a recent dream related to a stand-in that I thought was very odd. So essentially, the dog that's belonged in the family over the years, named Lucky, they're dead now. They've been dead for probably about 3 or 4 years, I'm guessing. And I saw that dog in the dream. I knew that they were dead at the time. So then I asked the person in the dream, is that actually the dog? And then they said, no, that's a stand-in. And I'm trying to explain to myself what's even going on. So yeah, I'm trying to explain to myself what's even happening. And the best explanation I could come up with is they took parts of Lucky that are still functional, and then they're using another dog to actually facilitate that. So it looks exactly like Lucky, but it's actually another dog at its core. So effectively a stand-in dog, but it looks just like Lucky. And some of the personality is there, but some of the personality is missing as well. Or the doginality, or whatever you want to call that. But I thought that was really fascinating. That was definitely influenced by the time travel film and thinking a lot about stand-ins, noticing on Star Trek all the different places they use stand-ins. So I thought that was Lucky, but it's actually a stand-in dog being Lucky, essentially. But yeah, anyway, so in the film, I literally have a stand-in calculator that I'm okay damaging it for whatever reason. Dropping it actually were to damage it. Of course, because I have two calculators, I have two cases as well. One of the cases is a lot more loose than the other one. I kind of hate it, to be honest. So that's what I use as a stand-in case. I kept the better one, obviously. So yeah, when I did the second moment in time that I time traveled to, the October 19th one, obviously that was very difficult to film until I realized that I can actually switch between multiple angles to help. But yeah, I didn't even have to worry about being exact with the timings because I could switch between angles and then adjust them accordingly. And then I don't have to worry about re-recording because I have a lot of flexibility with multiple angles. I literally have multiple different possible choices I can make to decide what looks best and works best without even having to worry about the possibility of needing to re-record. Unless, of course, all my data backups with the raw footage and everything fails on me, then suddenly I have to re-record stuff. Assuming my data backup and the original storage doesn't fail, then yeah. So now when I ended up saying the computer trigger phrase and I used wake up as my voice command, when I did it the first time, I actually said it too quickly that it didn't even register the command. So sometimes the voice assistant will have this issue where I'll say the command, but because of how quickly I said it, it waits several seconds after I'm finished saying the command, when suddenly it finally stops listening to my command like 5 seconds later, even though I finished saying it like 5 seconds ago. And I didn't want to have to wait for that, so that required multiple takes until I got the right speed of saying the command. And the way I said wake up the first time, I didn't really like how I said, actually the way I said it during the final take, I didn't even like the way I pronounced it. It was like wake up or something like that. It had like this long pause in order to not accidentally say it too quickly. That's kind of how I dealt with that. But I ended up replacing the audio in that particular area with audio that I thought sounded better for that. So for some things, I ended up not using the original audio if it made things sound better. I may have taken random audio bits from different takes of the scene if it made things better. That I also considered part of the audio mixing category. I also put my voice recorder on the couch so that it was more clear to be able to understand what I was saying for my voice commands. But because there was some distance, there was still a little bit of echo. But it still sounded relatively clear. Certainly better than using the in-camera audio. So yeah, that's kind of how I approached that side of things. And then at the end, when I was holding my phone, obviously, right when I walked out the door, you see the past self suddenly pauses Seinfeld and then gets up. Well, it's not because they hear the current self walking out, it's because they actually want to grab the cell phone. They want to grab the cell phone because I wanted to put it right next to me. That's why I grabbed it like that. And I just happened to notice the door open right when I did that. But it wasn't because of my current self walking out at all. That was going to happen regardless, to clarify. I'm at Studio B. I always forget how difficult it is to get good parking if I'm getting there late at night. Parking lots are always full, which is annoying. It's literally 10 minutes before midnight right now. But it's so great to finally be at the Studio B location, essentially. But I'm struggling around looking for parking. Haven't had to struggle with that for several months because it's usually much earlier in the day when I've been getting in and out recently. Yeah, today has been a long day with everything going on. I only got like 3 hours of sleep last night. But I haven't felt tired all day today, which is kind of interesting. Usually I don't feel that way with that little sleep. I even had a few dreams recalled with only 3 hours of sleep as well, which I also find kind of curious. I mean, I forgot what it is now, but I remember having quite a few dream scenes occur this morning. I went through 2 whole lots, no car slots available whatsoever. I wish I had one of those electronic signs that I talked about earlier, like the rest area, that literally tells you how many slots are available. If only I had that right now so I didn't have to spend so much time searching each lot. Anyway, so when I grabbed that phone, I actually used it as a voice recorder for when I talked in that moment. When my past self talked, I had actually used my phone as the audio, because I figured it'd be better than coming from the in-camera audio. It probably was, but probably not that much better. Regardless, I used it as a voice recorder. You might even notice a red light blinking on the front of it where you would normally see a selfie cam. That's an indication the voice recorder was recording. So yeah, now if we go to the third moment, obviously I tried not to run into my past, or I try not to run into something like the ottoman, so I decided to do it somewhere else, but of course it happened to be where the table stool was, so it ended up happening again when I tried avoiding it. So as you can see, yeah, the time travel plans were pretty much as ideal as they could possibly be, like trying to get time travel to work and everything.
all those variables that are involved, that seemed a little unrealistic. But then the actual time travel adventures, just about everything that went wrong could go wrong. Or rather, the other way around, everything that could go wrong went wrong. That's more like it, isn't it? I always say that it's a good thing when bad things happen in the beginning because it helps prepare us for good stuff happening later. Like, usually that's how I tend to notice. If good stuff happens in the beginning, then bad stuff ends up happening later. So that's exactly how I went with the time travel film. It was like pretty much nothing but goodness. And then when I actually started time traveling, I ended up having pretty much nothing but bad luck throughout, if you really think about it. Oh yeah, it's also worth mentioning that my current self, when I went to the second point in time, was literally wearing the exact same outfit as the first moment in time. I was actually going to wear something different, because I have a shirt kind of like that one, except it's got buttons on it. I was going to wear that for the second moment, but I just forgot. I picked a shirt that I was pretty sure was the correct one, but it turned out that I had already been using that one a lot. So I ended up not wearing the shirt that I wanted to. So yeah, the shirt in the first and second moments in time that I traveled to, they were exactly the same, but they were meant to be variations. Because I was sure just like the one seen there, but it's got buttons. That's what I was going to wear the second time. For some reason, I thought that's what I wore the first time when I grabbed this shirt. Turns out I was wrong. So that was a bit unfortunate. So yeah, that's pretty much everything regarding that. So I guess to touch on the Star Trek stuff that I talked about before, I watched quite a few more Star Trek episodes, and I'd like to make some more recommendations based on what I've seen. I ended up setting up Paramount Plus finally, got around to it, so I can watch pretty much any of them at a flat rate now. So I picked a bunch of episodes that look interesting, especially ones involving Data, my favorite character as I mentioned before. And I decided I'd make some recommendations based on some of those things I've seen. Like if I had to purchase the individual episodes, I probably wouldn't have really considered it worth watching. But if I had the Paramount Plus, then I could. So anyway, here's some other recommendations, and you can decide to watch it or even purchase it based on whether my description sounds interesting to you with the episodes. So I guess this is not necessarily in a particular order. It's kind of hard to know how to order these things, of course, but I'll just go over them. So one of them is called Data's Day. I really enjoyed that episode because it was very centric around Data. We learned quite a bit about him. You might remember when I referenced on YouTube a scene where Data learns how to dance. That's actually the episode where he learns how to dance. He also tries to learn quite a few other human nuances as well. And Data essentially does a personal log throughout the episode. Well, actually, I think he's making logs to a researcher. But yeah, it's pretty much centric around him and trying to understand human nuances. Like now I understand why the episode is called Data's Day. Because it's literally a day in the life of Commander Data. That's exactly what it is. So if you're fond of Commander Data, I think you'll really enjoy that episode. Another one that I kind of liked was called The Outrageous Okana. And that's an episode where Data attempts to understand and learn humor. So Data attempts to be humorous because he struggles with it normally, not having emotions and stuff. And I think it's kind of fascinating to watch his journey of trying to understand humor. And I think we learn a few things about him as well. So, yeah. He even does stand-up comedy at one point too, which is kind of interesting to see Data attempt that. There's also some interesting holodeck simulations regarding all that too. Another interesting episode is called The Schizoid Man. We learn a little bit about Data's origins. We learn about someone who we could consider Data's grandfather. I think he mentored Dr. Soong or something like that. that character is essentially dying, and as a result, he wants to continue living by transferring his consciousness into Data's positronic brain and body. So Data's alleged grandfather transfers his consciousness to Data, and Data suddenly has his personality, including emotions. I thought that was really fascinating to see. It also shows, like, Brent Spiner, his acting ability is, in my opinion, off the charts, and like he plays like 15, 20 different characters throughout the Star Trek series, and obviously he played that personality as well. Another episode I really liked is called Hero Worship. In that episode, there's basically a starship gets into a major accident, which results in only one survivor, a traumatized kid, and the Enterprise obviously take him on board, and Commander Data essentially mentors him through his trauma and everything like that. He essentially takes care of the kid, and I think that's really fascinating to see. The kid even tries to imitate Data and pretend to be him, which is part of his trauma recovery experience. I don't want to spoil too much, but I think that's a really good Data episode as well. And then it also kind of makes you think, for someone who can't experience emotion, he seems to be able to care for people and take really good care of them. Like, I think he demonstrates that you don't really need emotion to be able to care for people, especially if you understand like what's best for a person. I think you can definitely understand that with programming without necessarily being able to experience emotions. And Data demonstrates that pretty good. Another episode that I actually watched last night was Silicon Avatar. So there's mentions of the crystalline entity in past episodes, like Data Lore. I know Inheritance mentions that, and I think Brothers probably mentions it as well. Anyway, Silicon Avatar, we learn quite a bit more about the crystalline entity, and I figured that would be relevant because it seems to have a lot to do with Commander Data. Data is very helpful in that episode. We actually learned quite a bit about him as well because, as you know, there was a whole bunch of colonists that didn't survive, but Data, one of the ways that he got assimilated into the human world is he got transferred logs of the colonists as well as some memories as well. And we get to actually see what some of those memories and log entries are. He shares it with someone in the episode. We learn quite a bit about him. Another episode that I thought was rather strange, but I enjoyed quite a bit, was called Rascals, or The Rascals. I can't quite remember which one, but basically Captain Picard, Guinan, and a few other crew members become children again because of some malfunction. And it's really fascinating to see because they still have their personality and memory and experiences. They still have their current memory and experiences, but as a little kid. So it's kind of weird to see Captain Picard as a little kid taking command of the ship. Like, I think it's kind of eye-opening and it makes you really think. It's very unusual, but his experience is definitely there. I thought it was very intriguing to watch. So if you want to see little kids with many years of adult wisdom, that definitely has that in there. I also thought The Big Goodbye was kind of an interesting episode too. There's basically some interesting holodeck scenes and malfunctions as well. I thought it was also kind of fascinating to see Data learn about Dixon Hill, who's pretty similar to Sherlock Holmes. It shows how quickly Data is able to read, which is also demonstrated in the Royale. And Captain Picard is also incredibly fascinated by the realism of the holodeck. Like, he gets very unnaturally fascinated, I mean. It's kind of interesting to see his fascination with that. And I would almost argue that for a lot of people who experience their first lucid dreams, they're going to have a very similar reaction to Picard when he reacted to the holodeck right there. That's almost perfectly captures the reaction of most people who have their first lucid dreams. Like, it feels so incredibly real, and it's just unbelievable the detail that's there and everything like that. Pretty much on par. We also see exactly what happens when holodeck characters walk out of the holodeck, which is not what I expected at all. I mean, in Ship in a Bottle, we learned that if characters try to walk out of the holodeck, they will cease to exist. But even with that knowledge, what we see in that episode, The Big Goodbye, that is not what I expected at all, despite knowing that they'll cease to exist. I found that pretty shocking. The characters in that episode are somewhat aware that they're fictional characters, and there's an outer world to that simulation that they're in. They're aware of the simulation that they exist in. I also thought Lonely Among Us was somewhat of an interesting episode too. That's the episode where Data first becomes interested in Sherlock Holmes, which we then later see in Elementary Dear Data. There's some hilarious Data scenes in that episode. That's also an episode where we see Wesley Crusher, the guy that Will Wheaton played. He's studying for Starfleet. There's also a brief moment where Captain Picard's personality changes entirely, and Worf runs into an embarrassing situation where in some ways he becomes a worrier instead of a warrior. I also enjoyed the episode called Where No One Has Gone Before. So that's the episode where Wesley Crusher gets promoted to be an acting ensign because of how well he does. So if you've seen some of the beginning episodes, you know that Picard, the rapport between Picard and Wesley Crusher is quite tense. And so naturally you want to see how, so if you watch an episode like The Game, you know that they have a very good rapport all of a sudden. How did things lead to that? Well, some of these episodes I'm going to share kind of explain that. So Where No One Has Gone Before, Captain Picard literally promotes him to an acting ensign and starts to recognize like what Wesley is good for and stuff like that. But the episode title makes perfect sense because some of the stuff that happens in there is rather interesting. They literally go where no one has gone before. It's quite interesting to see, to say the least. I thought another interesting episode was called Justice. So Wesley Crusher basically receives death penalty on a different planet or something. Data also has an incident that makes him interestingly helpful as well. So Captain Picard's having to make a very difficult decision as a result. So now I guess to touch on Wesley Crusher a little bit more, we know that he eventually goes into Starfleet Academy, and coming of age is where the episode where that kind of starts. So Wesley Crusher takes the entrance exam. I also thought there was some interesting interactions with Captain Picard throughout the episode too. And then I guess another episode is Menage a Troy. I might be pronouncing that wrong. Maybe Menage a Troy. I don't know, something like that. But Wesley Crusher had another opportunity to take the entrance exam into Starfleet. So it kind of continues a coming of age episode. And then also, if you want to learn more about Counselor Troy and Betazoids, this Counselor Troy isn't entirely human. She's part Betazoid as well. We learned some interesting things about Betazoids in Menage a Troy. Like, they're able to communicate telepathically between each other. There's quite a few demonstrations of that, which I thought was interesting. Another strange episode is called The Child, which is slightly different from The Offspring. In The Child, Counselor Troy unexpectedly had the child. I thought it was interesting to see Data was very fascinated by what happened. There's also some brief moments where Wesley Crusher thinks about his future. Then another, I thought this was kind of a cool episode here too, called Samaritan Snare. So Wesley Crusher has a Starfleet exam at Starbase 515, and Captain Picard also has business to take care of there. So as a result, they're both in a shuttlecraft completely alone for 6 hours. and I just mentioned about how they don't exactly have the best rapport, so how are they going to survive each other being alone on a shuttlecraft for 6 hours straight? We also find out something very shocking about Captain Picard. And then final mission with another episode I saw where Wesley finally enters Starfleet Academy. He was on an interesting, dangerous mission prior to that with Captain Picard, and he has a genius solution. Wesley Crusher has a genius solution to a problem they encountered while they were on the mission. So yeah, there's quite a few other episodes I'm planning to watch, but those are some more that I guess I would recommend if you want to take things to the next level. So yeah, I think that'll be it for now. We'll continue talking when I have more news with the time travel stuff, and I guess this too. Actually, let me real quickly touch on the dreams that have happened too. So yeah, obviously I'm trying to do that Commander Data dream goal, where I teach him how to use computers from the 21st century, teach him software that has a steep learning curve to see how easily he catches on, stuff like that. So he's appeared in a few more dreams since we last spoke, and unfortunately I never thought of my dream goal any of those times. I mean, I kind of did, but not entirely. So I was able to summon Data. One of the times that I summoned him, it didn't really look like him at first, but then when I saw his face and stuff, it definitely was him. I mean, we kind of started talking a little bit. I don't even remember what we were talking about, though. It wasn't quite related to the goal. So he made multiple appearances. I also had a really interesting dream where I happened to get a hold of the makeup that Brent Spiner used to look like Data in lore and before. So yeah, I dreamt that I had that makeup myself, and I made myself look like Data. And what was really weird is I actually got myself to look quite a bit like Brent Spiner and everything. Like I had the sideburns down and everything. And I was quite proud of myself. When I looked in the mirror, I looked just like Commander Data. This was on the same night as the other appearances that he made, by the way. In that first dream, though, Brent Spiner was there rather than Data. And then in later dreams, it was actually Data himself. So I had some lucidity, and I tried to summon him. But obviously, where I had the makeup, that was a non-lucid dream. And yeah, I was just like walking around the scene, proudly telling people, I am Data. But pretty much no one reacted in the way I expected. People just kind of shrugged it off, and they didn't seem to care less about it. But I just kept not really caring and just being proud that I looked like Data, and I just claimed that I was him. I even told Brent Spiner that I am Data. He was actually kind of annoyed at me in the dream, and I guess wasn't very impressed, to say the least. But yeah, when I looked in the mirror, I looked almost identical to Data. I looked more like Brent Spiner than I looked like myself. It was weird. And then I've had a few lucid dreams since we last spoke as well, but I focused on other dream goals at the time, mainly because they came to mind first for whatever reason. And actually, given those scenarios, it made more sense for me to do those other dream goals. I guess I could mention that I used the holodeck as dream control for the first time recently. So I was in a setting where I couldn't really accomplish my dream goal. I was actually trying to accomplish the Data goal originally, but I was in a car dealership place instead of the computer where I could do the Data dream goal. So I decided I would try to use the holodeck concepts to change the dream scene. So I started out by saying dream end program. And FYI, I've used dream as a trigger phrase way before I ever heard of the Star Trek concepts or the holodeck or anything. I've used dream as a trigger phrase for almost a whole decade now. That's just something that I kind of stumbled across myself. And I'll continue to use that for dream control in general. Of course, if I'm controlling the computer, then I will use computer as a trigger phrase. Or if it just feels cooler to use computer at the time, then I could just as easily do that. but I typically use dream as a trigger phrase most of the time, because that's what I've always done way before I ever heard of Star Trek. So anyway, I said dream and program. Initially, nothing really happened, but then I thought about what the holodeck looks like when you see all the grid lines and stuff like that. And then I tried it again, and suddenly the whole dream scene changed into that holodeck grid world. Just like that. It literally faded from the car dealership to that. So I literally got the dream scene to end program and change into that holodeck grid world. I think initially didn't work just because my memory was repressed for that. When I started engaging memory and the schemas of the holodeck, then suddenly it worked a lot better. And then I told the dream to bring me into my bedroom, and suddenly the holodeck grid disappeared and I ended up at my house, just like I would expect. I didn't end up in the correct bedroom, but I ended up in a bedroom at the house nonetheless. I guess I was thinking of a bedroom schema, but I wasn't specifically thinking of my own bedroom, so I didn't quite end up in the right scene. But yeah, that was still pretty cool. So I guess now I can use that to change the dream scene if I wanted to. I'm experimenting with other forms of it besides portals as well. Creating like a Doctor Strange portal is kind of a fun way to change dream scenes too. I just can't get over how seamlessly I can go between scenes using a portal. It is so weird. Like, it just doesn't feel like it should be possible to go between two drastically different scenes. But yeah, I've been experimenting with different modes of changing between scenes. Soon I'm kind of hoping to go inside of a glass vacuum tube. I feel like that'd be kind of a fun way to change dream scenes as well. Going through a glass tube. I mean, it might feel like a waste of time because I'm spending a long time going through there, but it'd be kind of fun. I've never done that before. It'd be kind of fun to just navigate the world, be able to see through the glass tube. So I've seen that on various shows as well. So I think that'd be kind of a fun thing to explore sometime too. There's other things I want to try for changing the scene as well, but yeah, not necessarily the point here. But yeah, so then once I ended up in that house scene, I completely forgot about my data goal at that time, and I ended up doing a different dream goal, which I'm glad I did because I got some pretty useful stuff out of it. So I wouldn't exactly beat myself up over not doing my data dream goal. I actually did another goal that I've been planning to do for years, and I just kept forgetting to do it. I happened to remember during that scenario because the scenario was just naturally set up for what I wanted to do, and it worked out nicely. So I accomplished a few other goals without necessarily meaning to, but that worked pretty nicely. So yeah, hopefully soon I'll have more dreams where I actually remember to do the data goal and make some progress there. With those other dreams where data made an appearance, like, I could have easily had very good opportunities to do the goal, but I didn't have the most logic during those dreams, so it didn't quite get accomplished in the way I wanted, sadly. But hopefully in future dreams we'll get there. I would be very curious to see how all that pans out, but also just see what my dreaming mind comes up with. I also think it'd be kind of fun to have data show me what the Enterprise computers are like, because I have no idea right now, so it'd be fascinating to see what my own mind comes up with when we're in that very fluid, creative state. So yeah, anyway, it's well after midnight. My eyes are literally closing while I'm talking right now, so I probably better get in Studio B and wrap up relatively quickly. See, if I went to bed a little earlier, then the odds of me being able to do like the data dream goal would have been a lot higher. So I kind of blew my chances tonight. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to going to bed. I think I'm in the mode where it might take only a few minutes to fall asleep right now. So yeah, I probably better get inside. So that'll be it for now. So I guess we'll start talking when I continue this recording.
Right, so I'm back now, so let's continue the discussion. So I haven't made any new progress since we last spoke, but I thought of a few more things I would like to say, so I'll just go over those for now. So the first thing I would like to talk about is to touch on something that I may have actually touched on this already, I'm not sure, but I remember mentioning that I was eventually going to talk about this. So I was going to talk about why, when you clone yourself, why it's easier to do it unscripted versus scripted. It probably sounds counterintuitive, but I don't think I actually went over the reason why that's the case. I'd like to maybe go over that real quick. So it probably sounds a little bit counterintuitive, primarily because, well, it just, when you think about it, it just naturally feels like something where you have to do a lot of preparation for it if you want to be able to go all the way through without mistakes. So, of course, what I'm talking about is basically where we clone ourselves for several minutes straight. So, in particular, I had a previous discussion where I talked about how I called myself on Zoom for help. Obviously, in order to do something like that, I had to be able to clone myself for several minutes straight. I did have a script on that video. You can find it on my primary channel, but I didn't reference the script at all while I recorded it. I did it all from memory. So why exactly is it that having less structure is actually easier than having more structure? Now, it might actually be different for different people. Like, some people might actually find it easier to do it scripted rather than unscripted. But I'll kind of go over my experience with all that. So I've also talked about the other video I did back in 2019. You can find it on my second channel, Joseph Zen's Test, under the unlisted videos worth sharing, called showing Joseph his computer, or showing my alter ego their computer. Some title along those lines. I did not script that video. I just wrote a basic outline for what was. It's raining pretty badly for me right now, so I hope that doesn't affect your ability to hear me. I'm driving, as you know. I've been using AI to remove driving sound and stuff, but I hope it does a good job removing the rain sounds as well, because the weather's absolutely crazy. I apologize if it's bad. I will consider re-recording if it's bad enough, but the daylight just got a lot brighter all of a sudden. That's a good sign that it's probably going to let up pretty soon. But yeah, why is it that recording it unscripted is easier than scripted? Well, because if you actually were to do like a practice rehearsal where typically you'll record one clone after the other, of course, and if you're doing it spontaneously, you can actually probably make it work quite easily. So I would actually suggest, if you look at the description of my Zoom calling video, where I call myself on Zoom on my Joseph Zen's channel, if you look in the description, you'll see a behind the scenes video link there. And if you look at my bloopers, I think it's within the second half, if I'm not mistaken, but there's like different scenes when I'm in a different location than where you actually see it. I might be wearing different clothes, like a white t-shirt or a green shirt or something like that, like an actual shirt, not a zip-up. Do you see that? Then those are practice rehearsals, by the way, and they're spontaneous as well. Like, just watch how we talk to each other on there. Like, pretty much all of that's happening spontaneously. It's actually not that difficult to do that. I mean, you could definitely screw up with that, don't get me wrong. But the odds of that happening, I would say, are generally less than doing scripted content. And if that's not the case, well, you probably just need to practice doing it a little bit. But if you get semi-good at it, you're probably going to find doing scripted content, you're actually more likely to screw up your take when you're trying to do either clone. But yeah, if you just initiate a spontaneous conversation with yourself, actually, I will say that another aspect that could play a role in this is your ability for your mind to have internal monologue. So, like, are you able to pretend to have a conversation with yourself? Like, I'll do one real quick. Hi Joe, how's it going right now? I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Not bad. It's raining outside. The weather's going crazy. Geez, that doesn't sound like fun. Yeah, not really. Kind of hard to see outside, and the weather was going a bit crazy. The wind's a bit crazy, and an ambulance went by as well on top of all this. And I can barely even see right now. Jeepers, that does not sound fun at all. Well, I hope we get through it. Thanks. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get through it just fine. I know you will. You've been through this before. Yeah, you're right. But I think this is the worst I've actually ever experienced this, as long as I can remember. You'll get through it, no problem. Just remember to use caution and you'll be fine. Yeah, good advice. I can always use that reminder every now and then. Good point. No problem. So what do you have for lunch today? Well, I had some pizza. Basically some with green olives in it and chicken Alfredo. Yeah, not bad. I always enjoy those meals as well. Although during the time I'm trying to stay healthy and trying to maintain my weight, I would prefer to have something healthier during those times. But when I'm at my baseline, I'm totally fine having that. Yeah, same here. Exactly. See right there, I basically had internal monologue with myself right there. I probably carried it out much more than necessary, but see, my ability to do that internal monologue, that probably comes easier to some people than others. And actually, if it doesn't come easy to you to be able to have a conversation with yourself like that, then yeah, you're probably gonna struggle actually not doing rehearsals. Because when you're doing the clones, you're essentially doing internal monologue with yourself, but you're trying to get the other side of the equation on video and combining it into one medium. That's essentially what you're doing. And you have to be able to carry out the same monologue between all the clones. Otherwise it won't work out right. But yeah, basically, if I were to do it spontaneously, I would start talking in whatever way makes sense. And then obviously I pause when I run through in my head what the other one is likely saying. I'm basically doing internal monologue, except I'm only speaking one of the parts at a time. And if I make it up on the spot, then it's actually not bad, because I can just carry it out by following the natural lead, right? And then the other clone essentially just has to follow what that is. And yeah, they're probably not going to get it right on the first try, but you can keep trying until it turns out nicely across the whole thing. It's kind of hard to describe it, but yeah, basically the first clone can kind of lead a conversation and sort of make stuff up on the spot. But I suppose your ability to do internal monologue with yourself probably dictates how easy it'll be. And to be quite frank, if you're good at internal monologue, doing it spontaneously is probably going to be easier than doing the script. But I suppose if you're not good at the internal monologue side of things, then doing the script is going to be easier possibly, but still not easy nonetheless. That's probably how I imagine it would be. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely screw up even when you're doing that. And if you do, well, you could just try again. The beauty of it is you don't have to do one successfully and then the other successfully immediately after that. You can record the first clone as many times as it takes to be successful. And on top of that, you can then later on record the second clone as many times as that takes to be successful. It actually works quite nicely, because what you can also do is, if your timing is really off when you're trying to record the second clone in response to the first one. By the way, I did kind of start talking about this earlier, so I would maybe recommend listening to my discussion on that in the pre-production before doing this, because I'm kind of assuming that you'll have some context. Because I did start talking about this before, and if you're listening to the pre-production and post-production that actually lead up to this point, then you should have some context already. But yeah, if you do like scripted content, you're practically going to have to memorize it word for word, and that can take a lot of time on its own. And then you have to actually do that all correctly on camera between both of the clones. and try to get the timing good and try to have natural acting on top of that, which I obviously went through when I actually confronted my clone toward the end of the time travel film. That was for like almost 4 minutes straight, and I had to do all that. And I mentioned how difficult it was earlier, but from an actual cloning perspective now, see, if I was doing it spontaneously, that was scripted, by the way, what you saw in the time travel film. I scripted it because there's a lot of things that I for sure wanted to include that I thought of in advance. See, I probably could have done that spontaneously, but some of the tidbits I had on there, I probably wouldn't have been able to think of on the spot. So that's one reason I did it scripted. Plus, that cloning conversation isn't even the primary aspect of the video, therefore, I feel it's necessary for it to be more structured. But, yeah, especially if it's a video dedicated towards talking to the clone, like by calling myself for help on Zoom, the entire video was doing nothing but that, so therefore, that has a lot of room for spontaneity. But I mentioned before, I did not do it spontaneously. I pretty much scripted the whole thing out. The other thing to keep in mind is when you go through the internal monologue and are creating pauses for the second clone for when they later respond to it, there's like, even with those pauses, there's probably like several different ways you could respond, and it's still going to work with the right timing and right context and everything. So even that doesn't have to be exact. But if it did have to be exact, then based on what the first clone did spontaneously, you can keep watching until you're able to respond pretty accurately and make it flow right before you even start recording. I would maybe get it so that you're mostly able to do it with minimal errors, and then you later, so obviously when you record the first one, you don't have to immediately record the second clone. You can actually listen to the audio or video of the first one, practice responding to them, and if you can get that to flow properly, you can obviously start recording that and be able to trust yourself with a pretty high likelihood you'll be able to get it on your next take. Then obviously if you make a mistake somewhere, you can either start over, or if you're likely to make mistakes later on, definitely go through the whole thing. You ignore the mistakes that you previously made, because it's not going to be your final take. You may as well practice any other potential mistakes that you'll be making as well. And then what I also find helpful is trying to only focus on the present moment, like what's currently being discussed rather than what's coming up, and trying to follow the flow in the present moment rather than trying to anticipate stuff coming up in the future. Because if you anticipate stuff, then your mental overhead reduces significantly. The odds of making a mistake are much higher.
Quick interjection. When I discuss mental overhead, I have a tendency to imply the opposite of what I mean. In this case, I said that if you anticipate something, your mental overhead reduces significantly and the chances of screwing up are higher. That sounds contradictory because I'm implying that less mental overhead means less mental room, when less mental overhead really means there's more mental room. With that logic, the more mental headroom would mean less chance of screwing up due to being able to focus clearly, etc. When I talk about mental overhead, if my meaning seems contradictory, I probably did mean the opposite of what I said. When hearing that, consider the likelihood and understand I probably goofed up the meaning. With my level of mental overhead, it's apparently hard for me to get it right. Keep this in mind anytime I seem to mix up the meaning. My apologies. I'll get it right one of these days.
And when you're having a conversation with an actual person, you're pretty much just focusing on the present moment for the most part. If you're anticipating something, it's usually with fairly low effort and not a whole lot of attention's given to it. Like most of it probably is given on the present moment, unless you're not engaged in the conversation, of course, and you're basically disinterested and have a short attention span as a result. But otherwise, it is usually focus in the present moment. Those are the good quality conversations that usually happen. But it's no different when you're doing it between your own clone. Because, yeah, you can think about the last thing that was said. How do you naturally continue the flow? Because remember, it's not like you have to get it an exact way. If you say a sentence and then you respond, I mean, there's probably like 10 different ways you can respond and either one of them work. But yeah, there's like 10 different ways you can respond. And basically, if it works, you can obviously continue on with confidence. And also, as I mentioned before, if you practice even after you've made mistakes, but you continue through anyway on a non-final take, you're getting yourself in the mental zone by continuing to practice despite mistakes. You're able to shrug them off and move on. Well, you're literally getting in the zone, and you're just simply going to worry less when you're going through it. It's actually kind of magical in some ways. Like, I often struggle a lot, like, even when I did the clones on the last moment in the time travel film, I actually kept getting so many takes that were screwed up, as I may have already mentioned. Yeah, every time I do this, I feel like I always learn something new. So if this sounds overwhelming, I would say maybe just try some of this stuff and practice, see what seems to work well and what doesn't. This is basically what I'm discovering from my own practices. But yeah, I think it's easier to do unscripted content because, well, with scripted content, you're essentially memorizing. I kind of lost where I left off, but I talked about basically getting in the mental zone by following through, even if you make mistakes. But yeah, if you actually treat everything like a rehearsal, even your final takes, you're going to find that basically takes off the pressure of screwing up, and then you're essentially in the mental zone required to have a successful take. Then you just kind of do it. I mean, what's amazing is there have been some moments where I had so much mental overhead that I was able to deliberately focus on my expressions and keeping things natural. I was able to deliberately focus on all that because of how much mental overhead I had, and I felt so confident while doing that. But yeah, I personally think that treating everything as a rehearsal is really one of the only ways to accomplish that. Otherwise, you're probably not going to accomplish that. But yeah, if you're doing a script, you not only have to spend like a ton of time memorizing it, which for that Zoom video, I literally spent over a month memorizing it. Basically, like various times throughout days that I had time to do it. And it became difficult. And FYI, I literally could have spent that time doing rehearsals with mostly spontaneity instead. I would have finished probably months sooner than I did. And not only did I get it memorized pretty good, but it still took several takes before I ended up succeeding. And I kept making a big deal over screwing up with the littlest thing possible. Because I was like, wait a minute, is that how I had my script? Oh, I had one word off. I let that throw me off completely. Man. But if you spontaneously do it, you're probably not going to have any of that. Actually, I would almost argue that the way I'm doing this voice recording right now, I kind of feel like my internal monologue is facilitating this recording to some extent, but I'm essentially doing that spontaneously when I record the clone, much like how I'm doing this recording. How many times am I saying something and then trying again a second time because I didn't quite phrase it right the first time? Pretty much everything you're hearing throughout this whole pre- and post-production recording, you could almost say it was done in one take. Why? Because I'm doing it spontaneously. I might be making some mistakes here and there, but I'm just letting them happen. It's not even a big deal. I mean, some of you might be, but I just let things flow for the most part. And honestly, when I'm doing this recording, despite potentially talking to a lot of people, I don't really feel the pressure at all. I'm just simply trying to explain something. And I'm doing it to the best of my ability and acknowledging the fact that I only have so much ability that I can explain things. I'm accepting the fact that I'm probably going to be making mistakes with my explanation. Well, when you're recording like the first clone, for example, and you're doing it spontaneously, you're really it's not that much different from this, if we're being quite frank. So it's pretty natural. But as you're memorizing a script, you're going to feel a lot of pressure trying to conform to it. And think about how much extra time you're spending on that, when you could just be rehearsing from the get-go until you get something that works right. Is that a valid explanation for why rehearsing is better than doing it scripted? Yeah, so like when I did that showing Joseph his computer, my alter ego, when I did that video, that only took 2 takes. The first clone, I believe, took 1 take for both of them. And then the second clone, the second clone only took 1 take for each of them too. Basically, I did the first clone, which went very successfully. And then the second clone, even though I was making mistakes, I was actually going through from start to finish. And just basically doing things to the best of my ability, regardless of the mistakes. And then the next day, I believe, I did it again. And things just happened to work nicely. The first clone was recorded with just 1 take on that next day. And then the second clone was recorded with 1 take in response to the first clone also. Yeah, I literally did only 2 takes for both clones. So that's like 4 total takes across both clones on that video. And it worked really well. There were some mistakes that I had, like minor mistakes, maybe with timing on one of them or else whatever. But honestly, it kind of makes it more entertaining in some aspects. And that swallowing wrong, I did not let that screw up my take at all, as you can see. I just let it happen, and I knew I had to talk at a certain point, so no matter how much my throat was trying to betray me, I did not let that stop me. I wasn't going to let anything stop me, because I got an iron lung, right? So it still worked, even though I was essentially, my voice was kind of staticky at one point because I had swallowed wrong and I hadn't cleared everything out yet. But despite that, I worked with what I had and basically accepted any mistakes that happened. Yeah, it's so weird because, yeah, when I say like getting in the mental zone, I mean getting in a zone where you can accept basically any mistake you make and work with it to the best of your ability. And basically acknowledge what you have control over, letting go what you don't have control over. Then it's almost carefree, even if there are mistakes. You can always do it again, right? That's why I always say don't even have a final take. Treat everything like a rehearsal. And then it turns into that carefree attitude. Now, if it doesn't feel like a carefree attitude despite doing that, if you're noticing that, are you, by any chance, doing scripted content? Because scripted content is probably going to result in that, only because you feel like you're not conforming to the script. But if you do it spontaneously, it really isn't like that at all. And sometimes you might also make up spontaneous little moments, like where if you want to make the other clone appear to have a random idea after the first clone came up with the original thing. Man, this is kind of hard to phrase what I'm talking about here, but maybe the first clone comes up with an idea that the second clone is essentially going to come up with and make it appear spontaneous when they're doing it. But the first clone technically thought of it first, and they created a mental cue so that the second clone can do that thing that appears to be spontaneous when it's their turn. Sometimes it can be difficult to remember those, but that's where you can watch through without even recording the second clone yet, because then you can remind yourself of what those things are. I would probably go through till you can get all of those before you actually start recording. And then once you start recording, still treat everything like a rehearsal anyway. But yeah, even over the last 5 or 10 minutes just now, have I made any mistakes in my talking just now where I felt like I had to re-say what I just said because I feel like I screwed up the way I phrased something or whatever? No, it's all continuous. I mean, I am making pauses, which AI is cutting out, but other than that, no. Everything's nice and spontaneous and carefree, and that's exactly how it should be with the clones as well. So, kind of hard for me to know if my explanation just made sense, why I think it's easier to do it unscripted rather than scripted. Because just like how I'm doing this recording unscripted and not worrying about whether I'm properly conforming to the script, I can just kind of do things spontaneously and make the second clone work within those constraints. If I'm doing scripted content, then it takes a lot to get that all right in the way that I want to. But if I'm doing it spontaneously, then the spontaneity is simply allowed. You're wasting a lot less time, and yeah. But yeah, the beauty of that spontaneity is when you record the second clone, you can listen to how the first clone talked and just do a practice run, not even on camera, until you feel relatively confident with your ability to figure things out spontaneously when you record yourself running through it. But yeah, when you're doing the scripted content, trying to achieve that, in my mind, it's just kind of not very easy. This is also why I absolutely hate doing scripted content, because of all that effort that is required to conform into it. Obviously, it's not that easy to do if you're not really honed in on what you're covering, but obviously with this, I'm talking on the spot, and I'm able to do it because I am pretty honed in. Although, I'm a little bit rusty, actually, because I haven't touched this stuff for months or years. But when I did it pretty thoroughly, and my mind kind of had it down pretty good. It kind of became a whole mindset, which is why I'm able to do this particular recording spontaneously and be relatively confident that I'm not going to make a lot of spontaneous mistakes in my explanation. Of course, I'm probably going to end up looking back at this recording and maybe wish that I elaborated on something a little bit further. Like, for example, remember earlier when I said that I kind of lost my train of thought and forgot where I was just speaking? There's a pretty good chance that I was in the middle of a conversation that was really good. And because I forgot where I left off, I just started moving on to something else, and now I've ruined everything for everybody because now that good conversation came to an abrupt end and switched to something else. So that's where the spontaneity thing can obviously be problematic, but usually that's not going to happen in the context of cloning, especially if everything's continuous. But yeah, I think it's easier just because there's that whole spontaneity factor. If I actually make a mistake with the way I'm phrasing things right now, I'm literally going to be like, oops, I actually meant to say this instead, rather than just cutting out the mistake and just redoing it. Just like you would in a real conversation. If you make a mistake with how you phrase something during a conversation, you're probably going to apologize during that conversation and then acknowledge your correction and that sort of thing. You're probably going to find yourself doing that. And that's okay, you just totally roll with it. It's exactly the same with the clone. But obviously doing the spontaneous clone thing, it's a little difficult when you're not honed into the thing you're going over. That's why it's best to do it with stuff you are honed into. So I'm not sure if I mentioned my idea on doing a podcast called Clonecast, where I basically do a podcast with myself. And we have a spontaneous conversation. And we both offer slightly different perspectives. That's what, and that podcast would simply be called Clonecast. I don't think there's such thing right now. I've never seen such thing pretty much anywhere, even after searching. But yeah, if I ever do something like that, a lot of what I'm talking about now is kind of what makes that possible, if I've done any episodes yet. I haven't done any episodes as of right now, but when I do, then a lot of these things I'm talking about are literally being applied to make that possible. So I'm probably going to do one on procrastination someday because I am the worst when it comes to procrastination. I've tried various strategies and yeah, I've actually talked to several people about procrastination and they always find it humorous, especially the way I handle it. Probably because it's relatable and they do it a fair bit themselves, and yeah, I'm like a really bad procrastinator with stuff, and a lot of people tend to find that very humorous. So if I did a Clonecast talking about that, we would literally have what feels like a natural conversation with internal monologue going both ways, talking about procrastination. And then that makes a Clonecast episode. I want to try to do topics that aren't super technical because most of my audience probably won't be able to relate to it otherwise. I would love to do one on Pi, where I talk about my Pi videos that I've done. If you look at my channel, that's probably going to happen. That'll probably be a way to celebrate Pi Day, doing a Clonecast episode on it. because my views have changed quite a bit since pretty much all the videos I've made on it so far. And I can address that in the clonecast. We can even talk about why that happened. Actually, the clonecast would be much like what we're doing right now, except between both clones. And hopefully, one clone can appear to have a slightly different perspective than the other one. Otherwise, if they have the exact same perspective at the same moment, it really doesn't offer anything. But if they appear to have slightly different perspectives and they're able to chime that into the conversation and yet have both clones keep that going, even though both clones are essentially facilitating both things, both clones are essentially facilitating each other to make that all work. See, now I just forgot the point I was trying to make, and if I wasn't doing it spontaneously, I'd be able to avoid that because I'd have a structured script that has a full flow. I'm determining the flow spontaneously, but yeah, I think it's a lot easier to do the clone when doing it in that fashion, especially even just having a conversation. You can probably come up with some cool ideas in advance, and then remember to do it when you get to those points. And then obviously, if you fail to incorporate it, then you can think about how you could have done it differently before you do your next take. Then do your next take, and maybe it will have gone a lot better. I think that's kind of a neat way of doing things as well. So even with the first clone, if you want to have unbiased perspectives, then you might actually consider doing multiple takes because you're going to have slightly different perspectives between each take you're doing. And when you've gathered all those perspectives with the practice takes that you've recorded, then you can figure out how to incorporate it into an actual dialogue and then try to do that spontaneously. And then once you're happy with that, then you can start doing the second clone in response to the first one. If there's like minor mistakes, but overall it was successful, I mean, heck, include those mistakes. If you watch my calling myself on Zoom for help video, if you watch that video, you'll actually see a mistake where my main self interrupts the other clone, and that's because of a mistake when trying to do it. But I left it in anyway because it's one minor mistake out of literally everything I did, and it could make it entertaining potentially. So keep that in mind. Learn to embrace when that happens. And when I talk about the embracing and just letting things happen and being carefree about it, I think that's only possible when doing unscripted content, because when you're doing scripted content, you'll have that feeling that you have to recall a whole bunch of things to do it correctly. And having that feeling of having to recall a bunch of stuff and potentially making a mistake literally anywhere in that process is my deal with that Zoom call video. Both clones were happening for almost 30 minutes straight, just to remind you. 30 minutes straight. That's right, you heard me right. And if I'm doing scripted content, there's a lot of areas where I could suddenly forget what was in the script. And then the pressure builds up, I lose my train of thought even more, and then failed take. But with spontaneous content, that aspect almost doesn't even exist. So you don't even have to worry about that happening. Obviously, if you come up with something spontaneous that the next clone is supposed to do it, then they forget to do it, well, you can remind yourself of that, figure out, okay, this is what I should have done, and then that wouldn't have happened, right? Then you just do that till you get a successful take. That, compared to doing scripted content, you're going to get it done so much faster if you do rehearsals from the get-go rather than spending so much time writing a script and so much time memorizing it on top of that. So I hope that makes sense. That's why I think doing it unscripted is way easier. The spontaneity factor, I think, has a lot of magic to it. That's how I'm doing these recordings. See, if I did this in the form of a video, I don't think I would quite be doing it this spontaneously. And I also want to remind you, I'm driving on top of all this too, but I'm able to pretty much do it just as easily. Whereas when I was doing scripted content, I'd have to put a lot more effort trying to recall what the script is. I'm more likely to screw up. I'm more likely to care about doing it right. Yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, obviously pretty much every conversation we ever have, is that scripted? I wouldn't think so. I mean, shy people might write down things to say. Think about how it is for a shy person writing down things like that and then having to do that somewhat spontaneously as well, versus unshy people who are able to just essentially wing it and do it spontaneously. Think about the effort with one person versus the other, because while the shy person had to spend a lot of time thinking and writing down what they want to say, trying to recall what they want to say, worrying about whether that's going to come out correctly, yeah, there's so much mental effort that goes into that. Whereas if you're an unshy person and you're able to do it spontaneously, think about how much less effort there is by comparison. Does that help illustrate why I think doing it unscripted is significantly easier than doing it scripted? Because you can kind of do things around a topic. Like right now, I'm talking about the topic of why unscripted is easier than scripted, in my opinion. And how much planning did I put into that? Almost none, because I feel like I know that topic pretty well, and I know my own views on that. All I'm doing is saying what those views are. So, yeah. So now, I think that's pretty much all I wanted to cover there. I think that should hopefully make sense. Now, believe it or not, I have more Star Trek stuff that I wanted to talk about. So, I watched yet a few more episodes that I would like to quickly give recommendations of. So I'm going to do that real quick. So the first, again, this isn't necessarily in a particular order, but these are some other episodes I've seen recently. So I guess the first one I can think of is called Contagion. So I thought that was interesting because the Enterprise computer essentially gets infected with a computer virus. What does a virus look like in the 24th century? I thought that one was pretty interesting because, well, there's basically one malfunction after the other, and I think it's just kind of interesting to see those malfunction. I think that's mainly what I wanted to say with that episode. And now I'm going to give a couple more data recommendations because, I like talking about commander data. So I guess the first one that comes to mind for that is an episode called Pen Pals. So that one's actually kind of like hero worship, where Data reaches out to someone who has a distress call and Data tries to rescue them. And I think it's interesting to see the interaction between Data and them. Data's caring for someone, trying to help them in whatever way they can. Initially, the Enterprise is not on board with what he's doing mainly because of obligation. So it kind of touches on the concept of obligation. It's very interesting to think about. Probably serves a couple reminders as well about that. So yeah, I thought Pen Pals was kind of a neat Data episode. Another one that I kind of liked is called The Most Toys. That one's pretty much centric around Data. So basically Data gets held hostage, or he gets kidnapped, and yeah, he gets held hostage against his will. And I think it's interesting to see all the interaction involved with that. We learn a few things about Data because, well, the person who holds him hostage is curious about him naturally, so we learn a few things from that curiosity. And then there's also an aspect that shows where his physical strength comes in handy. There's kind of a cool, I don't want to spoil too much, but I thought there was kind of a cool fight scene toward the end. We know that on the Big Bang Theory, Sheldon Cooper basically says Data's weapon is his mind. But I think it's his physical strength, as shown in that episode especially. There's a few other episodes where we see him use his physical strength, like Measure of a Man, he bends a steel bar. In Thine Own Self, he lifts an anvil. In Timed Arrow Part 1, he actually lifts an anvil on that one too. And he even pretends that he got strained because he doesn't want to have to explain his physical strength to some character on there. But you see the physical character, or you see the normal character struggling, and then Data is able to pick it up one-handed with absolutely no struggles whatsoever. So yeah, I thought there was kind of a neat episode showcasing his physical strength in The Most Toys. So yeah, if you're fond of Commander Data, I definitely recommend that one. Another Data episode I thought was pretty cool is called Clues. It's basically the Enterprise crew suspect that Data is lying about something, and then they start questioning if they should trust him and that sort of thing. But I don't want to spoil too much. All I'm going to say is I was very surprised by the nature of the episode, and if you're fond of Data, I think you're really going to enjoy this one. The plot was really something, that's all I'm going to say. Another episode that I thought was actually quite an intense one is called Remember Me. So basically Dr. Crusher, so Wesley Crusher, the guy that Will Wheaton plays, they were doing an experiment, and it causes Dr. Crusher to slip into an alternate reality very seamlessly. And the craziest part is the alternate reality was created by her mind. And it kind of looked like it was in a separate physical space from the main universe. The way they slipped into this alternate universe was very seamless, and oh man, that was crazy. That was quite an intense episode. I really enjoyed that one. I actually watched it multiple times within a week. I also watched Clues multiple times within a week as well, because the plot is actually quite elaborate, and I wanted to watch it a second time knowing what was actually going on, the Clues episode. So yeah, quite interesting episodes, I thought. I don't think I was originally going to watch the Remember Me one, but I ended up watching it and I ended up really enjoying that one. Another episode that I actually watched last night involves Data quite a bit as well, and it's called Legacy. I think Legacy is the name of the episode. We basically meet Tasha Yar's sister, and there's some very interesting interactions with Commander Data. And if you watch Time's Arrow Part 1, Counselor Troy mentions a particular quote that Commander Data said that actually gave it quite an emotional tone, not gonna lie. But yeah, I thought that Data's views of humanity is so fascinating. I want to see if I can remember the quotes off the top of my head. I might not be able to get it right, but I'm going to try. I want to be caught trying to remember this quote. So basically one of the interactions is somebody was asking Data if he can have friends, knowing that he can't experience emotions and that sort of thing. So they're like, so can he have friends? And then Data was like, yes. And then they asked Data if he can have any feelings at all. And this is such a complicated quote, but oh man. I think this kind of quote tells me personally that Data would actually be better at teaching humanity than most people would. Like, his views are insane. This is like one of the reasons why I love Data so much. Like, I actually kind of got a little emotional when I heard him say this quote that was mentioned in Time's Arrow Part 1 that Counselor Troy mentions. This is, I think, where it originates in Legacy. This is where that quote was originally said. So, yeah, let me try and see if I can get the quote correct. I'm probably not going to get it right, but let me try. So, they're asking if Data can have feelings. My mind's blanking out on the quote, actually. I might actually I kind of want to reference the quote on a recording, but I don't think I'm going to do it right now. I want to try, see if I can remember the other thing that Data said that was mentioned in Time's Arrow, at least. I think he mentions that he picks up certain sensory input patterns. Man, I cannot remember. I tried to spend some time memorizing the quote, but it went terribly. I could not remember it at all now. I've tried space repetition, by the way, which I think I've talked about before, the power of space repetition, but I clearly haven't done enough yet. In fact, I should have been doing smaller lessons with more space repetition. When I say lessons, I mean where I memorize it. I think he said, as I pick up certain sensory input pattern, my mental pathways become accustomed to it. It's slowly coming to me. The input eventually becomes anticipated and even missed if absent. Something like that. My sensory input becomes accustomed to certain... I don't know, how did it go? As I pick up certain sensory input patterns, my memory pathways become accustomed to it. The input is eventually anticipated and even missed when absent. That's, I think, what that quote was. That was mentioned in Time's Arrow Part 1. Man, after hearing a quote like that from Data, like, it just shows what kind of insights he has about humanity despite being a machine. I mean, if you're not fond of Commander Data, especially after hearing something like that, after hearing him quote something like that, then I'm sorry, but you should probably go see a psychiatrist. But don't worry, you're not alone. We're all here for you. We care about you. Yeah, for some reason my memory kind of blanks on that. I'm going to try saying it one more time. As I pick up certain sensory input patterns, my memory pathways become accustomed to them. The input eventually becomes anticipated and even missed when absent. Yeah, very deep and profound stuff. So yeah, I thought that was quite an insightful episode. I just watched that last night. That was pretty cool. Like, it talks about friendship, and he learns about trust and betrayal. Man, it's very interesting. I think it's so fascinating. Pretty much any time Data tries to understand humanity, I think there's something so refreshing. Like, if artificial intelligence were to take over the world someday, and it had an attitude like Data, like it genuinely had that kind of attitude, I honestly would not be concerned about that. I would actually kind of welcome that. But I feel like if AI tried to make us humans get accustomed to it, I don't know how I feel about that. But if it tries to fit in with human society, then honestly, I wouldn't really be worried at all about AI taking over the world. Of course, we still have to worry about like hacks and stuff, because we've seen various things go wrong with Data throughout the series. Like in the Brothers episode, his homing circuitry puts people of the Enterprise in danger. And then obviously in the Schizoid Man, when his alleged grandfather transferred his consciousness to him. And then in the Masked episode, when the Archive tried contacting the Enterprise through Data, that was kind of a malfunction. But yeah, we obviously have to worry about stuff like that. But then again, we would have to worry about even current AI potentially doing the same thing. But yeah, Data himself would definitely not be causing any problems. I sure wish I had a personal Data in my life. That'd be pretty neat. I actually think he'd be kind of fun to podcast with too. Like, I just talked about Clonecast before, obviously. But if I could do that with Data, how neat would that be? It can talk about just about anything. And then sometimes I can get so carried away in what I'm talking about that I forget what things look like from an outside perspective, and there's probably like questions people naturally have that I should be addressing, and Data would probably be able to catch a lot of those. It would help make sure I'm kind of grounded with what I'm talking about, not getting too caught up and think, do I lose the audience? So yeah, right. So yeah, I actually enjoyed that a lot more than I thought I would. Legacy. So the next episode that I actually enjoyed quite a lot is called The Tapestry. So if you do decide to watch The Tapestry, I would definitely recommend watching Samaritan Snare before that one, because otherwise the context it's just gonna be a very big reveal. Like, so big that it's very shocking. I would recommend building context from Samaritan Snare before you watch The Tapestry. So basically, Captain Picard dies, and he's allegedly in the afterlife, and he meets Q there. So if you like Q, then I think you'll enjoy that episode as well. I've actually recently become fond of Captain Picard as well. Patrick Stewart's, I think his acting ability is quite insane. So I've become fond of Captain Picard as a result, and pretty much centric around him. I would definitely watch the Samaritan Snare first, though. But yeah, Captain Picard dies, and then Q actually offers him a chance to come back to life, allegedly, from within the afterlife. So yeah, I thought that was kind of neat. And then I thought an interesting Wesley Crusher episode is called The First Duty. So we actually see him at Starfleet Academy, and he basically got in trouble for something he did. I thought that was kind of an interesting episode, centric around Wesley Crusher. Another episode I thought was kind of interesting is called Realm of Fear. That was about Lieutenant Barclay. He basically has transporter phobia, and I would say it's pretty centric around transporters. So we learn a little bit about transporters and what it actually looks like from a first-person perspective to transport from one scene to another, I'm realizing that could be potentially useful in the dream world when you see how the transport works from one scene to another in first person. And then not only does Barkley have transporter phobia, but there's a very odd occurrence, which in some ways could explain why he originally had it. It worked fine for literally everybody else, but Barkley literally happened to have issues with the transporter, and he would have had those whether he had the fear or not. Of course it had to happen in that way. I don't want to spoil too much more, but it gets deeper than just the transporter phobia, that's all I'm going to say. Very interesting. Those are all the recommendations I have for now, so I would like to talk about something else that kind of relates, but not exactly. So, obviously, Data is one of my favorite characters in the show. So, naturally, I wanted to look up more information about Brent Spiner, the guy who played Data, and see what kind of other stuff he does. And as it turns out, he's done some comedy work even before Star Trek, and I think after, too. So I don't know if you've heard of the show Night Court, but Brent Spiner makes a few appearances in there, and he plays a really interesting character on that show. That's a comedy show. So basically, on Night Court, he plays this hillbilly that runs into the worst luck you could possibly imagine. Him and his family, Bob and June Wheeler, and then of course Carol Ann. So yeah, I've always thought that a really good idea for a comedy show would be something where it's basically nothing but unfortunate but hilarious circumstances. I would say that Bob Wheeler and his family is pretty much exactly that. Yeah, he plays this hillbilly, and if you're used to Commander Data, then it's quite the opposite of Data, to say the least. But of course, Brent Spiner played like 15, 20 different characters, so at the same time, it's not all that surprising. But of course, if you're only familiar with Data, then it definitely will be surprising. So yeah, that got me a little familiar with Night Court. A little out of touch with my generation, but I saw a few episodes as a result of that, and I think it's a pretty interesting show. So you can watch Night Court on either Amazon Prime. I think you have to have Amazon Prime or else Freevee. I think that's primarily where it's available right now. But all the episodes where he makes an appearance is basically Wheels of Justice Parts 1 and 2. They appear in both of those parts. He also appears in The Hurricane Parts 1 and 2. Then he also makes an appearance in Her Honor Parts 1, 2, and 3. So I believe those are all the episodes that he makes an appearance in the original Night Court series. But he actually recently made an appearance in the new Night Court reboot that apparently exists. He actually made an appearance within like a couple weeks or a month after I learned about the Night Court stuff to begin with. That episode came out very shortly after I learned about Night Court and everything. The one episode that he makes an appearance in the reboot so far is called Wheelers of Fortune. So if you look at that episode, you might actually recognize some characters from the Big Bang Theory. Multiple. But yeah, I thought there were definitely some interesting situations on there. They run into like the worst luck you could possibly imagine. You're basically constantly laughing and sulking for them at the same time. Something that's also worth noting is a few other celebrities make an appearance at Night Court as well. I probably don't know all of them off the top of my head, but I do know that Michael Richards, the guy that plays Kramer in Seinfeld, he makes an appearance at Night Court as well, and so does Michael J. Fox. Yeah, so Michael Richards basically makes an appearance in an episode called Take My Wife, Please, which is in the original Night Court series. And this was recorded like probably about 5 years before Seinfeld even started. And you could definitely see a little bit of Kramer's personality incorporated in there. He has pretty much the same physical mannerisms and everything like that too. And then what's even more hilarious is in that episode, there's a different character named Kramer, starting with a C instead of a K. But yeah, I think Kramer is probably my favorite character from Seinfeld, so it's kind of interesting to see him in another show. And then Michael J. Fox, of course, that's relevant because we've been talking about the time travel film, and he's the main character in Back to the Future. But I also recognize him from other various shows, including High School USA, the movie. But the episode he appears in I think it's called Santa Goes Downtown. Well, regardless, I think it's season 1, episode 2 in the original Night Court series. So yeah, I think those are all good reasons to get familiar with Night Court if you're familiar with any of those other characters, especially besides Brent Spiner. But yeah, I don't think I've ever really had a point where I had a very specific favorite actor of all time. Never really happened, but I think now I'm going to say my favorite actor is Brent Spiner, except for the incident that he had, of course. So there's a series that he's in on YouTube called Fresh Hell, and it's a little bit like Curb Your Enthusiasm, which was a successor to Seinfeld, except Fresh Hell is based on Brent Spiner. And of course, everybody liked him until the incident happened. If you watch Fresh Hell, you'll know what I'm talking about. But at least I'm not Brent Spiner. I'm just grateful for that. But yeah, this is freely available on YouTube. I think it's a very interesting series. There's also plenty of Brent Spiner clips on YouTube. I did another short film that's a little bit like Fresh Hell to some extent. It shows how Brent Spiner likes to sing as well and inject humor into that. There's also a podcast from Streaming Garage that has some of the cast of Fresh Hell, and they're basically just doing a podcast where they answer people's questions. I think it's interesting to just learn more about Brent Spiner, basically get his questions answered as well, or our questions about him answered rather. But yeah, the Ombletto, I think it's called, is where he does some singing throughout. There's various interviews that can be found on YouTube as well. He also likes to imitate Patrick Stewart, the actor that plays Captain Picard. There's quite a few videos of him imitating them too. There's even one video where he imitates someone, but not only that, he also imitates someone imitating someone else. Literally Inception style right there. He's not just imitating somebody else as someone else, but he's imitating that somebody else imitating the someone else too, which is a bit different than just imitating that someone else. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, those are some of my thoughts regarding all that. Now let's kind of go over the dreaming side of things a little bit. Since last time, things have been absolutely chaotic and I haven't had much of a chance to lucid dream, but I thought a bit about how I want to actually do things, and I'll maybe talk about that for a bit. I still haven't quite finished editing the film yet. Not sure if I specified that before, but yeah, it's still not edited yet. So I sort of ran through in my head how the rehearsals would go, or how the dream would go rather. So obviously it depends on the scenario that I originally find myself in. So if I happen to be in the space where my computer is, that's pretty nice and ideal, because I can pretty much just summon him from the get-go. And of course I'd probably use the holodeck concept. I'd probably look at where I want to summon him and then say something like dream, load my data program. I just kind of expect him to fade on, especially if I trigger the mental schemas. And if I'm in another setting, there's many different ways I can approach that, of course, too. I can either change the whole scene using various methods, or I can try to use the existing scene to maybe make some incremental tweaks until I'm able to do what I want. So if I find myself outside somewhere, then maybe I would consider summoning my desk in that scenario that I'm already in. I could probably make do. So how would I approach teaching them film and other software that has a steep learning curve? I think the starting point would be to teach them how a computer works to begin with in the 21st century. Of course, you might know from the pre-production that I now have an ergonomic mouse. I may have even talked about it earlier in this recording too. Yeah, that's crazy that there's an electronic sign that shows how many parking spaces are available in the next rest area. That's wild. That's related to driving, of course, not the dream stuff. Back to the dream stuff. So yeah, I'd probably be telling him, okay, this is our computers, and I explain how you use a mouse with the cursor, then the keyboard. I kind of have a feeling that the keyboard, when I look at it, probably won't have the correct layout. Just because my dreaming mind's trying to recreate all that in a split second. And especially if memories are pressed, that I have a feeling the keyboard layout might be a little bit wrong. Now it is worth noting that I did have a dream where I was using Vim one time, which of course, that's a text editor that's got a whole bunch of different shortcuts to get around. It almost provides a language for navigating text, if you will. Anyway, in the dream, I was using Vim, and I accidentally pressed the wrong key, so I wasn't getting the right behavior. I was basically trying to press a percent to jump. So I think if you press Shift 7, that's like pressing ampersand, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, so I was trying to press a percent symbol, which jumps between like parentheses or brackets or whatever. It's pretty neat. If you're on the left bracket or something and you want to jump to the right one, you can just press percent while you're in command mode on Vim. Anyway, in the dream, I was trying to do that, but I accidentally pressed the ampersand symbol instead of percent. The craziest part is that mistake was modeled accurately. Like, I actually pressed the wrong key. Like, I was literally pressing my index finger with my right hand in the dream. And in real life, that would equate to ampersand, which, like the dream indicated, it really is the incorrect button press. I mean, how the heck is that even possible? Like, I assume I'm pressing the right key, but my dream literally tells me that I'm not, which is the craziest part. Like, I did it wrong, but my dreaming mind knew it was wrong also, without me knowing it was wrong. Like, how in the world is that possible? Especially given it was one of my very first dreams of the night, when my mind would probably be the least functional, I would imagine anyway. Now that's absolutely wild. But I've also had other dreams where I look at the keyboard and sometimes I see multiple of the same letter. Like, maybe there's going to be duplicates. I think there was a duplicate L in the last one that I recall. And both L's were positioned wrong. Like, I think one of the L's was positioned where the V is supposed to be on the QWERTY keyboard. The other L was, I think, where the I or O are supposed to be positioned, I believe. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that really fascinates me, just how the mind models various things. Alright, I've arrived at my destination. We'll talk soon. Hopefully, I'll know where I left off. So yeah, these days with lucid dreaming, I tend to approach it from exploring it, really. So like, rather than using it for wish fulfillment or trying to escape from reality, I tend to use it more to explore the mind. Because I think it's really fascinating to see how the mind models stuff, right? Because dreams are likely created from the mind, because I have entered dreams consciously before, and during that process, of course, I'm going to experience hallucinations, because dreams are hallucination by nature, and those hallucinations tend to be things that are in my mind, and sometimes those hallucinations are things that I experienced recently or something along those lines. I mean, is it a coincidence that I hallucinate things that are familiar to me, like familiar environments and that sort of thing? I don't think it is. I think it's because it's created from the mind and literally using my experiences to create that. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. I think it's because it's coming from my mind. So it just makes sense that it would work that way. It also makes sense that a fully formed dream would work the same way too. So yes, I do think that dreams are entirely created by the mind. Our mind is sent, based on what we know, our mind builds a model of the world and basically every experience we have. And then when we have dreams, it gets created from that model that we built. In some ways, it's kind of like an AI model. So obviously chatbots use a large language model, Image generation uses whatever the term is for image models. And then, of course, products like Sora AI that uses like video models, right? So there's different models. That's how generative AI works essentially. But our dreams are sort of like they're generated from our mental models, and obviously that can get created on the spot. It can pretty much take anything from our mental model. And of course, because there are so many details, it's probably going to make mistakes here and there. So like, for example, in my Studio A bedroom, I have a baseball picture, and one time I had a dream where I was looking through my window from outside. I noticed that it was a jungle picture instead of the baseball one. I immediately realized I was dreaming, of course, but my mind literally made a mistake right there. Well, maybe that was intentional, I don't know, but I would like to think it was probably a mistake. And most of them go unnoticed because generally our cognitive ability is significantly lower during dreams than when we're awake. But yeah, I think it's pretty fascinating because like everything we experience in a dream is most likely recreated by the mind. Like I said, it's probably a mental model that we're experiencing. And it makes sense because if you experience something new and then all of a sudden that shows up in your dream, I mean, obviously some people have argued like we actually go to a different dimension or something like that. But if we did, what are the odds that these brand new things that we experience would just suddenly show up out of nowhere? What are the odds that another dimension would just happen to be parallel in that way? I mean, if literally other people experience that new thing instead of you probably would not experience it in a dream. Most likely because your mental model does not have that experience then. The point I'm trying to get at there is things are probably based on a mental model rather than like a whole alternate universe and things like that. I mean, in some ways, we are in an alternate universe, but it's created by the mind, and it's taking place in the mind. If our mind suddenly dies in the middle of us being in that universe suddenly no longer exists. Because again, the mind, created by the mind has to be alive to facilitate that. Yeah, you get the point. I do think it's all created by the mind, therefore, dreams are a great way to explore that. I mean, you also wonder because if you analyze your dreams, you're probably going to realize that it reflects you in many different ways, actually. Also, if you have a fear and that frequently shows up in the dream, again, I think it's because of the mind having that fear, probably. Like the fact that our mental state can influence dreams, which we've all probably experienced at some point or another. I think it's plausible to think that what we're experiencing really is part of the mind. I'm just trying to prove the point that I think it's created by the mind and give several examples of that. But I think I've gone much further than I need to with that. Sorry if I suddenly sound a little stuffy, by the way. I have seasonal allergies and they're acting up a bit today. Speaking of which, do we ever experience that sort of thing in dreams, like sneezing or anything like that? In my experience, not that I know of. And then also, here's another thing to think about. We probably don't blink in our dreams either. I mean, there's no reason to. So actually, that's another reason why I'm like Data in my own dream. Because Data obviously doesn't have a reason to blink because he's a machine. But when I'm in my dreams, I don't have a reason to blink either. So I'm almost like an android in that sense. Yeah, in some ways, my physical body is much more android-like in the dream world, but my mental is the same. But yeah, I mean, I've thrown my bed out the window a couple times in a dream, and it hardly took any effort. When I do pull-ups in a dream, I find that I pretty much have unlimited endurance. Despite how real it feels, I'm able to do like 60 pull-ups with virtually no effort. Actually, what's really interesting is pushing down is harder than pulling up. That's what I tend to experience. I find when I do a pull-up, then in order to come back down, I often have to push down, which is kind of weird, and that takes more effort. Also, the fact that we can move things with our mind could technically be another piece of proof that the dream is really created by the mind. Although, you could also make the argument that you're in a physical space where that's simply possible. Like, I've had dreams where I believed I was able to use the Force like in Star Wars because I'm in a kind of a weird space around the world where slightly paranormal things occur. And because of that, I'm actually able to do it for real. At least that's what I believe at the time. And then I wake up and I'm like, great. Another way that I fall for it. Yeah, I often have dreams where I believe I'm able to use the Force or move objects with my mind. But every single time that occurs, I wake up and fall for it, essentially. I realize I fell for it. In fact, one time I had a dream where I think I was in a physics class or something and back in school, and I had the ability to move objects with my mind. Because of course it was a dream, right? But what was curious about that is the fact that I believed I was actually able to do it for real. So I was telling the physics teacher, might have even been a philosophy one, I'm not sure, but I was telling the teacher about that, or professor, and then they gave me an assignment to do research on why I'm able to do that. So I started getting really deep into the research, and I concluded one of the reasons could be because I'm dreaming, because I've been able to do it in a dream before, but I had other possible reasons too, right? Well, so I'm trying to go over all the possibilities, determine their probability, and basically go over my reasoning behind and show evidence supporting my possible reasons, right? Well, after that very long assignment, I pretty much eliminated the only possibility to it being a dream. I had a hard time believing it was a dream. Like, I wanted to believe it was something else, obviously. But obviously when I'm doing research, I have to consider all possibilities and not just rule that out. So then I started doing reality tests as basically part of my evidence, trying to support my claim, right, for that research. Well, I did the tests. They all showed that I was dreaming. And I was like, okay, so, alright, here's my report. Apparently, I am actually dreaming. That is the reason why. That is actually the reason why I'm doing that. I really wanted to believe it was something else, as you can imagine. But after doing thorough research in the dream, I ended up accidentally concluding that it's a dream, and that's why I had the capability of doing that. So I thought that was kind of fascinating. And of course, we could do the nose pinch test in a dream, where we basically pinch our nose and see if it changes when we pinch it versus breathe unpinched. If we really were in an alternate universe, do you think it would end up working that way? I don't think it's very plausible. I personally believe that it is, we're inside of an inner universe and our air is still coming from the physical world, despite us essentially being in another world created by the mind. Because the air is coming from the physical world, breathing in a mind-facilitated world isn't going to change anything as a result. I think I've already gone over enough evidence. I rest my case that dreams are created by the mind, which is why I'm using it as a tool to explore the mind. I mean, honestly, you look at sleep in general, very bizarre things can happen, as you might be aware. I mean, sometimes as we're falling asleep, we might have a sudden jolt. That's known as a hypnic jerk, and I often get those when I'm taking a nap. But sometimes, at least for me, sometimes I experience split-second sounds while it happens as well. And a lot of times those sounds are a voice saying some random word or something like that. And oftentimes the voice is a familiar one too. Does that sound like a coincidence, or do you think that once again it's likely coming from the mind, which has experiences of that very voice? Again, I rest my case when I say that I think dreams are also created by the mind, and yeah, I mean, weird stuff can happen while we're sleeping. In fact, yesterday, I slept for a bit, and when I woke up, I noticed that music had been playing in my head. It was kind of a nice song, I'm being perfectly honest. I don't know what it was, but Yeah, I could tell that a song had been playing in my head for a little while. I just remembered the last few seconds of it. Again, I think that's also created by the mind. That's also something that I think is fascinating to explore. Sometimes when I'm in a dream, there's a song playing in the background. I don't know if the song even exists or not, but either way, it's created by the mind spontaneously. And I just think there's something really cool about that, especially if you can consciously experience it and notice it while it's happening. And know the fact that the mind is creating it while you're experiencing it actively. But yeah, the point is, I like to use dreams as a tool for exploration. Obviously, when I mentioned the keyboard thing with the layout being inaccurate, I have a feeling that I'm going to run across that when I teach data how to use the computer. I want to be like, yeah, that keyboard layout isn't quite accurate with the real thing. You know that I'm in a dream right now. I'm in REM sleep, which you've talked about at night terrors before. But yeah, because of my mind's obviously creating this whole experience, including the concept of you. And my mind isn't accurately reproducing this keyboard. Maybe I even point out what the mistakes are and everything. Actually, recently I looked at pi in a dream. I looked at the pi digits on piday.org just to see if my mind would accurately model the digits. Again, I'm exploring the mind right there. See if my mind can accurately produce pi. I used a voice command to pull up the Pi-Day website. It came up. I saw a bunch of numbers. I noticed that the first 8 or so digits were accurate. And then I think 9 and 10 were initially inaccurate, but when I looked back, then I think it became accurate or something along those lines. But then everything else after that was inaccurate. And then what was also really cool is I looked at the numbers basically really far into pi, and I noticed that a whole bunch of digits were floating around, swapping places. That was really cool to watch. Number inspiration at its finest. So I'm looking at the computer, which I think I have Windows XP, by the way, when I did this. I looked at the start button as well, and the word start was clearly readable. It looked just like the actual font and everything as far as I know. That's what I also find fascinating. Sometimes I have the wrong operating system in a dream. Most of the time I actually have Windows XP, believe it or not. But yeah, what was interesting is some digits were incorrect, and then as I looked at it, it kind of corrected itself right in front of my eyes as well. And then yeah, when I looked below, there was a bunch of digits just floating around the screen, swapping places. I don't think they were right. I'm not sure. The fact that I'm not sure and wasn't even thinking, I'm sure the mind just did a bunch of random numbers. But all the numbers were readable, 0 through 9 numbers, just like on the actual website. But yeah, I often like to go on the computer in a dream because, well, I know my mind is recreating the whole thing from scratch. Does it do everything right? Sometimes I have the right operating system. Sometimes it's like Windows 7 or Windows XP. Sometimes I'm trying to do something and I get a whole bunch of pop-ups like I have a virus on there or something too. That happens occasionally. I often like to go on YouTube just to see if anything that shows up there matches reality at all. Like maybe I'll go on my favorite creator's YouTube channel, look at the titles of the videos they have and see if it even comes close to reality or if the mind's making up a bunch of stuff on the spot. Like when I looked at Daniel Love's channel, I may or may not have mentioned this already, but instead of showing the portal logo for Lucid Dream Portal, it showed a black circle, which I thought was very fascinating. You could probably argue that it's the other side of the portal or something. Then instead of showing the number of subscribers he had, it showed the number of haters, which was surprisingly more than the number of subscribers, so I thought that was pretty funny. I actually clicked on a video. It showed, like, the background looked completely normal, but Daniel looked kind of like a hippie. And then when I looked at the title, it said something like, How to Align the Body's 27 Internal Stones, or something along those lines. It was really bizarre. That sounds like a very spiritual thing, and it doesn't really sound like it relates to lucid dreaming at all. It sounds like aligning chakras or something like that. By the way, I'm driving in an area where one time when I was entering a dream, it kind of started out in this area right here. And I experienced essentially the sensation of riding on a roller coaster. And the roller coaster was going backward too. But it was happening in this area right here. Again, how do you think the mind stumbled across this area right here? Probably because my mind knows this area, so therefore I was able to model it. I mean, in some ways, my mind was AI generating it, basically using a biological AI model. But yeah, every experience we have throughout the day is likely training that model. And then our dreams essentially execute that model that's trained. That's also kind of a fascinating thing to think about as well. If we were to try to model the dreaming process in a neural network, like a convolutional neural network or a deep learning network, how would that be modeled, right? I think that's kind of fascinating to think about sometimes. Suppose we're getting a bit philosophical. There's probably multiple ways that would totally work. I personally believe that the memories and experiences would be represented as the neural connections that go from one neuron to the next. If you know about like deep learning networks, there's a bunch of neurons and neural connections, which is kind of meant to represent what the mind does. They're all weighted connections. Typically, input will feed through all those weighted connections. Some matrix math will happen, and then it results in some outputs. But what those actual weighted connections are based on what it's trained on. So throughout the day, as we build our mental model, those connections are theoretically getting adjusted as we adjust the model. So obviously the mind is very complex, and I don't think we really know the way it would actually be modeled. But for those of you who are familiar with neural networks, I personally think, yeah, the weighted connections are the experiences throughout each day and the memories that we have. Those are represented by the weighted connections, I think. And then, of course, the output would be the dream. But how is that represented? I think it can be represented by all the properties of our senses that we experience throughout the dream. So I think each property could be represented by, like, how much activation it has, right? So, like, our visual... So, like, how would we represent our visual sense? Well, our visual sense can perceive a bunch of colors, so there'd be a bunch of color attributes, I think, on a screen. We can represent it by, like, red, green, blue values. We can also represent it by hue, saturation, brightness, maybe color temperature. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to represent colors on a screen, right? Well, out of the many ways we can represent that, I would imagine... I'm going to actually go this way instead with my driving. But yeah, with the different ways it could be represented, those would probably be outputs resulting with the neural network. Actually, you know what? I just thought of something. So, obviously, on Star Trek, Commander Data's creator, Dr. Noonien Soong, I was just thinking, they probably deal with this type of modeling right here. And obviously, they gave him the capability of dreaming, as we see in Birthright Part 1 and Phantasms, and possibly other episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation. But what if Noonien Soong actually had to build like a neural network to give Data the capability of dreaming, or building a mental model in general? You know, that's an intriguing thought, because I could ask him in a dream, like, how did he basically, because Data has a positronic net, or he's also referred to it as a neural net or a positronic matrix. But neural net, doesn't that sound like neural network? Yeah, what if Noonien Soong has had to represent... Yeah, that would be an intriguing experiment. Like, if he had to model dreams based on his understanding with, like, cybernetics and the human mind, obviously he's able to do synaptic scanning. So therefore... he clearly understands a fair bit about the mind. If he's able to, like, make a machine have a human-like mind, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, he might know something about how we can represent dreams. So why don't I just ask Data's creator how that would be done? So yeah, actually it would be kind of neat to talk to Noonien soon as well. I never actually thought of that. Basically, it's Brent Spiner as a cyberneticist, or how we pronounce that. Obviously, I plan to meet up with him so that Data can get his emotion chip installed by Noonien soon directly, the way it was originally intended. Because then obviously if something goes wrong, well, Noonien soon can then maybe address that on the spot. I think that'd be fascinating to see, because I don't think they show too much of that on the show. But obviously while I'm doing that, then I can ask questions about, like, I suppose ways he was created, that sort of thing. And I'm not even sure if he's familiar with, like, deep neural networks and stuff like that. See, that'd be interesting to find out as well. What does my mind come up with regarding all that? That would be kind of a neat thing to explore, too. I think I'm going to do this sleep experiments relatively soon that I mentioned before, too. But if I end up in a fully formed dream, and I still have time in the dream, obviously then I'll start doing those goals. But yeah, how would he model dreams? Because obviously you not only have to model how dreams actually play out through this neural network, but also how does sensory information from our daytime get trained into all that? So obviously, yeah, the output will represent all of our senses, I think, and basically everything we experience. So like our visual sense, maybe it's represented by hue, saturation, brightness, I don't know. But obviously, the resolution's really high. Can we even use units like pixels with our vision? I think it's too high that we couldn't even do that. I suppose we'd have to represent that down to the atomic level pretty much, if that's how precise everything is. So maybe there's hue, saturation, brightness for every single atom that we can perceive visually. I don't know. I mean, that's one way to think about it, certainly. So however many neurons or nodes it would take to represent all that, there would be outputs for everything needed to represent that from a visual perspective. There's obviously things needed to represent auditory perspective, like I would imagine wavelength, amplitude, those types of things. And then our other senses, tactile, taste, and smell. I found that I've been able to perceive all 5 senses in the dream world. Actually, eating and drinking in a dream is kind of interesting too. Like sometimes it matches the real thing, other times there's weird variation. Kind of depends on the situation, but I would certainly encourage you to explore that if you're into lucid dreaming, that sort of thing. But yeah, whatever's needed to represent basically everything we experience in the dream from one moment to the next, we would have enough outputs needed to represent all of that. Whatever outputs needed to represent everything, that's exactly what would exist in that neural network. And then as far as inputs go, I personally think that it could be represented by, this is kind of how I would be approaching it, but there's probably multiple correct ways to do it. I would probably, so basically every concept that our mind knows could be considered a schema. And I think that we could have neurons representing each mental schema that exists. The amount of neurons that exist would probably be however many the mind literally has for schemas that it's able to store. Some of these neurons could potentially be empty. Who knows? I mean, it's hard to say how that's going to work, because what if we have new schemas that we suddenly build? How does that get incorporated, right? Does it become a whole separate neuron in the neural network? Do multiple schemas combine into this new one? So like, for example, if you had a schema of a spork, which is like a hybrid of a spoon and a fork, what if rather than building a new schema for spork, you instead combine spoon and fork schemas? Like I think that we could have neurons for each schema, and then they have a certain amount of activation at any given moment. When you combine the activation of every single schema the mind has, I think that's what feeds through the neural network. It feeds through our mental model, and then our output is that sensory experience we get. That's how I would probably try to model dreams in a deep neural network. The schemas would be the inputs, that feeds through our memories and experiences, and then the result is the output of the dream, essentially. But obviously, when we're training new data, then it becomes a little contradictory because the output's coming from a physical world while we're awake. So therefore, in some ways, the physical world is an input. But since we don't perceive the world directly, we could argue that our physical sensory input gets translated into schema activation thresholds. That goes through the network, and then the end result could be what we perceive from the physical world. Who knows? It's such a tricky one to know. The mind is so complex that we don't have actual answers, but it's kind of fun to think about how we would try to approach that. That's also, I guess, also to touch on this, if we were to do virtual reality with all 5 senses, I think we would want to touch on this. Like, rather than trying to have some electronic device reproduce all 5 of our senses, why couldn't we trigger memories with our model? So like if we wanted the device to produce a smell of a banana, well, we could probably smell that in the dream world. So why couldn't the device basically tap into our mind and activate that part? That results in basically going through that hypothetical neural network. Then the output reflects the banana smell activation. Why couldn't we do that? If we're, rather than like actually using physical objects to recreate smell with virtual reality, like literally storing a whole bunch of objects so you can activate its smell at any time, it would probably be in the mind directly, I imagine. But yeah, I suppose since we perceive the physical world through our mental model as well as a dream world, which again is separate from our conscious imagination, we could argue that's how it actually does work in the physical world, except the whole training process, including feed forward and back propagation, occur. Those are neural network concepts. But yeah, I can see us using schemas as an input because I would imagine from one moment to the next, each schema that our mind has a certain percentage of activation. So like maybe our schema road tar has like a 3% activation. Our schema of flowers has like a 1% activation, right? There's like a whole bunch of activations for all of our mental schemas, right? Well, I think that from one moment to the next, our dreams have a certain amount of activation with each schema that mind has, and then it results in the crazy dreams that we get. Except the only difference, I think, is something about the dreaming mind activates the schemas to get started. And then I think when the dream plays out, the dreaming mind probably still has some direct influence on how active certain schemas are. But I also think that dreams themselves could influence schema activation too, just like the real world can. So like when we're in the real world, this hypothetical neural network's not actually getting used, but it's getting trained for the dream where it actually plays out. We actually do our neural network predictions. Our dreams are like neural network predictions. So like even from the physical world, our physical senses will probably trigger certain schemas, and they probably get triggered before we perceive them in our own mind. But obviously a bunch of translation occurs with our physical senses before we ever perceive it. Like sound bounces onto our eardrum, and then it does all sorts of stuff inside of there. And then the mind converts that into something that we can understand and everything like that. There's a bunch of translation. Same with visual. Same with everything else. So we're not perceiving the world directly. Our senses are picking things up and going through a whole spontaneous conversion process as it comes in. But I think that the whole neural network, even if we were to represent it during daytime with schema activations and things like that, I think the whole thing is still happening before we start perceiving the outputs. That's how I would personally try to create dreams using a neural network, and how I would architect it, maybe. I think that might actually work. Because actually, now that I think about it, it does actually work with the physical world, which I never realized before. It's just it runs through the whole thing before we start perceiving it. Because like maybe physical senses trigger certain schemas. It runs through our network, and then the output is what we're perceiving from the physical world, but there's also training happening at the same time to adjust all the neural connection. I mean, let's face it, even in our dreams, I'm sure some of the neural connections change as well. I mean, if you have a mind-blowing dream, you're probably going to spend a long time thinking about it, right? So if your mind is processing what happened so much, then those connections are probably changing a fair bit. But yeah, anyway, I didn't mean to go off on that tangent. I'm just kind of allowing myself to do it now. But yeah, I think it'd be kind of fun to talk to Nooney and Soong about that to see if he would approach it in a similar way, or does approach it in a similar way as it is. I think it'd be fascinating to see what the dreaming mind comes up with regarding how data actually functions and everything like that. Especially being familiar with how computers work and how there's really nothing but a bunch of memory cells representing states. But yeah, basically I like using dreams to explore the mind. So to come back to the data stuff now, my apologies. So yeah, the dreaming mind is still not going to be perfect. In fact, when you look at like image generation, you might notice that text in an image generation, like with DALL-E or Midjourney or something, every once in a while, the text generation can be a little bit strange and wonky and not be readable and that sort of thing. Well, what's really ironic about that is dreams often do the exact same thing. Dreams run into the same problem a lot of times. So dreams really are a lot like how AI functions, similar in so many ways. Oh man, I was just at a gas station a little bit ago, and I realized I accidentally threw my sunglasses away at that gas station. Oh jeez, I'm already too far away that it's not really worth going back, but what a bummer. At least I think they're thrown away by mistake. But yeah, it is kind of fascinating to see like how AI generation makes very similar mistakes to dream generation by the human mind. Or by other living things too, probably. But yeah, so there's a chance that the keyboard's going to be modeled wrong. Sometimes things are modeled wrong in general. So like about 5 months ago, I think. Wow, has it already been 5 months? Crikey, time goes by fast. Well, I decided to play Rock Band in a lucid dream, to see how accurately the mind models that and how seamlessly it can create a song and everything like that. And what I found is, so there's like 4 different drums. They show up as notes on the game. The notes come by, then you hit the drum when they reach a certain point, correspondingly. And what I found was that in the dream, I had 4 drums like I normally do. But on the game, there were 5 completely different notes, meaning there should have been 5 different drums. So obviously, it was kind of impossible to play. I could only hit 4 notes because I only have 4 drums to work with to begin with, just like in real life. What was kind of interesting is one of the notes was red, just like the real thing, and then the one next to that was pink. And it wasn't that much different. Like it was more like fuchsia, which is, I think, kind of close to red. And yeah, it was confusing. But it was in the middle of the drum set rather than the very left where it should be, so I thought that was fascinating. Then of course a song played on there too. I don't know if it was a real song. I mean, I requested a song. Now I can't remember which one, because it's been several months. I have a journal, but yeah, it might not have been the real song, but I happened to think of a title, so I selected that. It was a real title, but it might not have been the real song. It was also impossible to play because, I mean, you basically had to have 3 hands if you wanted to play it well, or at least 3 drumsticks across 2 hands, which obviously I didn't have during the dream. But yeah, that was kind of interesting. I was being very observant and consciously observing the whole thing while it was happening, because I knew it was a dream. I deliberately decided to do that. This was after I did a bunch of computer exploration in the dream. Anyway, to get back to the data stuff, there's a slight chance my ergonomic mouse might show up too.
I don't know. So I might have to explain to Data the difference between a normal mouse and an ergonomic one. So I'll probably explain like how we use a keyboard and mouse. And there are touchscreens just like the enterprise computer as well. Then I'll probably show them how we use basic programs and what kind of programs exist. In fact, I might even, obviously if I want to teach them how to use Vim, I'm going to also have to teach them how to type to begin with, because obviously it comes a lot easier. Vim, which obviously is a text editing where you can do a bunch of fancy shortcuts and stuff in command mode. I think it would be best to teach Data how to type first, because just so you know, being able to type without looking at the keyboard and having proper type formation where you normally have your hand on the home row most of the time and stuff, that makes Vim so much easier like you wouldn't believe it. Actually, a huge part of the steep learning curve is, like if you want to become really efficient, is having proper keyboard formation so you can develop good muscle memory and everything. But I think it would be wise to teach Data how that works first before I start getting into Vim. Because I'm sure they never use keyboards on the Enterprise. And teach how to use Dvorak as well. Oh, jeez. I wonder if I should. Well, I barely remember the Dvorak layout to begin with myself. I mean, I know on the home row, I think it's AOEUI to start with. I don't remember much more than that. I started learning Dvorak at one point, but I didn't get very deep into it. I haven't had a chance since then. I have a keyboard where all the keys are rearranged to be Dvorak. I did use Dvorak, by the way. Just had to give you a by the way factor. I don't use Arch, by the way. I do use Vim, by the way. Yeah, the by the way factor is like a whole meme. Just look it up sometime. But yeah, I use Vim, by the way, which is of course why I want to teach Data how to use it. So the way we interface with computers is probably very different from how they do it on the Enterprise. Another thing is, I might use some voice commands in a dream in a way where you wouldn't be able to in real life. I'm going to have to clarify that to Data, or he's going to get an incorrect impression, because obviously I could just pull up very specific things in the dream world. So like, when I first learned Vim, I learned it from Ben Awad. That's an online resource. That was my first resource for learning Vim. So I could literally just be like, computer, pull up my first Ben Awad Vim tutorial resource, and then it comes up right away, right? Even if I don't program it, it doesn't matter, because my mind is effectively doing all that work. But yeah, if you want to become really good at text editing, learn Vim. You might have also heard of Nano if you've used the terminal at all. Personally, if you're trying to get really good and efficient in Nano, the return on investment just doesn't make sense. You could spend that time trying to become efficient in Vim instead, or Evil Mode on Emacs, or various other software that has Vim plugins, like VS Code or Obsidian, which is where I have my note-taking stuff. That's one of the reasons I use Obsidian, by the way, because of its Vim capabilities. It's not perfect in every regard, but man, compared to not using it, I mean, once you get used to Vim, then not using it is torture. It's not torture watching other people not use it, but since I know it, it's torture for me not to use it, especially if I put all this effort into learning it. I mean, I spent a lot of time learning Vim. Of course I want to use it as much as possible. Why wouldn't I, right? But yeah, so regarding the voice command stuff, I might have to pull up stuff manually. Obviously, I've mentioned time and time again, time in a dream is valuable, so I want to minimize how much time I waste. A lot of times when I explore stuff on the computer, I tend to use voice commands rather than manually doing stuff. Although manually doing stuff could provide its own insights. Like, does the cursor move the way it's supposed to? Does typing work the way it's supposed to? Is my memory good enough that I can still type decent and accurate? Does the typing actually match my muscle memory, or is it way off? I have gone to a web browser before, tried typing in a URL, and I kept making a whole bunch of typos and having to use the arrow keys to correct typos and stuff. But now I actually wonder, did I really make those typos, or was my dreaming mind just trying to give me difficulty when I was using the correct muscle memory to begin with? It's hard to know what happened there. Another quick fascinating thing is one time I recorded with OBS in my dream. I recorded my webcam, and I had my webcam set up. I also looked behind me to see if it was modeling my background accurately, and it was. Like, I even moved my hand back and forth while looking at the computer screen and behind to see if everything matched up, like the webcam looked the way it was supposed to the actual environment. To my surprise, it did. And also, when I clicked on the record button, there was like a second-long delay, which for me, that actually happened in real life as well. So my dreaming mind modeled that accurately as well, which I thought was incredible. I'd forgotten about that detail, but the way it showed up in the dream was accurate. The start recording, start streaming, settings, exit, all that text that shows up in OBS, that, as far as I remember, was modeled accurately in the dream. I could not believe it. I actually almost started crying during that moment because, well, my mind was creating the whole thing. And when I thought about what the mind is capable of, I just felt kind of overwhelmed. Just thinking about how incredible this whole phenomenon is. I mean, sometimes I look up at the sky in a dream, and it looks exactly like real life. There's a blue sky with white clouds. They all have random shapes. The sun is out. I know it's a dream. I'm trying to tell myself why it's not real like real life is. But I look very closely. It looks just as realistic as real life, even with close examination. And I can't explain to myself why it's not real, because the mind is modeling the whole thing really well. And then where it's also gotten really emotional for me is when I'm controlling the weather. So like in that same scene, I made it so that all these white clouds clustered together and vanished, which was really fun to watch. And then the sky transitions from white to blue at the same time. Like, that's obvious proof that my mind is creating the experience, but it felt so real. My mind was very clear. I knew that I was actually asleep, paralyzed in bed while that was happening. I got very emotional because, well, that's what the mind is capable of doing. And I'm able to experience that in the present moment with a very clear mind. There are no words sufficient enough to describe how amazing that feels. Especially just watching how the clouds clustered together and vanished. Like, that got me really emotional. I literally felt like I was achieving enlightenment, because obviously the sun was out too. But yet I knew it was created by my mind at the same time. Everything was clear and basically as realistic as real life. I tried to find things that looked fake and everything like that. The mind did things so well that I could not find anything that looked fake at all. I mean, the fact that the clouds had random shapes too, the fact the mind can do that spontaneously, crazy. And I guess related to the sun, I've also found that I could look directly at the sun in a dream, but it honestly felt like looking at white construction paper. But when I look away from the sun, it feels a lot brighter than normal. I mean, not than normal. It feels just as bright as it would really be when you're not looking at the sun. But when I'm looking at it, suddenly it feels, well, it kind of feels just as bright, but it's not. I can see it real clearly, right? And it almost doesn't feel that bright when I'm looking directly at it in a dream. Anyway, so to get back to the data stuff once again, probably going to have them do a typing test once I teach them how to use it. Of course, my keyboard, all the letters are printed out, but there's like 7 or 8 letters that you can't see right now because it's washed off. I've used the same keyboard for, I think I'm approaching a decade now. I've only had to replace the battery once, and that was literally within the last year or so. For a wireless keyboard, it lasts a really long time. It's a Logitech K520 for those of you who are wondering. But yeah, some of the letters are missing, but what I think I'm going to do for training data how to type is basically have them look at the letters. I'm probably going to have to use a voice command to get the missing letters to show up since they've washed off. I could probably use a voice command to get that back and be like, Dream, reveal the missing letters or something like that. And then there's also some things that Data might have to know that he doesn't. But I might not really learn any valuable insights teaching him this one thing that I wasn't originally going to teach him to begin with, but he needs to know it for the Vim stuff, for example. So in those cases, I think I'm going to do a memory download to Data's mind in the dream. And of course, since it is a dream, literally anything is possible. I'm effectively Q as well in the dream world. Because like, if I want to make something happen, I could technically snap my fingers and make virtually anything happen. Obviously, the results could literally fluctuate between experiences as well. Just to give you an idea, one time I had a dream where I tried to talk, but I couldn't even hear myself. It was like my voice was on mute, or I was just completely deaf. I think I even had trouble moving my mouth as well. It kind of felt paralyzed. But I was able to move objects using my mind perfectly normally with no issue. So the fact that I couldn't even talk, but I could move objects with my mind, that just shows you how much things can fluctuate from one experience to the next. For most people, they're probably going to have trouble moving things with their mind because they've never done it before, and they have no problem talking. But in that case that I just shared, I had the opposite for both of those things. That's just how the experience was. I think it's also possible that because I had a maintained awareness dream right there, I may not have even fully transitioned into the dream yet. Had I given it some time, that maybe I would have eventually been able to talk. I mean, it's weird because I actually did the object manipulation before I could even fully see in the dream. I hadn't fully visually formed the dream yet. So when you fall asleep consciously and maintain awareness into a dream, you can consciously experience how the dream forms around you. You start out lying in bed, you start having sensations, one thing leads to another, suddenly you're in a fully formed dream. And the experiences of how that occurs can fluctuate so much from one experience to the next. But in that experience, I could kind of see, but I suppose the best way to describe it is my vision was sort of like a tiny circle in the center of my eyelids, and it wasn't fully encompassing it yet. Eventually it grew bigger so that it did fully encompass it, but that's how it was starting for me. It started out as almost like opening my eyes, but it only opened so far to begin with. And then as I start getting out of bed within the dream, then my vision started becoming bigger, so it encompassed more of my eyelids essentially. Because of course my eyes are actually closed, so it is literally behind my eyelids what I'm seeing. But yeah, even while my field of view, well, is that even the right term for the scope of my vision being limited? Well, even with that, I was able to move objects with my mind, but I think talking and that sort of thing was not working yet. Possible that it hadn't even kicked in yet. I suppose as long as I'm talking about how dreams form, for those of you who've never experienced that before, you're probably wondering what that's like. How do you go from lying in bed to being in a fully formed dream? I'll give you a few experiences that I've had that should help illustrate that. But yeah, if you ever get into lucid dreaming and have a maintained awareness dream, or what some people might know as a wake-initiated lucid dream, or wild, well, yeah, I'll give some experiences of that, I guess, while I'm at it. So, usually what I notice when I'm consciously entering a dream, usually the first thing I notice is I tend to have a high-pitched pulsing tone in my head. I sometimes get that sensation when I'm feeling sick as well. Like if I'm just not feeling well or I'm feeling really tired and fatigued, I'll maybe get a split second of what could be described as a high-pitched pulsing tone in my head. Sometimes it'll happen a couple times, but when I'm consciously entering a dream, I often get that several times per second. and it can last up to minutes when it occurs. And then a lot of times I also experience tingling throughout my entire body, sometimes in specific areas way more intensely than other areas. I've also had some experiences where I feel it on like the sides of my abdomen, and sometimes it's so intense that it almost hurts, but that is a normal part of the experience. Sometimes that doesn't hurt at all. Sometimes I don't even experience that tingling at all, but most of the time I will in some form. Sometimes the tingling is so intense that my body literally feels like it's falling apart, and it gives me the illusion that I'm floating out of it. It's pretty weird. So that's how a transition can occur sometimes. Like the tingling is so intense that I feel like I'm floating out of my body, and as that floating happens, it eventually results in me being vertical without even making any physical effort. I just start floating out of my body. I suddenly go from being horizontal to vertical. Like I slowly switch from one to the other. And then suddenly I'm vertical, and I may or may not be able to see at that point. I've had times where I'm vertical like that, and I can already see. Or other times I just get vertical and I can't quite see yet. I think most of the time, if that were to happen, I can't quite see yet. So then what ends up happening, now I'm essentially vertical in the dream world, but I don't have a visual sense yet. I may or may not have experienced auditory yet. I mean, sometimes there's just no auditory in whatever situation I'm in. Sometimes there is. But, well, actually, when I describe it, I think I'm mostly going to be describing things from a visual and tactile perspective, because I think auditory is pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you basically hear things. I don't think much more needs to be described about how that works. If you ever had a song stuck in your head, it's kind of like that, except you actually feel like you're hearing it for real. Like a song is really playing through your ears. That's part of the dreaming process. Anyways, now I'm vertical, no visual sensation yet, so what I might do at that point is start physically making a jogging motion, just because that feels natural. I mean, what would you do if you were lying down, you suddenly had a sensation of becoming vertical, and you can't see yet? I would probably start jogging, honestly. So I start doing that for a while. And actually, it's also worth noting that even if there's no visual sensation yet, I tend to feel like I'm in some location even if I can't see it. Like, I just have this feeling that maybe I'm in a school setting, or I'm outside surrounded by a lot of bleachers, or I'm in a bedroom. I don't know. I just have this feeling that I'm in some location, right? Even if I can't see it. A lot of times thinking about that alone can suddenly cause me to start seeing that very location. So the way visual forms, that can fluctuate a lot as well. Sometimes I like to make a physical effort of opening my eyes. Then I have an illusion of opening my eyes within the dream world. Even if I make a physical effort, that's what often ends up happening. So sometimes visual can come on that way, through the opening of eyes, except it's in the dream world even though it felt physical. Sometimes vision can fade on, sort of like how a CRT screen comes on. It just kind of fades on slowly. Dreams can do that as well. That's actually my favorite way to transition into a dream, by the way. There's just something so cool about. I'm looking at my eyelids, can't really see much, but things start becoming brighter and clearer while I'm looking at that, like a CRT screen. And then eventually it's just as clear as real life is. I think that's such a cool way to transition into a dream, especially if you feel like you're vertical already. So I would say maybe a small handful of my maintained awareness transitions start out that way. Sometimes it even starts out that way when I'm lying on my side in bed. If I'm not even vertical yet in the dream, I can still have that fading on. Yeah, that's my personal favorite way to transition into a dream. I'm sure we're all used to being in the middle of a good dream and then suddenly it slowly fades off. But when it's fading on for a change, there's something really cool about that. Yeah, so visual can fade on. There was another experience I had where I wasn't really seeing anything yet, but then I turned my physical eyes to the left, because of course we still have control over our eyes even during the dream. Like, I think our eyes make physical moves, both dreaming and awake. I think it's one-on-one. Also, the fact that it's one-on-one, if we really did transfer into another dimension, I think a few things would have happened if we transferred into another dimension. I think that either our body would disappear from this one, or at the very least, our eyes would remain completely still while we're in that other dimension, especially if our soul somehow transferred to there. Then our physical body has absolutely nothing to do with anything, and thus the eyes wouldn't even move. But yeah, keep in mind, while all this is happening, our eyes are moving in the physical world. We're still getting air in the physical world. If somebody wakes us up, we're going to wake up just like how it happens anytime. Oh yeah, so to get back to my original point, one time I found myself, so it started out with some basic auditory hallucinations. I heard a sound of my hearing aid battery being low. My hearing aid played the low battery sound, basically, but what I didn't even register at the time, so this is while I'm transitioning into the dream, of course. I'm lying in bed at this point yet, having some slight auditory senses, but that's it so far. I hear the low battery sound. What I didn't even realize at the time is it was the low battery sound from my old hearing aids rather than the current ones. So it was the wrong sound to begin with. But I didn't piece that together at the time, despite being aware of the experience as it was happening. I believe I had the usual high-pitched tone and some tingling throughout the body, and then eventually I started feeling like I was driving. I was just thinking about this location, and then I thought about that location panning. I don't know if I consciously thought that or if my thoughts just kind of led to that. And the next thing I knew, it kind of felt like my hands were on a steering wheel and I was controlling all this with driving. I couldn't see anything yet, but I had a sense of being in a particular location, which is about, in the real world, is about 2 or 3 miles from where I am now. Anyway, so I have a physical sensation of driving. I'm hearing some slight auditory hallucinations. I don't remember what else, but I for sure heard that hearing aid sound. That triggered a mental schema which has nothing to do with what I perceived, but I was thinking about that at the time. And then, as I'm driving, I still see nothing at the moment, but eventually my eye turns to the left, and I can see a vague outline of a car. So at this point I've stopped at a stop sign, even though I can't see anything yet. The act of stopping kind of almost felt like an involuntary action, if that even makes sense. I was barely even aware of the fact that I did that. But I guess with my mind going through the motions, it kind of made that event happen, right? So my eye looks over to the left. I see a vague outline of a car. It becomes a little bit clearer as I'm looking at it, and I know exactly where it is, because I have a sense of being there. And then when I looked over to the right, or I looked straight again from looking at the left, suddenly the whole dream scene was there. So it started out with me just seeing a car, and then just with the turn of an eye, suddenly everything was there. So I already had a sensation of driving before I could see. I saw an outline of a car, then when I turned my eyes, suddenly the rest of the scene just kind of came right in. Like it came in during the eye motion. That was pretty cool. So now I'm in a fully formed dream, just like that. And of course, auditory continued to happen throughout that experience. That was a dream where I ended up creating a Doctor Strange portal, by the way. And it worked pretty well. Where I've had weird experiences with the Doctor Strange portal, though, is if I forget to think about where I even want to go through the portal. Because obviously if I'm creating a portal, it's because I want to go somewhere. But if I don't even think of where I want to go, then I'm going to have strange experiences with the portal. Like one time I just went through it without even thinking about where I wanted to go. I ended up in a white space where I saw pretty much nothing but white. And then I also saw 404 error. Almost like a website couldn't load.
But then I remembered, yeah, I didn't even think of where I wanted to go. So what did I expect? But yeah, so that transition that I just described, that was how one of the transitions occurred. So honestly, a lot of the way the transition occurs and where the fluctuation comes from is essentially you're probably going to get all five senses in your dream, but the order that the senses kick in can fluctuate from one experience to the next. And then also, the way the senses can kick in is a few different ways too, on top of that. So I think that should help illustrate why the dream can form in so many different ways. Sometimes it can be long and drawn out as well. So like just about 2 weeks ago, actually, I had a maintained awareness transition, and that was my most recent one, if I remember correctly. I haven't done much stuff with that recently, but so I had a transition, and anyway, so the transition was long and dragged out. Kind of like the one where I met with Data and then did that light switch thing, where I had him flip the light switch hoping it would work. That transition was pretty long and drawn out too. Maybe I could describe that one after this more recent one. So anyway, in that most recent experience, it took about 6 minutes to transition into the dream. It was very drawn out. And I started to question if I was even going to have a lucid dream at all. Because of course, if I do successfully transition in and I still have consciousness, well, then I'm essentially in a lucid dream. So anyway, this one, just like pretty much every experience, started out with a high-pitched tone. I believe I had tingling throughout the body. There was a point when it was very intense, but so a couple years ago, I used to be concerned that if the sensations were very intense, it would cause an adrenaline burst, which would cause me to wake up. But what I've actually learned recently is adrenaline does not necessarily cause waking up to begin with. So nowadays I don't even worry about adrenaline because it doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to accidentally wake up to begin with. Back then I used to think it did mean that, and then that created a lot of pressure for not screwing up with my transition and stuff. Then I'd accidentally wake up in the middle of dream formation, which I struggled with a few years ago, like real badly. That's why you might see a video on my Joseph Zinn's test channel talking about how I overcame those issues. But anyway, so yeah. If I experience adrenaline during dream formation or even excitement, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to wake up from it, especially if I'm engaged with the process and it just becomes part of that experience itself rather than something that's going to hinder with it. If you're concerned about any of those things, have that mindset that I just shared instead, because that changed everything for me. Anyway, so yeah, experiencing the tingling throughout the body. It's very intense, but I'm not even worried about accidentally waking up because of it getting too intense. I'm having no auditory hallucinations, but after about 30 seconds or so, I decided to make a physical effort to open my eyes. And when I do that, sometimes when I do that, by the way, I end up opening my physical eyes rather than my dream eyes, which makes things very tricky because I can't even tell if my real eyes are open or not. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, how am I supposed to behave when I'm not sure like that? Because obviously, if I am in the physical world and I move while I'm still technically in the experience, even with my eyes open, then I'm going to shock myself awake and potentially waste the opportunity. But if I actually open my eyes in a dream and I think I open my real eyes, then I'm going to end up being cautious and not do anything useful there either. So that's a tricky one, isn't it? I would go over solutions to that problem with how to tell, but that's going to be too long of a conversation for this, because that gets pretty deep. For now, I'm going to hold off on that. But so I did that eye-opening thing after about 30 seconds. I could kind of see my bedroom, which, by the way, I was in Studio B, but I was seeing the Studio A bedroom instead. I didn't even piece together where I actually was, but I was seeing Studio A instead of Studio B, so that was the dream that I was seeing when I did that eye-opening thing. But I could only open my eyes so far. my dream eyes to be specific. I'm still in my lying down position at this point, and I also have that feeling that I can't move. So in some ways it feels like I'm in sleep paralysis, except in the dream itself. And what I'm seeing is Studio A instead of Studio B, so clearly my real eyes were not open, but I felt like I was paralyzed. And I also had that feeling that if I were to try moving, I would shock myself awake. So I didn't do that. So I'm focusing on my vision for a little bit, trying to think of what I can do to make myself see more. And then how do I move in this situation? So eventually what I'm seeing suddenly disappears. And then I think I tried it again. Suddenly I see the brick wall from Studio B. I kind of wonder if I opened my real eyes during that occasion. So then I think I eventually closed my eyes again. Then I did that again, and this time I'm seeing a completely different bedroom. That's, is it even a bedroom that I saw? I can't remember. Well, anyway, this is going on for several minutes. I'm unable to move, and I'm seeing completely different things when I do all that. I basically see like a hotel room style bedroom and a bathroom with a somewhat fancy shower. I see that for a bit, but I still have that feeling of not being able to move. Well, actually, I probably could have moved if I wanted to, but I kind of felt like I would shock myself awake if I tried, right? I'm lying on my right side, so turning my head is the biggest struggle I'm facing right there. I kind of felt like I was going to shock myself awake if I turned my head. So I didn't do that. But then eventually I was pretty sure I was in a fully formed dream. Well, yes and no. Obviously, I wasn't in a fully formed dream because I wasn't having a full sensory experience, but I think my body was fully paralyzed at that point. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm in the full dreaming process, even though I don't have all my senses yet. But anyway, because of that, since my hand was kind of resting on the bed surface, I decided to try doing the impossible movement practice. I basically moved my hand against the mattress, which the mattress would prevent my hand from moving in real life, but since I knew I was probably transitioning my dream body at that point, I decided to try it. And what I noticed was my hands actually went right through the mattress, even with a physical effort. I hadn't done that very much. I haven't done the impossible movement practice much. If I did, I probably wouldn't be able to notice these things very much, by the way. So my focal point tends to be very different than the impossible movement practice or anything like that. So I'm doing a physical movement against the mattress, and my hand goes right through. What I also noticed is my hand felt like it hardly had any nerve endings at all, and it felt very droopy, if that makes sense. But yeah, it went right through the mattress. It felt like not only was my hand resting against the mattress, but my fingers could go beyond that while still resting against the mattress. That felt kind of neat, not gonna lie. But this is still while I'm struggling to transition into the dream. This was probably like 3 minutes in at that point. I'm still not transitioned to a fully formed dream, but I'm sure I have my dream body at that point. And I'm sure that with that physical effort, I didn't move my real hand at all. Then I think about, actually I could have been like 4 minutes in too, I'm not sure. But at another point, when I opened my eyes, I looked downward and I could see my feet. They were outside of the bed sheet. And I knew that that wasn't my real feet because the real ones were inside the bed. So obviously that looked different. That could have been like 4 minutes in or 3 minutes in, while the impossible movement was 4 minutes in. And at that point, I still had that feeling of not being able to move. So then eventually, now I'm back to seeing nothing again while lying in bed. But I'm still in the experience. I still have that feeling of paralysis, even though I'm transitioning my dream body at that point. At this point, now I'm seeing nothing at all. And I'm trying to think, okay, how am I going to get in the dream now? If making a physical effort's not really working. Oh, by the way, when I did the eye thing as well, I put my full effort into opening my eyes. with raising my eyebrows and just simply doing it, like I wanted to open them wide. No matter how much effort I was putting into it, I could only open my dream eyes just a tiny bit. So like 5 or 6 minutes into that experience, I decided to put my hand on my eyes and try to open it with my fingers. I think I was able to see something, but not really much more than what I was getting before. Suddenly now I'm seeing nothing again, but I still haven't shocked myself awake yet either. Yeah, that was a long, drawn-out process, but I thought it was really fascinating too. Like, I'm very clear-minded while all this is happening. I'm not even worried about shocking myself awake. I mean, what more could you ask for regarding that? Especially if you struggled with shocking yourself awake a lot in the past. Anyways, so now about 6 minutes into that experience, I decided, okay, the eye-opening thing's clearly not working. I clearly can't make a physical effort either, even though a lot of times I tend to transition into the dream either by doing that physical eye-opening thing or making a physical effort to get out of bed in a way that feels natural and incremental. Oh, and also another thing that I like to do with the eye thing is, as I mentioned before, sometimes I feel like I'm in some location, even if I can't see it. Well, I think about what that location looks like. I think about where I feel like I am. Look at my eyelids while I'm doing that. See if I can get any of those things to appear. Because I think when I do the physical eye-opening thing, that's not what's actually doing it. But that focal point doesn't hurt anything, so therefore it feels like it's working well. But I think I could probably just as effectively think about where it feels like I am. Focus on my eyelids, see if I could get any of that stuff to appear. That tends to work just as well as physically opening my eyes. I think about, okay, what would I expect to see if I were to open my eyes right now? A lot of times it's not where I'm actually located. I might expect to see something else entirely, like, I don't know, maybe my grandparents' prior house instead of my own, or something along those lines. But yeah, usually after doing that, I can kind of get stuff to appear in front of my eyelids, and then eventually it becomes fully formed, right? So I often use that instead of physically opening my eyes. It's also a lot safer, because when I do that, the odds of me accidentally opening my real eyes are virtually none. Like, if I can see stuff, I could be almost entirely certain it's a dream, right? Especially if I'm trying to get stuff to appear in front of my eyelids, and that's the very thing that appears. Anyway, so I did that to try transitioning as well. It didn't really feel like that worked either. That could have actually been when I saw that hotel scene instead. I don't quite remember. But now I'm about 6 or 7 minutes into the experience, still not quite in a fully formed dream yet. So what I decided to do this time is, since I can't really physically move within the dream, I decided to imagine getting vertical rather than making a physical effort. And I didn't even focus on the imagination very much. I just imagined it at a very basic level. I just imagined that my body could sort of float and get into a vertical position, almost like a ninja. And I'm not even sure if I fully visualized that detail, but suddenly I was able to convince myself that one way or another, I'm vertical. I don't know how it happened. I'm vertical. I don't care how. It happened, right? So now I can't quite see yet, but I have a sensation of being vertical at this point. All I did was imagine getting vertical. I probably didn't even do a very good job imagining it, but now I've convinced myself that it happened one way or another. And by golly, it did. Then I started imagining the sensation of walking, and it worked. Like, because I convinced myself I was vertical, then I imagined, well, I started making a slight physical effort of walking as if I were vertical, and I kind of had a realistic sensation of doing that. And I couldn't quite see yet, but I had a sense of being in a location, so I thought about what that entailed while focusing on my eyelids. Suddenly my vision came in like 10 seconds, and I was able to fully see. Suddenly I'm in a fully formed dream after doing all that. It was quite incredible. So I'm spending like 6 minutes lying on my side, struggling to get into the dream, and then suddenly I imagine getting vertical. think about where I feel like I am and try to get that to appear in front of my eyelids. There we go. Within 10 seconds, now I have my visual senses well. Now it's no longer imagining at all. I can make a physical sensation as if I'm really in that world. And then there we go. I had another lucid dream. So in that dream, I did not do my data goal, but that was more of an exploratory one, to just see how my mind was modeling everything. So like that was a situation where I turned on the light switch in a dark room and it worked like I would expect normally. Like it actually worked that time, so that was kind of cool. I controlled the weather while I was inside the house. That was kind of cool as well. It was dark outside, so I tried making it daytime and stuff like that pretty much. That dream was fairly short, so I didn't do much more than that. Actually, I spent more of that dream trying to transition into itself than I spent actually dreaming. But yeah, even though it was kind of frustrating that it took so long to transition, it was kind of fascinating. I mean, why was I spending so long sharing it and describing it? I thought it was kind of fascinating looking back on it now, especially since I never worried about actually waking up. I mean, the fact that I lasted such a long time without screwing up, that's one of the coolest parts. That impossible movement thing was kind of neat. The imagining getting vertical and stuff, that was also neat. I might not have even done it correctly, but I was able to convince myself I'm vertical one way or another. See, that's the other interesting thing about that. If you're passive about the way you approach things, that actually tends to lead to more success than trying to be exact about everything. So that's kind of interesting. I suppose I could describe another transition now. So in this one, I had the usual pulsing sensation. I think I had some tingling throughout my body, if I'm not mistaken. I was having pretty much no hallucinations other than that. Technically, the pulsing sensation and the tingling, those are technically hallucinations, I suppose. But I think they're also part of the transition between the physical and dream body. My personal theory is that the pulsing sensation is the muscle atonia pumping from the brain to the body. That's what I think it is. It's literally muscle atonia pumping. And the tingling is from the body paralyzing itself. I'm perceiving my physical body, but it's also becoming paralyzed. You know that if a limb falls asleep, you're probably going to have some tingling before it falls asleep, maybe. And then eventually, once it's asleep, you don't really feel the tingling anymore. But as blood starts circulating to that area again, you probably are going to feel some tingling there too. And maybe the pins and needles. But to be clear, usually when I transition into a dream, the tingling I experience is not the pins and needles kind. It actually feels kind of amazing most of the time. Sometimes it's so intense that it almost hurts though, especially when it feels like my body is falling apart. I feel like I have tingling one way, then on the other half of my body it's the other way, and it just feels like it's going to split apart. If it feels like it hurts too much, which is usually not the case, then I could just simply focus on my thoughts or something else instead. And then I'm not so focused on that sensation. It suddenly feels like it's happening less. So that tends to work pretty well too. Which transition was I talking about again now? Which experience am I thinking of? Forgot what experience I'm trying to share now. Oh, I know. So yeah, I'm experiencing that, but I'm not really experiencing much else. It's going on for like 30 to 50 seconds, somewhere around there. I don't see anything yet. And then I start telling myself, there's the world or whatever. There's what I'm seeing. Even though I couldn't actually see it in that moment, I started telling myself, there's the dream. Whether it was actually there or not, I told myself that. And then it actually started appearing right in that very moment. In some ways, I started to oppose my own state. Like if it wasn't actually there, the opposition suddenly made it so it was there. But yeah, that within a few seconds, the dream was fully visibly there and bright. I was outside. And I actually had a sensation of walking just before the visual came on once again. But I was also being a little bit cautious. like I put minimal effort into the walking because I still kind of felt like I could feel my physical body yet. So just in case my physical body started moving as a result of walking, I was kind of doing it gently. But yeah, I did that for a bit. Suddenly I'm fully in the dream now. Now I can put full effort into doing whatever. I can start running very intensely. It's not going to cause me to physically go crazy, because I would assume the full paralysis is there at that point. But yeah, there I am now in a fully formed dream in that instance. But yeah, the transition process is usually not instantaneous. It really is like booting into an operating system in a lot of ways, or taking off on an airplane. I've always associated it with that too, especially with the tingling throughout the body. It's like the plane accelerating. And then once we're in the air going our normal miles per hour or whatever, suddenly that's like being in the dream. And it feels like there's no motion because the inertia or whatever you call it is in place. Another transition that I thought was kind of neat was I'm lying in bed again. I can kind of see a clock vaguely in front of my eyelids. It disappears, and then after a few seconds, I look at my eyelids again, and it's fading on like a CRT screen. The whole scene's appearing like a CRT screen, and increasing brightness over time. It took about 15 seconds until it reached full brightness. That was neat. And that was while I was still in bed. I turned my head while that was happening, and that was happening within the dream because, of course, the dream was in the wrong studio where I was actually located. So I think that's a situation where the visual actually kicked in first. But yeah, I mean, I'm explaining this because I've always, for the longest time, I was always wondering how that process happened. Like, how do you transition into a dream when you're lying in bed? In fact, I had surgery several times during childhood, mainly because of my hearing loss and stuff related to that. And every time I went under anesthesia, I was always trying to fall asleep consciously to see if I could witness how we transition into a dream. I kind of figured I wasn't experiencing that because I lost consciousness too quickly before the dreaming process kicks in. So every time I had anesthesia, I always tried to see if I could, because I'm basically out in like 15 seconds, right? I figure if I could maintain my memory and consciousness during that short time, maybe I'll be able to witness that process, right? Of course, I didn't know about how dreaming and non-dreaming sleep worked and how not all of our sleep is dreams to begin with. But yeah, I was always trying that. And then one day when I was 14, I got really lucky and managed to witness that for the first time.
To clarify, it wasn't the surgery when I ended up having the first experience. I was 14 and then it happened one weekend, possibly from sleep fragmentation, but I finally got my taste of it then many years later. Actually, looking back, I may have been 16 or 15 when it happened.
I was like, what was that I just experienced? And then I figured that's what it was. It was the thing I've always wanted to be able to experience for years. Finally had my first maintained awareness dream when I was 14. And that's around the time I started looking up the term for these experiences. And I'm like, so lucid dream is the term. Okay, so other people do experience this type of stuff besides me. That's cool. There's even a term for it. Lucid dream. It was around that time that I looked it up, I think, though, to see if it was a thing or if I was the only person in the world who had these types of experiences. But yeah, that was awesome when that happened. So naturally, I got more interested over time since I had that. Let's see. One other transition I thought was kind of interesting is having the usual pulsing and tingling sensation for a bit. No hallucinations yet besides that. Then about 30 seconds later, suddenly a world of Mario Kart appears in front of my eyes. It just kind of came on almost instantly. And then all of a sudden the Mario Kart countdown started happening. And I was hearing the sound that happened with each number going down as well. So it felt like nothing was happening, but all of a sudden I'm in a Mario Kart world. It's encompassing my whole vision. I don't even feel like I have a body, not even a physical or a dream one. I just feel like I'm experiencing that bodiless, watching what's going on. And that's what that entire dream was. It was basically me watching this race that's not even under my control. I saw basically what you would see on a screen of Mario Kart, except it encompassed my whole vision. I could look left and right and slightly adjust the camera angle a little bit. That was about it. But yeah, that was so weird. It felt like nothing was going to happen. Then all of a sudden the Mario Kart thing just started out of nowhere. I wasn't even thinking about Mario Kart, but it just appeared out of nowhere. So yeah, you never know. You never know what's going to happen. And what was also really weird is my eyes involuntarily opened up all of a sudden. I didn't open my eyes, but they did physically open out of nowhere. I was still seeing the Mario Kart for a few seconds even after my eyes opened up. And then it just kind of shrunk down toward the middle like it was getting sucked into a vortex. And then there I am awake. So that was kind of an odd experience. I rarely ever have dreams in third person. I know for a fact that I dream in color because I've had plenty of colors during lucid dream. And I know for a fact that the Mario Kart scene had an overall vibe of purple. It felt like it had an overall purple theme to it. I'm not sure if that Mario Kart level that appeared even exists in real life. I think there was also music playing in the background. I'm not sure if that exists either. There are some experiences I wish I could have recorded so I could show you guys what it's like. Or even where you could play it back and basically relive my experience with yourself. Although your own experiences would probably provide just as interesting stuff. I've had plenty of dreams where I thought I figured out how to record either a transition into a dream or a dream itself. I can't tell you how many times that happens. And then I wake up disappointed that it never actually did and I fell for it once again. And maybe I think that if I take a video on the dream, I can see it in real life by uploading it to Google Drive or something like that. Or sending it in an email. Then my actual phone will be able to see it and that sort of thing. Or maybe I figured out how to hook up my analog capture card to my Fitbit, which, because I can map out sleep charts and stuff, it can therefore map out the dream as well, especially with an analog capture card. It just makes perfect sense, doesn't it? All sorts of things. That experience that I shared earlier with the backwards roller coaster, where I had a sensation of being in the area that I was driving at the time, that was actually part of a maintained awareness transition, by the way. That backwards roller coaster was kind of neat. Also, one of my favorite parts about these experiences is the fact that I usually feel very comfortable. Like the need to move just simply doesn't exist because I feel so comfortable. Probably even more comfortable than when I'm awake trying to go to sleep. I mean, it kind of makes sense because I'm literally asleep while all this is happening, so therefore I must be comfortable enough that I had fallen asleep to get as far as I got. But yeah, it's unbelievable. Sometimes I'm just like watching something visual or hearing a sound, but I'm also lying there very comfortable, not feeling the need to move or anything. That's where I've had some of the most relaxing experiences of my life, by the way. I've had a couple times where I hear the Rush E song. Not sure if you ever heard of Rush E, but every once in a while when I'm transitioning into a dream, I'll hear that song. That is such a cool song to hear while I'm transitioning into a dream. I've had a couple times where I had visual and auditory hallucinations. The auditory was the Rush E song. Sometimes the visual might be like a fan that's on the ceiling or something. I don't know, but there might even be like an Angry Birds visual, even though I haven't played that in probably over a decade. And it somehow goes along with the Rush E song. And I'm feeling like very calm. I don't feel like I'm going to shock myself awake. And I'm lying there like it's all effortless. I'm also thinking, from the outside, it may look like I'm just sleeping and nothing's happening. But let me assure you, on the inside, it's absolute chaos right now. It's a whole party. Even though on the outside, it may not look like anything's happening at all. I may just look like I'm sleeping, but let me assure you, the inner universe is actually having a chaotic party. Rush E is playing at a very fast pace. It's veering off into a whole separate song that's not even the original, but it still flows just as much. Yeah, those are the kind of things I wish I could record. Because I wonder if the variations actually make sense. Especially if I could share those variations. How do you think this flows compared to the original song, right? Or those songs that might not actually exist? I could see if it sounds familiar to anybody else if I was able to record that. I mean, just to be able to say that my mind made it up all by itself, that would be pretty wild. I think all of us do this without realizing it. But yeah, I think that pretty much... Let me get back to the data discussion, actually. But yeah, if you've ever wondered like how we transition into a dream, I hope this answers that question. It could be very different from one experience to the next. Actually, I personally believe that not all dreams, even in REM sleep, are fully formed dreams. I think some of them could just be hallucinations while we're in bed, as I described before. I think some dreams that we don't recall may have actually happened in that nature. Even if we didn't know what was happening, I think it still happened without being fully formed. My personal theory is, of course, we think that dreaming might be used for consolidating memories, trying to fit new ideas into existing ideas, converting short-term into long-term memory, getting rid of old memories we don't need, strengthening current memories, practicing certain things for mental preparedness, converting things that require a lot of manual thinking into automatic thinking so we could do things without thinking about it. Like, for example, driving. Driving can be kind of overwhelming at first, but after a while it just becomes second nature pretty much if you've had a lot of practice. Like, I've been doing these voice recordings while driving without really even thinking about it. I think that my dreams could be a huge reason why. I think I converted the stressful manual thinking where we had to do a lot of stuff with a lot of effort of thinking into now I just kind of do it without thinking about it. I think dreams could be happening for that purpose too, potentially. We don't know for certain, I don't think. But anyway, I bring that up because I personally believe that with the processing that the mind does, I think most of our processing is relatively thorough, in which case we'll have fully formed dreams to do that thorough processing. But I think there might be some times where the mind wants to do more rapid fire processing, where it's a bit less thorough, but it does the processing at a very rapid rate, where it doesn't even need to be that thorough. I think that that'll happen in non-fully formed dreams. Like, I think that could happen in dreams that aren't fully formed, and we're just kind of lying in bed having hallucinations, like visual, auditory. So like that experience I shared where it took like 6 minutes to enter the dream, it's also very possible that the rapid fire style processing was happening for me. And it wasn't meant to be a fully formed dream during that time anyway. I think that's very possible. One time I had a similar experience where it took about 10 minutes for the dream to fully form. I actually happened to film myself at the time because I wanted to see if I raised and lowered my eyebrows while I transitioned into a dream. This is before I did that sleep paralysis video. Anyway, I had like a 10-minute long transition into a dream, but I had a whole bunch of visual and auditory hallucinations during that time. Like, for example, I was droning around my house. Like, I didn't have a physical body. I was still lying on my side, but I could see my house, and I was just kind of panning around it. And I kind of felt like I could control it with my mind to some degree, to go forward and backwards and that sort of thing. I was in a whole bunch of different environments throughout those 10 minutes or so, and during that experience, I also decided since I was filming, I would try talking to the camera and basically tell it what's going on at the time. So I tried telling it, droning around the house, that sort of thing, assuming that my physical body could have been moving, given that I could have even been in non-REM dreaming, who knows? Well, when I look back at the footage, I never moved at all. and my mouth didn't move either. I never talked in my sleep to begin with. So that tells me that I probably had muscle atonia, despite not being in a fully formed dream for a very long time. So even though it felt like I could have been in non-REM or possibly not even paralyzed yet, the fact is I was paralyzed. Because otherwise I would have been talking to the camera without even shocking myself awake. I felt like I was really talking when I did that, by the way. So yeah, I think that's a situation where even though I had trouble transitioning into the dream, I wonder if my mind was doing more rapid fire style processing, and it was supposed to happen that way. I think some of our normal non-lucid dreams possibly happen in that way as well, maybe even for like 3 minutes. Then it becomes normal. I think that we usually don't remember those experiences. I think the ones we tend to remember are the fully formed dreams. And by the way, some dreams that we remember as vague is probably just vague in detail rather than actually being vague at the time. I would get into that whole thing, but I kind of don't want to right now. That's another rant that'll just keep going on forever, it seems like. And that's not even the point of this, by the way. But yeah, I think that would make sense because despite not entering a dream and everything like that for like 10 minutes, my body was physically paralyzed. I also made some physical movements, and it felt like I really made those movements during the experience. Like I turned my head a few times, but my head never actually moved to begin with, even though I had a real sensation of it. Again, I think I had a dream body technically, but it wasn't really doing anything until I had a fully formed dream, in which case a dream finally formed like 10 minutes later. So yeah, I have also noticed when I have those experiences where it takes forever for the dream to form, sometimes my thought processes are usually all over the place at the time. Like sometimes my thoughts are going by so quickly that even I can't keep up with them, and I have no idea what happened. But the mind could have been doing some processing during that time, and it could have been doing it fully correctly, even though I wasn't involved in it fully. So yeah, that would actually make sense because when I think about the way my thought processes were occurring at the time, they did feel quite rapid. And sometimes the hallucinations rapidly switch from one thing to another that I can't even keep up with everything that happened because it's so rapid. It just it switches like a slideshow, except each slide is like 1/10 of a second or something crazy like that. I can't keep up with it. But the thing is, I don't even try to either. I could just embrace the madness and experience it how I want. So yeah, fun stuff, honestly. I think the fact that you can experience all this without drugs is absolutely crazy. It literally just happens while we're sleeping, so every night, whether we realize it or not, our mind is essentially doing these things that I'm talking about. The only difference is I'm able to talk about these experiences because I was conscious during some of them, occasionally. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if every night we sometimes have dreams that are not fully formed. But I mean, we could have had some sensory experiences, but they might have been somewhat incomplete, kind of like I described before, where I was droning around the house, or just panning around the house, but I had no physical body while doing so. Or there's just a bunch of hallucinations that go by and they're over in a matter of seconds. Of course, the hallucinations are part of the dream itself. Dreams are hallucination. Technically, real life is a hallucination as well because we don't perceive the world directly. Our mind takes our physical senses and interprets that. So in some ways, it's hallucinating things based on physical sense, what that's giving us. So yeah, we could argue that everything we see and hear, even in real life, is a hallucination based on what our senses are picking up. And we know that we're not perceiving the world directly because, well, the way you're listening to me is not directly listening to me. You're listening to me through digital media, which involves binary and solenoids and things like that. So that's not the world directly, is it? You're perceiving a digital representation of me. And as you know, I have hearing loss and I hear pretty much nothing without hearing aids. Why is that even a thing? Well, if we were perceiving the world directly, there probably would be no such thing as hearing loss or blindness or any of that. Some people experience tastelessness as well. Some people don't even feel stuff. If we have a sore, for example, that's kind of distorting our perception of reality in some ways. If we have pain completely originating from the inside of the body, that's a distortion of our perception as well. So the point is, we're not necessarily perceiving the world directly, because, yeah, I feel like if we were, a lot of these things would not exist. Like blindness, deafness like I have. Like, I'm basically deaf in the left ear. If I try to listen to my hearing aid through the left ear alone, I barely even understand it. I probably only understand like 15 or 20% of what I'm hearing. And the loudness has to be so loud that it's even uncomfortable for my ear. Like, it actually hurts my ear with how loud it is, but that's how loud it needs to be for me to get 20% comprehension. Otherwise, I get even less if it's at a comfortable level. So, yeah, if I was perceiving the world directly, that would not even be a thing at all, right? So, yeah, we don't perceive the world directly. We perceive it through a mental model. We perceive dreams through that mental model as well, which is why it's separate from imagination. That's not through the mental model necessarily. At least not as direct as our physical or mental perceptions of dreams. But yeah, I mean, that the fact that I think not all dreams are fully formed, I think that would make sense, because one time I had a dream where it felt like something was clearly happening when I woke up and tried to recall it. It felt like something was clearly happening while I was sleeping, but at the same time, I don't feel like it took place in a physical space. It felt like it was more thoughts and things like that, and not actually being somewhere doing stuff and that sort of thing. That could have been a dream that wasn't fully formed, potentially. It kind of felt that way. There's even a possibility it was actually not fully formed. And it could have been one of those rapid-fire style processing dreams. It's also possible that sometimes maybe the first couple minutes are like that, then the rest of it is fully formed. And you probably have fluctuations from one REM period to the next. Sometimes that it could be like 10 minutes like that, or even more. Probably depends on many different variables that we don't have control over. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually had quite a few dreams of that nature and we don't recall it. But yeah, it is so fascinating to watch what the mind does, especially while dreaming. I personally think that dreaming is one of the most special things that exists. Like, I think it would be a very sad world if there was no such thing. I know I'd be very sad if there was no such thing as such an incredible phenomenon. And I'm sure if you're constantly experiencing nightmares, you're probably thinking, how can I even think that? Well, I'm sorry about going on this tangent. I want to come back to that data stuff, but to touch on that real quick, I used to have pretty terrible nightmares as a kid. In fact, that's probably one of the things that got me into lucid dreaming to begin with. Even during very early childhood, probably before I was 5, I would often have nightmares, and I knew it was a nightmare while it was happening. I was aware of the fact that I was actually asleep and stuff like that. And there was a point, like when I first became a teenager, the nightmares kind of felt like they got out of hand. And I would not go to sleep at all. Like, I was deliberately staying awake for almost the whole night just to avoid the kind of nightmares I was having. I went through a whole phase like that. It was awful. And honestly, that's a bad idea. Not only like getting behind on sleep, but also it'll make the nightmares even more intense. If you're caught up on sleep, then generally nightmares aren't going to be quite as intense. And if we do follow the theory that dreams are meant for processing of all sorts, it's possible that nightmares are the most effective way for the mind to do that in certain situations. Like, if the mind needs to do some form of processing very effectively, it's possible that nightmares are the best medium to accomplish that. So that's exactly what will happen. But if we have So I think that if we were to have processing like that, the beginning of the night is the most critical processing. Then toward the end of the night, it's less important, but still important regardless. But the more important the processing is, I think the more prone the nightmare side of things is too. So like our first dreams of the night, since they are going to have the most important mental processing, assuming that's why we dream and that sort of thing, those are where the nightmares are the most prone. And typically nightmares will happen in those first hours of the night. Anyway, so yeah, regarding that nightmare side of things, I used to have horrible nightmares, especially in my early teens. And I deliberately deprived myself of sleep just because I didn't want to face it. It was horrible. I was literally making it worse by doing that. And then I watched an online resource talking about how I have had lucid dreams at that point, but that's not necessarily related at that point yet. I mean, I didn't know you could have lucid dreams at will during that time. I just kind of naturally had them. And natural is, I mean, I don't like phrasing it that way, but like I would just find myself in an experience, maybe a nightmare, and then be like, I'm having one of those crazy dreams right now, right? That's kind of how I got lucid. But at the time, I didn't piece together like nightmares and lucidity had to do anything with each other. I didn't piece any of that yet. But I saw an online resource saying that lucid dreams could be used to overcome nightmares because you know it's not real and that sort of thing. So then I started to, when I first heard that, I was still not very courageous to say the least, but eventually I decided to try it in small steps. I decided next time I have this dream, I'm gonna remind myself that I'm safe and that sort of thing. And then eventually I got brave enough to face it head on. Like I just kind of took small steps and became a little bit more comfortable with the idea. And then eventually I faced it head on and I was like, this time I'm really going to go for it. I'm going to let the scariest possible thing happen, which in real life obviously would happen. I would get hurt very badly. But I decided I would let that happen. And as the situation became more dangerous, I eventually chickened out and decided, I know this isn't real, but I do not want to know what could possibly happen even in this situation, knowing it's not real. Like it felt so real. I was still kind of afraid of what could potentially happen. But after that experience, the nightmares just bothered me a lot less to begin with. Now, depending on your psychological state, it might not work so well for everybody. We don't even know that for certain. There's not really enough research in this because everybody's different. Everybody has different mental states. It's very complex. And some people are way more vulnerable than others, where that sort of thing can make things worse.
I should clarify that it isn't strictly dreaming sleep that does this type of processing. Both non-dreaming and dreaming sleep do different types of mental processing. In fact, during non-REM stage 2, we experience something called sleep spindles, where memory can effectively get replayed up to 30 times their original speed. In this case, imagine my quote gets mentally replayed several times at 15 times the original natural speaking rate. That process helps consolidate the memory for long-term memory. Deeper non-REM stages have a similar role. REM sleep may also have a role as well, but it can be pretty nuanced regarding the quote stuff. It tends to be more abstract, sensory-based, and procedural memories for processing. Dreaming sleep could be involved regarding the quotes. It's hard to know for sure. The point is, it's not just dreaming sleep that does memory consolidation, and the most effective processing involves all sleep stages doing their specialties in tandem with each other. This is another reason prioritizing sleep is important, so that the processes can very effectively work together the way they should.
But yeah, even though I faced it head on from building up courage, I still became a lot less scared of the nightmares, to say the least. And at the time, I was literally telling myself, I hate dreams so much. and I wish that they didn't exist at all, or I wouldn't be dealing with this nonsense. But yeah, that was pretty bad. I mean, the sleep deprivation had very negative side effects. One time I was actually going up the stairs, and I fell backwards purely because of the sleep deprivation. And if there wasn't anybody there, I honestly would have been fine falling asleep. Like, I was tempted to fall asleep right on the stairs, even though I'd literally fallen backward. So yeah, you gotta be careful when it comes to sleep deprivation. I also have a pillow vibrator for an alarm because I'm hard of hearing. One time I slept through it for about an hour, and somebody woke me up at that point because I overslept. But because the vibrator had been vibrating so much, the pillow was actually burning, and my ear was actually burning. It was kind of uncomfortable to touch because it got really warm, vibrating for over an hour. Like, it almost could have become a fire hazard. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I managed to sleep through it despite how much it was burning because of that sleep deprivation, almost certainly. So yeah, I don't ever want to go through that again because it was causing all sorts of problems and interfering with my life. I actually think that part of the reason why I'm a lot shorter than I thought I would be is because of this sleep deprivation that I had throughout high school. I mean, toward the beginning it was because of the nightmares, but later on it was because things got so busy that I was trying to make up for time that I felt like I didn't have. But yeah, I went through a pretty terrible phase of nightmares. And yeah, somebody mentioned online that you could use lucid dreaming to conquer nightmares. I started getting a little bit more brave over time, and at the time, I was not feeling great at all. But after I had the experience, I did incrementally become more brave when I least expected. And nowadays, I honestly don't care, even if the nightmares did happen. I think that's part of the reason why I tend to be pretty chill in my dreams nowadays. It's pretty rare that I have a dream filled with a lot of intense emotion. In fact, sometimes I feel very chill in a dream compared to how I should feel. Like, if there's a dangerous situation going on, I should be freaking out, but in the dream world, I tend to not freak out as much as I should be. I wonder if part of it is this nightmare phase that I went through and the way I overcame it. Because I'll give you an example. So, there was a situation where I had my second dream of the night. I was shopping, and I was about to go to the checkout line, but there were some bullies that basically kicked me over and tripped me, and they looked like they were gonna beat me up, but instead of freaking out, I decided to just play along with it and pretend that I was in a commercial having done a very epic flip. And basically I decided to be silly instead of freaking out about the situation, even though I was literally potentially life-threatened with these bullies. Like, they honestly looked like they probably could have killed me, but I felt like being silly instead of freaking out about it, which is kind of interesting, given that it was one of my first dreams of the night as well. And then I started saying fancy words, like, kids these days tend to use fancy slang that I'm not very familiar with. It makes me feel out of touch with my own generation, not being familiar with certain slang that my generation uses.
To prove I could fit in, the best I could come up with on the spot then was, "What the hell's am I right, yo?"
And I started saying these fancy words, basically trying to prove that I can fit in with my own generation. And then when I said that, those bullies started looking at each other, and then they said, "See, this is why we can't have nice things." Because of what I was trying to fit in with my own generation, and they do that. So that started out as what should have been a nightmare, but it never was at all, because for whatever reason, I was in kind of a silly mood at the time. I don't even know why. Yeah, it's really weird. In a lot of dreams, I tend to feel way more chill than I should be, even in stressful situations. Like, I just have this feeling that what's going on doesn't matter, and I can't even explain why. So, but I wonder if this nightmare phase has anything to do with that. It's hard to say, but yeah. So honestly, if we are getting technical about nightmares and stuff, some people talk about lucid nightmares where you're in a lucid dream but also a nightmare. If you're really technical about it, there is no such thing. Like if you're scared of anything or believing that anything is actually happening, you're not fully lucid. You're still believing that some of it is real, but it's not. So technically the only thing you should be scared of is whether or not you're fully engaging logic during those moments. But yeah, I think for most people, the way I overcame nightmares like that should be safe psychologically. Like if there is any unsafe part about it, it would be psychological related more than anything else. There's a lot of variables that we just don't know when it comes to that sort of thing, but yeah, for me, I learned that lucid dreams can be used to overcome nightmares. I was like, I've had lucid dreams before, of course, and, well, I mean, to be quite frank, I didn't really even need to get into lucid dreaming for that bit. I just had to recognize when the nightmares were occurring, which, by the way, if you're learning how to lucid dream and you have nightmares, that would be a good way to get lucid. Catch when those nightmares are happening, and then there you go, bam, lucid dream. So yeah, that's a nice use for that. But yeah, I would say maybe start small. Like if you have the nightmare again, face it maybe a little bit, as much as you're comfortable with, and then as you keep doing that, you're probably going to get more comfortable over time. I think that should work for most people. But yeah, my nightmare phase quickly vanished when I started taking things from that approach. It felt like it was never going to happen at the time. I did not feel like it was even going to work or that I was going to overcome it or that I was even going to make things worse, but things just started becoming better when I least expected. And then suddenly I was totally okay with going to bed. Like, even if the nightmares happen, so what? I mean, sometimes I still have dreams that have a similar theme to my childhood nightmares, but they don't even scare me now. Now I just tend to go through it. I might maybe be a little bit more annoyed than scared. In fact, I don't usually get scared. I get annoyed if anything. So yeah, it's pretty neat. They just don't happen nowadays for me. And even if they did, it doesn't affect how I feel, really. I think lucid dreaming is hugely responsible for that. I certainly am not going to share any examples here because I don't want to potentially freak anybody out with their current mental states, but yeah, just so you know, it'll probably feel like it's not going to do anything and maybe even make things worse, but things will probably turn around when you least expect it to. Just FYI. You know what, that's also probably why I had the attitude I did about the sleep paralysis demon as well. Like, to be quite frank, I wasn't even afraid of it, even if it did happen, but I had options as well. Like, obviously, it would happen if I had my eyes open, but if I close them, then it doesn't really exist. The only thing that exists within our dreaming state is what we're perceiving. And anything else, like we turn our head around, things are getting created spontaneously and destroyed spontaneously. So yeah, I would have probably closed my eyes if it did freak me out enough, but I honestly don't think that would have been the case. The only thing I have to freak out about in that situation is losing my logic and becoming a dumber instinctual self. That's the only thing I have to be concerned about. If I could prevent that, there's no reason to be concerned at all. And you'll start to realize this once you understand the nature of dreams better. So yeah, that's why I tend to not associate things with nightmares now. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, I did go through it pretty bad during my early teenage years, and the sleep deprivation was only making it worse. I was trying to do what I could to prevent dreaming altogether, but that didn't help at all. It only made it worse. So yeah, let's get back to the data stuff now. So yeah, I'd show them how to use a keyboard and mouse. Initially, I'd probably show them how things actually work, like how do we open up a website. Maybe even explaining the concept of the internet to them. Although it's not that much different from interfacing between devices. It's not that much different. And then, obviously, I think when I teach him typing and stuff, I'd probably show him all the keys. He might be able to just look at it and then translate it to muscle memory. I get this feeling he's probably going to be able to type like several hundreds of words per minute. So yeah, I just have that feeling he's going to be able to type really fast and be able to pick up on it very quickly. I don't know. I also have this feeling that he might be able to look at the keyboard, memorize it in like 1 second. We know how fast he can read and stuff, and from that memory be able to quickly transcribe that into muscle memory with very little practice. We'll have to see how that actually pans out though. In some ways I kind of hope that's the case, but in some ways I also kind of hope that my dreaming mind surprises me in some unexpected way. So there's that too. And then if it takes him a little while, like way longer than it should, then I'll probably do like a memory download and just, because is it worth wasting a lot of time over something like that if it takes him a while? So I could just do a memory download. That's an option too. Even with Vim, that's technically a possibility as well, but the whole point is to see him learn the process of Vim. So yeah, I think once he allegedly gets some muscle memory down somewhat, I want to see him do a typing test with like Nitro Type or Monkey Type or something like that. I think that would be really fascinating to see. And I might pull up the website the way you normally would in real life. Otherwise, I'd use a voice command, but I want him to understand the difference. Because he's going to see me use voice commands, obviously, but I want him to understand that's not reality. I mean, yes, I could do Minecraft with that stuff, but in the dream, I could do stuff that I don't even have programmed because of mental expectation. There's another example of why I believe dreams are created by the mind. In an alternate universe, things don't just work like that. But if it's created by the mind, it makes perfect sense that it would, right? So, yeah. So, as long as he understands that that's not how it works in the real world, I'll use voice commands. As long as he gets that gist. So I'll have him go to my Vim resources. Basically, the resources I used to learn Vim, which was Ben Awad, the Primogen, and those types of resources. That would be so fascinating if he struggled in some way. I hope that whatever my dreaming mind comes up with is very insightful. And then, of course, I'm not just going to be doing that. There's like a lot of other goals too. Like, I want to get philosophical with him and try to have him describe what it's like to access things at a low level. Obviously, we've seen him plug into a computer, especially on A Fistful of Datas, that episode. We saw him literally use his thoughts to control that computer. If he can describe in English what that's like, that would be pretty cool. My mind has a model of him, so it'll probably be able to come up with something convincing. And then just getting philosophical with him in general. I forget what some of the other questions are, but if I do any of the goals before I upload this recording to YouTube, I will certainly interject it here in this recording. Oh yeah, then I'll reveal the hidden Easter eggs toward the end as well. I forgot about that. Right. I won't do that now. The hidden Easter eggs of where the year was derived from on the time travel film, which of course is the original point of these recordings. But yeah, that's kind of how I think the data dream goal is going to go. There's probably going to be some unexpected surprises, I'm sure. And actually, if the light doesn't work at all, that doesn't matter as long as the computer screen works. That'll provide enough illumination for pretty much anything. And if I struggle to summon data because I can't see anything or I can't see very much, I could also focus on it from an auditory perspective too, where I make it so that I suddenly hear his voice. And then therefore I can expect that he's in the environment. That's why I can hear his voice. Then it's a matter of kind of finding where he is from there. Maybe expecting that he's already at the computer, that sort of thing. That would be like a workaround if I rely on visuals to summon him normally with that voice control. So yeah, I forgot what other kind of questions I'm going to ask him besides the low level stuff. But eventually I want to have him experience the emotion chip like the way Noonien Soong intended to do so. Maybe talk to Noonien Soong about that neural network thing we discussed earlier. And then I suppose any other questions about how data was built and everything like that too. Suppose I could even have data try to describe what his sensory experiences are like. I think it'd also be kind of neat to jump into one of Data's dreams himself within my own dream. Maybe I could, I suppose a transporter would technically be another way to transport from one scene to another. It's not going to be the most efficient. I know you're thinking transporter is pretty efficient, right? But energizing and all those things that we see on Star Trek, that actually takes like potentially a good 10-20 seconds sometimes. And a lot of times a portal can go a lot quicker, or just instantly switching it up can go quicker too. I would describe some of the other methods, but it's kind of hard to describe and quite advanced. It's a little bit out of the scope for this, so I don't want to get into that right now. I only have like 29 minutes left on my voice recorder right now, so I'm going to have to end this recording before then. Then when I record on a different day, I'll have more memory, of course, but yeah. But yeah, I could maybe have Data show how transporting works, and if he understands the nature of the dream and situation, maybe he can tell me the most efficient way to accomplish the transporter thing for changing scenes. He can maybe tell me how that would work in the most efficient way possible. But yeah, if you're going to do anything with the transporter yourself, I would definitely watch the Realm of Fear episode on Star Trek, because it shows what it actually looks like from a first-person perspective. That'll help illustrate what it's going to feel like when you do it in a dream yourself. Watch Realm of Fear to know how that would work. Before I saw that, I was like, so the transporter clearly teleports them, obviously, but how would I actually experience that in a dream if I don't know what that looks like from a first-person perspective? Well, Realm of Fear answers that question. I suppose if I thought about it for a while, I could have stumbled across something similar. And then, of course, it would be kind of cool to have Data show me around the Enterprise, show me how that computer is used. I don't even know how it's used, so how is my mind going to come up with that? Well, it probably knows enough that it'll come up with something interesting and convincing, probably. I'll let you know on all that, of course, if I get to it before I'm ready to publish this audio. Because if it takes too long, I'm definitely not going to wait. But yeah, I'm going to try to focus on getting better sleep coming up here soon, which should hopefully mean I can focus on that goal. I haven't been doing lucid dreaming stuff for quite a while, and that recent experience was going to bed early one night, so I was kind of able to do that from going to bed early, but it's been a long time, and I want to focus on catching up on sleep before I try too much with lucid dreaming itself. But yeah, I think that'd be fascinating to have Data show what it's like on the Enterprise, and have I actually seen enough that I can accurately model a physical space of it with my mind. And I think it'd also be neat to meet Geordi LaForge and ask him questions related to Data as well. Actually, yesterday or today, I had a dream involving Captain Picard, now that I think about it. We were basically talking about, well, we were both at a point where we were sort of off duty in a sense and had some free time, so our discussions pertain to what we did during that free time. I can't remember what Picard was doing, probably the Dixon Hill stuff. By the way, I found out the other day Dixon Hill is not actually a real character. I acted as if they were like Sherlock Holmes. Speaking of which, I'm currently watching a series on TV called Sherlock, which teaches more about Sherlock Holmes and that whole story. Actually, I would almost recommend watching that and then watching the Star Trek episodes involving Data being Sherlock, including, where's the one where he becomes Sherlock to begin with? I can't remember what that episode was called, where Data becomes Sherlock. I probably mentioned it earlier in this recording, but I can't remember now. We obviously see it in Elementary Dear Data, and then Ship in a Bottle. We see him be Sherlock right there. But now I can't remember which episode involved that. Probably the Where No One Has Gone Before. I can't quite remember. It is in the first season because it had Lieutenant Yar in it. That's all I remember though. But yeah, then you can actually appreciate Data playing Sherlock Holmes a lot more now that you have background on Sherlock Holmes to begin with. It makes you appreciate it that much more. But yeah, I mean, there's like so much to explore in dreams, even involving the Data stuff. There's probably going to be a bunch of spontaneous stuff too. But yeah, I think it would be so fascinating to watch Nuni and Soon give Data emotions and then potentially reprogram things if it doesn't quite work right. That would be so cool. And then I'm sure while it's happening, I'm going to have questions for either one of them. And I could probably ask it while he's working on it. Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. So yeah, I think that's probably enough that I know for now. I'll probably start talking more as soon as I've actually done some of these experiments. And maybe some more of the film too. But anyway, I'm going to call it quits for now. I got 21 minutes left. So yeah, I guess I'll see you when I have more info.
Okay, after some amount of time later, there's a few things I want to clarify before I move on to the next topic. So first of all, when I talk about doing all these things after entering a dream, as I try to transition into it, I'm talking about all these things I'm trying to do in order to transition, like opening my eyes or getting out of bed or whatever. I want to clarify that technically you don't have to do anything at all. You could just kind of follow the natural lead and just kind of let it do what it naturally does, and you should be able to transition into the dream without doing anything at all. You shouldn't have to do anything special. Obviously, in some of those experiences, I kind of worded things like I kind of implied that I do have to do special things in order to transition, but that's simply not true. But some of those things I shared that I was doing on there, I do actually find pretty helpful sometimes. Like sometimes those things can aid in the transition, or at least feel like it does, but it's absolutely not necessary. I mean, the way we transition during our dreams where we don't even know what's happening, nothing special is really happening there at all. Well, I mean, the phenomenon itself is kind of special in its own right, just the fact that the mind can even do all this, but what I mean is we're not doing anything special to transition into the dream. In fact, to touch on that topic where I was talking about how I think not all dreams are fully formed, I think the mind is going through certain mental processes during REM sleep, and it'll either lend itself into a dream or it won't. The mind pretty much does whatever it needs to achieve its current objective at the time it's doing it. So assuming that REM is happening due to processing reasons and things like that, well, it likely starts out with the mind sort of activating, especially if it was in non-dreaming sleep before. It'll probably do some processing which will sort of lead to certain types of hallucinations as we know them. And then from one thing leading to another, it'll eventually lead into a fully formed dream as we know them, or it won't. It could totally be a sensory experience without being like a fully sensory experience, where you're still kind of lying in bed, maybe having some stuff, but not a fully formed sensory experience. Like that could totally happen, and we don't care because we don't even know what's happening. The mind is doing what it needs, essentially. Like in some ways you could argue that the mind is doing some mental processing in a fully formed dream and sensory experience. You could argue that it's kind of an accident, or sort of like a accidental side effect of that processing, if you will. Not all of it may lead to that, but a lot of it seems to, at least what we recall. But yeah, I would say the mind is doing whatever it needs at any given moment, and from one thing leading to another, whether it's a fully formed dream, just kind of depends on what the mind's doing at the moment. Like, we're not doing anything special to get into that dream, of course. That one thing just leads to another, or it doesn't fully. That's just how it is. I wish that I would clarify that earlier too. Because yeah, the mental state will either naturally lead to dreaming, or it won't. Or it'll just take a little while and we have no idea. And then I would also like to mention, based on some of the experiences I've had, what I dream about doesn't always correlate with what I'm thinking about at the time either. So, for example, during one of my other transitions, as I was entering the dream, I just happened to be thinking about how AI is going to affect the world years from now. That's just what my mental process just happened to be going over. But meanwhile, as I was transitioning into the dream, I found myself in a hallway setting that was basically going downstairs. And I found myself flying in that scenario. I just found myself naturally doing that while thinking about the AI stuff. I was actually more focused on the AI stuff than I was on that sensory experience I was getting. But my mind was just kind of naturally doing that, flying around like Superman in a hallway where it's going downstairs and the ceiling is descending down with it. But yeah, I mean, it's so weird because it just felt like a natural part of what I was thinking about, even though it was completely unrelated. It just felt completely natural that was occurring while I was having those specific thoughts. So yeah, sometimes what you're thinking about may have nothing to do with your sensory experience at all. Or maybe it's actually related in a way that it's not very possible to tell what way it's connected. Like, I don't personally know how it's connected, but my mind might actually have a perfect connection for how and why that is. But yeah, as I was thinking about the AI stuff, it just felt completely natural to be floating around in that scene the way I was. I didn't initiate that sensory experience at all. It just felt like a natural part of it. It's really hard to describe. Like, it just made sense that as I was floating down the stairs, that it would lead to thoughts about AI solving world problems or solving world problem AI related. So I don't know if that made sense, but it just made sense that I would be doing that while having those thoughts for whatever reason. And I didn't do anything to initiate that sensory experience other than just not disrupting the process, I guess. One thing just led to another. I don't think I was necessarily controlling the flying either or my actions. I just kind of found myself doing that because it felt natural. So yeah, it's even possible that what I was thinking about right there, I don't even think that was voluntary thinking either. I think those were thoughts that started occurring from REM sleep. I don't think it was necessarily under my control that I started randomly thinking about that AI stuff. It's also possible that Superman flying experience that I had could have even enhanced what I was trying to process. Like, maybe it's even possible that my train of thought was occurring more like quickly and efficiently with that Superman thing versus without. Like, it could have even been something in the background that sort of helped me concentrate and that sort of thing. And I could have just been thinking about it more effectively. I could have been more focused as a result of that sensory experience too. Like, who knows? It could have enhanced whatever the mind was trying to do at the time in ways that I can't even explain. Who knows? But yeah, sometimes it can vaguely relate to what you're thinking about. Sometimes you might not really be thinking about much at all, but you end up having this sensory experience. Sometimes it can relate completely. Sometimes what you think about is based on the sensory experience itself. Other times thoughts lead to a sensory experience. I mean, the mind's brakes really are let off when all of this happens. Like, I actually did feel like I sort of came up with certain ideas at the time. I can't remember what they are now, but it's possible that if it wasn't for that floating around, I wouldn't have come up with what I did. Yeah, it really is magical what the brain does. We probably do that sort of thing several times a night without even realizing it. We may not witness it that frequently, but it probably does happen in that fashion way more than we realize. It is also kind of fascinating the way the mind prioritizes what it thinks about, and especially when we're not necessarily conscious. I mean, technically we will have some level of consciousness even during those experiences, but the part of us that we relate to that experiences things might not be fully present or present enough to be aware that it's happening. and the mind's logic is probably shut down for the most part, but might have a tiny little bit of activation as well. So basically, as a result, we won't remember it. We don't have our full cognitive ability while all that's happening, but other parts of the mind can sort of still function. And even the part that we relate to is probably still functioning to some degree. It's just not very active compared to when we're awake. But yeah, it is kind of fascinating to think about how the mind just goes over stuff sort of independently of us, the part we relate to. And usually that's kind of how I think dreams will start, sort of based on whatever that's doing. And then in some ways it probably becomes somewhat of a feedback loop. So like our thoughts can lead to the dream we're having, but the dream we're having can also influence our thoughts, which can then influence what's happening in it. Kind of a feedback loop in a sense. So yeah, if you ever do like have the opportunity to notice what the mind does while asleep, it really is fascinating what it does. And to be able to just kind of witness and notice what's happening can provide some very interesting insights. So we're trying to understand like how the human mind works and stuff. This will provide some insights into that. And then you can sort of analyze like what does the mind actually do while you're asleep? Who are you, basically? But yeah, generally when you transition into a dream, which is sort of the whole point I'm trying to make, you don't necessarily have to do anything to transition, but sometimes I find it helpful and I think it occurs faster than if I hadn't done anything. But other times, no matter what I try, I can't necessarily speed it up when I like try to open my eyes or something, because those tricks that I'm trying sometimes just don't work. And it's also slightly possible that what I'm doing may have had no influence anyway, even though it may have seemed like it at the time. So to help illustrate an example of that, there was one time when I was transitioning into a dream, I tried to do the eye-opening thing. My eyes sort of felt like they were glued shut, whether it was a dream world or physically. And eventually I sort of gave up for a brief moment trying to open my dream eyes because nothing was happening. I just started thinking about, I think, what I wanted to do if I did end up in a dream. And then about 5 seconds later, at least it felt like about that much. I don't know how long it actually was, but eventually I started looking at my eyelids, and suddenly I was able to fully see in the dream just like that. All I had to do was focus on a thought, and then focus on my eyes, and suddenly everything was there. That's all it took. The mind was literally doing a sleight of hand right there. But yeah, despite doing the eye thing, I don't think it did anything that time. All I did was focus on a thought, then focus on my eyes again, and it's like my eyes were open the whole time within the dream. So yeah, I was not expecting that at all, especially given how doing the eye-opening thing never felt like it worked at all. But yeah, all I did was focus on my thoughts for a few seconds and then focus on my vision again like I was before. Only after focusing on my thoughts, everything was there all of a sudden. Like, I did not do anything special to make it appear other than get slightly distracted from the process. And the thought could have led to the sense finally kicking in. But yeah, I mean, when I looked at my eyes again, I could fully see, like, everything was there 100%. 100% brightness, 100% field of view, everything. I didn't notice it kicking on. I was just focusing on my thought very intensely, and then I focused on my eyelid, and there everything was. So yeah, even though I was doing the eye-opening thing, it may have felt like at the time that it helped, but I don't think it did anything at all. I think that things would have appeared in that way whether I did the eye-opening thing or not. So the point is, you really don't have to do anything special, but there's probably some circumstances where it could help a little bit, but you could also just as easily get away with not doing it. In fact, you might also find that focusing on your thoughts may actually lead to a faster transition than trying to do the eye thing or getting out of bed. Focusing on your thoughts might actually speed up the process, even though it doesn't seem like it would.
But remember, what the mind is doing at the time is what lends itself to that experience. And usually mental processing will result in that. So focusing on thoughts might actually be even faster yet. One thing I've also noticed is, obviously I've mentioned how I get like a high-pitched pulsing tone plus tingling throughout the body a lot of the time. Well, what I find is that when I focus on my thoughts, suddenly those sensations become more intense. Like the tingling throughout my body might feel mild, but then the moment I focus on thoughts, then suddenly it becomes very intense. I've also had that with music as well. Like sometimes it feels like it takes a little while to transition into the dream, but then all of a sudden I'll start thinking about a song. I'll just go through it in my head. And suddenly the tingling becomes so intense that maybe it feels like my body's falling apart or something. It feels like it was a direct result of that. I think it's because, well, the mind probably goes over stuff, especially if it relates to its current mental state, then I think the higher intensity might be an indication that the transition into the dream is occurring a little bit faster than it was before. I mean, a lot of times if I think about my dream goal that I want to do, like maybe the data one while I'm transitioning, then I start to feel a little bit excited, and suddenly the transition feels like it's occurring a lot quicker. I mean, a lot quicker. And I do believe that when I was thinking about the dream goal, for example, the dreaming mind probably really wanted to do that. It probably mutually felt the excitement, so therefore it'll transition into the dream quicker because it has more of a reason to want to transition into a dream, I would think. It's hard to know for sure if that's why, but it seems pretty plausible to me. I mean, what do you think? But if the dreaming mind is just kind of doing its thing, like carefree and willy-nilly, then it's probably gonna happen a bit slower, I would imagine. But yeah, if I'm thinking about the dream goal and getting excited about it, then I imagine the dream transition is gonna happen a bit quicker. I did share earlier in the recording about that bear dream, I believe. So obviously I shared that I had a dream I was being chased by a bear at the time. I woke up, and while I was thinking about that bear dream, I suddenly started re-entering. And it seemed like the more I was focusing on the prevalent aspects of that dream, the more intense the sensations became as I was re-entering the dream. Like that tingling throughout the body and everything like that. So clearly the dreaming mind probably wanted to continue that, especially since I was directly focusing on it and getting it to want to do stuff and that sort of thing. So I imagine that was making the transition a bit faster. So regarding the excitement side of things, obviously one genuine concern people can have is if you get too excited, then you can accidentally wake yourself up and set yourself back even further than not getting excited. But what I usually find is there's excitement that can interfere with the process, but also excitement that just kind of naturally goes along with the process, and it's just a natural part of the experience. The excitement that's a natural part of the experience is not going to be as problematic, of course. I mean, you can have intense emotion in a dream, and it doesn't cause you to wake up or anything a lot of times. Well, I think it's because it's just a part of the dream itself. Like, it's just a natural part of the experience. It's able to exist in tandem with it rather than interfere with it. Excitement can do the exact same thing. So can adrenaline. Like, sometimes you can get excited about the experience that it interferes with the experience, especially if the excitement has nothing to do with what's naturally occurring directly. So one thing I might also consider worth doing is if I'm struggling to transition into the dream, or in other words, if it feels like a struggle with the natural state and everything, I might just focus on something that could speed up the transition, like thinking about my dream goals or something along those lines. Because like I said, it seems like it tends to speed up the process of, or at least make everything a lot more intense. It seems to anyway. That's what I tend to notice. And if I'm struggling to transition into the dream, then that might actually be beneficial to do. And it might help more than, like, obviously when I think about that experience where it took like 6 minutes and it seemed like everything I was trying wasn't working. Well, first of all, when I saw my feet outside of the bed sheets, I was technically in the dream in that moment, just so you know, because I wasn't looking at my real feet right there. It felt like I was just lying in bed, but actually I may have been in bed within the dream at that time. So it's possible that even though it felt like a struggle, I may have actually been in the dream sooner than I thought, technically. I could have probably even used my imagination to get up, and that might have helped with the physical effort side of things, and then it would start working. And then changing my point of focus could have been enough to fix it too. I mean, it's hard to say, and who knows, even doing nothing at all may have actually been faster than when I was trying to do something. I could have been holding myself back trying to do something. But just so you know, there are times when it feels like doing something resulted in a faster transition. In fact, one time, actually every once in a while, I'll have the usual sensations that I described, like the tingling throughout the body and whatever, but it feels like nothing's happening for a while. But then after some amount of time, I suddenly see a light from above, like whether it's a ceiling light or sunlight. One time I did that, I happened to see sunlight after about 20 or 30 seconds, and that told me that I was probably in the dream space at that point. Like, I transitioned into a dream because even though I'm lying in bed with my eyes shut, it feels like there's a light source above me, which I would normally be able to see in real life. Even with my eyes closed, I can kind of tell there's light coming from above, right? Well, that suddenly kicked in, and I decided to make a physical effort to get up, and I was able to get vertical. And I saw the dream pretty shortly after that, but what was really interesting about that particular experience is I could feel the tingling throughout my body lying in bed, which feels horizontal, but at the same time, I can also feel my vertical body standing in the dream. So I kind of feel like I'm feeling two bodies at once right there. I can feel my vertical body clearly making a physical effort, but I can also feel my physical body tingling at the same time, horizontal. It feels so weird to feel two bodies at once like that. It's possible that my body could have still been paralyzing itself even while I had my vertical body at the same time. I don't know. It's hard to say what happened there, but, well, that's a transition where it felt like nothing initially, but then all of a sudden I feel a light source, and then I simply get up. It's also worth noting that when I got up within an outside space rather than inside, because of course the sunlight was gonna be coming from outside naturally. So that's another transition that I've had. Another one that I occasionally get from time to time is here's an example of where vision actually kicks in first. So maybe I'll have that CRT type transition where it fades on over the course of like 10 or 15 seconds and gets brighter until it looks exactly like real life. Well, I had that, but I didn't have a body yet. Like, it still felt like I was lying in bed as I experienced this. I've had that a few times. Sometimes when I do nothing at all, I suddenly experience that, by the way. Most of the time when that happens, I'm not even doing anything special other than just letting the experience happen. So once again, I don't have to do anything special. I can just let it happen all by itself. Well, anyway, so I can fully see in the dream, but I still feel like I'm lying on my side. So then what I might end up doing in that situation is imagine the sensation of walking, especially the arm movements, and sort of exaggerate the arm movements just for the sake of engaging with the dream. So I imagine the arm movement. I have somewhat of a realistic sensation, but it feels like it's controlled by my mind rather than physically. Or it feels more like I'm controlling it with my imagination rather than actually doing that. But what'll happen is I'll do that for about maybe 5 or 10 seconds, and then all of a sudden I find I'm able to apply a physical effort to that arm movement that I was previously imagining. So I start out imagining the arm movement, and then I try to place a physical effort in that same space, and suddenly it works. It's pretty weird, but also very incredible at the same time, because I have to imagine to get it going to begin with, but then I look at my arm and see if I can apply a physical effort in that same area as the imagined movement. And then suddenly I don't have to imagine anymore. I can literally physically do the movement. It's so bizarre. I wish I could, everything I'm sharing right here, I just wish I could show you what it's all like. Such a bummer that I can't. Like, I wish I could just record something and then send it to you, then you guys can download it and experience it for yourself. Maybe someday if the Neuralink comes out, we can induce these types of experiences. Although we don't want to like mess with the mind too much, obviously, because there could be negative side effects that come from trying to induce it in a state where it's not necessarily natural. Because remember, it probably has an original purpose. We don't have any control over when it kicks in right now, because it's a biological process that can only occur when we're asleep. And it doesn't even happen in all of our sleep to begin with. But if we use like a neural link to force that state, there could be unintended consequences resulting from that. When you mess with the mind in those kind of ways, that could be really dangerous and actually kind of scary to think about. Because what if this is something that eventually results in you completely losing your mind altogether? Personally, I would rather stick with when it naturally occurs. Because when it naturally occurs, it's happening for the right reasons. So we're just simply working within that. But yeah, I really wish, I mean, even rather than like recording it and showing it to you, if there was a way I could get you to experience things through your natural processes, that would be pretty cool. And then just show you what a lucid dream is like in general, because yeah, there's not enough words to describe how incredible it is. In some ways, I would argue that it's even more amazing than the holodeck because, well, it's all created by your own mind, and everything is very interconnected to it. Like, just the fact that the world is facilitated by the mind, there's a bunch of stuff you could do with that you probably can't even do in the holodeck, because the holodeck's probably not connected to the mind in that way. I mean, maybe some aspects are. Like, I don't know if this is true or not, but I think I heard that the holodeck can sort of affect your tactile perception a little bit, and I think it can sort of tap into your vestibular system, which is like orientation, balance, that type of thing. If you're experiencing a spinning sensation, for example, then your vestibular system is probably going a little crazy right there. I think, anyway. I don't know if the holodeck actually has that ability. I haven't specifically heard directly from Star Trek, but I've heard online that's a thing. I don't know if that's true or not, but even if it is, it only can control certain parts and not everything. That's my point. Like the dreaming mind, in theory, could. I mean, all you have to do is have a concept in your mind, and then it can come to life in the dream. I suppose I could give it a real quick example on where doing the eye thing does help. So, every once in a while, when I make a physical effort to open my eyes, it does help. Sometimes, like initially I'll see nothing, and then when I open up my eyes, I'll feel like I open my real eyes, but I actually open my dream eyes. So to help give an example of that, one time it was taking a little while to transition, and then I opened up my eyes. I couldn't tell if it was real or not. I saw my bedroom, which I tried to see if there was anything clearly out of place, but everything looked normal. My cuckoo clock was ticking like normal. And I was starting to think, so usually in my dreams, my cuckoo clock tends to do something weird in pretty much every dream. Whether it's ticking somewhat irregularly, it's ticking a little bit more or less than it's supposed to. something along those lines, but it was ticking just like it would in real life, which never happens in dreams. So I kind of figured I probably opened my real eyes, and I had a real sensation of opening my eyes, and the way I'm able to move, it feels like I'm actually getting out of bed like in real life. So then I decided to use a voice command to see if I could stop the cuckoo clock from ticking, and it stopped. Despite how real everything looked and felt and how sure I was I opened my real eyes rather than the dream eyes, I used a voice command, doubting that I'm actually dreaming. And then all of a sudden it stops just like that. It literally stopped in a split second, which I was not expecting at all. So sometimes doing the eye-opening thing does work really well. And then sometimes getting out of bed works really well too, because I feel like I have the ability to move, but I'm actually moving in the dream world. But there are some problems with that. Occasionally, there's some rare situations where my real eyes will open instead of my dream eyes when I make a physical effort. So that can be a little problematic. And then you can see why, if it looks just like real life, it's hard to tell, because sometimes it has been real and I actually did open my eyes. That has happened before. So when it's hard to tell, it really is hard to tell, because I've had some times where it's hard to tell. It turns out to be a dream. And then I've had other times where it's hard to tell and it turned out to be real life. Especially since I eventually woke up and my eyes were still open that whole time. Nothing changed at all. But what I've also had is occasionally, if I open my real eyes, I can hallucinate on top of the physical world. Like one time I opened up my real eyes when I did this transition. I tested to see if I was in the dream by using a voice command to turn on my fan. The LED came on and it looked like my fan actually turned on. I even heard the sound and I felt some air as well, but it actually happened in a physical space rather than the dream, because eventually it all stopped and I still had my eyes open and I ended up getting up for the day. So actually the fact that I was able to hear the fan, that should have been a red flag, because I wear hearing aids and I shouldn't have been able to hear the fan, by the way. So I should have caught that. But here's the thing, that happened in the physical world. That could just as easily happen in the dream world. So whether it's in the dream or physical world, even doing dream control like that doesn't actually give me enough information to tell what's really going on. Because I can hallucinate in the physical world and think I'm in a dream, but I'm actually not. I have my eyes physically open, but my dreaming mind is still active. So just like how dreams are not really there, even though they appear to be, elements can appear to be there when they're not, even in real life, if the dreaming process is still going on. So yeah, that's where that becomes a danger. And then with the physical effort thing, I have also had situations where I'm able to move my physical body even though I should be in a dream, even like a minute later. I've had tingling throughout my body for like a minute. I would think I'd be in my dream body at that point, but I ended up making a physical effort instead. So that's where those modes of transition can be a danger. Most of the time it is in the dream world, but there can be some rare situations where it happens in real life instead. So I tend to not do that physical eye thing most of the time, because like I said, even if I controlled some visual element, I could have my real eyes open and think I actually controlled the element, even though it actually happened in the physical world. Or rather, I hallucinated it on top of the physical world due to the dreaming process. In fact, in that sleep paralysis demon video, if I saw a demon, the exact same thing would have been happening there. The way I was able to see the fan LED come on and the fan spin is exactly the same way I would have seen a sleep paralysis demon if there was one. Same thing there, all related to the dreaming process. So yeah, I tend to not do the eye thing most of the time, although recently when I've done it, it was in the dream world. I mean, sometimes what I end up seeing when I open my eyes is not even where I'm physically located. I know for a fact if that occurs, I am in the dream world. But sometimes I forget where I'm actually located, and thus I can't use that. Because I just sometimes naturally assume that what I'm seeing is where I'm physically located. Like, I maybe see Studio A when I'm actually in Studio B, for example, but I forget that I'm not in Studio A at the time. I don't even think to check. But yeah, just letting it occur can get rid of that danger. Sometimes thinking about where I feel like I'm physically located and then seeing if I can get any of that to appear in front of my eyelids, or rather just kind of look for it while I'm thinking about it and see if any of that stuff is there. That's generally going to be safer than physically opening my eyes and whatnot. That'll work just fine. Another transition I had that I thought was kind of mind-blowing was actually one of the simplest ones. So I woke up. I wasn't sure if I had a dream or not, or if dreaming is around the corner. So when I closed my eyes, I decided to picture a computer screen with a desktop just to see if my mind's creativity was... Basically, I wanted to see if my mind was in a REM-like state. In other words, if that creativity was at its peak. So I decided to visualize a basic computer desktop to see if my mind would maybe come up with a weird idea for a background or desktop layout or certain icons or whatever. I didn't really see much, but then all of a sudden, about 20 or 30 seconds later, everything suddenly became very clear. Like, I could literally read the text underneath the icons, and I was not even thinking about text under icons at all. So this is clearly out of my control. I was reading the icons and I was like, I'm not imagining this at all. I'm actually seeing this. And then I decided to turn my head, and I noticed that I was suddenly in a different physical space. I had just transitioned into a dream right there. So it started off by me imagining a computer screen, and then all of a sudden it became so clear that it actually shocked me because I clearly wasn't imagining what I was seeing at all. I was blown away. I had accidentally had a maintained awareness dream just by seeing how my mind's creativity was, by imagining a basic computer screen which then turned into a fully fledged computer screen with clear text underneath the icons. I mean, I read what was underneath those icons and I was like, I'm not even thinking this up at all. It's just there. And then, yeah, when I turned my head, yeah, just like that, I was suddenly in a fully formed dream. I mean, that felt almost instantaneous. I thought there was no way. I didn't even notice a tingling throughout my body or any of those sensations, but they must have occurred. But because I was focused on the computer screen, I wasn't able to notice any of that. But it felt like it happened so fast, I thought there was no way that just happened. So then I got to enjoy a very long lucid dream that I didn't even expect to have at all. And I think, judging by the length of that dream, it was truly the beginning of the dream. Or maybe it was like 5 minutes into it. Maybe I'd woken up like 5 minutes into my dream, and then I re-entered from there and had the rest of the time to myself, basically. But yeah, that was actually, that's probably one of the most basic transitions of them all. Because it started out with my imagination, but I think it was one of the most mind-blowing ones, mainly because I didn't think there was any way I was that close to dreaming. But yeah, I just started out imagining a basic computer screen layout. Suddenly the details started filling themselves in, just like that. There I was in a dream. Unbelievable. So sometimes a transition can occur like that too, by the way, just to illustrate all the different ways dream transitions can occur. And you can imagine how tactile kicked in on that situation. It started out with physical, and then I was able to turn my head, and I pretty much had tactile just like that. I mean, I think I didn't notice my dream body kick in at all, but I was able to use it when I wanted to, essentially, if that even makes sense. But yeah, that was very incredible. I mostly did voice commands in that dream, but I did voice commands for what felt like hours. And I did some very cool experiments in general, seeing how the mind models stuff. Just the fact that I can be in a crowded space and everybody's face appears to look very random, and also real. I just couldn't get over how seamlessly my mind could create random faces of people. And most of them weren't even familiar to me. Crazy. But yeah, so I hope that clarifies some points about how we transition into dreams as well. Those are a couple points that I wish I mentioned earlier. You don't technically have to do anything to transition into a dream like that. And that Mario Kart example that I shared, I didn't do anything at all that time either. I was experiencing nothing, and then all of a sudden it just kind of came out of nowhere. I was kind of focusing on my eyelids the whole time, I think, pretty much. And then yeah, the Mario Kart countdown just came out of nowhere. And there we go. A lot of times I'll wake up from a dream and then I'll question, how did I transition into this particular dream? Like, what led to this one? I often wonder that. I also wonder if the transition is any different when we're not conscious during a conscious entrance versus conscious. Like, what happens in our normal dreams where we're not necessarily conscious? I mean, technically we are conscious during every dream, and I'm sure every entrance too, but the part that we relate to is essentially absent from the party. If we think of our presence like a knob between 0 and 10, the knob is probably set to like a 2 or 3 or something like that during those experiences. Whereas when I consciously witness them, it's probably like a 9 or a 10 maybe. Some cases it feels like it might be an 11 maybe. But yeah, it's set much lower when we're not witnessing the experience essentially. So yeah, I often wonder how the experience is different when we're not witnessing it versus when we are. Like, I wonder if it occurs faster when we're not witnessing it, because the mind is essentially purely focused on whatever process it's going through, rather than like fully conscious thoughts and that sort of thing. What I described earlier about how I think it might not always start out with a fully formed dream, I think that can kind of answer the question. But if there was like a tingling sensation as we transition from a physical to dream body, sometimes I wonder if when we're not conscious, if that's way more intense than when we are conscious, not fully focused on the natural dreaming process. Just because our consciousness is there and thus focused on something slightly different. I often wonder if that tingling is very intense when we're not conscious. I mean, like I said, it probably is a hallucination in itself, or an illusion as we transition from a physical to dream body, but the underlying processes that lead to that, I wonder if they're happening more intensely when we're not present versus when we are during those experiences. I don't think we'll ever know, so I probably shouldn't even be asking it, but I think it's fun to ask that question and think about how it could be sometimes. That's another thing. Lucid dreaming just makes me get very philosophical about stuff like that. So yeah, when I kept trying all those different experiments during that long transition, I should have clarified before, you don't have to do that at all. There's no reason to usually, but like I said, I've had occasions where it felt like I sped up the transition because of that, so I feel like doing things that might help. And then I mentioned earlier, I used to struggle with accidentally waking up like all the time. I feel like this also reduces the chances of accidentally waking up, mainly because I'm focused on something else, especially related to the process. So therefore, I just feel less prone to waking up by accident in the middle of a dream transition. So I feel like it helps with that too. That's another reason why I tend to do something along those lines. And then sometimes I just simply forget. So I tend to not do the physical eye-opening thing nowadays for the reasons I mentioned before, because I could actually open my physical eyes, as I have done on occasion. But sometimes I forget that's a thing, so I do the physical eye thing, just because I forgot that I'm not doing it anymore. And sometimes it works out nicely, so I'm not going to complain there. I think the biggest thing to remember with all this is you don't have to force yourself to do anything at all. In fact, you can even just act like you're going to sleep if you want to. I mean, you do have a slight chance of losing your awareness as a result, which I've had happen before, but I mean, it's kind of up to you how you want to handle that. If you want to have a lucid dream, you probably want to do stuff that'll help you maintain your awareness, which for me, a lot of times, it's simply paying attention to what's happening. A lot of times, I also like to narrate to myself what I'm experiencing. That's also taking me away from the worries of accidentally waking up, too. If I feel like I'm going to accidentally wake up, I might just start telling myself what I'm experiencing. Like, okay, I'm having the tingling, noticing it's pretty intense this time. I don't see any visual hallucinations yet, which is kind of interesting. Oh, I actually kind of see a slot machine outlined right now. So I'm telling myself what's happening, right? That can often take me away from my worries as well. And sometimes it also feels like it speeds up the transition process where the sensations get more intense. Sometimes it feels like narration can do that too. Most of the time I'll just do it like internal monologue, but other times I might actually physically move my mouth, which probably results in me moving my dream mouth, but only if it feels natural to do so. I do whatever feels natural, basically. If something feels unnatural, it'll feel pretty clearly unnatural, and therefore I want to act accordingly. And then also to remind you, that's only like half the ways to have a lucid dream. You can also have a lucid dream in the middle of a fully formed dream, suddenly realize it. As you train yourself to notice basically who you are in your dreams, then you can have targets that cue reality. So like yesterday, I had one of those dreams where I realized there was a dream in the middle of it. Basically, what happened was I was using my phone, which was actually not even a phone that I actually owned, but other family members have all missed one. In the dream, it was mine. That's not the strange part, though, but when I was on the selfie cam, I could see what the inside of the phone looked like. Like, I could see the internal circuitry on selfie cam mode. It's like the selfie cam was pointing to the inside of the phone. And the craziest part is, I could see sunlight on the circuitry itself. And I'm like, how is that even possible? The phone's completely closed. There's no way sunlight should be able to get in. But somehow there was, and I was like unexpectedly fascinated by the whole situation. And then I started questioning if it was a dream because of that. I got lucid and I started to do the data dream goal, but I think that's pretty much where it ended. I did some other stuff right before, then I suddenly remembered the data dream goal, but that was unfortunately right at the end of the dream. But I did quite a few other things first. But yeah, that was so weird. I mean, even when I zoomed out of the selfie cam, then I started seeing more of the internal circuitry. And there was a weird little distortion where I could clearly tell it's coming from the selfie cam directly. Like there was a distortion coming from the top of the camera. Sort of like, have you ever seen like 360 degree footage? Like not actually in 360 degrees. You notice it looks kind of circular and it's got sort of a round effect and a bit of physical distortion based on where everything's positioned. Well, basically that happened with the selfie cam. The distortion was going toward the selfie cam in that dream. And yeah, so that's another way to have a lucid dream. Realize it's a dream during the dream. So that time I noticed that I was unexpectedly fascinated by something. So that cued me into questioning reality, and then sure enough, it's a dream. Oh, another thing that's worth noting, I forgot to mention this, but regarding those data quotes that I was struggling to memorize, I was on very little sleep when I studied those quotes, by the way, so it was very difficult to remember what they were. But then I decided to go to sleep. Or, no, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I decided to stop studying it for a few days, and when I caught up on sleep, I woke up one morning and I had the quotes fully in my head just like that. I think all I had to do right there was literally get some sleep and then let my dreaming mind consolidate that quote. Because I kind of knew the quote, but I couldn't recall it off the top of my head. I couldn't remember how it started and that sort of thing. But I literally just slept for a couple days, normal night's sleep. As I caught up on sleep, suddenly I remember the quotes, even though I never studied it for days. I think my dreaming mind literally started to consolidate it as I got more sleep. So yeah, let me do those quotes real quick now that I have it memorized, I think. I haven't looked at it for a while, but it came to me one morning just because I caught up on sleep. And I think my dreaming mind must have done something to make me remember it a lot easier now without even looking at it. So obviously, Data says, yes, he can have friendships, but then can he have feelings? He said, not as such. However, even among humans, friendship is sometimes less an emotional response and more a sense of anticipation. And then he later said, as I experience certain sensory input patterns, my mental pathways become accustomed to them. The input is eventually anticipated and even missed when absent. Yeah, I was struggling to remember that on the day that I was trying to recite that quote to you guys. But then I caught up on sleep and it just came to me without even looking at it. I guess all I needed to do is consolidate it mentally. Now I can recall it spontaneously with very little effort. It really is amazing what the mind can do sometimes, especially when it comes to dreaming sleep. Like, I think if it wasn't for dreaming sleep, I wouldn't have been able to recall it the way I did, unless I studied it more.
I should clarify that I personally believe in lucid dreaming being used to treat nightmares by focusing on alternate outcomes. I might have implied the opposite in certain areas and that it might be preferable to let things run their natural course, but I think it's generally worth focusing on alternate outcomes. If you don't believe me on that stance, the alternate outcome approach is exactly what I did for myself to overcome my nightmares, and it was very effective. Usually dreams are supposed to resolve emotional trauma, but sometimes that process can glitch out and people generally seek treatment or solutions when it does glitch out. If you have chronic nightmares, I would recommend consulting a medical professional since they will help navigate the complexities holistically, not only helping identify the cause, but also the approach to fixing them. Just because my approach with the alternate outcome worked for me doesn't mean it'll work for everyone. Most of the complexities lie in correctly identifying the true root cause and knowing how to treat it accordingly. I do not believe there's a specific cause for me, so the alternate outcome thing was very effective in my case, but it depends on a multitude of variables. So if you have chronic nightmares, I would recommend a trained medical professional to help treat them since they can holistically identify a cause and recommend treatments accordingly.
But I can recall it better without even studying it, probably because of mental consolidation during sleep. I was behind on sleep, and then I started catching up on it. I'm sure it was part of that. Like when I was trying to recall the quote before, I was struggling to remember not as such. Like I was trying to remember what those 3 words were. If I had that, then I think the rest of the quote would have came to me when I was trying to remember what it was earlier in this recording. Those words just would not come to me for whatever reason. But now that I've got some sleep, it comes easy. Anyway, if I think of any more news, I'm back at Studio A now, so if I think of any more news, I'll let you guys know. Otherwise, I think that'll be it for now, so see you in a bit.
Okay, now it's a new day, so there's a few things I'd like to bring up. So first of all, you're probably wondering how you can get these types of experiences yourself potentially, if you want to do this sort of thing. So it is a little bit tricky, but I'll try my best to overview it. So first of all, if you want to learn about lucid dreaming in general, in fact, I would say that pretty much everything I've been sharing regarding that dream stuff, including the data dream goals, that all relates to lucid dreaming. Pretty much everything orbits around that. I probably should have done a better job defining it when I first brought it up, but I've mentioned the resource Daniel Love a few times. He runs a channel called Lucid Dream Portal. He's got a website called The Lucid Guide. He also has a best-selling book, actually a couple books right now, and he teaches thousands of students, including myself, from time to time. But anyway, if you want to really have a good, nice, structured way to learn lucid dreaming, I would recommend the 19-day course that's on Lucid Dream Portal. there's a playlist basically called the 19-day course or something along those lines, and that should provide a very good foundation for learning how to lucid dream, especially if you want to become a long-term lucid dreamer. You do have to have a membership, but it's like a coffee per month, and you can watch the first couple lessons for free, which are a very good starting point, and it should be enough for you to decide if you want to go all the way or not. And you can cancel the membership at any time if you want to. You can even use Google Play credit to pay for it if you want to. So yeah, I don't think you have to be permanently committed to it or anything, but I've had a membership for, I think this is my 3-year mark as of right now. So I've been a member for about 3 years, but I could cancel that at any time. There's also a 30-day course that was created during the lockdown back in 2020 when all sorts of chaos happened, as you're aware. The book should be pretty helpful as well. You could probably go either way, but if you want like a nice structured crash course on lucid dreaming, that 19-day course will definitely have all that. But some of the stuff that I shared before might be somewhat applicable, maybe. So yeah, if you want to learn how to lucid dream, I would definitely recommend that resource. Pretty much everything else you find online is mostly nonsense. I've had the misfortune of taking a lucid dream course online from several years ago, and it's way more expensive than the membership. And it's actually got misinformation in the course itself. And it's not like you can't find any of this stuff online to begin with. But even that stuff you can find is bad information to begin with. So, yeah. But the Lucid Dream Portal course, that's got a bunch of insights you're not really going to find anywhere else. Other than maybe myself, if I were to teach some of that. I mean, I don't do this professionally, to be clear, but it is very difficult to find good information online. But that Lucid Dream Portal is one of those very good sources. Someone who's been doing it for decades has taught thousands of students, so they got a huge data set of people to know kind of what works and what doesn't. They've had so much practice teaching that it definitely makes them qualified to teach online. For me, I've had over a decade of experience doing it, not professionally as a career or anything like that. I've also had the misfortune of doing several recordings like years ago where I've taught a whole bunch of misinformation myself, and I've since learned a lot since making those mistakes. So I'm very aware of how easy it is to unintentionally spread misinformation, so I try my best to avoid that as much as possible. And actually, the misinformation I shared is pretty much the exact stuff that doesn't directly correlate with my own personal experiences. I tried to share stuff from my personal experiences back then as much as I could, and that stuff happens to be accurate information even to this day. So I was trying to tie it with my own personal experience, which I could use to confirm things as much as possible. But not just that, but where I can see it in a whole bunch of other places, like Daniel's channel confirms it. Members of his community also confirm some of these things too. So I try to go with myself and other data sets when possible for the information that I share and whatnot. But this is a pioneering subject. It's not something that could directly be proven because all of it lies in subjective experiences. Like everything that happens is subjective pretty much. So, but there are a lot of commonalities, and that's the kind of information you can find on Daniel's channel, for example. But these days especially, I try my best to only share things that I've maybe heard on Daniel's channel, but I can also back up with my own personal experience. It's kind of hard to do that on these recordings where I'm driving and spontaneously talking about stuff, but I'm trying my best. I'm also listening to it after the fact, and you've heard me make several corrections even throughout this recording itself. That's again because it's been recorded over the course of several days. I've tried to listen to what I've said and give it a second thought and make sure that what I'm saying really does make sense as much as possible. I know I kind of dove deep into certain areas that depending on where you're coming from, it might be a little bit tricky to, especially if you're trying to apply this to your own life. But I try to also keep it relevant to the specific things I was talking about too. So like when I was talking about all that sleep paralysis stuff, yeah, it might not be instantly translatable to something that virtually anybody could do, but I try my best to go over what that entailed, including the things that are involved in trying to induce that state. Obviously, it would be a lot easier to induce that state with like sleep deprivation or something else that can naturally cause that. But I utilize maintained awareness dreams, and I mean, in some ways, you don't have to go that deep into it, especially if you have a focal point that kind of just happens to take care of the right variables for you. But I've done a lot of research into this, so that's why in some ways it can be as little or as complicated as you want it to be in some ways. Like if you're doing the right technique, you really don't have to get super deep into how maintained awareness dreams work. And a lot of the complexity actually comes from doing attempts and then not having everything go perfectly like you would expect, and basically learning from those experiences. Like, okay, this happened, so what can I do in the future to make this thing work better? A lot of those nuances that I shared earlier in this recording and the pre-production, that's pretty much from, because the principle itself is somewhat simple, but the mind is very complex, and there are some subtle nuances to it that you basically learn from experiences directly. And a lot of what I shared is basically what I've learned from experiences directly. So you could totally learn the very simple principles, but you're also probably going to find that certain things don't work quite as expected, and then you adjust according to what you learn from the experiences, and then that's where the complexity comes from. So yeah, the starting point is actually quite simple in principle for pretty much any of this, but it's not always going to feel perfect when you actually go ahead and do it, but it still serves as a very good starting point. And then you learn nuances during experiences, which you can then apply to future experiences, and that's where most of the complexity comes from. Just the complexities of the human mind and the overall states. So what I shared before might have sounded really complicated, but I tried to compile a lot of those nuances that I learned all into one thing. But you really could just throw in the starting points and then let your own personal experiences teach you from there. And then all of a sudden now you've built a whole complex set of experiences and knowledge from all that. So yeah, a lot of those complexities I share is basically me trying to work with my personal experience and essentially do my best based on what I know from my experiences. I was basically spelling all those nuances out, but for each individual person, they should technically learn the absolute basics and then learn the complexities from their own experiences. That's how it probably should be in an ideal world, because the experiences you have are really the best teachers for these things. That's why it might seem like I'm really deep in the subject, because my personal experiences have taught me so much. Oh great, it's raining right now. I'm gonna have to get out in a little bit. That's gonna be fun. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. A lot of the complexities that I shared is basically from my personal experiences and trying to spell a lot of it out. But you really could stick with the basic concepts and then build your own experiences from there. Because again, your experiences are probably going to be the best teacher out of, like, no person would be able to teach that better than your own experiences directly. That's why I might appear to know so much, because I've learned from the best, which is my own experiences. And everybody is probably going to be a little bit different. And their experiences are going to be the best source for them to learn from. The online, in an ideal world, you would learn this stuff without even using online resources, because there's so much misinformation. And you can learn a lot of this stuff from your own experiences, try different things. But online resources are kind of a starting point and guidance somewhat, but you could technically get away with without all that in some ways. It might be a little tricky to know how, though, but if you have a really good starting point, then you can build your experiences from there, then have that teach you basically everything you need to know about the subject if you're going to pursue lucid dreaming and whatnot. Like, honestly, that is probably something I would have done differently if I look back on my own lucid dreaming journey. I've had my own experiences, and I've been able to do quite a lot before I ever even looked up what it is. But obviously I did research on it because I wanted to see if there was a term for this phenomenon and whether other people happen to experience it besides me. As it turns out, there is. And there's a term for it and everything, which I thought was kind of exciting when I discovered that. And then from there, I obviously did more research because I wanted to see kind of how much it aligns with my own experiences, and just because I've had these experiences for a while, what known information is there on this stuff? And is there anything I can learn that I don't already know from my own personal experiences and that sort of thing? Well, unfortunately, a lot of the sources that I came across share bad information as it is. And in some ways, stuff that I used to be able to do really well, I actually became worse because of the misinformation that's online. And that, I think, illustrates why the misinformation is no joke. Like, it's something that needs to be taken very seriously, because I wasted a fair bit of time due to that. If I think about how my journey would be different if I didn't research any of this information online, I think I would be a lot further now than I currently am, because, well, the misinformation set me back quite a bit, and I've had to learn all these different nuances and get deep into it in order to basically deprogram myself from that misinformation. Of course, I'm not going to name any names, but it is pretty much everything, except maybe some peer-reviewed journals and things like that. The misinformation is pretty much everything except for that type of stuff, right? I mean, obviously, I was probably put in a fortunate position just because I happened to stumble across this without learning about it from any other sources. Most people aren't going to have that luxury, but yeah, I honestly think that I would have discovered a lot of this stuff through self-discovery. Now, there are some things that I've learned from Daniel that I would have otherwise never discovered, like the fact that your mental state is very different when you're in REM sleep versus non-REM sleep, aka dreaming versus non-dreaming sleep. Your mental state, even while you're awake, is very different from one state to the next, and that knowing that information can be useful because if you're trying to fall asleep consciously into a dream and trying to basically do a maintained awareness attempt, then, well, if non-dreaming sleep is around the corner, you're going to probably end up wasting your time. At the very least, you're going to waste a lot of effort. But if dreaming sleep is around the corner, according to this, basically, actually, I kind of got ahead of myself again. So, like I said, there's different mental states between when you're in dreaming versus non-dreaming sleep. Or if you're awake, there's a difference between when dreaming or non-dreaming sleep is around the corner. And basically, there's tests you can perform to analyze all this. Daniel calls this the artistic response test. So, like, basically, when dreaming sleep's around the corner, the mind's generally a lot more creative and fluent in how it flows overall. And basically, for everybody, there might be some slight differences in how the mind behaves, but for just about everybody, there are going to be some distinct differences depending on what state you're in, whether it's dreaming or non-dreaming sleep. And depending on what's around the corner for you, the mental state is going to be quite different from one to the next. That's pretty consistent across the board. But yeah, so basically understand there's, depending on whether dreaming or non-dreaming sleep is around the corner, your mental state is going to be very different depending on what's going on there. And you can use the artistic response test to analyze which state you're in. You can basically analyze, if you were to go to sleep right now
Are you going to dream or have dreamless sleep, right? The artistic response test attempts to answer that question. There's tests you can perform to analyze the mental state. So Daniel often talks about word association. The way the mind is able to do that, it just tends to have a much easier time coming up with creative word associations or just creativity in general if dreaming sleep is around the corner. If non-dreaming sleep is around the corner, then it tends to kind of feel very forced and artificial in some ways if you're trying to be creative, essentially. So the point of all this is, basically, this is what I just shared is something that I don't think I would have really stumbled across on my own. But the reason why that knowledge is useful is if you're trying to do one of those attempts where you fall asleep consciously, obviously this test can basically tell you if it's worth attempting at the time you're thinking of attempting it. Because if the test tells you that non-dreaming sleep's around the corner, you're probably going to end up wasting your time trying to do your attempt. However, if dreaming sleep's around the corner, then it's going to be worth it, probably. In fact, if dreaming sleep is around the corner, you're probably going to get fairly quick results as well, compared to non-dreaming sleep, where with non-dreaming sleep being around the corner, it's probably not worth attempting unless you get up for a while, maybe, before doing your attempt. I mean, it all depends on the timing and everything like that. Like, there's nuances like that. But if you wanted to basically go back to sleep and do an attempt right there, maybe do that test first. Determine if it's even worth doing. And then, of course, the whole idea that sometimes when you're going to sleep, it can take you like maybe seconds or a couple minutes to fall asleep. Other times it might take you several minutes or even hours to fall asleep, depending on what's going on as well. That also kind of dictates how you do your maintained awareness attempt, because the approach that you take for maintaining awareness is going to be very different depending on whether it takes you seconds, minutes, or hours to fall asleep, that sort of thing. Daniel's got a video on there, basically, what type of lucid dreamer are you? I think that's the title. And he goes over that concept. But I used to struggle with maintained awareness. Like, I was always struggling to accomplish something, and it felt like I was spending way more effort than I should have been. Well, this very concept explains all that. So the moment I watched Daniel talk about that, that was like a revolutionary discovery for me, because it was explaining my failures that I've been having for months. And so many things started clicking at once when I saw that video. So that's an example of something that I probably wouldn't have really stumbled across myself. I probably would have, if I did, I probably would have had several more months or even years of struggles before I stumbled across that myself. Realizing that the amount of time it takes you to fall asleep can completely change how you want to approach things. But yeah, that whole getting back to those 3 pillars of maintained awareness dreams, how long it takes to fall asleep, the next sleep stage when you do fall asleep, and then your focus, basically your approach. So yeah, when I do a maintained awareness, I basically look at all 3 of those pillars. So the next sleep stage, Daniel basically talks about, like, if it takes you seconds to fall asleep, or maybe just a couple minutes, you're basically in sloth mode, as he mentions in the video. Whereas if it takes you minutes or hours to fall asleep, then you're essentially a hummingbird. Sloth versus hummingbird, he's talked about. And that's useful for mapping out, like, basically your current state. And the approach that you want to do for your maintained awareness, I mean, you might do a different approach depending on what that state is, right? So understanding that can help you get better success, basically. So the sloth versus hummingbird ties with the sleep latency pillar for maintaining awareness. And then regarding the next sleep stage, obviously if REM sleep is around the corner, you're going to have probably way better luck than if non-REM sleep is around the corner. And the artistic response test basically dictates or helps you establish which one of those you're in. So that's how you look at that pillar. And then focus, that's the actual approach for maintaining awareness. How are you maintaining your focus? It all comes down to that. So like Daniel's impossible movement practice, or his dream walker technique, or his dream journey, whatever that's called, he goes over several maintained awareness approaches on his channel. And which one you do is kind of determined by those first two pillars. I mean, the next sleep stage pillar, that one kind of determines if it's even worth trying at all. The sleep latency one, sloth versus hummingbird, that kind of dictates which maintained awareness approach you should be taking. And obviously how long it takes to fall asleep, it makes sense why it affects your approach, because basically if it takes you seconds or just a couple minutes to fall asleep, you're very likely to run into a problem where you fall asleep too quickly during your attempt. Whereas if you have the other side, basically if you're a hummingbird, then you're going to often run into the problem where you create insomnia. And sometimes you can be right in between as well. It's sort of a spectrum. Sloth and hummingbird, don't really think of it as two separate states. I mean, it can be useful too, but it's kind of a spectrum if you really think about it. You could literally be anywhere within that spectrum at any given time. And so obviously, when you're maintaining awareness, most of the failures happen either because you fall asleep too quickly or you created insomnia during your attempt. And basically, you want an approach tailored to whatever state you're in. So if you have a problem with falling asleep too quickly, you generally want to do an approach that involves focusing on the physical world a little bit more. Because you basically have to grasp your awareness onto something because you're falling asleep too quickly. Whereas if you have insomnia, you basically want to withdraw from the physical world because it's keeping you awake too much in a sense. So your actual maintained awareness approach is based on which problem you're having, essentially. So I guess, yeah, if we were to sum that up right there and keep it really simple, when you're trying to maintain awareness, you're either going to have a problem where you fall asleep too quickly or stay awake too much. So your approach for helping you maintain your awareness needs to be based on whichever problem you're having, essentially. Something that's optimized to avoid whichever problem you're facing. Preferably something that's inherently optimized for that, where you do the approach, it just helps you with the variables naturally, just simply doing the approach. So for example, if I'm in that mode where it takes like seconds or a couple minutes to fall asleep, aka a sloth, I generally struggle with visualization-based approaches because when I'm falling asleep that quickly, it's almost impossible to maintain focus on a visualization, as you can imagine. If I'm right in between, then I might not struggle so much. But visualization can also create insomnia too, so yeah, you basically got to find something that gives you a nice balance with that. And as Daniel has mentioned before, you also want to do an approach where you lean towards falling asleep. Basically, you're balancing on a tightrope, and you're basically trying to maintain a balance between maintaining your awareness, but also being able to fall into a dream, or basically start dreaming in the first place. You can't have a lucid dream without a dream. So you have to be able to get into the dreaming process. And you can't get into the dreaming process without falling asleep. If you're consciously entering a dream, you are technically falling asleep, or at least if we think of the mind as having several different parts, and the part that we have access to is only the tip of the iceberg out of everything, well, the parts that are hidden away that we don't have access to, those parts are basically able to engage the sleeping process. That's kind of hard to describe. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it, but basically whatever you're doing doesn't interfere with the sleeping process. So if you're able to fall asleep into a dream consciously, it's because you managed to not interfere with that natural process while still having some level of awareness. Usually the awareness will be fragmented, and that's one thing that makes it possible to do that. What sounds like a paradox. But essentially, like, certain things have to happen in order to be able to go into a dreaming and sleep process. And if we're conscious, we usually interfere with that process. Unless, of course, you have narcolepsy or something. But if you don't, then yes, being conscious will interfere with that sleep and dreaming process. However, it is possible to have minimal focus on something where you're still kind of conscious, but you're also not interfering with that process either. The sleep and dreaming process, you just happen to not be interfering with it, even though you're still sort of conscious. That's what we're trying to aim for when we have a maintained awareness dream. We're trying to not interfere with that process, but also still have a slither of awareness yet. And usually that awareness is fragmented when it works really well. We might not even really notice the fragmentation, but it is there nonetheless. Or the parts of the mind that would normally interfere with it, they're less active. Therefore, they're not interfering with the sleep and dreaming process when it kicks in. But it's still active enough that we still have some awareness yet. So basically, the moral of the story there is you want to lean towards accidentally falling asleep so that that sleep process can kick in. In some ways, being able to maintain awareness through that is sort of like a bonus side effect. It's nice when that happens, but you still kind of want to lean towards falling asleep so that the sleep and dreaming process can kick in. In some ways, that should technically be a higher priority than actually maintaining awareness. And when you approach things that way, you're probably going to find it's a bit easier to fall asleep consciously into a dream. Although technically, in some ways, we're not actually falling asleep consciously. Most of the time, our awareness is fragmented. We happen to regain it when the sleeping dreaming process kicked in, but we're also not interfering with it, so therefore we can stay in it when it's happening. And usually it'll keep happening unless something blatantly unnatural is going on. So obviously I talked about that headspace concept in the pre-production, or at least what I consider my definition of headspace. Well, as long as you maintain that, there's usually no reason you're going to suddenly snap out of the state once it engages, unless something blatantly unnatural occurs, which as you get more practice with that, there's less and less of a reason for blatantly unnatural things to happen. Usually, when you're first starting, excitement or worries might be the unnatural thing that could kick in to interfere with the process, but the worries are usually unwarranted, and excitement can exist in tandem with the process, especially if it's part of the process. And actually, worries can technically also not cause problems either if it's existing in tandem with the dreaming process. So like if you're worrying in the dream itself because of something happening in the dream, well, that's probably not going to cause you to suddenly wake up, because the worry is existing in tandem with the natural dreaming process. So it's fine. And excitement can do exactly the same thing. And it's the same when you're consciously entering a dream. If the excitement or worries are completely separate from the process directly, then it might interfere. But it can also exist in tandem with the process. In that case, it won't. Anyway, so yeah, some of this stuff I probably wouldn't have discovered if it wasn't for Daniel's channel, like the sloth versus hummingbird concept, and then also using the artistic response test for mapping out where you are in sleep, essentially, to determine if it's worth doing a maintained awareness attempt when you're going back to sleep. So yeah, as far as like the actual test you perform with the artistic response test, you kind of have to dictate your own baseline because it might be different between individuals. So for example, I don't personally do the word association test most of the time. What I actually like to do instead is, since I'm in sloth mode most of the time, I'm going to start doing a maintained awareness attempt in sloth mode. And then usually what that does is my awareness dips in and out. So my awareness is very fragmented, but it dips in and out several times before I completely fall asleep, right? Especially if I'm doing an attempt. Well, when that awareness dips in and out, that's what I pay attention to for my artistic response test. So what I personally notice, and mind you, it might be different for everybody else, but for me personally, and actually this is something that I don't think Daniel usually shares because his approach is a bit different from mine, and this will illustrate why it's different between individuals as well. But for me personally, I pay attention to what happens when my awareness dips in and out during my attempt. So if non-dreaming sleep is around the corner, typically I'll be having some thoughts while I have awareness, but when my awareness dips in and out, those thoughts sort of stop completely, or they stop making sense and they sort of lose their coherency. And they're not flowing particularly quickly either, those thoughts, if I'm letting my mind wander, you know. However, if dreaming sleep is around the corner, those thoughts tend to flow quite a bit quicker, tends to be a lot more fluent and coherent. And also, even if my awareness dips in and out, those thoughts continue independently of my awareness. And I'll be able to notice that when my awareness comes back during the slight dip. And yeah, and the other thing is when non-dreaming sleep is around the corner, even if my thoughts continue while my awareness dips in and out, it's very likely that it's going to stop making sense during the moments that I'm essentially gone. When my awareness dips, I'm gone during those moments, and then I come back essentially. It's a little bit more nuanced than that when you get to the nature of self, but in this context, when I talk about my awareness dipping in and out, I basically consider myself dipping in and out. So when I'm gone, I've dipped out, right? And then when my awareness comes back, then I'm back, in a sense. That's how I'm defining it in this particular context. So basically, when I'm gone and my thoughts don't make any sense while I'm gone, it's lost its coherency, right? So that to me is a sign that non-dreaming sleep is around the corner, and it's probably a waste of time to do a maintained awareness attempt. However, when I'm gone, if my thoughts continue independent of myself, and it actually makes sense in everything, it has coherency, it has fluency, it might even flow quite quickly too. If that's the case, dreaming sleep is around the corner. So basically, the way I think of it is, am I needed to maintain my mental coherency? If I'm gone and my mental coherency is also gone, non-dreaming sleep is around the corner. If I'm gone and the mental coherency is still there, despite that, dreaming sleep is around the corner. So that's how I personally do my artistic response test. So again, I mean, the way you do it can be very different between individuals, but the main thing is there's distinct characteristics depending on whether REM or non-REM are around the corner. It's not going to be the same characteristics between both of those states. You basically, with the artistic response test, the main point is to work out what those differences are and use that as a test, or create a test around that rather, and then there you go. So yeah, so for me personally, I pay attention to mental coherency. It's almost like if you're familiar with like CPUs and threads, let's say that I facilitate my main mental thread. Well, if I'm gone, so is that thread in that particular moment. However, when dreaming sleep is around the corner and my mind maintains its coherency despite that, it's like there's an independent thread running, completely separate from myself. So basically, in some ways, I'm also asking, is there a thread completely independent from me? I know it sounds like a complicated question, but actually when you understand the concept fully, then it's actually a very simple question for me to understand. Especially since computers are actually my primary passion. Lucid dreaming is more secondary or maybe even tertiary. But yeah, so I'm talking about like CPU threads and stuff. But yeah, it's almost like in order for my mind to flow, I'm essentially facilitating a thread for that. And when my awareness dips in and out, that thread dips in and out too. However, if dreaming sleep is around the corner, it's like there's an independent thread from the one that I control, and it's able to run all by itself, independent of myself. And so during the artistic response test, I basically established whether they're the separate thread or not, if that even makes sense. That's the way that makes the most sense. So if I'm not familiar with the concept and I'm trying to have you explain it to me, explaining that thread concept might actually allow me to understand it the quickest out of pretty much all explanations, honestly. So yeah, this is stuff I would not have been able to discover if it wasn't for like Daniel's channel. So to be clear, when I talk about the research and how it might be better to just discover everything yourself, if you are going to do an online resource, I would do one like Daniel versus pretty much anything else. Daniel's probably not going to set you back in terms of the problems that researching stuff online can cause. Daniel's not going to be the problem if there is any. Pretty much any other resource probably will be. So, yeah. But if you are researching and don't know much about it, the odds of you stumbling across some misinformation is almost 100%, if we're being perfectly honest. That's the stuff that'll set you back. Daniel is a very good, rational resource and has a bunch of insights you're not really going to find anywhere else either. Like, my passion for lucid dreaming almost doubled or tripled just when I found Daniel's channel. And with the other resources, it really didn't go up by much at all, if I'm being perfectly honest. So yeah, anyway, the whole point I was trying to make with that big rant is it probably would be better to go through your own journey, since your experiences are essentially a better teacher than pretty much anything else. But if you have nothing to base it off of, then Daniel's the resource I would recommend. So yeah, so I hope that makes sense. So I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some lunch real quick, and then I'll talk a little bit more about getting experiences. Like I said, go to Daniel's channel. That's a very good place to start. If I was able to start over and Daniel's current channel and resources were available, you would not believe how much time and frustration that would have saved. You can focus on the subtleties that matter a lot more, especially if you don't have the misinformation or all the other noise that unnecessarily clutters everything that ends up being meaningless and not practical at all. But yeah, I mean, if there's one thing I could change about my journey, it would definitely be starting with Daniel as my first research resource. And pretty much just sticking with that, because that is pretty much the highest quality information that is available. I've had exposure to tons of other things too, and there's some other resources that are pretty good, but I would honestly probably just stick with Daniel's, just because that's where the highest quality information is. And yeah, he basically puts the subject before himself, whereas the misinformation resources generally put themselves first. So I guess that's what I primarily recommend for getting experiences. But after I grab lunch, then I'll sort of talk about my side of getting experiences. And we'll get on to some of the other things, because I didn't think I'd spend so much time talking about this, but I think some of the things I said probably were needed to be said, to be honest. Because, yeah, sometimes I get deep in this subject, I forget where everybody's coming from, and then it's easy to lose people that way. Or at the very least, it's not the most practical way to approach things, especially where other people are coming from. So I'll try not to get too lost with that, but at the very least, when I shared the information I did, I tried to tie it with what I was talking about originally as much as I could. So like the sleep paralysis stuff, most people probably wonder, how did I induce that? So I talked about those nuances, but if you want to like truly understand the subject and everything, there's a lot more than just that. But I said basically as much as what was relevant for that sleep paralysis video and my approach to that, basically. Alright, I'm gonna go grab lunch. So I guess my way to sum up like how we would do a lucid dreaming practice, definitely watch an 18-day course if you want a really good way to learn about that. But in general, I tend to put sleep health first. Lucid dreaming is kind of a secondary bonus of sleep, if you will. But I generally tend to put sleep first. In fact, that's what I've been doing recently, because generally we hear as a guideline that most people should get 7 to 9 hours of sleep, and I've been averaging probably around 6 recently, maybe even 5 in some cases, and during those times, sleep is always what I want to get first. So that's exactly what I do. So I would say the first step is to establish good sleep. And something else you could do that Daniel would also share is morning naps. I would recommend watching his resource on morning naps, mainly because it's pretty rare that I tend to do morning naps, so I really don't have a lot of information on it. But if you generally struggle with getting a good amount of sleep, if you're able to squeeze in morning naps, that would be really good. Not only for getting more sleep, but also that would be a good place to target lucid dreaming, just because you're going to have probably a fair bit of dreaming sleep during the nap. So of course, having a basic understanding of the sleep cycle is really helpful for all this, because typically we don't try to lucid dream at the very beginning of the night. In fact, it tends to be in the latter half of the night, mainly because obviously our sleep is broken up into non-dreaming and dreaming sleep. So typically you'll start out by having non-dreaming sleep, at least most people. There's probably some exceptions to that rule. So typically, obviously a sleep cycle from one night to the next can fluctuate a lot, but it can be somewhat consistent too. Just assume that nature's going to be messy when it comes to that, like it is with a lot of things. And in general, you're typically going to have a pretty big block of non-dreaming sleep, and then a little bit of dreaming sleep. And then that happens in cycles. So on average, maybe you'll have about 90 minutes of non-dreaming sleep, and then like 5 or 10 minutes of dreaming sleep. And then that's your first sleep cycle, which may have happened like 90 or 100 minutes after you went to bed. Of course, it's going to be very different from one night to the next. Then your next sleep cycle begins. You'll have a huge chunk of non-dreaming sleep, and then probably a slightly bigger chunk of dreaming sleep compared to the first cycle. And then if we're getting like 8 hours of sleep, we typically have about 5 of these cycles total. And the first 2 or 3 will bring us into the first half of the night. And as the night progresses, it becomes slightly less non-dreaming sleep and then more dreaming sleep in that cycle. That's typically how it works. There aren't exactly any hard and fast rules when it comes to that, but that's a pretty good generalization. The body's going to do whatever it needs to do. And the mind, of course, too. Mind's facilitating most of this. But yeah, so you'll notice on the sleep paralysis video, for example, I don't start until like 6 hours into sleep. And when I started, I had a natural awakening before I started. I did not wake myself up with an alarm there. I had a natural awakening. And I could have used that artistic response test there, by the way. But I think this is actually before he ever shared any information about that. I didn't even know about that at the time I did the sleep paralysis video, pretty sure. If I did, I probably could have wasted a bit less time. I couldn't tell if I'd just woken up from a dream. The reason why that's relevant is because if I had woken up from a dream, then I know I'm going to have a non-dreaming sleep cycle before, or stage before dreaming sleep kicks in again. Meaning it's going to be a little while before I would expect any results, just because of where the next sleep stage is. So if I know for a fact that I just woke up from a dream, I know that now I'm beginning my next sleep cycle. Whereas if I never woke up from a dream, I'm a little ways into that next sleep cycle. Therefore, dreaming sleep is probably a little bit closer, but I have no idea how much. That's what makes it a little tricky sometimes. Timing is a huge part, by the way. The next sleep stage pillar for maintained awareness mainly ties with timing, by the way. Then, of course, sleep latency, which is how long it takes to fall asleep. That kind of ties a bit, too. But yeah, so understanding timing and sleep cycles can help you more accurately map where you are for hopefully better results. So that's why on my sleep paralysis video, I didn't start until like 6 hours in, because I'm trying to target that latter half of the night. And you can see, like, even I'm not perfect when it comes to timing, because it literally took me like 73 minutes to start getting results on my first sleep paralysis attempt, because I didn't know where I was in my sleep cycle. I kind of assumed that dreaming sleep may have been relatively close, but as you saw in the video, I was wrong. So therefore, I wasted a lot of time just to get that result. Where if I knew where I was in my sleep cycle, I would have definitely waited a while and then maybe set an alarm to when I'm closer. Like in that case, 65 minutes in probably would have been ideal. Because then in theory, if it was going to take 73 minutes for REM to kick in, well, if I target 65, 73 minus 65 is like 8 minutes. So in theory, an attempt would have taken about 8 minutes then instead of 73, had I had a better idea on where I was in my sleep cycle. Obviously, I could have targeted 70 minutes as well, but the problem with this is very nuanced what I'm getting into. I almost wish I hadn't started this conversation just because now I'm getting into a bunch of nuances I wasn't originally planning to, but now that I have started, I better clean up the mess I just made here. So, obviously, if you target a time after the estimate, like I could have done 75 or 80 minutes for the alarm from that natural awakening, and then I would have gone straight into sleep paralysis pretty much when I started attempting, because of REM sleep being around the corner, which we don't have control over those timings, by the way. I mean, there are certain things we can do to somewhat influence it, but usually if we influence it, we're going to prolong it rather than making it happen sooner. So usually if we influence it, it's going to actually set us back even further than we already are. So yeah, we basically have to surf the waves of sleep to get the best timing. So based on all that, you're probably wondering, how in the world do we ever get a situation where dreaming sleep is directly around the corner during an attempt? Well, at least for me, that most commonly happens when I'm snoozing my alarm before getting up for the day. I have a really bad habit of snoozing. I really shouldn't be doing it in the first place, primarily because it always puts a shock to the system, and it's not really good for the system. So you want to try to avoid snoozing if possible, but with me not being a morning person, it's so difficult to avoid. But when I do it, I oftentimes wake up from a dream, and then when I snooze, I go back in for a while, then I wake up again and go back in again, and that keeps happening until I'm ready to get up for the day a lot of times. So those are situations where when I go back to sleep, dreaming sleep is around the corner. And technically that would be a good time to try doing a maintained awareness right there. Because dreaming sleep is around the corner, I'm falling back to sleep in like seconds, so sleep latency is nice. So if I have the right focus, then I could almost immediately have a maintained awareness dream, basically lasting until the next snooze goes off if I never shut it off altogether. But every time that happens, I almost never remember to even try that, just because I don't think of it. It's very hard to do. Even I'm struggling with that a lot of time. So until I get better with it myself, don't come to me for advice on how to best do that. So yeah, anyway, to come back to getting experiences real quick, the 19-day course should illustrate all that. But to basically, if I were to try to sum up what that looks like relatively quickly, I would say sleep is your main priority. Like, make sure you're trying to get a good amount of sleep. So 8 hours is a general guideline, but for some people, it might be less or more. So you probably have a good idea of what your ideal guideline would be. Try to be getting that. And I would say if you're way off, like, for example, recently I've been more like 5 or 6 hours, whereas 8 or 9 is more ideal for me. Some nights I even go for 12 or 16 if I have extra time and I need to catch up on sleep. But generally it's 8 or 9 on an average night for me personally. It might be different for you. You know what your baseline is probably. So I try to get as close to that as I can before I even try to think about lucid dreaming. Otherwise, sleep is my priority. And then, obviously, there's 2 ways to have lucid dreams primarily. You either have a regained awareness dream where sometime after you've fallen asleep into a dream, you suddenly realize it's a dream and you regain your awareness during the dream itself. Or you can maintain awareness and do the falling asleep consciously, which is what I've mostly been talking about here. So given that, we basically develop practices to optimize getting either type. It depends on what your goals are, obviously. Like if you don't really have a reason to lucid dream, well then don't. But for me, I used to have them every once in a while as a kid, and I found it very fascinating. Obviously, I mentioned how I researched over time, and as I get deeper into it, it tends to get more and more interesting. So naturally, I get a passion from that sort of thing. So basically, the moral of the story there is I have a reason why I like to do it. So of course I'm going to have a lucid dreaming practice, right? But yeah, it all depends on what your goals are, really. I'm probably going to spend the rest of my life exploring this if we're being perfectly honest. So we basically established my reasoning. Now, if you don't really have any particular reason to lucid dream, and you're finding the stuff that I'm sharing fascinating enough where that's all you really care to take it, then you don't have to lucid dream. It's a personal lifestyle. It affects your life more than anybody else. So therefore, make a decision you think is best for that. If you don't find it that interesting, at least if you don't want to really pursue it, then don't. But if you do want to explore it, know that you probably can, and I would recommend Daniel as a resource for learning that if you want to explore it. But yeah, like right now, despite the fact that I'm pretty deep into the subject, I've been prioritizing sleep recently because, yeah, things have been absolutely chaotic recently, and I just don't have the best sleep habits. So because of that, I'm focusing on sleep as much as possible. But once you get past that, then you can kind of start getting into the practice. So like I said, you can either have regained or maintained awareness dreams. So you develop your practices around that. So basically, your overall practices will help you get a regained awareness dream. But all this maintained awareness stuff that I was talking about before will help you get a maintained awareness dream. And it kind of depends on which one you do, sort of depends on your goals, how far you want to get into it and stuff. Obviously, if you want to maximize your chances of success, you target a bit of each, because you're really running up against natural variables of sleep and all those different things. And depending on those variables at any given time, one type of lucid dream may be more suitable than another at any given moment. So yeah, like I said, your overall practices, like questioning reality and all those things, those are typically for regained awareness dreams. Whereas the approaches for maintaining awareness while you're falling asleep, those are for maintained awareness dreams. If you're someone who wants to have lucid dreams but you don't really care how it goes and that sort of thing, then and you want to be a little more passive about it, you could totally get away with just one or the other. Like you could just get away with having regained awareness dreams or maintained awareness. I mean, it's all up to you how you want to handle that. But if you want to maximize your success, then of course you're going to learn about the practice and get as deep into it as you can. And then how you treat your sleep health is really up to you, but I think it should absolutely be prioritized, and that's all I'm ever going to promote. So like even recently with me, I've been getting a little bit more sleep over the past few days actually, but before that it was like 5 to 6 hours maybe, and I just got to get better habits with that. But during that time, I'm just catching up on sleep. So yeah, obviously if you can do morning naps, try to squeeze those in because you get more sleep, and then that's an opportunity for lucid dreaming. And depending on how your sleep cycle typically goes for morning naps, then you may either try a maintained or regained awareness approach. Of course, use the artistic response test to gauge where you are, to determine what's the most practical for the time. Or maybe you just want to take a normal nap and just hope you happen to have a regained awareness. That's fine too. That's typically what I do during morning naps, because usually for me, REM sleep is not around the corner when I take morning naps. It's pretty rare if it is, so I tend to go for regained awareness stuff. Although it is also worth mentioning that, well, I'll get into this in a little bit actually. I want to build a little bit of context first. So like your overall practice with questioning reality and stuff, that's for regained awareness. So like dream recall would probably be the next step, and dream journaling. But yeah, so I mean, pretty much all of this is worthless if you're not getting a good amount of sleep. So that's step one, really, for pretty much any of this, even maintained awareness stuff. And you're probably going to notice, in general, dream recall comes easier if you're fairly caught up on sleep. So obviously there's practices you could do for dream recall. Dream journaling is probably the most common one. It can help you with that. I'd watch Daniel's resources on that, especially the 19-day course. And then maybe you'll, every once in a while, do techniques to increase your alertness and stuff when you're going to bed. But once again, you're usually targeting the latter half of the night, unless you're doing the love method, which is something Daniel Love created. I've never done that myself, so listen to him regarding that rather than myself. But yeah, so then the dream journaling, what that does is it kind of helps engage certain parts of the mind at certain times, and then it can ultimately result in improved dream recall overall. Unless, of course, you suddenly fall behind on sleep and that sort of thing. There's so many variables that go into all this. And then you're also using it to basically map out who you are in your dreams and trying to understand your inner state and thought patterns and those types of things. You're trying to map out what tends to happen in dreams when you're doing dream journaling, as Daniel's mentioned before. And then those sort of provide cues to questioning reality. And even if you're taking a break from lucid dreaming, which I have done before, if I do happen to get cued into questioning reality even during the break, I'm still going to do it because I want to maintain consistent habits. And I don't think it's worth the effort of trying to retrain on all that just because you took a break for a little while. Obviously, most of the time you're going to be at a point where you're trying to increase how much you get cued into questioning reality. That's okay to take a break from that, of course, but if you do naturally get cued from your current practice, I'd say be consistent with it even during breaks, because sometimes that'll happen during dreams, but also it's habit that we're dealing with here. We're trying to build habits in waking life so that they show up in dream, and we want to be consistent with them regardless of our state. Sometimes it might feel like a waste of time to question reality if you're awake, but remember, as more tests show up in the dream, you're that much more likely to be wrong when you are testing. So just have consistent habits regardless of what's happening, because sometimes you might think you do your test, you do your overall questioning, and then you turn out to be wrong. You turn out to discover that you're wrong, and then you're glad you tested because then you became lucid when you didn't expect to. So just have the same habits everywhere regardless, because this might sound crazy, but when I first started doing this, I was almost absolutely certain I was awake because I was most of the time that I tested. But now that more tests are showing up in the dream, I legitimately don't know whether it's a dream at any given moment, because I'm aware of how easily I could be wrong about that, because more tests are actually showing up in the dream to begin with. The lines become blurred in a sense, not because you're confusing waking life or dreams, but because more is showing up in the dream, and how easily we just assume we're awake. Well, that could become a problem as more tests show up in the dream. So take that seriously, assume the possibility at any given time, even if it doesn't seem like it. And yeah, so even when I'm awake, I still have that feeling of being uncertain about where I am, because a huge fraction of when I test is in the dream to begin with. So I legitimately don't know at any given moment, even if I'm awake. I'm actually becoming less confused than most people with that, because we always assume we're awake when we're dreaming. That's confusion if you ask me. In fact, it's almost delusional. But as a lucid dreamer, we're trying to be consistent with our reality test practice to avoid that mistake, because we become aware of how easily we can be wrong. And then being consistent with the practice, you can minimize being wrong. So yeah, when you develop a practice where you question reality because of legitimate cues, personally, I would not take a break from that. If the habit naturally shows up, especially, try to maintain consistency with that. Otherwise, you'll probably have to retrain your habits, and that's going to end up taking a lot more effort. Whereas if you're consistent the whole time, the habit should hopefully stay without having to rework it. And there's been a lot of times when I'm taking a break from lucid dreaming, and then I get them when I least expect to during those breaks. That's another reason I'd stay consistent with it, because you never know when that's going to happen either. So that's pretty much the essence of it, but making things happen is probably one of the most important things. Like actually doing the practice and not just watching videos about the practice, as Daniel said plenty of times in the course and everywhere else. Then for maintained awareness, I pretty much went over that. Find the right timing for it, and then the right approach depending on what mode you're in. Now let's talk about another common element to this as well. So when I talk about those dream transitions that I have, most of them are not actually from doing a maintained awareness attempt to begin with. And I'd like to quickly clarify that. So obviously I talked about like my horrible sleep habits. Because of that, I'm not doing a maintained awareness attempt most of the time. And so actually most of my, maintained awareness dreams are not actually from doing attempts. So previously I talked about how I often snooze an alarm and then go right back into a dream. Well, what can also happen, another reason why you might run into a situation where REM is naturally around the corner, is because sometimes our sleep is a bit fragmented. And as a result, every once in a while we might have a circumstance where we wake up in the middle of a dream, but REM is not technically over with yet. So if we were to go back to sleep, then we'll be dreaming again. And that can naturally happen if you're experiencing sleep fragmentation. And that could just happen for one reason or another. A lot of times for me, I might be sleeping in a little bit, but since I'm working remotely, I might have like a potential work email that could be very important and might come in at literally any time. So I may end up checking my phone to see if there is a work email or if I'm able to sleep just a little bit longer. Not really the best habit to have, but I currently have it some days that I'm working remotely. But that could result in sleep fragmentation. Another thing that might cause that sleep fragmentation for me is I could just happen to find myself in hummingbird mode, which doesn't happen very often, but it will happen every once in a while. And my mind might be going over stuff, which takes a little while. And so because of my mind going over stuff, it just takes a while to fall asleep, right? In those situations, my awareness might actually dip in and out quite a few times before I finally fall asleep. And those kind of things can actually create sleep fragmentation. So what is probably going to end up happening in that scenario is I'll start dreaming eventually, and then I might wake up in the middle of REM. Just naturally. It just kind of happens, right? And then when I go back to sleep, I'll be in REM again. But it's also possible that the going back into a dream could happen pretty quickly, like within 5, maybe even 15 seconds, that I might still have a little bit of awareness yet. So I end up going back into a dream consciously. So those variables could naturally create the right circumstances for me to be able to go back into a dream consciously, just because I've built up sleep fragmentation one way or another. So I naturally wake up from REM, even though it's not technically done. Like that's where if I did the artistic response test while going back to sleep, it'll tell me that REM is around the corner. All those times that REM is around the corner is a good time to establish your baseline, by the way, for that artistic response test. You basically pay attention to your mental state, see if you notice distinct characteristics, and then also pay attention to it sometime when you know that non-REM is around the corner too. And notice the differences.
they're probably going to find something distinct. And then that can be used to establish where you are in your sleep cycle and determine if it's worth doing a maintained awareness. But yeah, so there can be various things that create sleep fragmentation like that, where you wake up in the middle of REM, but you're not technically done yet. Like, when you're not done, literally the only thing preventing you from dreaming during that time is literally you being awake. If that wasn't the case, you'd still be dreaming, right? So, yeah, sometimes I think most of my experiences that I shared were actually from this happening right here, where I didn't try to do a maintained awareness. I was trying to catch up on sleep, but something created sleep fragmentation or something along those lines. So yeah, if you ever notice yourself having that type of sleep fragmentation, you might want to take advantage of it if it's possible. So you find yourself in a situation where you suspect it may be occurring, which it might be kind of hard to detect if you've never done it before, but you could also sort of pay attention to what ended up happening. Like, did it end up happening ultimately? You'll probably be able to tell based on having awakenings and going back into dream, whether it's from an alarm clock or something else that creates natural fragmentation. Another thing that might create this fragmentation is snoozing several times. So I'm sure you probably had at least one occurrence where you maybe snoozed a few times and then you naturally wake up just before the snooze goes off again. If you ever had that happen, then you technically created an artificial form of sleep fragmentation right there. And that's the kind of thing that might allow you to wake up in the middle of REM sleep and then go back in. So snoozing could naturally create the variables that cause that. So yeah, sometimes I do get these experiences when trying to do a maintained awareness, but a lot of times I'm trying to catch up on sleep and then somehow sleep fragmentation happens for one reason or another, and there we go. I created the right variables for falling asleep consciously. So I've actually had times when I was first doing this, like even before I ever learned about all this, I talked about the surgery stuff. I was trying to see if I could witness a dream formation process during a surgery. Just because of how quickly everything happens, I might still have awareness yet. Well, when I had my first one, obviously that would not have been from the surgery itself. But when it finally did happen, I believe the sleep fragmentation is what made that happen. I happened to have the right variables for sleep fragmentation. Next thing I knew, I was having that experience. So yeah, a lot of those experiences that I actually shared in this recording were from this sleep fragmentation that happened one way or another. I wasn't expecting it to, so yeah. So if you ever suspect that it might be happening and you're going back to sleep, try to minimize how much you move. If you have an urge to toss and turn, maybe ignore it. It's not that you can't toss and turn, it's just that it might actually allow you to maintain just enough awareness to fall asleep consciously. Like, the act of not tossing and turning might actually be what gives you enough awareness to fall asleep consciously when you go back to sleep. And then because you never toss and turned, you'll be able to return to sleep easily if the variables are right. Simply because, well, the not tossing and turning is going to disrupt sleep less. It's not that you can't toss and turn. You can if you really want to, but you're likely going to end up falling asleep before the dreaming process kicks in. But if you avoid tossing and turning, it might happen slightly quicker than it otherwise would have. But because you didn't toss and turn, it might also be a little bit unnatural to the point where you might have a little bit more awareness in those areas. And suddenly you might have awareness when you're going into a dream, all because you slightly increase your awareness by not tossing and turning, which is a bit unusual when you normally would feel like doing that. That might end up creating the perfect storm for consciously re-entering, by the way. So that might be good to do when you're snoozing an alarm, for example, and you had just woken up from a dream. By the way, if you did wake up from a dream because of that, you can be pretty certain that REM is probably not over with yet. in that case, you can try to fall asleep consciously, or if you don't want to, then of course don't do that. But yeah, by not tossing and turning, it'll feel a little bit unusual. So you'll have probably a bit more awareness than you otherwise would, just because of the unusual nature of what you're doing and everything like that. And then the not tossing and turning might actually cause you to fall asleep quicker than if you had. It'll feel like it takes longer because you have more awareness than you otherwise would, but it's possible that you are actually falling asleep quicker, even though it may not feel like it. So, I mean, we don't know that for certain, but that might be worth exploring, and that might give you opportunities to do all that. And also, that's why a lot of the experiences that I previously shared, I often mention that the dream is not very long. But if it was a true maintained awareness, the dream would be much longer, most likely, if I'm at the beginning of REM especially. So that's why they might be cut a little bit short, because I did this in the middle of REM rather than the very beginning. So actually back then when I first had those experiences, it's most likely because of that sleep fragmentation. I had no idea I even did that. So yeah, when you re-enter a dream like that, the pillars actually line up really nicely because, I mean, if you're able to re-enter quickly, then technically the not tossing and turning in a way is your focal point, by the way. But you're also giving yourself permission to fall asleep, so that's kind of what allows the sleep and dreaming process to kick in. And you just woke up from a dream, so technically you're practically in the state already, which is why it's so easy to then re-enter, because you're basically already in that state. So that's why it can happen so quickly sometimes. So yeah, honestly, if you want to be able to experience the falling asleep consciously, utilizing that sleep fragmentation in some way might actually be a good starting point, especially if doing like a maintained awareness approach is too advanced, or it's just kind of hard to get the right timing and all that stuff. Usually the dreams will be kind of short during that sleep fragmentation, but they are potential opportunities nonetheless. Depending on the nature of the fragmentation, you might actually get lucky and target a time where you'll have a longer dream. Because sleep fragmentation itself is quite nuanced, because you could have fragmentation with an interval of like 5 minutes roughly. You could even have fragmentation with an interval of like 20 minutes too. If you happen to enter a dream with that, then you'll probably be really lucky, because the dream could very well be 20 minutes before the fragmentation kicks in again. And then just to give you an idea on how complicated it can get, your alertness could also play a role in the fragmentation itself too. So like maybe the more alert you are, the more potent the fragmentation will be. So like let's say you have a fragmentation interval of like 10 minutes, but it could very well go down to like 5 minutes if you become lucid in a dream or something like that. That could very well happen. The one con to that fragmentation is it could cause dreams to feel a lot less stable, just because of the fragmentation and all the stuff that goes with that. But you can deal with that pretty easily if you know that the fragmentation is probably what's causing that to begin with. Then you can literally tell yourself it's not even your fault for the lack of stability, it's the fragmentation. So you can accept that it's not under your control, and then it's no big deal. You don't have to have that feeling that you're doing something wrong and that sort of thing. So remember that can also be the case. So yeah, I suppose, yeah, if you want to get experiences, pay attention to that sort of thing. See if you can establish when fragmentation is occurring, and then there's a pretty good chance that when you first do this, you're not going to know what to do right away. That's okay, because if you haven't had a lot of practice, it's going to be hard to know the best way to handle it, especially if you haven't done it before. In that case, just learn from the opportunity, or learn from the experience, and then be like, okay, so what should I have done when that happened? Right, I should have stayed still when I noticed it happening. I wasn't sure what to do at the time, but what I should have done was not toss and turn in that situation, right? So you can kind of think about it and work out what you should have done, and then hopefully next time it'll go better. Although there can be some situations where memory just doesn't work as well, so you don't think of it as easily. That's okay. This is a practice. I would say even if things don't quite go right, just be willing to accept that. And that's actually to get you so much further ahead, because if you get hung up over it, you may actually create artificial hurdles simply from that alone. But as you're willing to accept, like, okay, sometimes that's just going to happen, certain things are out of my control, and yeah, if you're able to accept that sort of thing, then you'll be able to overcome it a lot sooner, because you're acknowledging what's under your control and what isn't. I've set myself back assuming that I was doing something wrong before, when if I would have just realized, like, certain things are not under my control, that's just how it is, then I don't create these artificial hurdles nearly as easily, and therefore I'm going to do a lot better. So yeah, that's another way to approach maintained awareness. When I first got it several years ago, it's probably from the sleep fragmentation. I had no idea that's what was going on at the time, but I felt really lucky when it occurred. Those were always good days, because I would often notice that I had that feeling that I meditated for hours on the days those experiences happened typically. That feels pretty awesome. I mean, to be clear, I don't usually meditate, so I don't know what that's actually like, but I would imagine it's similar. If you meditate to a point where you actually feel benefits from it. I usually don't do that, so I wouldn't really know what that's like, but either way, it's a good feeling on those days when it would randomly happen. And then also something else to keep in mind is usually the lighter your sleep is, that's when the sleep fragmentation is just more prone overall. There's a lot of variables that go into it. All those nuances I shared pretty much from personal experience. Those are things where I could have shared much more basic information, and then you would have probably had some experiences yourself, and then you can work out what those nuances are from your own experiences. So, yeah. So if you want to get started having those experiences, I think looking at those sleep fragmentation things that I just talked about might be a good starting point for that. But then also doing maintained awareness attempts. That's the other thing too. Back then, I would try having a maintained awareness, or obviously on the internet, it's what's known as a wake-initiated lucid dream, or wild. And actually a lot of sources say wake-induced lucid dream, but actually it's wake-initiated lucid dream, because in the 90s, Dr. Stephen LaBerge created that term, and their intention was for it to be wake-initiated lucid dream. That's the only abbreviation, because they're the ones that created that acronym to begin with. But I usually don't use that acronym, because what it essentially is maintaining awareness. So why not just call it maintained awareness or something like that? And then dialed is the regained awareness, or dream-initiated lucid dream. Why not get rid of the acronym and just call it what it actually is? Regained awareness or maintained awareness. That's something that Daniel Love proposed. And I like that because it simplifies it. And because of how complex it can get, sometimes you want minimal clutter when it comes to this. And those acronyms are clutter that we can get rid of without losing meaning. In fact, it makes the meaning clearer sometimes, just because, like, what is a wild? It doesn't really describe what it does. Maintained awareness, now that sounds a lot more descriptive, if you ask me. Anyway, so yeah, so sometimes I do have maintained awareness from actually doing an attempt. Oh, what I was also saying is, back then, I would try to have a maintained awareness, not really knowing how it worked. I would slip into a dream, but then it would often create that fragmentation, by the way. So then I'd wake up and start re-entering, thinking that my approach succeeded, but in reality, I created sleep fragmentation, trying to maintain awareness and then failing. And it makes sense, because a lot of times when we actually try to maintain awareness, if we have a good balance, then our awareness usually dips in and out. And that's the sort of thing that can create sleep fragmentation to begin with, depending on how potent it is and how light your sleep is and all the other variables. So,
what I thought was a technique working was actually probably the sleep fragmentation that built up. So yeah, those are different ways to get the experience. It's nice when the variables line up sometimes. It can be frustrating though too sometimes, just because your dreams will be a bit shorter due to the fact that you had REM for a while already before it started kicking in. Although you could be lucky with the timing on occasion and get lucid right away at the beginning of REM, if the variables are right. Most of the time that won't be the case though, most likely. But yeah, so if you want to get these kind of experiences yourself, that might be something to look at. And actually, I probably could have utilized that a little bit during the sleep paralysis video, because all I was targeting was sleep paralysis anyway. So targeting like the alarm clock, well, that creates fragmentation, or else just in general, might have actually been a little bit less effort, just because, I mean, I don't technically need to get into a dream to begin with. If the goal is sleep paralysis, the sleep fragmentation might actually be quite an easy way to achieve that. So yeah, that often takes a lot less effort than actually doing a maintained awareness. So yeah, take from that what you will, and I guess do whatever suits your fancy. So now I'm back at Studio A now, so let's leave off here, then we'll resume again. For you, it'll be a few seconds. For me, it'll be at least a few days before I resume this. So I'll see you then.
This concludes part 1 of the post-production behind the scenes for my time travel film. Part 2 out of 3 should be coming out relatively soon, if not already. So if you enjoyed this, I hope you continue to enjoy the discussions in those parts as well. Thanks for listening and have a good one. Peace.